Wei Xiaoya's voice dropped low, so low that the chef leaned in to hear better. She gestured with her eyes, and Wei Xiaoyang picked up on the hint, looking over in surprise. The chef, feeling a bit annoyed, said, "Wei girl, speak up. I didn't catch what you just said. I'll show you something and you'll understand. It's behind the door." The kitchen had doors and windows, making it bright during the day. Wei Xiaoya walked naturally to the back door and suddenly pulled the latch, swinging the door open. The person behind the window reacted quickly, trying to escape, but Wei Xiaoya was faster. Wei Xiaoyang dashed forward like a rabbit, and the siblings worked together to catch the young man tightly. He wasn't from the village? The chef realized that someone was trying to steal their secrets. This spicy crayfish dish hadn't even been launched at their restaurant yet, and someone wanted to steal the recipe. The chef was furious, his large frame towering as he stepped forward and punched the young man twice. The punches were hard, making the young man cry out in pain. "You aren't from the village, sneaking around to steal our business secrets. I'm taking you to the authorities." Wei Xiaoya added, feeling curious. "Which family are you from? If you tell me, I might not dig deeper." The young man looked panicked but stubbornly refused to speak. "Fine, if you won't talk. We'll give you a beating first. A little thief like you can be punished by anyone." The young man's eyes darted around, his face pale. "I was just passing by. I didn't steal anything. I have nothing on me." "Passing by here? You must have climbed over the wall to get to my kitchen." It was clear that passing by didn't make sense. Wei Xiaoyang thought about how much money their older sister would lose if this young man really stole their recipe, and his anger flared. Without saying much, he started to punch and kick the young man, who cried out in distress. The commotion attracted people from the front yard, who were shocked to find a thief trying to sneak in to steal their recipe. "Take him straight to the county office. The county magistrate will give you a good beating, and you'll confess everything," Wei Xiaoya said, instructing Wei Xiaoyang to bring some rope. The young man was tightly, panic in his eyes as he begged for mercy. "If you don't tell us which family you're from, in half an hour, you'll meet the county magistrate." Two men, the guy and Wei Xiaoyang, dragged the person towards the cart. "I beg you, please don't take me to the county office," he whispered helplessly. "I work at Fulelu." "You work at Fulelu?" Wei Xiaoya asked sharply. "Did Su Mingyuan send you?" The young man quickly denied it. "No, I wasn't sent by the young master. It was the lady who sent me." It turned out that Mrs. Tian wanted to sell spicy crayfish too, but they didn't even know what crayfish were. When she learned that Wei Xiaoya was selling them at Zidenglu, she secretly sent this young man. He took advantage of the crowd selling mudskippers and managed to sneak in, hiding in the garden behind the kitchen for several hours. When Wei Xiaoya returned from the county town and brought people into the kitchen to teach the recipe for spicy crayfish, he couldn't resist and pressed against the window to learn quietly. Unfortunately, he hadn't heard much before he was caught. The young man pleaded softly, "Wei lady, you are generous. Please spare me? I really didn't overhear anything. Can you pretend this never happened and let me go?" Wei Xiaoyang shouted, "You little rascal. You wish." Wei Xiaoya thought for a moment and instructed Wei Xiaoyang to go to Fulelu to invite Su Mingyuan over. She could have just taken the young man with her, but once they reached town, it would be hard to keep this a secret. Wei Xiaoyang quickly drove the donkey cart to town and directly invited Su Mingyuan. Su Mingyuan was surprised. "Your elder sister wants to see me?" He felt a bit happy, thinking Wei lady might want to cooperate with him. But Manager Zhang noticed that Wei Xiaoyang's expression didn't seem like someone seeking cooperation. It looked more like he was angry. Meanwhile, the young man in the tavern felt uneasy, knowing something was wrong. He was aware that the lady had sent the young man to learn the recipe. Su Mingyuan didn't think too much about it. He took a servant and followed Wei Xiaoyang to Huan village. As soon as they entered Wei Xiaoya's yard, they found the bound young man, looking miserable and distressed. Su Mingyuan's heart sank. He wasn't foolish and quickly understood what had happened. "For the sake of Su Xiaodong's reputation, we were in the middle of receiving goods, but now it's been interrupted. Please have a seat." Wei Xiaoya's face was stern, showing no warmth. Su Mingyuan and his servant sat down in the main room, and Wei Xiaoya served tea. What happened? Wei Xiaoya carefully observed Su Mingyuan's expression and confirmed that he truly was unaware of the situation. After explaining everything, Su Mingyuan's face turned as red as a cooked liver. It turns out my mother acted foolishly. Thank you, Mrs. Wei, for saving my face. Wei Xiaoya didn't want to waste time. She said directly, to resolve this, we can either go public or settle privately. If we go public, we can take him to the county office and let the magistrate judge the case. And if we settle privately? Su Mingyuan asked, now calmer. Privately, we would discuss compensation. If he truly stole from the master, the money would flow like water. Although he wasn't sent by you, he was sent by your mother, and he works for your shop, so you are responsible. Wei Xiaoya's clear distinction between public and private matters made Su Mingyuan nod in agreement. If we settle privately, how much do you think is appropriate, Mrs. Wei? He asked. Wei Xiaoya held up 20 taels of silver. The servant beside Su Mingyuan shouted angrily, 20 taels. You might as well rob someone. In the past, when you sold game to our restaurant, my young master always paid you a good price. Su Mingyuan let the servant speak without interruption. Wei Xiaoya sneered, that's right. In the past, Su Xiaodong did take care of me, which is why I only asked for 20 taels. If you think your restaurant and your mother's reputation aren't worth that amount, then I have no reason to hold on to any old feelings. Su Mingyuan smiled faintly. So, in Mrs. Wei's eyes, money is more important? What else could it be? Isn't it the same for you? People are bustling about for profit. If money isn't important to you, why do you keep bringing up how you took care of me to get me to cooperate and help you earn more money? Besides, even if I value money, I wouldn't steal or rob or expect favors in return. I love money, and I'm honest about it. Su Mingyuan didn't expect Mrs. Wei to be so sharp-tongued. Although she had already impressed him before, he now realized she had truly held back at that time. The servant beside him was left speechless. Wei Xiaoya then asked, so, Su Xiaodong, do you think your restaurant's reputation and your mother's reputation aren't worth this 20 taels? Su Mingyuan smiled awkwardly. Mrs. Wei is joking. How could they not be worth it? Saying this, he took out a pouch and pulled out a 20-tael silver note. Wei Xiaoya accepted it without hesitation. Then, let's consider this matter settled privately. I won't bring it up again, and you don't need to worry about it anymore. Also, I won't be meeting your mother, so please tell her that I have no interest in your family or your restaurant. She can rest easy and should not interfere in my affairs. After all, I have new business partners, and if their interests are harmed, it's not something I can control. Wei Xiaoya's expression softened slightly, but her words remained harsh. Su Mingyuan's expression also turned cold. Since the matter is resolved, I will take my leave. With a glance, he signaled to a servant, who quickly untied the waiter. The three of them left together, and when they reached the courtyard, Su Mingyuan noticed the chef and workers, along with the carts, realizing they were Wei Xiaoya's other business partners, not from the restaurant he was familiar with. He sneered inwardly, thinking he had some connection with the Wei family, but to her, he was nothing. Upon returning to his own restaurant, he saw the manager, Zhang, looking somewhat guilty. Su Mingyuan glared at him. Old man, do you all dare to go behind my back and engage in these dirty tricks now? Manager Zhang placed a hand on his chest. Young master, you see. Sigh. The lady is quite powerful. How could I dare to stop her? Besides, that little fellow is usually clever. Who knew he would mess things up? The little fellow quickly pledged loyalty. Young master, although I didn't overhear the exact cooking method, I at least found out that the so-called little lobsters are actually mudbugs. What? Mudbugs? Manager Zhang was surprised. That ugly thing? You can actually eat it? Exactly. The lady has several jars in her yard specifically for collecting mudbugs. They not only gather them in their village, but also send people to other villages. I also heard that they cut off the heads. Manager Zhang clapped his hands. Oh, so it's mudbugs. No wonder they cut off the heads and give it such a nice name. Little lobsters. If the customers knew these little lobsters were mudbugs, they would be too scared to eat them. The little fellow quickly added, "Although I didn't see how they were handled, I imagine cutting off the heads is enough." As for the cooking method, let the chef taste it a few times to figure out the flavor. The ingredients can't be too far off, right? Even if the taste is slightly different, it should still sell well. Manager Zhang agreed. The flavor is mostly spicy and refreshing. The key is in the seasoning of the sauce. After all, the taste of the mudbug itself plays a big role. Let's experiment with the sauce more. It might turn out tastier than the one across the street. Su Mingyuan thought about how unkind Wei Xiaoya had been to him, and he nodded in agreement. They sent someone to Shiding Tower to buy spicy crayfish, and the kitchen staff began to taste and experiment more. Wei Xiaoya, having earned 20 taels of silver, was in a good mood. Luckily, she was clever enough to spot the peeping boy right away. "Don't worry, that boy hasn't learned anything. The recipe is still a secret," Wei Xiaoya reassured the head chef and then started teaching him in the kitchen. Wei Xiaorong took on the duty of patrolling, checking both inside and outside the house, and wandering around the yard. It wasn't until the chef's flavors were nearly the same as Wei Xiaoya's that he was considered trained. Just then, Wei Xiaofeng and his wife returned with the crayfish, along with over 200 pounds of herbs. The chef immediately instructed the workers to take them away. Seeing that this was another restaurant's partner, Wei Xiaofeng felt genuinely impressed. Wei Xiaoya settled another payment, adding over 5 taels of silver to the account. Qingfeng Tower had plenty of money. 22 won per pound was nothing to worry about. Once the cart had left, Wei Xiaoya paid the workers. Manhwa and Aitzao were paid daily, each receiving 51. Wei Xiaofeng and his wife earned a total of 156 won. Seeing that the two were no longer complaining, Wei Xiaoya felt satisfied. If they performed well tomorrow, she might let them earn 2 won per pound as well. When alone with Wei Xiaoyang, Wei Xiaoya gave him 3 coins of silver. Wei Xiaoyang quickly refused, saying, "Elder sister, I don't want the silver. You earned this with your intelligence. Although it's not as hard as physical labor, it's still quite demanding. You've helped me a lot by walking around with me. Just take the 3 coins as pocket money. Buy something you want. You're a scholar now, and there will always be things you want to buy. Last time, Yangwen said you were doing well. Why not go to the school in town?" This brother was hardworking and honest, and Wei Xiaoya wanted to help him become a scholar. Sure enough, Wei Xiaoyang became excited, but quickly looked downcast. "Elder sister, if I go to the school in town, I won't be able to help with the work at home or here." Wei Xiaoya was a bit speechless. "Just focus on your studies. The work you can't do will be taken care of by Wei Xiaofeng and his wife." Wei Xiaoyang found it amusing that his elder sister called his brother by name. "Discuss this with our parents. If it's settled, let's go to school," Wei Xiaoya decided easily. Seeing that Wei Xiaoya still didn't invite them to stay for dinner, Wei Xiaofeng and his wife left with Wei Xiaoyang. On the way, they asked Wei Xiaoyang about his experiences in the county today. "I just helped my older sister drive the carriage to Qingfeng Building. I don't know how she talked with them. Anyway, the shopkeeper was very satisfied and immediately sent a carriage and a chef back with us." Mrs. Yu sighed. "My sister is truly remarkable. She wasn't at all nervous with such a big shopkeeper. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to speak properly." Wei Xiaofeng rarely agreed. It seems Xiaoya was really tested while at the Wang family. After leaving them, she has changed so much. Wei Xiaorong noticed a hint of regret in their words and found it a bit strange. He remembered what his older sister had told him. "Don't say that blood is thicker than water. It's really about interests. Once you become stronger, not only will outsiders see you differently, but even family members will change their attitudes. Therefore, during tough times, those who can help you are the most valuable. However, there's no need to blame those who seek their own benefit. It's human nature to avoid harm and seek gain. Keep your distance, don't get too close, and use them as needed." Wei Xiaoyang's mind was very clear at this moment. Seeing the reality before him, he understood his older sister's words more deeply. When he returned home, Qingshi had already prepared the meal. Seeing her 2 sons and daughter-in-law all busy with their work, She felt very pleased, unable to hide her smile. Did you catch a lot of loaches today? Yes, it went quite well. We caught over 100 pounds. Mrs. Yu held some coins in her hand, feeling different about the money she earned through her own labor. Wei Xiaoyang paused for a moment, but ultimately decided not to mention the silver his sister had given him. After dinner, he brought up the idea of going to the town school. Old Wei was shocked. Is your sister paying for your tuition? That's what my sister said. Mrs. Yu felt a bit sour inside but knew that her son, Tiger, wasn't making much progress in school. Now that he was learning to read with Yang, it was already quite good. If she insisted on having Wei Xiaoya send Tiger to the town school, she might even lose the chance to continue her work catching loaches. Cheng Shi was very happy. Your sister is truly good to you. So why hesitate? Just say that your parents support it. She thought about how her eldest daughter was willing to send her youngest daughter to learn a trade and also wanted to send her youngest son to school, while even her eldest son had found work. This is truly the best it can be. Old Wei chuckled. Yes, why hesitate? Just tell your older sister directly and go. Wei Xiaorong looked at Wei Xiaofeng, feeling puzzled that his older brother didn't mention any work. All right, I'll talk to my sister tomorrow. I'll help with the chores at home after school. I won't be lazy. Wei Xiaofeng and his wife rarely teased him and simply said to rest early since they needed to catch some frogs tomorrow. Once inside, Yu was still happy, saying, Xiaofeng, in the past 2 days, we've almost earned 3 coins. Now, can you buy me some materials for my business? Of course. Do you want coarse cloth or fine cotton? You hesitated for a moment. I think coarse cloth would be fine, but I really want that fine cotton too. How about we buy 1 piece of each? Wei Xiaofeng laughed. You want both when I give you a choice. All right, let's catch frogs for 1 more day tomorrow, and we should be able to buy them. Yu was delighted, feeling that life was looking up. How long had it been since she wore new clothes? Even though her old clothes had no patches, she still wanted new ones. If we could keep doing this work, that would be great. Did you hear that Xiaoya has talked to the big restaurant in the county about a partnership? They will need even more frogs in the future. Yu began to dream about it, thinking they could earn 3 or 4 coins in a month. It was something they never dared to imagine before. Strange, this time you saw Xiaoya say he wants to send Xiaoyang to the town school. Why didn't you fight for our tiger? Wei Xiaofeng teased. Yu sighed. Don't make fun of me. If I cause trouble, Xiaoya might not let us catch frogs anymore, and then the money would be lost. Besides, Tiger is still young and doesn't understand the need to improve. He just wants to pass the time. He hasn't even learned to read well. I think you should show him some authority so he knows to respect you and strive to do better. Wei Xiaofeng joked. I want to show authority, but every time I try to discipline him, you and Mom start crying. At this rate, Tiger will only become more lazy. You knew she was at fault, so she changed the subject. Anyway, Tiger is still young. We'll teach him slowly. Let him play for a year or 2, and when he understands, maybe his aunt will send him to the town school. They stopped discussing their son's education and talked about what to buy with the money, getting more excited as they went on. The next morning, Wei Xiaoyang put on new clothes. Although they were made of coarse cloth, the bright green color looked very lively. Even Old Wei praised several times. No wonder I always thought Xiao Shan looked handsome. It turns out my son is not bad either. People really do rely on their clothes. Cheng was even more delighted. Did Xiaowan make this outfit for you? She stepped closer to take a careful look. Xiaowan really has great skills. Her stitches are almost as good as Sister Gao's. Wei Xiaorong felt a bit shy. My sister said she used my outfit to practice, and now her skills have improved even more. Seeing you come out, Cheng quickly stopped talking, fearing she might say something unpleasant. You also came closer to take a look. It really takes money to learn true skills. Xiaowan's talent would be top-notch in our village. I should buy some fabric and have her make me a nice outfit too, so I don't waste the material making it myself. Cheng secretly sighed in relief that her daughter-in-law wasn't being sarcastic. She was genuinely worried about any trouble at home. Now that everyone had work to do, earning money or learning skills or studying, she was very pleased. Sometimes, she even felt it was a blessing from the gods. Early in the morning, The family had steamed buns and mixed grain porridge. Wei Xiaofeng and his wife went with Wei Xiaoyang to Wei Xiaoya's house. Wei Xiaoya had already arranged everything, asking Wei Xiaoyang to drive the donkey cart to the town. Wei Xiaofeng and his wife were going to another village to collect locusts. Since the donkey cart couldn't hold the big barrel, they took several wooden buckets to ride in the ox cart, just like yesterday. When they arrived at Qiushui's school in the town, Wei Xiaoyang noticed his older sister was holding a basket. Inside the basket were 2 pieces of meat, a block of brown sugar, and a pig's leg. This was a gift for the teacher. It turned out his sister had prepared everything in advance. The school was small, with 4 classes divided into A, B, C, and D. When Teacher Gun learned about Wei Xiaoyang and his sister's intentions, he tested them on the spot. In the end, based on Wei Xiaoyang's current knowledge level, he was placed in Class C. Class D was for young children, while Class C was for those who had just started learning. Wei Xiaoya presented the teacher's gift and paid the tuition fee. It was 2 taels of silver, paid every 6 months. Wei Xiaorong felt a bit pained. Even though he was joining midterm, he still had to pay 2 taels of silver. If he had known, it would have been better to wait until the next semester to enroll. Wei Xiaoya was completely unaware of his thoughts and expressed her gratitude to Teacher Gung. Wei Xiaoyang started school that day and thought to himself how lucky he was. Fortunately, he had brought his books and writing materials in his bundle. When Wei Xiaoya was about to leave, she gave him 2 coins, worried that he might need to buy something while he was away. Don't refuse it. Take it. Since you're in town, you can buy whatever you want without hesitation. I said I would support your studies, and I will do so. Besides, you know I have plenty of money now, Wei Xiaoya said cheerfully. Wei Xiaoyang initially hesitated to accept, but Wei Xiaoya added, you can save the money if you want, but you shouldn't be without it. If something comes up and you need money, it would be too difficult if you don't have any. So, Wei Xiaoyang took the coins. Sister, I promise I won't waste it. I'll use it wisely. As they were talking at the school gate, a voice interrupted. Can a poor person even enroll? Wei Xiaoya looked up and saw it was Yao Qingqing. Beside her stood a scholar in a blue robe who had a certain charm. Sister, don't speak carelessly, the man said, frowning slightly at Yao Qingqing. Brother, you don't know. This girl is a divorced woman with 2 kids, and she can still attract Mingyuan. Later, she even left Mingyuan and teamed up with the restaurant across from Philela to sell spicy crayfish. Who knows what she's really after? Yao Qingqing was furious after hearing this news from the Tian family. Wei Xiaoya glared at her coldly. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Yao Zichu frowned. Please show some respect. He intended to call her this young lady, but upon learning she was a divorced woman, he held back. Just a bunch of hypocrites. You ignore your sister's nonsense, but criticize others for respect. As a scholar, you should know better. Didn't your teacher teach you that listening to both sides gives clarity, while only hearing one side leads to confusion? Wei Xiaoya looked at him with disdain, and her words made Yao Zichu blush. Yao Qingqing was furious. Who are you calling a hypocrite? Who do you think you are to say that to me? Wei Xiaoya waved her hand in front of her nose. Haven't I told you not to pick fights? It's such a simple lesson, yet you can't remember it? Some people should just stop making a fool of themselves. Yao Qingqing felt like she was about to explode. Who do you think you are? Do you really think Mingyuan would like you? Your Mingyuan is your treasure. It has nothing to do with me. I can work with whoever I want, right? Wei Xiaoya said mockingly. Su Mingyuan must be very grateful to you. If it weren't for your meddling and encouraging his mother to cause trouble, I would have chosen to work with him from the start. Isn't it better to make money together? But you had to jump in and disrupt everything. And now you complain about why I won't work with him. I didn't know the daughter of a wealthy landowner would dream of being a queen in a harem. As soon as Wei Xiaoya finished speaking, Yao Qingqing let out a loud scream that startled the Wei siblings. Who are you calling the daughter of a wealthy landowner? My family has several shops. My dad is not a wealthy landowner. Yao Qingqing shouted angrily. Wei Xiaoya laughed. All right, your dad is a foreign wealthy man, got it. The more Wei Xiaoya laughed, the angrier Yao Qingqing became. Ignoring her brother's advice, She rushed to hit Wei Xiaoya. However, just as her hand reached Wei Xiaoya, it was firmly grabbed, causing her pain and making her cry out. Clumsy and loud. That's you, Wei Xiaoya said sternly, staring at her. Yao Zichu quickly said, please let my sister go. Or I won't hold back either. Wei Xiaoyang shouted angrily, what will you do? I'm ready for it. Yao Qingqing screamed while shouting, you're just country bumpkins. Why do you have to act tough in front of me? Oh. The daughter of a wealthy man has quite the temper. But what can we do? We bumpkins won't indulge you. As for your right, just because your dad has money, does that make you more noble? Yao Qingqing gritted her teeth, my dad has money, so we are indeed more noble. Wei Xiaoya looked at Yao Zichu with a smile. Scholar, do you think the same? I wonder how your teacher teaches you. The rich waste food while the poor freeze to death. What does that mean? Saying this, Wei Xiaoya forcefully let go of Yao Qingqing's hand. Seeing the bruise on her wrist, Yao Qingqing was shocked. When she noticed her brother was lost in thought and not paying attention to her injury, she shouted. However, before Yao Zichu could respond, Wei Xiaoya had already sent Wei Xiaoyang back to class. She turned to leave, saying, it seems scholars aren't as well-read as they think. Even if you become an official, you probably won't care about the people, thinking you're noble while just trying to climb higher. Being wealthy is impressive. Huh? She knew she was taking out her frustration on them. But so what? With people like this scholar who are biased and only listen to one side, what did it matter if she was venting her anger? Let him also feel the distress of an undeserved disaster. Sure enough, Yao Zichu became anxious. I don't think being wealthy makes someone more noble. I didn't say that, so please don't misunderstand. Wei Xiaoya scoffed. What's the difference? Seeing Wei Xiaoya lift her foot and leave, driving her donkey cart away, Yao Zichu felt frustrated. He hadn't finished his words. How could this woman misunderstand him like that? He was focused on his studies, hoping to become a good official in the future. Yao Qingqing showed him her bruised wrist. Brother, look at my wrist. That cruel woman squeezed it like this. Yao Zichu looked at her reproachfully. It was my fault for being gullible and letting a young girl teach me a lesson. Don't be too arrogant. As she said, she can cooperate with whoever she wants. Why are you getting so worked up? Yao Qingqing looked at her brother in disbelief. He had always cared for her, but now he was siding with Wei Xiaoya? She shouted. So you've been enchanted by that woman too? I'm your real sister. How could you be taken in by someone who has 2 children and is divorced? Yao Zichu looked at her in surprise. I see. So that's why you are causing trouble, and that's why someone squeezed your wrist. To teach you a lesson. Yao Zichu had already passed the scholar exam and had come here to meet old classmates. After this incident, he lost his mood and went straight home. When he returned, he saw his mother, Mrs. Pan, looking cheerful. My son, come here. Today, I finally bought 3 servings of spicy crayfish. We can enjoy it. I had someone wait in line for a long time to get this much. Yao Qingqing immediately frowned. Don't eat it. What's so good about that? Mrs. Pan scolded. Why not eat? It's so delicious. You can't just get it whenever you want, you have to wait in line. Yao Zichu knew this was the food his sister had argued about with Wei Xiaoya, so he became a bit interested. He picked up a shrimp tail and tried it. It's very spicy, but it's quite good. Seeing her usually picky son say it was good, Mrs. Pan felt a bit proud. Would I lie to you? Is this the delicious food that Wei Xiaoya is collaborating with Shiding Tower on? Yao Zichu asked kindly. Yao Qingqing angrily replied. What? You still say that woman hasn't enchanted you? You're enjoying it so much. Pan asked what happened when she saw her daughter and son arguing. Yao Qingqing showed her bruised wrist, pleased to hear Pan's loud reaction. Who dared to hurt you like this? After Yao Qingqing explained, Pan's expression changed dramatically, and she began to grit her teeth. Yao Zichu helplessly corrected her. Sister, you can't just say anything. It was your fault. You stirred up trouble and made that Mrs. Wei refuse to cooperate with the Fulai building, and now you're blaming her. It's really hard to know what to say. Pan glared. How can my son say that? A country bumpkin dares to act violently towards your sister, and you don't stand by her but defend an outsider? Besides, your sister must marry into the Su family, so she can't let that divorced woman get close to the Su family's son. She is protecting her relationship with her future husband. What's wrong with that? Yao Qingqing finally looked better. Brother, even mother says this, and you still want to argue? Yao Zichu felt defeated. He couldn't argue back against his mother. Mother, I can't just let this go. That country bumpkin dared to treat me like this. I must show her a lesson. Yao Qingqing's mood improved, and she began to eat spicy crayfish. Dealing with someone like her, other methods won't work. Since she dared to act directly against you, we should do the same. Just get a servant to teach her a lesson, Pan said casually. Yao Qingqing smiled. I think so too. Yao Zichu quickly stopped them. Mother, sister, don't be foolish. This is bullying the common people. Don't worry, brother. I'll handle it myself. It won't involve you. Even if you succeed in the future, it won't affect you, Yao Qingqing said, uninterested in her brother's concerns. Yao Zichu looked at the mother and daughter laughing loudly, feeling helpless. Mother, sister, if you bully others like this, be careful of backlash. Besides, if Su Mingyuan finds out how reckless you are, he will be even less willing to marry you. This struck a nerve with Yao Qingqing, and she immediately began to cry. Are you really my brother? You clearly enjoy seeing me suffer. If you succeed, Mingyuan will definitely marry me. You just need to work harder. Yao Zichu sighed. He felt he couldn't communicate with his sister and turned to leave. Pan comforted her daughter. All right, stop crying. I told you to take care of it yourself. You are right. Our family's wealth is comparable to the Su family's. You two have grown up together and know each other well, so you should marry into the Su family. If your brother passes the exam, there's no need to say more. No matter what Su Mingyuan thinks, his father will insist he marries you. Yao Qingqing stopped crying and pouted. Mother, it sounds like you think no one wants your daughter. Brother Mingyuan isn't being forced to marry me. The two continued discussing which maid or servant to take along to teach Wei Xiaoya a lesson, completely ignoring Yao Zichu's helpless departure. After returning home, Wei Xiaoya walked around the vegetable garden. The various vegetables and watermelon vines were growing very well, which lifted her spirits. Xiaoya smiled happily. Mother, soon we can enjoy sweet watermelons. Xiaoxing held up one finger. Let's eat one, and sell the rest for money. You don't need to worry. Of course, we three will eat our fill of watermelon first, and then sell the leftovers, Wei Xiaoya said, doting on the two girls. Watermelons were a luxury in ancient times, but she still wanted to satisfy her cravings. As long as she had enough silver, which she did with nearly 300 taels, eating her own watermelons was a must. To keep an eye on the watermelons, the plot of land was not far from their home. The three of them happily returned home, just as a cart from the county arrived. The worker looked cheerful. Madam Wei, last night's spicy crayfish sold out quickly. Early this morning, customers came to place orders. The shopkeeper sent me to pick up more. Wei Xiaoya was very pleased. Qingfeng Tower had the strength, and those picky customers in the county were quite demanding. It's surprising someone wanted to learn our recipe, but thankfully it hasn't been leaked. Our shopkeeper was also worried for nothing. Wei Xiaoya felt relieved. Exactly. If it got out, it wouldn't be a unique business anymore. Manhwa and Aitzao helped weigh the crayfish, and over 200 pounds were loaded onto the cart. Madam Wei, we can take more. We can handle however much we receive at our restaurant. The worker was completely unconcerned about receiving too much stock that couldn't be sold in time. When Wei Xiaofeng and his wife returned, they brought back several buckets of loaches, totaling over 100 pounds. If we keep taking in this many, won't the loaches in this area be caught out quickly? Wei Xiaoya worried about the ecosystem. Not at all. There are plenty of them. Wei Xiaofeng was very optimistic. We can't catch them all. If this crayfish continues to sell well, we could raise some ourselves, and that wouldn't be a bad idea. Wei Xiaoya really considered the feasibility of this. Raising small crayfish doesn't seem difficult. As long as there is clean water, some aquatic plants, and food like soybeans, they are easy to care for. It only takes 2 to 3 months for them to grow from young to adult. If the crayfish business remains good and the selling price is favorable, then raising them is worthwhile. Wei Xiaofeng noticed Wei Xiaoya deep in thought and was quite surprised. Are you really thinking about raising them? Actually, if all the crayfish around our town are caught, the whole county is still quite large. We can also buy from outside the county. He felt it was unnecessary. Crayfish are everywhere. It's practically a no-risk business. Villagers just need to spend some time catching them, and they can sell them to Wei Xiaoya at a higher price. Why go through the trouble of raising them? Wei Xiaoya rarely showed him a good attitude. Let's see. For now, we'll continue buying them like this. Looking at how many crayfish Wei Xiaofeng and his wife had collected without complaints or drama, it seemed they had passed the test she had in mind. Today, I'll buy these crayfish at 5 won per pound. This way, they could earn 2 won per pound. Yu was overjoyed at that moment. Xiaoya, is that true? We have about 1 or 200 pounds. That's right, let's stick to 5 won. After weighing them, they had a total of 186 pounds. This meant they would earn 372 won. Wei Xiaoya settled the payment clearly, and seeing their happy expressions, she said, "Those who work hard for me will naturally be rewarded. I used to be short-sighted, thinking too much and being petty, which led to many misunderstandings. Yu quickly took the opportunity to express her feelings. Xiaoya, can you forgive us? Back then, when you brought the child home, your brother, and I didn't want you to stay. You had every right to be upset with us. I never expected you would still let us earn money. Yu was truly adaptable. She might be small-minded, but when she spoke, she seemed very sincere. Wei Xiaoya thought that if you were in a modern workplace, she would do quite well. With such high emotional intelligence, what client couldn't she win over? Wei Xiaofeng remained silent. How could he express his thoughts? He just quietly observed Wei Xiaoya's expression. We don't need to dwell on the past. I raised your wages today not because of our relationship, but because of your careful work. The small crayfish we received were indeed quite large, showing that they did not cut corners. Yu expressed his loyalty, saying, Xiaoya, we will work hard. These are for a big restaurant, so we can't mess around. If something goes wrong, not only will you be affected, but we will also lose our wages. After Wei Xiaofeng and his wife returned home, Manhwa smiled and said, Xiaoya, I told you, we are all family. Wei Xiaoya smiled but didn't respond. She went inside and placed a silver hairpin shaped like a plum blossom in Manhwa's hair. Manhwa was surprised. Xiaoya, what are you doing? How can you give me something so valuable? Just accept it. You're getting married soon, and you'll be my sister-in-law. This is my gift to you. Wei Xiaoya looked closely. It's really beautiful and suits you well. Manhwa touched the hairpin. It looks very precious. I shouldn't accept it, but since it's a gift from you, I will take it. From now on, you will be my dear sister. The two smiled at each other, and Aicao nearby praised them. Aicao, when you get engaged and married, I will also give you a silver hairpin as a gift. Aicao quickly waved her hands. Sister Xiaoya, don't tease me. I'm happy with my life now. I just want to stay with my grandparents and be filial. Wei Xiaoya didn't bring it up again. After all, Aicao was only in her teens and should enjoy her youth. She wouldn't rush anyone into marriage. The next day, during a busy time at the restaurant, someone quietly entered through the back door carrying a load of wooden buckets covered with a dustpan. The kitchen helper was not pleased. Who are you? Why did you come in through the back door? The person smiled. I'm here to sell some crayfish. Look, these crayfish are big and very fresh. No, we only buy from our own people. Seeing the kitchen helper's impatience, the person leaned in closer and offered 5 coins. I know you can't make the decision, but please ask the manager or buyer to come over. Tell them I'm selling these crayfish for just 10 coins a pound. The kitchen helper was tempted. Maybe the manager would want to buy the crayfish. However, when he went to ask Manager Lee, he received a scolding. Why are you worrying about things that aren't your business?
We have a contract.
I'm warning you, don't cause trouble. If you cause me trouble, you better leave right away. The helper felt frustrated and vented his anger at the person in the kitchen. The person was surprised. Really? You signed a contract? Not even 10 coins a pound could convince your boss? The helper forcefully shoved 5 coins into his hand. Don't come back. Do you think our restaurant is some low-class place? The person stopped talking and left with a load of mud skippers. But it couldn't end like that. Wei Xiaoya was only buying them for 3 coins a pound. He cautiously suggested 10 coins a pound, and from the helper's expression, it was clear that price was still very low. So he decided to try selling them to other restaurants. He went to Fulelu, and to his surprise, the sale went very smoothly. The buyer at Fulelu haggled a bit but offered 8 coins a pound, and he had 60 pounds. In no time, he earned 480 coins.
Wow.
He had never made so much money in a single day, and he was almost ecstatic. He quickly hid half of the money in a corner of the alley, then put the rest in an empty bucket and covered it with a dustpan. Wei Xiaoya wouldn't buy his mud skippers, but so what? He still sold them for such a high price. As he left the alley, he saw Wang Sansong waiting nearby. Seeing him carrying the load so easily, Wang Sansong's face lit up. Brother? Did you really sell them?
I sold them.
Zidingla wouldn't take them, so I sold them to Fulelu for 4 coins a pound. Wang Dazong spoke casually. Wang Sansong was delighted. That's 1 coin more than what Wei's offered. Brother, let's buy 2 meat buns. Sure. We caught these mud skippers, so why shouldn't we enjoy some meat buns? The 2 brothers bought 4 meat buns, 2 each, and ate them with greasy smiles. I'm glad I found out that Wei's mud skippers were sold to Zidingla and turned into spicy crayfish. Do you know how expensive that spicy crayfish is? At least dozens of coins a pound. The rich in this town are crazy. It's just mud skippers. Wang Sansong felt both jealous and frustrated thinking about how easy it was to make money in that big restaurant. Too bad we don't have the skill to make those spicy crayfish. Didn't we hear someone tried to steal the recipe and got caught by Wei's? These mud skippers, my mother can't even prepare them at home. They're inedible. I don't understand how Wei's came up with a way to make them edible and sell them for such a high price. Wang Dasong said, feeling quite regretful. If Wei was still his sister-in-law, the Wang family would be enjoying a life of luxury with all this silver. Wang Sansong clearly thought of this too and sighed deeply. Is our Wang family really out of luck? He murmured. Are you out of your mind? Our Wang family is not out of luck. Aren't we about to turn things around? Wangda was in a great mood. He had secretly saved a lot of coins, and if he kept it up, he would soon have a nice sum saved up. Relying on the little cloth your wife is currently stitching, we can barely buy some food. Life is really tough. By the way, why doesn't Xiaomiao ever visit her family? Didn't she marry in town and is supposed to be in business? I wonder if she could help her family a bit, Wang Dasong said with disappointment. Big brother, let's go see Xiaomiao and check on her situation. It's too unfilial not to visit her family, even after 3 days of marriage. The 2 brothers talked as they headed to the Chu family. They had only come once during Wang Xiaomiao's wedding to eat the celebratory meal. Now, in broad daylight, they found the courtyard to be quite shabby. This isn't a shop, it's just a rundown little courtyard. Far from the street, Wang Dasong muttered. It's almost noon. As her brothers-in-law, they should treat us to a nice meal, Wang Sansong said, not caring about the condition of the place. No matter how shabby it was, their sister was already married into this family. The lunch was what mattered. Even though they had already eaten 2 large meat buns, they still felt hungry. The courtyard door was slightly ajar, and as the brothers pushed it open, they shouted, Xiaomiao, brother-in-law, we're here. They saw 2 women washing clothes and a few children playing around. The women looked surprised and asked, Who are you? Who are you looking for? They didn't recognize them as relatives. Wang Dasong forced a smile. We are Xiaomiao's older brother and 3rd brother, here to see her. We haven't seen her in a while, and our parents miss her. One of the women lowered her head and continued washing clothes without saying a word. The other one called out loudly, Sister-in-law, your brothers are here. Wang Dasong and his brother felt it was strange. When Wang Xiaomiao came out, they gasped in shock. Is this really their sister? They didn't expect the disheveled woman with bruises to be their sister. Wang Xiaomiao almost ran out, saying, "Big brother, third brother." However, even though she rushed over, it was clear she was limping a bit. "Big brother, third brother, please take me away. The Chu family is terrible. They all treat me badly. I can't live like this anymore." Wang Xiaomiao cried. Before she could say more, a harsh voice interrupted. "What's going on? Why are you acting like this in broad daylight? You don't care for your husband, you don't respect your in-laws, and you don't get along with your sisters-in-law. Is this how you behave as a daughter-in-law?" Hearing her mother-in-law's voice, Wang Xiaomiao was too scared to complain and could only whimper. She looked at her two brothers with pleading eyes, hoping they would help her escape this terrible situation. "What did my sister do wrong to be treated like this?" Wang Dazhong raised his voice and asked. "I already explained it clearly. As a mother-in-law, I must teach her how to respect the elders and care for the young. If she doesn't do well, I have to correct her. If she can't please her husband and gets a little lesson from him, what's wrong with that?" Mrs. Wu said calmly, as if it were a minor issue. Wang Xiaomiao softly pleaded with her brothers, "Big brother, third brother, please take me back to our home. I can't stay here any longer. I am tormented every day, working hard but still not getting enough to eat, and I have to endure beatings and scolding. Chu sure is just strange. He has serious issues." Although Mrs. Wu couldn't hear Wang Xiaomiao clearly, she guessed that she was speaking ill of the Chu family or asking her family for support. "It's good that your brothers are here. Since Xiaomiao doesn't want to stay in our family, we can let her go. But she is truly deceiving us. Yuang family thought you could marry off a daughter, take the bride price, and then have her return home in a few months. There's no such good deal in the world. Return the bride price, and we will send her away." Mrs. Wu was not worried at all. She even smiled, looking down on the three Wang siblings. "Why are you making noise here? I can't even take a nap. Wang Xiaomiao, are you itching for trouble again?" Chu Shi came over with a cane, scaring Wang Xiaomiao to hide behind her oldest and third brother. "What are you hiding for? The more you act like this, the more annoyed I get." Chu Shi looked at the two brothers-in-law with disdain. Wang Sansong didn't expect to find his sister being treated this way at her husband's home. Angrily, he said, "Brother-in-law, my sister came to your house to be a wife, not a servant. How can you treat her like this?" Chu Shi looked at him strangely and said, "If someone else said this, it might make some sense. But you, a member of the Wang family, saying this is truly odd. I know that your wife, Wei, was often scolded and mistreated when she was with your family. I heard she was a kind and hardworking person, unlike your sister here, who is lazy and sharp-tongued. Now that she is married into my family, she must learn to behave properly." Wang Xiaomiao hid behind Wang Sansong and quietly defended herself. "Third brother, that's not true. I work hard and respect our parents, but he finds all sorts of reasons to treat me poorly. I can't take it anymore. Brothers-in-law, I have things to do today, so I won't keep you for dinner," Chu Shi said sternly. "Wang Xiaomiao, come in and help me. My back hurts." With that, he walked straight into the house. Wang Xiaomiao panicked and wanted to follow her brothers back, but Wu said softly, "If you go back with your brothers, the divorce papers will be sent to your family soon. Since your family tricked you into marriage, they must return the bride price." The Chu family remained calm, watching them with cold eyes. Wang Dazhong sighed, "Sister, you should stay well in the Chu family. You are married now, and part of their family. How can you go back to the Wang family for a long stay? Besides, that small bride price has already been taken by the Yang family. How can they return money to the Chu family? When the divorce papers arrive, do you want to see our parents upset and the whole Wang family ridiculed by the villagers?" Wang Sansong added. They absolutely did not want to take their sister back home. Wang Xiaomiao was filled with disappointment. "But you are my real brothers. How can you just watch me suffer here, without helping?" Even Wei Xiaoya's family stands up for her and causes a scene in the Wang family. "Are you worse than them? Do you want me to be mistreated here, for a little money?" Wang Sansong was unhappy. "Sister, you're missing the point. If we stand up for you now, won't your life be even harder later? Besides, do you think our parents would allow you to come back home? Mother loves me the most. She will definitely let me return, Wang Xiaomiao said, seeing her brothers finish speaking and trying to leave. She panicked and quickly followed, saying this. Even if your mother loves you, she won't let you stay home and live off others, especially not let the villagers laugh at you. Wang Sansong added sharply. Wang Xiaomiao was very upset. Is it just because your wife doesn't want me to eat at home? It's not like I can't earn money. However, before she could finish her sentence, the two men ran away. In a panic, she didn't dare to run out of the yard. After standing there for a while, she returned home feeling lost. Mrs. Wu was not surprised by this outcome and sneered, I didn't check properly before. A woman like you still dares to dream of a respectable scholar. Your Wang family is rotten to the core. Wang Xiaomiao wanted to argue back, but she heard a loud shout from inside. Wang Xiaomiao, are you trying to get yourself killed? Frightened, she hurried inside to attend to the very temperamental and strange man. Mrs. Wu also went back inside, leaving the two sisters-in-law in the kitchen whispering to each other. Do you think the eldest sister is unlucky? She is unlucky, but wasn't it her family that chose this? Besides, why would they choose someone like the eldest brother? Knowing his condition, and with such a small bride price. She still came over. Now that she's here, her family isn't supporting her. Exactly. What family would do that? They are afraid of being abandoned. If the eldest sister were to be divorced, how would the Chu family find another bride? Someone like her needs to be kept in check. Bad people will always face bad consequences. If it weren't for the mother-in-law watching her, just look at her lazy appearance. The two sisters-in-law were united in their opinions and did not side with Wang Xiaomiao. After the two brothers, Wang Dasong and Wang Sansong, hurriedly fled, they still felt uneasy. Shouldn't Xiaomiao tell her mother about this? What good would that do? Would it lead us to fight or bring Xiaomiao back home? Upon hearing Wang Sansong say this, Wang Dasong also quieted down. Forget it. What woman doesn't go through this after getting married? When the two brothers returned home, they decided to keep this matter to themselves. Wang Dasong reported that he earned over 200 coins, and the whole family was very happy. I didn't expect this toad to actually make money. Just think how greedy that Wei family is. The villagers think she's helping everyone find opportunities, but they are foolish, not realizing they could sell directly to the tavern in town. They let Wei take so much from them. Old Lu was very pleased with the profits. If that's the case, we can also collect toads and sell them to the tavern. Wang Dasong was very excited. If they could collect 200 pounds in a day, selling them to Fulai Tavern could earn them a silver coin. Then he kept half for himself, and the other half still had a profit. The Wang family was tempted. Indeed, if the Wei family could collect loaches, why couldn't they? The next morning, the villagers received news. The Wang family also started collecting loaches. Old Lu was already shouting at her gate early in the morning, telling villagers to sell their loaches to her. Not only that, she went to the village entrance and repeated this to everyone who was about to catch loaches. Wei Xiaojun hadn't even left the house when she heard the news and gritted her teeth in anger. Elder sister, the Wang family is really persistent. Seeing you do this business, they have the same idea. Manhwa and Aicao were also anxious, but Wei Xiaoye remained calm. It's fine. Business is for everyone. However, if you want to make money, it depends on your own skills. Wei Xiaoshan and his wife happened to come by and heard about this too, looking upset. They had just tasted the sweetness of profit and were planning how much silver to save and what extra things to buy. Who knew the Wang family was causing trouble again? You don't need to worry. Just do what you need to do, and we will continue as usual. You sure felt relieved to learn that Wei Xiaoye didn't need a donkey cart today, so the couple set off with their cart to collect loaches. By morning, people gradually started coming to sell loaches. It was mostly the same as usual, but some were asking for higher prices. Manhwa, my loaches are good and hard to catch. Can you raise the price by 1 coin? Manhwa directly refused. 3 coins per pound is already a good price. Besides, I don't have the authority to raise the price. If you don't raise the price by 1 coin, I'll sell to the Wang family. They are collecting too. Manhwa's heart sank. She knew that the person wanted to raise the price because the Wang family was also collecting. Just as she was about to say something comforting, she heard Wei Xiaoya's clear voice behind her. Then go sell to the Wang family. But think carefully if you sell to them. I won't buy your loaches in the future. The woman became angry. Humph, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you think you are the only one doing business in the world? I can sell to whoever I want. Wei Xiaoya remained calm. You're right. Business is based on mutual agreement. You can sell to whoever you want, and I will buy from whoever I choose. The woman angrily took her loaches and left. Soon after, she returned with an empty bucket, promoting the Wang family to others. The price is the same. The loaches may be a bit smaller, but the Wang family is buying. Why not sell to them? Do I need to worry about Wei's opinion? Some people who were once picky about the small size of the mudskippers naturally sided with Wei Xiaoya and brought their mudskippers to the Wang family. The Wang family welcomed them warmly. Wang Dasong was also pleased and accepted everything without complaint. The more mudskippers he received, the more money he could make. Selling at 8 coins per pound to the tavern and giving 4 coins per pound to his family, he could keep half for himself, which made him very happy. One day, Manhwa and Aitsao collected over 100 pounds of mudskippers, while the Wang family collected 200 pounds. Manhwa and Aitsao felt a bit anxious, but luckily, Wei Xiaofeng and his wife returned and also gathered over 200 pounds. The Wang family felt proud, especially Wang Sansong, who thought they had outdone Wei Xiaoya. Perhaps the bad luck that had plagued the Wang family because of her would finally fade away? However, the mudskippers from the Wei family were picked up by workers from the tavern, while the Wang family's mudskippers had to be delivered personally. But what did that matter? The 3 Wang brothers loaded up a bull cart and headed to town together, treating the bull cart as their own. Wang Sansong didn't dare go near the tavern since he used to work at Fulai Lu, and Su Xiaodong didn't want to see him, so he stayed away. Wang Dasong had other plans, thinking he needed to send Wang Erzong away. Otherwise, he couldn't hide the price he was selling at, which was 8 coins per pound. After Wang Da and Wang Er arrived at the back door of Fulai Lu with their mudskippers, Wang Da pretended to wipe his sweat and said, "Little brother, go buy some meat buns. I'm really hungry." He pulled out some coins. However, Wang Er took the coins but didn't move. "Just wait a moment, big brother. After we sell the mudskippers, we can go." Wang Da was not pleased. "I'm really tired. You need to go buy them now." Wang Er had no choice but to go buy the meat buns. He was also craving them, so after a few steps, he hurried off. Wang Dasong quickly carried both loads of mudskippers into the kitchen door. "Big chef, I'm here to deliver the mudskippers." Before he could finish, several kitchen staff rushed out and grabbed him, all looking very angry. Wang Dasong was confused and panicked. "What's wrong? Is there a misunderstanding?" "Humph, misunderstanding? You're the one we caught. Who sent you to deliver these muddy mudskippers? You almost broke our customers' teeth." The big chef, towering over him, couldn't hold back and threw a couple of punches at Wang Dasong. Wang Dasong was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. After a while, he finally managed to say, "Brothers, even if I had 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare sell mud-laden shrimp. There must be some misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding? We bought your shrimp for 8 coins a pound. Now, give us the money. We can talk about other things later." Wang Erzong, who was just coming in with buns, was shocked. "Brother, what do you mean? You sold them to the restaurant for 8 coins a pound? Then why are you saying it's 4 coins a pound?" At this moment, Wang Dasong was too worried about escaping to care that Wang Erzong knew what was happening. The restaurant's chef grabbed him and said, "You said you sold them for 4 coins a pound, right? It's clearly 8 coins a pound, and what you sold us was all low-quality, muddy shrimp. You aren't sent by the restaurant across the street, are you?" The chef and his assistant had their wages docked because of this issue, and they were furious with the Wang brothers for daring to sell to them. "Stop making excuses. Refund us. Pay us back for the coins from yesterday, cover our lost wages, and compensate the restaurant for its losses. That's a total of 8 taels of silver. If you don't pay, we'll go to the authorities." Seeing the Wang brothers looking scared, The chef knew they were afraid of the authorities. Sure enough, when they heard "go to the authorities," their faces changed dramatically. Wang Da-song, looking miserable, said, "Brothers, this really isn't my fault. I saw Wei from the same village selling shrimp to the restaurant across the street, and they sold them directly after buying them. I truly don't know why there was mud. You and Wei are from the same village?" Wang Da-song thought he had found a way out and quickly replied, "Not only are we from the same village, but she was also my sister-in-law before she divorced my brother. Please, for Wei's sake, don't take me to the authorities." "Ah, so you have a close connection with Wei. It seems you are a spy sent by the restaurant across the street, and Wei. You are trying to sabotage our restaurant, Filelu, by selling us muddy shrimp on purpose. You just admitted it. Off to jail you go." The Wang brothers were stunned. Bringing up Wei only made things worse. Just then, Su Mingyuan arrived with the manager and asked, "What's going on here?" The chef quickly explained, "Young master, I believe the Wang brothers are spies sent by the restaurant across the street and Wei. They are trying to bring us down with their tricks." Su Mingyuan looked sharply at Wang Da-song, who felt weak in his legs. "Young master, that's not true. I'm not sent by the Wei family or the tavern across the street. I went to sell mudskippers at the other tavern, but they wouldn't take them, so I came to your tavern. My younger brother already works here." At that moment, Wang Da-song only wanted to escape and didn't think about his brother. He turned to see Wang Sansong peeking from a distant corner. He could see that there was a commotion in the kitchen but couldn't hear what was happening and was too scared to come closer, so he acted like a little thief trying to gather information. With a slight gesture from Su Mingyuan, 2 staff members rushed forward and caught the fleeing Wang Sansong, bringing him over. Wang Sansong pleaded, "Young master, it has nothing to do with me. My brother said he could sell these mudskippers here, so he came to sell them himself. I'm not involved at all." Wang Da-song glared at his younger brother, wishing he could give him a good beating. How could he not know what was happening? His good brother was eager to clear himself.
"Oh,
"It has nothing to do with you? Aren't you a spy sent by the tavern across and Madame Wei?" Manager Zhang asked, unwilling to let it go. Wang Da-song suddenly blinked at Wang Sansong. Wang Sansong understood. His brother wanted him to admit it. If he confessed, their blame would lessen, and the focus would shift to the Shiding Tavern. As for how the 2 taverns competed, it was none of their concern. Wang Sansong hesitated, wondering how the tavern would deal with the Wei family. He remembered how well the Wei family was doing after they dismissed him and how they refused to help him at all. He was the father of 2 children. Anger surged within him. Before Wang Sansong could speak, Manager Zhang asked again, "Was it your idea, or was it Shiding Tavern and Madame Wei's idea? We focus on the matter, not the people. We need to find the real culprits who harmed our tavern." Su Mingyuan frowned. Manager Zhang's words seemed to lead them. However, Zhang subtly hinted to him, so he kept quiet. Wang Da-song quickly shouted, "It was Shiding Tavern that sent us. It was the Wei family that sent us." Wang Sansong hesitated for a moment, but followed suit. "Good." Manager Zhang signaled the staff to secure the Wang brothers. "I now require you to redeem yourselves by shouting what we just discussed at Shiding Tavern. Then, we will only hold Shiding Tavern responsible. If you are too afraid to testify, then you are the real culprits, and you will have to compensate for the losses of our restaurant." Wang Da-song secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was clever enough to shift the blame. Otherwise, it would have been their family that suffered. As for Shiding Lu and the Wei family, they were wealthy enough that paying a little silver was no problem at all. At this time, it was almost dinner time, and the place was bustling with activity. Shiding Lu was preparing spicy crayfish when a noisy group approached their restaurant. Manager Zhang, along with about 10 staff members, tightly bound the Wang brothers and pushed them through the doors of Shiding Lu, attracting the attention of many onlookers. "Manager Li, you know these 3, right? Although our 2 restaurants have been competing for years, with Fula Lu always ahead of Shiding Lu, we have managed to coexist peacefully. I really don't understand why you would resort to such underhanded tactics," Manager Zhang said loudly, ensuring everyone could hear. Manager Li's expression turned cold. I do not understand what you mean, Manager Zhang. There's a saying, you can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. If you want to accuse Shiding Lu without reason, at least provide some evidence. I know that recently our restaurant has had great dishes like pickled bamboo shoots and various spicy appetizers, and now we have the town's favorite spicy crayfish. I can see you are quite envious. However, our restaurant is well managed and has excellent partners. You should not let your bad luck make you act irrationally. Ignoring what Manager Zhang might say next, Manager Li aimed to establish their reputation first. Manager Zhang was furious and stared hard. Our Fula Lu is the best restaurant in town. We have no reason to envy you. Just a simple Shiding Lu. Su Mingyuan coughed from the side, realizing that this old man was being led off topic. He said coldly, let's skip the nonsense. These people sold us poor quality crayfish, claiming they were instructed by your Shiding Lu and Madam Wei. Manager Li laughed. Young Master Su, don't go around spreading false accusations. It could harm your reputation at such a young age. Our two restaurants can compete openly, without resorting to tricks. What do you mean by poor quality crayfish? It's clearly your Shiding Lu that is preventing us at Fula Lu from doing good business, allowing them to sell us muddy crayfish. Manager Zhang protested angrily, only to find Manager Li laughing even more, leaving him confused about what was happening. Li, the manager, sneered at them coldly. Don't cause trouble in our restaurant. Our owner is not someone to mess with. As for why Madam Wei's crayfish are clean while yours are dirty, that's a secret. Of course, if you insist on framing us, we welcome you to report us to the county office. We have our own explanation. But if you make false accusations, I wonder if you can handle the consequences? Su Mingyuan did not expect Li to be so calm and even encouraged them to file a complaint. His family had a good relationship with the county office, but everyone knew that the Li family was also well-connected. Seeing Li's confident demeanor, Su Mingyuan felt a bit regretful. It seemed he had made a poor move. Although he couldn't succeed in selling his spicy crayfish, he had revealed a big secret about the Shiding Lu. That so-called spicy crayfish was just ugly crayfish. Indeed, the diners didn't care about the conflict between the two restaurants. They were excited to hear the shocking news. Crayfish were delicious. Li also realized this and coldly said to Su Mingyuan, no wonder Madam Wei doesn't want to cooperate with your Fulai Lu. Such deceitful people are not worthy of working with her. Unfortunately, your plans seem to be backfiring. With that, Li ordered his staff to throw them out. The staff at Shiding Lu were already furious. Since the new dish was introduced, business had improved significantly, and their wages had increased. Not only that, but they also received bonuses when sales were good. If the trouble caused by Fulai Lu led to a drop in business, they could imagine that the bonuses would disappear. The staff, filled with anger, were not polite to the Fulai Lu people and quickly pushed them out. Su Mingyuan felt embarrassed and angry at Li's cold words. He looked at the Wang family members with sharp eyes. Wang Sansong became clever. Young master, I think the crayfish naturally have dirt in them. I'm sure the Wei family sold the crayfish directly to Shiding Lu after receiving them. I just don't know how they cleaned them. In fact, Su Mingyuan had already thought of this when he saw Li's confidence earlier, which made him even more frustrated. Return the copper coins from yesterday. Now get lost. Su Mingyuan knew that if he asked the Wang family for compensation, he would become a laughingstock on the street. His rival, Li, would surely spread the news. But he didn't want to let the Wang family off easily. Wang Dasong cried with a sad face, young master, we don't have any coins on us right now. How can we go home to get some? Send 2 people with them to get the coins. Su Mingyuan said angrily and hurried back. 2 workers took a donkey cart and went to the Wang family to collect the money. The 3 brothers of the Wang family had not sold the 200 pounds of loaches they received, and now they had to return the coins from the sale made yesterday. This situation couldn't be hidden for long. Old Lady Lu started to make a scene, but the 2 workers remained calm. Are you going to return the money or not? If not, we'll go to the county office. Our boss and the young master have no patience. If it comes to that, it won't just be about returning the coins. You'll have to pay compensation and face punishment. Not only did old lady Lu back down, but the entire Wang family was intimidated. They didn't dare to confront the wealthy merchants in town. Old lady Lu had no choice but to return the coins that Wang Dasong had handed over yesterday, and Wang Dasong couldn't escape either. He had to give up the hidden coins he had. After the two workers left, old lady Lu angrily beat Wang Dasong. What are we going to do now? You're putting me in a terrible situation. Those 200 pounds of loaches are worth 600 coins. Wang Dasong, you owe me 6 coins. To support their son's big venture, the old couple had provided the startup funds. But now, they were facing a huge loss. The commotion in the Wang family shocked the other villagers. Did they really think they could do business like the Weiss? They had to return the sold loaches. They might even get taken to the county office. Now, what would the Wang family do with those 200 pounds of loaches? Eat them all? The villagers were left feeling uneasy and dared not dream of starting their own businesses. It seemed the Wei family truly had the skills. On that day, the villagers who had been relieved to sell loaches to the Wang family were now regretting it deeply. The Wei family was known for holding grudges. What if they refused to accept them now? Manhwa and Aizao couldn't stop laughing, seeing the Wang family overestimate their abilities in trying to take business away. Now look what happened. They were stuck with it. After the commotion, the Wang family stared at the 200 pounds of tightly packed loaches, feeling overwhelmed. What were they going to do? What else can we do? We have to find a way to sell them to the Wei family, Wang Sansong sighed. The Wang family was all thinking the same way. Those 200 pounds of loaches, worth 6 coins, couldn't just be wasted. But who could sell these loaches to her? If they sent someone from their own family, she definitely wouldn't accept them. She would probably be delighted to see them fail. We need to pick out the smaller ones. I've heard that the Wei family is very strict. Wang San and his brothers worked hard to select the smaller ones. About 180 pounds of larger ones were left. Lu Posey then asked her neighbor, Aunt Yu, to take the prawns to sell to the Wei family, promising to give her a tenth of the earnings once the deal was done. However, after just passing them along, she would have to give away 2/10. Lu Posey felt very upset about this. Little did she know, as Aunt Yu carried 2 buckets to Wei Xiaoya's yard, she encountered a worker from town who was animatedly sharing news about the day's events. Aunt Yu listened for a while before understanding. It turned out that 2 big restaurants in town had a big argument over the Wang family's sale of prawns. Moreover, the Wang family accused the Wei family of colluding with Sheeting Building to harm Fulai Building. They claimed the 2 restaurants were making such a fuss that they would take the matter to the county office. Aunt Yu, who had never faced such turmoil, was nearly frightened to death. Would helping the Wang family sell prawns to the Wei family cause trouble? Looking over, she saw Wei Shi looking at her with a half smile. What you have there, Aunt Yu, isn't it the Wang family's prawns? I must warn you, I won't accept them. Anyone who helps the Wang family oppose me will be seen as my enemy. Aunt Yu quickly put on a smiling face. Oh no, these are not the Wang family's prawns. As she spoke, she hurriedly walked away. Manhwa chuckled. She says they aren't the Wang family's prawns. If they weren't, why would she be afraid to sell them? The worker Xiao Si described the situation vividly, and Wei Xiaoya frowned. Will this affect business? The news about the spicy crayfish being prawns had been kept under wraps. Xiao Si hesitated for a moment. The shopkeeper asked me to inform you about this big event, fearing you might not have heard, and if anything happens, you won't be prepared. As for the shopkeeper, he doesn't seem worried. In reality, the shopkeeper was worried. Wei Xiaoya nodded to show she understood. The spicy crayfish was doing well. She hoped it wouldn't be greatly affected. She hadn't expected that Su Mingyuan would allow such things to happen just to compete with Sheeting Building for his own restaurant. Not only did he allow it, but he also participated personally. Indeed, in this world, everyone gathers for profit and disperses without it. Well, that's just how people are. After Xiao Si left with the donkey cart, it wasn't long before Wei Xiaofeng and his wife returned. They had also received a good amount of prawns, and Wei Xiaoya settled their payment as usual. Just as everyone was preparing to go home, 2 carriages arrived. Everyone wondered if they were from the celebration building in the county and why there were 2 carriages. A number of people jumped down from the carriages, led by a young girl, accompanied by a strong woman and a maid. 2 men also got down from the other carriage, all looking unfriendly. The people in the yard were surprised. What was happening? Wei Xiaoya and Manhwa quickly recognized the young girl as Yao Qingqing.
Wei.
Where do you think you're going? Last time you squeezed my hand until it turned purple. Do you think this will just be forgotten? Yao Qingqing sneered.
Yao.
Do you think you can act so recklessly here? Wei Xiaoya was not afraid of her. So what if she brought people? Wei Xiaoya had just bought some good things from the system, and if they dared to come, they would see what she could do. Yao Qingqing was furious when Wei Xiaoya called her Yao. Her family was one of the wealthiest in town, and her brother was a scholar, so everyone usually tried to please her. But this muddy-legged woman, Wei, repeatedly made her blood boil. I must take revenge today. You have not only provoked me repeatedly, but also harmed my brother Mingyuan's restaurant. Before she could finish, Wei Xiaoya shouted, "Enough talk, let's fight." This shout stunned not only the people opposite but also those in her own yard. But everyone quickly reacted. Wei Xiaofeng and Yu grabbed brooms from the corner, while Manhwa and Aicao picked up a shoulder pole and wooden sticks. In fact, Yao Qingqing didn't expect the Wei family to have so many people. She regretted not bringing more. Furious, she shouted, "Teach this ungrateful woman a lesson." The maid, the strong woman, and the young man rushed forward, and naturally, Wei Xiaofeng and the others charged in as well. Suddenly, a chaotic fight broke out. The strong woman had a clear target. She pushed past Manhwa and reached for Wei Xiaoya. But Wei Xiaoya unexpectedly pulled out a short black stick and jabbed it at her, causing the woman to collapse to the ground with a cry of pain. Yao Qingqing was shocked that her strong companion was so easily defeated. She screamed repeatedly, prompting her carriage driver to rush over to help. Manhwa and Aicao were anxious, facing 3 strong men. On our side, there was only Wei Xiaofeng alone. Yu Shi took the initiative and struck a man on the back with a stick, working with Wei Xiaofeng to overpower him almost completely. However, Manhwa and Aicao were clearly at a disadvantage. No matter how fierce they were still women. Wei Xiaoya, filled with anger, stepped forward and jabbed a man with her short stick, causing him to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. The approaching coachman was momentarily stunned but did not stop. He swung his fist at Wei Xiaoya. Manhwa screamed, wanting to help, but it was too late. Yao Qingqing smirked, as she could already imagine Wei Xiaoya's bruised face. Would she still be beautiful like that? How could she expect to catch Brother Mingyuan's attention with such a face? Before her smile could fully form, as Wei Xiaoya rushed past him, the coachman fell too. Although he wasn't very strong, he was clever and used to hard work, yet he was taken down by Wei Xiaoya in one move. Before Yao Qingqing could react, she saw Wei Xiaoya charging toward her. In a panic, she turned to run. But suddenly, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning.
Her whole body ached.
She couldn't describe the feeling. It was like being burned by fire or hit by lightning, and in an instant, she screamed and collapsed to the ground. Yao Qingqing looked at Wei Xiaoya in extreme fear, thinking she seemed more like a ghost than a person. Yet Wei Xiaoya smiled slightly and asked, "How does it feel?" Yao Qingqing shook her hands wildly. "I won't do it again, I promise. I was blind to your strength." The others had also stopped. In the midst of the chaos, no one clearly saw how Wei Xiaoya managed to take down several people in a row. But the outcome was that those who tried to attack Wei Xiaoya were now on the ground, looking terrified. Wei Xiaofeng was also confused. His sister had martial skills? She could take down so many people? Wei Xiaoya looked disdainfully at Yao Qingqing. "It's best if we keep our distance in the future. If it happens again, I won't hold back." Yao Qingqing's maid helped her up, and they hurried towards the carriage. As the 2 carriages departed, Wei Xiaofeng stared blankly at Wei Xiaoya. "What just happened? Xiaoya, did you really take down 3 people?" "That's right. I spent a lot of money on weapons. If they provoke me, I'll show them what I'm capable of. You sure was very surprised, Xiaoya, you actually have weapons? We didn't see that earlier. They were very interested in Wei Xiaoya's weapon and wanted to take a look. Unfortunately, Wei Xiaoya directly refused, saying, "It's better not to show this weapon, or it won't be special anymore. I only use it in emergencies anyway." Seeing that Wei Xiaoya was unwilling to show it, they stopped asking. In the distance, Manhwa and Aicao noticed that Wei Xiaoya seemed to be holding a short stick. It seemed that this stick was indeed powerful, as it could knock down 3 people in a row. However, when they heard it was bought at a high price, they no longer insisted on seeing it. "I didn't expect this strange woman to bring trouble to our home," Manhwa said, trembling with anger. Yusher was even more anxious, saying, "Xiaoya, now we've offended one of the wealthiest families in town. Will they come back?" Wei Xiaoya remained calm. "Don't worry, they won't dare to come back. Even if they do, I'll show them what I'm capable of." It seemed that spending a lot of money on a protective weapon was indeed worthwhile. Wei Xiaofeng silently sighed, realizing that his sister had enough money to buy a weapon for protection. Fortunately, they were all present this time. If Wei Xiaoya had been alone with the children, would they have been in trouble? Wei Xiaofeng was surprised to find that it probably wouldn't have been a problem, as they hadn't helped much during the fight. Seeing their different expressions, Wei Xiaoya reassured them, "I will make sure to keep the gate closed. I bought this secret weapon because there are more people who envy me now. Don't worry, it's very effective for self-defense." With the facts laid out, they finally felt relieved. Xiaoxing, Xiaoya, and Xingya Dongzhu came in from outside, and luckily, the children hadn't seen what had just happened. Otherwise, they would have been scared. "It's all fine now, you can all go back. We'll still collect the cicadas tomorrow." When Wei Xiaoya said this, everyone returned to their homes. Wei Xiaoya secretly smiled, thinking that the treasure provided by the system had come just in time. A solar-powered electric baton. What a great gift. She didn't have to worry about it running out of power, as it could charge in the sunlight. With such power, she could defend herself effectively. Although it cost 10 taels of silver, which was quite expensive, she felt it was worth it. With this electric baton for protection, her fighting ability was much greater than if she were holding a hammer. Aunt Yu returned to the Wang family, angrily placing the cicadas in front of Lu Posey and the others. Lu Posey pounded her chest in frustration. She actually refused to take them? Do you think she's foolish? Wei said that if I help you sell these crayfish to her, she will hold a grudge against me. Aunt Yu was still worried. "Please don't put me in trouble. I need to sell crayfish to her tomorrow." As soon as Aunt Yu left the Wang family's house, she spread the news. Soon, everyone in the village knew that the Wang family was trying to secretly sell crayfish to the tavern, and, when problems arose, they blamed the tavern and Wei Xiaoya. Then, more villagers talked about how wealthy families from the town brought several servants to seek revenge on Wei Xiaoya. However, they couldn't get their revenge and ended up getting beaten instead. Not only were the people they brought defeated, but the wealthy young lady was also beaten. 2 carriages arrived in style but left in disappointment. Villagers spoke with fear, saying that the Wei family was truly reckless. They even dared to confront the wealthy young lady from the town. Not to mention, they felt inferior. When the Wang family heard how powerful Wei Xiaoya was, they were surprised and a little scared. Would she come to their house to cause trouble? Just as they were feeling frustrated about the 200 pounds of crayfish, unsure whether to throw them away or eat them to save food, they heard a commotion. Old Lady Lu peeked out and exclaimed, "Oh, it's the Wei family." It turned out that Wei Xiaofeng and his wife returned home and told Wei Laotu about the situation, and he couldn't sit still. The Wang family is truly shameless. Just when your sister was finally doing well and helping our whole family, they want to ruin it. I can't stand it anymore. We must teach them a lesson. Yu thought to herself that in the past, her sister-in-law often endured hardships at her in-law's house, and her father-in-law never spoke up for her. Now that her sister-in-law was strong, he wanted to step in and say he was supporting her. It was truly only wanting to add flowers to the brocade, but not willing to provide help in tough times. Of course, She maintained a respectful demeanor and firmly agreed because she thought the same way. What good is help in tough times? Even if help was given then, it wouldn't change anything. But now, adding flowers to the brocade is different. It shows the sister-in-law that the whole family supports her, which would naturally bring more benefits to their home. Therefore, if Wei Laotu and Wei Xiaofeng went to support Wei Xiaoye last time out of necessity, then going to support her today was entirely voluntary. Not only was it voluntary, but it was also a source of pride. They all wanted capable Wei Xiaoye to see that their father and older brother were not useless. They could stand up for her too. Wei Xiaoye was puzzled. Didn't Wei Xiaofeng and his wife just go back? Why were they here again? Wei Xiaoyang naturally followed behind. When Wei Xiaoye saw their expressions, she realized that Wei Xiaoyang's anger was even stronger. Just by looking at his clenched fists, she knew he could no longer hold back. Fine, if you want to stand up for me, let's go together. The Wang family needs to be taught a lesson. They've been plotting again after we ignored them for a while. Wei Xiaoye decided easily. Since they wanted to help her, why not let them? Whether they were sincere or not, it was the right thing to do. The group each grabbed a suitable stick and charged angrily towards the Wang family. Old Wang, Lu Posey. You shameless brats from the Wang family, do you want to die? Old Wei led the charge, shouting loudly. Seeing the group approach with such intensity, Old Wang panicked. What do you want? Don't do anything reckless. Humph. Reckless? Your whole Wang family is rotten to the core. You can't stand to see my Wei family doing well, can you? You can't stand to see my Wei family making money, can you? You thought you could compete when you saw my Xiaoye starting a business with the tavern. How did that turn out? Did the tavern manager accept your low-quality goods? Old Wei actually felt quite proud inside. He had seemed invisible in the village for a lifetime, never receiving any respect, but now, at this age, he felt he stood a bit taller than others. His daughter was wealthy, and they were now a rich family in the village. He had never been listened to before, but now he could come here boldly and scold others without hesitation. He had never had this kind of confidence before. Seeing the Wang family in a panic, Old Wei felt even more powerful. Did you think my Wei family was easy to bully? You slandered us and tried to frame us. Today, I will show you what we can do. As soon as Old Wei finished speaking, he directed his two sons to move forward and start smashing things. Yu Shi also rushed in without holding back. Wei Xiaoye, however, stayed behind, finding it somewhat amusing, almost like watching a show. The Wang family was in the wrong and knew that Wei Xiaoye could take down several of them, so they attempted to negotiate. Lu Posey cried out, My son didn't slander your Wei family. If you want to blame someone, blame that tavern. They were the ones who said it. We just wanted to sell some mudskippers, who knew they didn't want them, and ended up smashing everything we had. But no one listened to her. The Wei family rushed into the kitchen and started breaking pots and pans. The Wang brothers were anxious. How many times have we done this? We should go to the Wei family and smash things too. Old Wei didn't care. If you dare to go to my house and smash things, you will never have a peaceful day again. After smashing the kitchen, both sides began to fight in the yard. Since the Wang and Wei families had already clashed several times, there was no one left to call for help. Everyone was just watching the chaos. Seeing that the fight was getting serious, Wei Xiaoye finally stepped in. She didn't look fierce. She simply pulled out a short stick from her sleeve and knocked down the Wang family members one by one. The Wang family members fell to the ground, looking terrified. Wei Xiaoye found it amusing. After using the electric stick to knock them down, she tucked it back into her sleeve. When she took it out again, it was just a similar-looking black wooden stick. The Wang family had no idea she had switched sticks and were filled with dread. Not only were the onlookers curious, but even Old Wei and Wei Xiaofeng were intrigued. How does it feel? Wei Xiaoye asked the Wang family with a smile. The Wang brothers couldn't describe the pain. In an instant, it felt like they were being punished. However, when they looked, Wei Xiaoye was just holding an ordinary short wooden stick. Wei Xiaoye raised an eyebrow. Looks like you still want to experience that feeling. Wang Dasong shouted in fear. We don't want to feel that again. Please move away. Weren't you trying to frame me? Saying that the mud skippers you sold to Fulai Building were sent by me and Sheeting Building? Is that true? Wei Xiaoya asked coldly. It was all our fault. The manager at Fulai Building told us to say that. We were forced. He said if we didn't say that, we would have to pay money and be sent to jail, Wang Dasong blurted out. He thought to himself how unlucky he was. He just wanted to make some money, but so many problems arose. He was threatened at Fulai Building and embarrassed at Sheeting Building. Not only did he lose a lot of money, but when he returned to the village, the Wei family came to beat him up. Life was unbearable. At that moment, several daughters-in-law from the Wang family were huddled aside. This time, the Wei family mainly targeted the men from the Wang family and didn't do anything to them. Seeing the men being knocked down by Wei Xiaoya, they were even more afraid to speak up. Lu Posey was in great pain, tears streaming down her face. Wei family, are you satisfied now? You've beaten us, smashed things, and we didn't earn a single coin. Is this what you wanted? Suddenly, she felt like she had lost all her fighting spirit. Seeing Wei Xiaoya doing better and better, she felt there was no comparison. Even trying to sell some shrimp like her was impossible. Wei Xiaoya stared at Lu Posey. What happened to that determination you had before? Where did it go? Didn't you enjoy making me suffer and scold me? Lu Posey was too scared to meet her gaze. That was so long ago. You're doing better now, why hold on to the past? For you, it's in the past, but for me, it's not. Wei Xiaoya glared at Lu Posey and Wang Sansong, suddenly rushing forward and shocking them a couple of times. Both cried out in pain, terrified, begging for mercy. Once Wei Xiaoya calmed down, she didn't say anything more and walked away. The other Wei family members warned the Wang family and quickly followed her. Wei Xiaoya's anger wasn't just because of the Wang family's recent accusations against her, it was also due to the original owner's experiences. The original owner had suffered so much, and helping her feel better was just a way to reclaim some dignity. With the Wei family gone, the Wang family was left in chaos and fear. Wang Sansong and Lu Posey had been poked several times and were the most frightened. I don't even know what kind of weapon Wei used. She didn't seem to use much strength, yet it was worse than a knife, Wang Sansong thought, feeling very scared. Lu Posey recovered and slapped Wang Sansong's face twice. It's all your fault for causing me this trouble at my age. At that moment, Wang Sansong didn't argue back. Old man Wang muttered, "Oh heavens, open your eyes. How much suffering has my family endured this past year? It feels like fate wants to destroy us. A poor family like ours shouldn't have to deal with the Wei family. We can't live like this anymore." And it was true. The kitchen needed new pots and pans. The key question was, where would tonight's dinner come from? There was no plan. Lu Posey was furious and hit Wang Dasong and Wang Erzong a few times to vent her anger. It was all because of these three, who couldn't keep their cool. Not only were they not making money, but they also brought so much trouble. She looked at the 200 pounds of shrimp, feeling overwhelmed. What are we going to do with these ugly things? Finally, they were carrying the mud skippers and quietly went door to door to sell them under the cover of night. 1 penny per pound. Won't you buy any? Lu Posey didn't expect that Wei Xiaoya had such a strong influence. She couldn't sell them for even 1 penny a pound. Your mud skippers, Xiaoya said that anyone who buys them is going against her. It's bad enough that you have them, but I worked hard to catch some mud skippers to trade for money. Not just one family said this. Several families were afraid to buy from her. Lu Posey was very helpless. If I don't say anything and you don't say anything, who will know you bought my mud skippers? After you take them, you can sell them with your own, and who can tell the difference? Isn't that an easy way to make 2 pennies a pound? But even after she pleaded, no one was willing to buy from her. Is there really no secret in this world? You walk around with these mud skippers, and who knows how many people have seen you. Just take them away, leave as you came. Don't get me into trouble. Lu Posey was chased away by several families, feeling angry and hurt. She had bought so many mud skippers for 3 pennies a pound. In the end, with no other choice, she borrowed a pot from a relative and boiled a pot of mud skippers. How can such an ugly thing be sold so expensively at Shidenglu? He sure stared at the pot of bright red mudskippers, feeling both scared and uneasy. The wealthy people in town can eat them. Why can't we common folks? Lu Posey was the first to pick one up, and everyone knew that the spicy crayfish had the heads removed. So she pinched off the head first. Look, there's really meat inside. She took a bite, ready to praise the taste, but suddenly made a noise and quickly spat it out, holding her cheek. Oh my goodness, it almost cost me my life. There's really sand in it. My old tooth got knocked out. This scared the others, and they didn't dare to eat anymore. No wonder Fu Lai Lu refused to buy them and even asked for compensation. Selling these to customers could really lead to big trouble. When Wei Xiaojun returned from the town and learned that her family had gone to the Wang family to cause trouble again, she expressed her regret. I missed it. It would have been great to go and cause a ruckus together when I got back. Wei Xiaoya laughed happily. What's there to regret? You're just a young girl. No need to be so fierce. They're already bullying you, my older sister. Of course, I have to help you. They really are stubborn and greedy. Now, they have to face the consequences themselves. Wei Xiaojun was still a bit worried. I wonder if the Wang family will let the business of sheeting building be affected. Wei Xiaoya was quite optimistic. The impact should be small. Those who love spicy crayfish really enjoy that taste. As for whether it's ugly or not, they have probably accepted it by now. She was right. At first, some people were put off by the thought that spicy crayfish were actually those ugly creatures. However, once they fell in love with the flavor, they would think about inviting friends to sheeting building in the evening for some drinks and a few pounds of spicy crayfish. Spicy and delicious. The more they ate, the more they enjoyed it. Eating and chatting together was truly delightful. Therefore, even though it was known that spicy crayfish were indeed those ugly creatures, many people still came in the evening. Some even felt fortunate. We usually have to wait in line for a long time, but today we got lucky. Those who arrived early had already enjoyed their meal. Latecomers, while having their late-night snack, sighed. I still love this taste.
So, what if it's ugly?
It's delicious. By the end of the night, most people had adjusted their mindset and accepted the fact that spicy crayfish were those ugly things. Ugly or not, as long as it was tasty, that was all that mattered. Manager Li was quite satisfied. He had kept it a secret, fearing that customers would be put off at first. Now that they had been won over by the taste, the ugliness really didn't matter. Everyone at Sheeting Building felt relieved. The next day, Xiao Si came to Wei Xiaoya's house to pick up goods, and the Qingfeng Building in the county did the same. They took not only the crayfish but also jars of pickled vegetables. All the villagers saw this and were convinced. Wei Xiaofeng felt a bit anxious and said to his wife, "It's a good thing we honestly helped Xiaoya collect these crayfish. If we had acted like the Wang family, we wouldn't have earned this money." You sure felt the same. They had witnessed how Wei Xiaoya handled the sales and understood the profits involved. Thankfully, their honesty had paid off. Since they started helping Wei Xiaoya with the crayfish, they had earned quite a bit. In their spare time, they even bought several pieces of fabric, so everyone in the family had something new. Although Yushir had a piece of fine lake blue cotton fabric, the others had coarser cotton, but everyone in the family appreciated her. Enjoying her success, Yushir also asked Wei Xiaojun to make her some clothes. Wei Xiaojun was naturally willing. "Sister-in-law, this fabric suits you perfectly. I can make it for you in 2 days. With the hot weather, this color will really feel refreshing." Yu was pleased. No need to rush. You just learned your craft and it's almost dark. There's no need to work by candlelight, which can strain your eyes. I'm not in a hurry to wear it. I usually have work to do, so wearing old clothes is fine. I plan to wear nice clothes only when I go out to visit, so I can look presentable. Wei Xiaojun found it a bit surprising that her sister-in-law had changed and was no longer so calculating as before. It seemed that having something of her own gave her more confidence and made her more generous. No wonder the eldest sister said that if someone only has a little, they will be very stingy, but if they have a lot, they won't worry about small profits. With more to their name, people become more tolerant. Chung looked at her family, relieved that they were no longer arguing. In the past, her husband and eldest son always wanted to take the money from the eldest daughter. She thought it was reasonable. After all, a woman should follow her husband when married and her father when at home. Since she had neither a husband nor a son, wasn't it right to listen to her father? But the eldest daughter did not indulge them, and her husband and son often faced her displeasure. Who would have thought that as time passed, things became harmonious? They must have been afraid that if they continued to covet the eldest daughter's wealth, even the little money she had would not be theirs to take. There were many people outside trying to win her favor, especially her second uncle's family, who knew how to handle things well. Chung thought about this and couldn't help but speak up. Old Wei chuckled. No matter what, the second uncle is still just a second uncle, and Xiaoshan is just a cousin. They can't compare to our family. That's your opinion. Try being a bit colder to Xiaoya and see what happens. Xiaoya will quickly become close to the second uncle's family, Chung said dismissively, shattering his daydream. Old Wei felt a bit annoyed. How could that be? Just a few days ago, we had a scene at the Wang family. The second uncle's family didn't even show up. Chung laughed softly. This old man was still worried about such things. Xiaoshan is getting married soon. How much should we prepare? She changed the subject. Old Wei sighed. Xiaoshan is finally getting married.
Manhwa.
Well, she's good, someone we know well. If they have a big, healthy baby, the second uncle's family will finally have something to show for it. The couple continued discussing these matters. When the Yu couple returned, she interjected, I heard that Xiaoyi even helped Manhwa with her makeup and added a silver hairpin. Old Wei's eyes widened, and he was momentarily speechless. He wanted to grumble about why Xiaoyi was so generous to outsiders, but he knew he couldn't say that in front of his daughter-in-law, as it would only cause conflict. You seemed a bit jealous, saying, Manhwa and Xiaoyi have been through tough times together, so their bond is special. Besides, Manhwa is now Xiaoye's sister-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law, you and my brother are out there catching crayfish for the eldest sister and making quite a bit, Wei Xiaoyang quickly chimed in. Yu's face lit up with a smile. That's right. We never expected to earn several hundred coins in a day. Mother, with the wedding of that little Shan, we should give 2 gifts, right? As she spoke, she grabbed a piece of meat and went to the kitchen. Now that they had some income, they didn't mind eating meat every day. Huzi laughed happily on the side. We're having meat again tonight. Chung sighed. If only my Huzi loved to study, I would have no regrets. Although it is said that you can tell a person's future from their childhood, Huzi is still young, and he might change as he grows. Manhwa proudly married off her daughter. She wore a brand new red wedding dress, and even Dongju looked like a doll in her new red outfit. The mother and daughter were both dressed elegantly. Manhwa didn't cover her face with a red veil. Instead, she wore 2 silver hairpins and red silk flowers in her hair. Surprisingly, she looked much more beautiful than usual. However, her face wasn't painted white, and her eyebrows weren't drawn dark. Somehow, she just looked much better. In fact, when Manhwa looked at herself in the bronze mirror, she found it hard to believe. Xiaoyi had just given her a little touch-up, and her face looked clean and delicate. Her eyes seemed larger, and her nose appeared higher. Her face, which used to be a bit square, now looked much softer. Xiaoyi, you are truly amazing. Is this some kind of magic? Wei Xiaoya chuckled. Oh, my dear sister-in-law, is this really magic? She had only applied a bit of foundation and made some simple adjustments. Manhwa actually had nice features. It was just that her skin had darkened from hard work. But country girls don't pay much attention to such things. They just focus on working and eating, without being too fussy. Aunt Gao looked at her daughter with admiration. My Manhwa looks so beautiful. Although the daughter is getting married for the second time, her feelings are the same as when she first married. This time, however, she feels at peace. She approves of this son-in-law and trusts her new in-laws. The only concern she has is her granddaughter. She has already decided that if any conflicts arise, she will take her granddaughter with her. Though it was a small event, the makeup of the bride, Manhwa, amazed the villagers. They realized how beautiful she looked. Those who initially felt sorry for Wei Xiaoshan now believed they were a perfect match. Wei Ersha's family hosted a small gathering with 4 tables, inviting only close relatives and respected villagers. The food was plentiful, and everyone enjoyed it greatly. Li Zheng, feeling a bit tipsy, exclaimed, "We have spicy crayfish. I heard this is a signature dish from the town's restaurant, costing over 100 coins for just 1 plate. I can't believe I get to enjoy it today." Old Wei smiled proudly. It's all thanks to Xiaoya. She wanted everyone to try it. This spicy crayfish is her special skill. Who doesn't know it's a special skill? Otherwise, it wouldn't be so expensive. Even the big restaurants in the county collaborate with Xiaoya. Xiaoya, in my opinion, you shouldn't just partner with them. You should open your own restaurant. Then the money will come rolling in. Xiaoya, sitting at the next table, smiled and replied, "Uncle Li Zheng, I may have the ambition, but I don't have the courage." Those who can open restaurants are usually influential people. Otherwise, how could they manage? Everyone fell silent for a moment. This was the truth. Such a unique skill in the hands of a simple village woman would be hard to protect without sharing it. As the saying goes, no business without tricks. There are many shady businessmen, especially those with connections. A woman with 2 children trying to open a big restaurant on her own seemed overly optimistic. Even Old Wei, who had been proud, began to ponder deeply. Could the Wei family really support Xiaoya in opening a restaurant? Just thinking about competing with wealthy families in the town or county made him feel a bit intimidated. At that moment, he felt a mix of insecurity and relief. For now, his eldest daughter earning this much money was already impressive and had given him a good reputation in the village. He wasn't the only one thinking this. Wei Xiaofeng felt the same way. Now, the father and son can stand up for Wei Xiaoya, but it seems they can only do so against the Wang family. If they want to confront the wealthy families in town, they seem to lack the ability and courage. The village head did not expect that his casual question would lead the Wei family to think so much. When Manhwa married into the Wei family, everyone outside was eating and drinking happily, and she felt a bit hungry. Just then, her sister-in-law Wei Xiaoxian brought several dishes and white rice, smiling brightly. Manhwa was quite touched and softly said to her, "Xiaoxian, you don't need to worry about me, go eat." Wei Xiaoxian couldn't speak but communicated with gestures to stay with her. Manhwa understood and invited Dongzhu and Xiaoxian to eat together. Under Manhwa's suggestion, Dongzhu called Wei Xiaoxian aunt, and Wei Xiaoxian smiled as she patted her head. Manhwa felt relieved. As long as her daughter was treated well and her in-laws accepted Dongzhu, she was willing to endure more hardships and work harder. After the meal, Wei Xiaoxian brought water for Manhwa to wash up. Manhwa felt a bit anxious and said, "Xiaoxian, how can I let you do this for me? I can do it myself." Xiaoxian smiled and took Dongzhu outside. What Manhwa didn't expect was that the Wei family had prepared a room for Dongzhu to stay alone, with all new bedding. Dongzhu immediately liked it. Aunt Wei smiled and said, "Dongzhu, from now on, you should call me Grandma, okay?" Dongzhu was only 4 years old, but understood how to read people's expressions. Seeing that the whole family liked her, she sweetly called everyone by name. Aunt Wei, who had some reservations before, now genuinely felt sorry for this little girl. She was so lovable and cute. A sweet grandma melted Aunt Wei's heart. "Come here, Grandma has snacks and candies." Dongzhu hesitated a bit, saying, "Grandma, I just ate, so I'm full. And Mom doesn't let me eat too many treats in a day." Aunt Wei smiled and said, "That's fine. Let's wash up early today. I will remember the snacks and candies for you and give them to you tomorrow." Dongzhu became happy and nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, the guests finished eating and drinking, exchanged some good wishes, and returned home. Wei Xiaoshan entered the beautifully decorated new room and saw his stunning bride under the flickering red candles, making him blush. "I didn't know you were so beautiful. You usually dress so simply." Wei Xiaoshan gathered his courage and held the bride's hand. Manhwa laughed and said, "I don't know how Xiaoya thinks, but just a simple touch-up makes me look so much better." Wei Xiaoshan chuckled. You were already beautiful. Manhwa got married and took a break the next day. According to Wei Xiaoya, it was her wedding leave. She woke up early and went to the kitchen to cook for her family. However, Wei Xiaoqian had woken up even earlier and was already boiling water and cooking porridge. Manhwa felt a bit sorry for her sister-in-law. Xiaoqian, you don't need to wake up early anymore. I can handle these chores. You should sleep a little longer. But Wei Xiaoqian pushed her toward the door, suggesting she should rest more. Manhwa remembered her previous marriage to the Song family, where no one cared for her and all the chores were left to her. Here, even her sister-in-law was looking out for her. Before long, Aunt Wei also got up and gently said, Manhwa, you should sleep a bit more since you're newly married. Manhwa blushed. How can a daughter-in-law still be sleeping when her mother-in-law is already up? I can't do much else, just light the fire and cook. Xiaoqian does most of the cooking. You're even helping Xiaoya and earning some money. You can take it easy with the housework. Manhwa didn't expect her mother-in-law to be so easygoing, so she was determined not to be lazy. When dawn broke, Wei Xiaoshan also got up, feeling refreshed as he fetched water and chopped wood. The house gradually became lively. Since Uncle Wei saved some money, they had become much more generous with food, better than most villagers. Breakfast included porridge, steamed buns, and pickles. Since it was a new marriage, there were also leftovers from the previous night, so Aunt Wei served those to herself, but placed a freshly made egg custard in front of Manhwa. She also gave Dongzhu a boiled egg. Dongzhu sweetly thanked her, and Uncle Wei smiled. Dongzhu, eat more and grow strong, even stronger than your aunt. Usually shy, Wei Xiaoqian felt a bit competitive and insisted she would grow even stronger, making Dongzhu laugh heartily. The family was cheerful, and the atmosphere was great. What Wei Xiaoya didn't expect was that even though she said Manhwa could take a break, she still came over. Aitsao was also surprised. Sister Manhwa, aren't you going to rest a few more days? Aitsao was simple and didn't know how to joke, but Manhwa felt a bit embarrassed. I'm not that delicate. You might be too busy on your own. In a couple of days, it will be the Dragon Boat Festival. Let's make zongzi to eat. There are plenty of bamboo leaves by the river. Wei Xiaoya secretly laughed. She had no idea how to make zongzi. She was thinking about buying some rice dumplings in the town, or from the system. However, since Manhwa and Aitsao could make them, she decided to prepare the ingredients instead. If we're making rice dumplings at home, let's prepare a variety of fillings. So, she took the two little girls to the market to buy supplies. The donkey cart was taken by Wei Xiaofeng and his wife to catch some crayfish, so she had to ride in a bull cart instead. After Wei Xiaoya beat up a wealthy family in the town, the villagers felt differently when they saw her again. It turned out she was quite impressive. In the past, some people might have made snide comments, but now no one dared to say anything. Wei Xiaoya noticed this change and smiled to herself, realizing that being tough and saying little kept others at a distance. The women riding in the bull cart with her noticed that Wei Xiaoya had brought along two adorable daughters. After arriving in the town, they switched to a donkey cart to head to the county. It seems the Wei family is really wealthy. The town is so big, and it's still not enough for her to explore. Isn't that true? I wonder what she's going to buy. Look at her clothes. They really are beautiful. They must have been made by her sister, Xiaowan. The women sighed, reflecting on how different people's lives can be. The three of them hadn't been to the county for a while and were quite excited. Mom, it's the Dragon Boat Festival. What kind of rice dumplings are we going to eat? We can have any filling you want, like salted meat, egg yolk, red bean paste, or sweet dates. What other fillings do you want? The sisters thought hard, but they struggled to come up with other flavors. Once they arrived in the county, the three of them shopped happily. Wei Xiaoya bought various fillings, many snacks, and several pouches and nets. Just when they were thinking about having a meal, they suddenly heard a surprised shout. Madam Wei. Wei Xiaoya looked up to see Lu Jinyu and his subordinate Chen Liang. Both were dressed in fitted outfits and looked quite spirited. Young Master Lu, what brings you here? We have official business to report to the county magistrate and didn't expect to run into you. Lu Jinyu was very pleased and excited. He had planned to visit them in Huan village, But this time, he didn't have enough time, which was a pity. Who would have thought they would meet like this? Was it fate? Lu Jinyu couldn't help but wonder. Looking at the fresh and bright Wei Xiaoya, he felt as if he was seeing a cool stream on a hot summer day. I wonder what brings Madame Wei to the county all of a sudden? It's almost the Dragon Boat Festival, so I brought the kids to buy more ingredients for some delicious zongzi, Wei Xiaoya said with a smile. It's already lunchtime. Have you two eaten? Lu Jinyu quickly replied, of course not. How about I invite Wei to lunch? No need. Let me treat you this time, Wei Xiaoya said playfully. I have a surprise for you. Lu Jinyu suppressed her excitement and followed her to Qingfeng Tower. Across the street, Yao Qingqing and her brother witnessed the scene. Yao Qingqing, feeling bolder, said, Did you see that? That's the way we all believe in and support. Look, she's already found another companion. And those two are riding fine horses. She's really climbing the social ladder. She recalled the few slaps she received in Wei Xiaoya's courtyard and felt uneasy. She didn't dare confront Wei directly and only spoke bitterly in front of her brother and crush. Yao Zichu frowned. You were wrong to cause trouble at Wei's place last time, but she was too harsh on you. Brother, I'm your little sister. Aren't you going to stand up for me? Yao Zichu seemed encouraged. Then let's go confront her. In a public place, she probably won't retaliate. Seeing the Yao siblings heading to Qingfeng Tower, Su Mingyuan followed them, feeling reluctant. As soon as the staff at Qingfeng Tower saw Wei Xiaoya, they greeted her warmly. Even the manager came over. It seemed they were quite familiar with her. Lu Jinyu was surprised. Looks like Wei often comes here to eat. Not really. You'll find out soon, Wei Xiaoya replied mysteriously. After they were seated, they began to order dishes. When Lu Jinyu heard spicy crayfish, she raised her eyebrows. I've never heard of this dish, but it sounds somewhat familiar. This is the spicy crayfish I mentioned before. I said I would treat you to drinks and spicy crayfish this summer. Although I didn't cook it myself, this dish is a collaboration between me and Qingfeng Tower. Before she could finish, a voice interrupted. Wei, I see you not only collaborate with Shiding Tower but also with Qingfeng Tower, yet you refuse to partner with Fula Tower.
I am truly disappointed.
Wei Xiaoya turned to see Su Mingyuan and the Yao siblings, all looking displeased. She laughed a little. I've said before that there are too many troubles around you, and I don't want to get involved. What's wrong with that? Am I not able to avoid it? It's funny that you all keep chasing after me. Besides, I've heard about your place, trying to blame me and Shi Denglu, saying that the poor quality crayfish was something I made the Wang brothers sell to you? Su Mingyuan's expression changed. He didn't expect Wei Xiaoya to know about it. He had hoped that either Wei Xiaoya didn't know or, even if she did, she wouldn't confront him directly. But here she was, saying it openly in front of others. I was deceived. The Wang brothers sold poor-quality crayfish, almost causing my restaurant's customers to break their teeth. They said you made them do this. Su Mingyuan felt a bit flustered, but he had prepared his response. Wei Xiaoya looked at him curiously, and he weakly asked, Why are you looking at me like that? I thought Su Xiaodong was someone who could take responsibility. But it seems that when it comes to small gains, people can appear confident. Once it involves big losses, they naturally avoid harm. You say the Wang brothers claimed I made them do this. That argument doesn't hold water. You should know that I've been enemies with the Wang family for a long time. How could I possibly manipulate them to harm you? How could I work with them? How could I ask them to do anything for me? Wei Xiaoya's reasoning left Su Mingyuan speechless. Yao Qingqing sneered, Who knows you? Maybe your ex-husband is willing to be your lapdog, listening to your every command. Before Wei Xiaoya could respond, Lu Jinyu suddenly stood up. How dare you? Yao Qingqing was frightened and stepped back behind her brother, not daring to speak again. Wei Xiaoya stared at Yao Zichu. You saw it with your own eyes, right? Your sister is truly a disgrace. Wei Xiaoya's gaze was filled with disdain, making the three of them blush. Yao Qingqing couldn't take it anymore and shouted, The truth is, you rely on your looks to flirt everywhere. First, you flirted with my brother Mingyuan, then with my brother, and now there's this pretty boy. You're a woman who's divorced with 2 kids. What do you think you have? Before she could finish, she let out another scream. Lu Jinyu had kicked Su Mingyuan and Yao Zichu away, sending them both to the ground. I don't hate women, but you, as the men around her, will take her punishment. Lu Jinyu stood tall and fierce in front of them, patting the sword hanging at his side. Do you see this sword? It has taken lives. The two men, weak and timid, trembled at his presence. Yao Zichu stammered, I am a scholar. I will surely succeed in the future. How dare you treat us with such disrespect? Lu Jinyu scoffed, glaring at them. Madame Wei is my savior. Anyone who troubles her troubles me. You're just a small scholar. Even if you were a top scholar, you wouldn't be worthy of my attention. First, prove yourself in the capital. He turned to Su Mingyuan. From what I heard, you are a false gentleman, perfectly matched with this nonsense-spouting woman. You both suit each other, but if you dare to bother Madame Wei again, just remember merchants, right? The Su family from Benyuan town, Fula building? Su Mingyuan felt cold sweat running down his back as Lu Jinyu named him directly. It was clear he was seeking revenge. Lu Jinyu continued, Yao and Su families, you both are truly something. If anything happens to Madame Wei, it will surely be your doing. I will only come after you. Now, get out of my sight. Yao Zichu wanted to argue, thinking it was unfair to blame them without reason. But seeing Lu Jinyu's fierce expression, he hesitated. The kick he received earlier had truly hurt. If Lu Jinyu had kicked him in the chest, he might not have survived. Su Mingyuan shared the same thought, and the three hurried downstairs to leave. Yao Qingqing felt frustrated, surprised that this charming person was so powerful. She noticed that although he wore simple clothes, they were of high quality. The jade pendant he wore, the gems on his sword, and his boots were all very expensive. Who would have thought she would attract someone so formidable? No wonder she looks down on you all. Yao Qingqing muttered. Are you crazy? You spoke recklessly and made an enemy.
Can't you see?
That person is likely a soldier. Who knows if he has ever taken a life? Yao Zichu scolded his sister in a low voice. He was very anxious. He was just the son of a merchant, and in the past, he wouldn't even qualify for the exams. This dynasty is more forgiving, allowing merchant sons to take the exams, so his whole family placed their hopes on him. He didn't want to stir up trouble. Although there are relatives in the city holding small positions, those roles don't really matter. Yao Qingqing reluctantly closed her mouth. Su Mingyuan was still in shock. He was more surprised than Yao Qingqing. He originally thought he was a catch for Wei Nyangzi. As a woman from the countryside, if she caught his eye, it was clearly a big deal for her. But she had never acted submissively towards him and, unable to tolerate the presence of his two companions, quickly turned away. She easily climbed up to the Shi Deng building across from him. Meanwhile, he, a wealthy man in town, felt insignificant in front of her. He felt quite disappointed. He never expected to be enlightened today. He was sure he wasn't mistaken. This man must come from a prominent family. His arrogance could only come from someone of high status. Yao Qingqing muttered, Brother Mingyuan, now you see it clearly. No matter what, this woman has many tricks. That young man earlier, could an ordinary country woman connect with him? Yet she managed to. It's clear you don't matter to her at all. Su Mingyuan was also angry. What do you mean by not matching? There was nothing to begin with. It's you who kept talking and caused all this trouble. If it weren't for your meddling, Wei Nyangzi would have chosen to cooperate with my Fu Lai building from the start. Do you know how much money my Fu Lai building lost because of your short-sightedness? Yao Qingqing looked at Su Mingyuan in disbelief, tears in her eyes. She didn't expect him to not blame that woman but instead put all the blame on her. Yao Zichu looked at the two disapprovingly. Stop fighting among yourselves. It's done now, and let's not mention that person again. From now on, let's keep our distance and go our separate ways. Don't stir up trouble again. That man doesn't seem easy to deal with. Regardless, Wei Nyangzi is rough. While we are delicate porcelain, it's not worth it. Yao Zichu's words made Yao Qingqing feel a bit better, and she nodded. That woman is quite strange. She has some kind of weapon that, when it touches someone, feels like being struck by lightning. Anyway, I've mentioned it many times, but you all didn't believe me. From now on, I won't provoke her, and she shouldn't bother me either. Brother, Mingyuan, let's find a place to eat. The three of them left without saying more. Wei Xiaoya looked at Lu Jinyu's cold expression and smiled. Actually, there's no need to be too angry. You should know I'm not someone who gets pushed around. I've already confronted those people when necessary, and I've taken action when needed. If it weren't for the fact that today is quite urgent, I would have liked to teach them a lesson, Lu Jinyu said, still a bit angry. For now, I'll let them go. I've noted down their names. Wei Xiaoya then signaled him to try the spicy crayfish, eagerly listening to his feedback. This spicy crayfish is indeed delicious. No wonder you highly recommend it. Wei Xiaoya beamed with pride. Can you guess what this crayfish is called? Lu Jinyu was surprised. It has another name? I don't seem to recognize it. This is what everyone calls the ugly mudskipper. Surprising, isn't it? Not only was Lu Jinyu surprised, but so was his subordinate, Chen Liang. Chen Liang, having grown up in the countryside, knew what a mudskipper looked like and couldn't believe it. I never thought this ugly creature could be eaten. And it's so tasty. Wei Xiaoya laughed. That's right. I have partnerships with both Shiding Tower in the town and Qingfeng Tower in the county. All the crayfish are supplied by me. This cooking method is also taught by me. We have signed contracts. Chen Liang was somewhat surprised, not just because this woman could create such delicious food, but also because a simple countrywoman knew about signing contracts. Lu Jinyu, however, was not surprised. He already knew she was clever. Are there any loopholes or traps in the contract? If I have it with me, I could take a closer look. Seeing Wei Xiaoya shake her head, he reminded her, if there are any disputes over the contract and I'm not here, don't forget to seek the county magistrate's help. That token. Wei Xiaoya nodded. I understand. If there's something I can't resolve, I'll go to the magistrate. He will give you face. The two exchanged smiles. Lu Jinyu then tried the pickled peppers and expressed his enjoyment. These little peppers have a unique flavor. Wei Xiaoya smiled again. Of course. I've planted many, and once they're harvested, they're specifically for making this dish. She discreetly glanced at the table and noticed Lu Jinyu thoughtfully ordered chestnut chicken soup and sweet steamed custard, suitable for children. He even took the initiative to serve the two kids, ladling out soup. Wei Xiaoya smiled. It seems you will be a good father. Lu Jinyu paused for a moment, feeling a bit shy. They say strict fathers and loving mothers, but looking at Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu, I seem to have developed a loving heart myself. It's a bit strange to me. Wei Xiaoya laughed even more, while Lu Jinyu felt a bit awkward. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Looking at the charming Wei lady and her two well-behaved children, he couldn't help but want to take care of them a bit. On the side, Chen Liang nearly buried his head in his bowl, trying to make himself less noticeable, fearing that if he was alone, he might unleash his frustration on himself. The meal was filled with joy. Wei Xiaoya said seriously, honestly, I see that spicy crayfish is becoming popular in my hands, but I still want you to try this flavor. I promised you. If this delicious food isn't shared with someone, it feels like a small regret. As she spoke, she paused for a moment. She suddenly realized that she might have been a bit ambiguous. She almost said, if this delicious food isn't shared with you, it's a regret. But she caught herself and changed her words. Lu Jinyu smiled and said, no regrets, I got to taste it, and it's really delicious. It's just a pity that it's not a good time for drinking. Although it wasn't a good time for drinking, he felt happy inside. He truly heard her unspoken words. She wanted to say that if she couldn't share it with him, it would be a regret. You still have official duties, right? Thank you for standing up for me today and treating us three to a meal, Wei Xiaoya said, ignoring the bright smile on his face as she excused herself. Lu Jinyu felt a little disappointed, but he indeed had official matters to attend to. Suddenly, he noticed that Wei Xiaoya and her two companions had pouches hanging from their waists, embroidered with mugwort and giving off a faint, pleasant fragrance. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, you've even hung pouches, he remarked. Wei Xiaoya secretly laughed. In truth, Lu Jinyu was just a young man, and his tone had a slight sourness to it. Here, take this. I bought several. Wearing it during the Dragon Boat Festival is fitting. The pouch contains mugwort, atractalodes, patchouli, and other herbs, which smell nice and refresh the mind. I think it's quite good. Lu Jinyu took the pouch. The embroidery wasn't very intricate, but he hung it on himself right away. I can smell the pleasant fragrance. It really is beneficial, he said. Wei Xiaoya secretly laughed. He was quite good at providing emotional value, following her lead. I don't have time today to send you back, Lu Jinyu said, still feeling a bit apologetic. Wei Xiaoya reached into her basket and took out a string of rice dumplings, handing them to Qin Liang. I bought these dumplings too. They might taste good. Seeing his master's expression, Qin Liang quickly thanked her and accepted them. Wei Xiaoya and her companions rented a donkey cart to go back. Once the cart left, Lu Jinyu took Qin Liang toward the county office. Qin Liang noticed Lu Jinyu's hidden joy and muttered, "Sir, the cousin in the mansion is still waiting for you." Lu Jinyu's faint smile instantly vanished. Try saying one more word. Qin Liang dared not speak again. The cousin had lived in the mansion for many years, but there was no talk of marriage. Both families were interested in a match, but Lu Jinyu had made it clear. Whoever wants to marry can go ahead. He would not. The cousin cried for a long time, but still did not return home. She was still waiting. As time passed, her feelings remained strong. Qin Liang felt conflicted. Even he, who is usually oblivious, could see that his master had different feelings for Wei Nyangzi, but she had 2 children. How could they possibly have a future together? Lu Jinyu shot a cold glance at him, and Qin Liang lowered his head, not daring to say another word. Wei Xiaoya and her children returned home and took out the various ingredients they had bought, leaving Manhwa and Aicao in awe. "Xiaoya, you came up with so many ideas. Even Zongzi can be different from others." "Of course. Since it's a festival, we should celebrate with good food." Not only did she buy ingredients, but she also secretly purchased Zongzi from the system and mixed them in. Although the festival was still 2 days away, they could start preparing the Zongzi. Wei Xiaoya immediately cooked a pot, including 8 treasure Zongzi, salted egg yolk Zongzi, sweet date Zongzi, red bean paste Zongzi, and fresh meat Zongzi. The aroma of Zongzi filled the house. Even when the restaurant staff came to pick up crayfish and pickled vegetables, Wei Xiaoya gave him 2 Zongzi. Manhwa took an 8 treasure Zongzi and praised, "This is delicious. We could never have such Zongzi before. I didn't know there were so many varieties." Dongzhu and the little girls loved the sweet date and red bean paste Zongzi. "I'm just showing you how it's done, so when you make them, you'll know to be generous with the filling." Wei Xiaoya enjoyed the salted egg yolk Zongzi, feeling quite satisfied. She had been in this world for almost a year now. They ate a lot from the pot, and the leftovers were shared, with Manhua and Aicao each taking a few home. Wei Xiaofeng and his wife also brought back crayfish and received some Zongzi as well. Yu sure had one and said, "This is really delicious. No wonder it's from the county." Only Xiaoya would spend money like this just for Zongzi. Thinking about it made her feel a bit sad. Eating this Zongzi seemed to show that her wealthy sister-in-law didn't look down on her as much anymore. "Take the remaining ones back for our parents and Xiaoyang. We will make more tomorrow." Wei Xiaoya placed a bunch of rice dumplings in Yu's hands, leaving 2 in the pot for Xiaowan. When Wei Xiaowan returned, Wei Xiaoya noticed her sister had a suspicious blush on her face and asked, "Did something happen, Xiaowan?" Xiaowan looked a bit flustered and replied, "What's wrong? Big sister? I thought so. You seem a bit nervous. Did you encounter something?" After hesitating, Xiaowan confessed, "I ran into Yangwen while riding back in the ox cart. We sat together." She quickly added, "Big sister, don't look at me like that. There were several people in the cart. Yangwen and I talked a bit, and then that Ankwa made some teasing remarks." "What did she say?" Wei Xiaoya frowned. Although there wasn't strict separation between men and women here, young people shouldn't be too casual with each other. Xiaowan whispered, she said, "We are a good match." 2 other women also laughed along. "Don't take it to heart." "I'm not worried, but I'm concerned about Yang Wen's mother having an issue with it," Wei Xiaoya reassured her. Yangwen has already passed the county and provincial exams, and in 2 or 3 months, he will have the final exam. This is a crucial time, so you shouldn't interact. She certainly didn't think her sister should avoid Yangwen entirely, but she feared any trouble might lead to Yangwen's mother blaming them. That burden was too heavy for Xiaowan to bear. Xiaowan nodded repeatedly. I won't see him again. Even if we run into each other, I will keep my distance. Wei Xiaoya sighed. Let's wait until Yangwen finishes his exams.
You
Shouldn't dwell on this too much. Xiaowan's face turned bright red, and she hurriedly left with 2 rice dumplings. Her big sister was kind and didn't mock her. She was just worried about her feelings. The next day, Xiaowan had a day off and worked with Manhwa and Aicao, making rice dumplings. The spacious kitchen was filled with laughter. After teaching 2 children and Wei Xiaoxian, Yang Ting seemed hesitant to speak. Wei Xiaoya took the opportunity to call her into her room and asked directly, Do you have something on your mind, Tin? Yang Ting hesitated. It's all Anqua's fault. She has a big mouth. Yesterday, Xiaowan happened to ride back with my brother, and Anqua teased them a bit. She is carefree, but she jokes with my mother. And my mother becomes worried. Xiaowan told me about this yesterday. We don't want to speak directly about it, but you can reassure your mother. Our family and Xiaowan have no other intentions. We know that Yangwen has an important exam coming up, and this is a crucial time that requires focus. It was just a coincidence yesterday, but since we were all waiting for old Sun's cart to return from the town, it wasn't just a chance meeting for Xiaowan. She also ran into Anqua and the others. Wei Xiaoya usually speaks politely. She is the children's teacher and has a good opinion of Yang Ting. This is the first time she has said such firm, yet gentle words, making the shy Yang Ting blush. Sister Xiaoya, I certainly understand. Please don't misunderstand. Wei Xiaoya smiled again. Look, we have prepared so many delicious zongzi. You are my daughter's teacher, and your brother was once Xiao Yang's teacher. I prepared these zongzi with you in mind. Yang Ting quickly declined. No, that's too much. Wei Xiaoya had already entered the kitchen first, taking a large bundle of zongzi and a piece of meat, stuffing them into her hands. There are all kinds of fillings, and they will definitely taste good. This is a thank you gift for your teaching. You can't refuse. We won't visit, so please take them back with you. Yang Ting had no choice but to accept. She understood why Wei Xiaoya didn't want to visit. It was clearly to avoid her mother's displeasure. When she returned home with the meat and zongzi, Yang Ting's expression was still not very good. Seeing what she was holding, Yang's mother immediately understood where the gifts came from. It's just teaching 2 little girls to read. Xiaoya is so polite to give so much. Yang's mother took the meat and zongzi, and seeing her son come out of the room, she frowned again. I ignored what Anqua said yesterday, and you should do the same. You need to focus on your upcoming exam. There can be no mistakes. Yangwen sighed. Mother, you've said that several times already. Yang Ting complained. Mother, you are being overly cautious. Sister Xiaoya said that if Xiaowan happens to run into my brother again, she will keep her distance. She also mentioned that Xiaowan didn't just run into my brother. She met Anqua and the others too. Yang's mother could hear the implication in Wei Xiaoya's words and felt a bit angry. How can Xiaoya speak like that? It makes me seem unreasonable. Mother, if you continue to be so anxious, I shouldn't have come back this time. I should have stayed at the academy until the exam. Can they really avoid us if they can't stand up to us? They are just afraid we might get involved with them. As soon as Yangwen said this with frustration, Yang's mother became even angrier. How dare you speak to me like that? Aren't you afraid your grandfather and father will come to you in your dreams and teach you a lesson? What time is it now? You still think about these romantic feelings? Let me be clear, even if you pass the exams, I won't consider the Wei family Xiaojun. While the mother and son were arguing loudly, a young man's voice interrupted. Aunt, teacher, you misunderstood. No matter what you think, my Xiaojun has never had such intentions. Yang Wen and his mother were startled. Who is this? They quickly went outside and saw Wei Xiaoyang standing at the door with meat and rice dumplings in his hands. He had come to deliver a thank you gift for the teacher and had accidentally overheard their conversation. Yang's mother felt embarrassed. Oh, it's Xiaoyang. I was just caught up in the moment. I wasn't saying Xiaojun had feelings. I was trying to teach Yang when to focus on his studies. You know, this is a crucial time for him. Wei Xiaoyang, suppressing his anger, respectfully replied, Aunt, it's fine as long as we clear this up. My Xiaojun has never had any inappropriate thoughts, and neither has the teacher. It's best if we don't mention their names together in the future to avoid gossip. After saying this, Wei Xiaoyang lowered his head and turned to leave. Yang's second aunt, who had just entered, called out a few times, but Wei Xiaoyang ignored her. When Yangwen saw his second aunt come in, he thought, oh no, what is happening? Sure enough, the second aunt was already dissatisfied. What's going on, big sister? I just overheard something about Wen and Xiaojun. Do they have something going on? What could they possibly have? There's nothing between them. Didn't you hear Xiaoyang say they have no feelings for each other? Yang's mother was already frustrated with the situation and didn't care about being polite anymore. Yang's second aunt was not easily fooled and pressed on. But why would they even talk about feelings if there's nothing? Why not mention someone else? Is it possible that Xiaojun likes one?
I see.
No wonder she doesn't like my liar. It's because she likes one. Yang's second aunt spoke with a sour tone, and her anger began to rise. Does Wei Xiaojun really think she is so special? The idea that the Wei family wants to keep her around longer is just a lie. Not liking Li Er is fine, but it turns out you have your eyes on Yangwen. Yangwen was a bit anxious. Second aunt, please don't misunderstand or cause trouble. This is all a misunderstanding. Yang Er aunt looked at her seriously. I'm telling you, Wen Ge, this is not how things should be done. If you two like each other, just say it clearly. Why involve Li Ge? If you had said it earlier, I wouldn't have brought the matchmaker and Li Ge here, making a fool of myself. At this moment, Yang Er aunt's anger peaked. She felt betrayed, especially by a family member. She coldly continued, remember when you were tricked by that girl from the Wang family? I stood up for you, running around to help you. And this is how you repay me? Yang mu berjama ansios. Seeing her sister-in-law storm off, she quickly stepped forward to grab her. Second sister-in-law, where are you going? Wen Ge has nothing to do with that girl from the Wei family. Don't make a scene. They just happened to meet yesterday and rode together in a cart. Gua sure joked about them being a perfect match. I was just scolding Wen Ge to keep his distance, but then Wei Xiaoyang showed up, and that's when he got angry. Seeing that Yang Er aunt was still upset, she continued, you know the whole family is counting on Wen Ge. I would never let him fall in love right now. With the exams coming up, I wouldn't let him get into any trouble. Yang Er aunt's expression softened a bit. Yes, the whole family is counting on Wen Ge. Wen Ge, you must study hard. In the end, it's all because of that girl from the Wei family. Hearing Yang Mu's hurried explanations calmed her anger somewhat. But she wasn't easily fooled. Since Wei Xiaoyang had said those harsh words, she could guess what had been said between them. In the end, it was because Wei Xiaoyang wanted to climb the social ladder and look down on her son Li Ge, right? She couldn't help but sneer, thinking, so she wants to climb higher, huh? She has her eyes on Wen Ge. Does she? Little does she know that Wen Ji's mother doesn't think much of her at all. Yang Mu observed Yang Er aunt's expression and felt relieved. Her branch of the family needed the help of the second and third siblings, and she didn't want to create any rifts. However, she was still worried about any potential issues, so she hurried to comfort her sister-in-law. After some discussion, Yang Er aunt's face seemed to calm down. Yang Mu quickly handed her a bunch of rice dumplings that Yang Ting had brought back today. Aunt Yang stopped talking and turned to leave. Yang Wen sighed as he returned to his room, wondering what was going on. Aunt Yang brought the rice dumplings home and cooked them right away. The family praised, there are so many different fillings. Did Brother Wen buy these in the county? Aunt Yang suddenly remembered. Wait, they said Yang Ting brought them back.
So they must be from the Wei family.
They're from the Wei family. Yang Li enjoyed the dumplings, saying Mrs. Wei really knows how to cook. We've never seen so many kinds of fillings before. Aunt Yang looked at her son's silly expression and felt frustrated. Eat, eat, eat. What's so special about it? They are just rice dumplings, not some rare delicacy. Her sudden anger surprised everyone else. Mom, who upset you? Seeing her son was simple but genuinely cared for her, Aunt Yang felt even sadder. Such a good son, and that girl from the Wei family doesn't even like him. After tomorrow, I will definitely find a matchmaker to help Miley find a good match. I don't care about that girl from the Wei family, Aunt Yang said angrily. Yongli laughed. Mom, who are you upset with? Why are we talking about the Wei family? You really are clueless. That girl from the Wei family has her eyes on Brother Wen, and that's why she rejected us. Aunt Yang couldn't hold back any longer and let it all out. Yongli was shocked. Really? Seeing her son's hurt expression made Aunt Yang even more upset. What do you mean, really? The truth is right in front of you, and you still don't believe it. Otherwise, why would I have gone to your aunt's house so angrily? Yongli was left speechless. He thought Wei Xiaojun was quite nice, beautiful, and gentle. He had originally hoped that this match could work out and felt excited about it. When he was rejected, he wasn't too sad, thinking that Wei Xiaojun was loved by her parents and would probably stay at home for a few more years. Little did he know she didn't like him at all. Not only did she not like him, but she liked his cousin. How could he not feel frustrated? Seeing her son's distressed expression, Aunt Yang felt a bit regretful. Aunt Yang said unhappily, "What are you talking about? It was just a failed match, and you make it sound like a big deal. Even if the Wei family doesn't want to marry their daughter to us, what's wrong with that? Don't forget, when Brother Wen was in trouble with the Wang family, the Wei family helped." Aunt Yang still disagreed. "I'm not talking nonsense. If they had been straightforward, I would have accepted it. I just can't accept it. They keep making up excuses and secretly watching Li Er's cousin. People live for their pride. Are you saying that when you wanted to propose, the Wei family should have just said, 'I don't like your Li Ge, I prefer Wen Ge'? Would that have made you happy? Really happy?" Yang Er's words made Aunt Yang so angry that she was about to explode. Just as she was about to argue back, Yang Li said firmly, "Dad, Mom, stop arguing. It's all my fault." After saying this, he turned and walked away. Aunt Yang called out a few times, but her son ignored her. When she saw that the head of the family also looked upset, she sighed, "This child, how is it his fault?" The next day was the Dragon Boat Festival, and Wei Xiaojun was resting at home. The two sisters steamed many rice dumplings and delivered some to their close friends. Of course, Wei Xiaofeng brought back dumplings and meat given by Wei Xiaoya, and also specially delivered some he bought himself. Chun was both happy and worried. "You really didn't need to buy so much. With the hot weather, I'm afraid it won't keep." "It's fine, Mom. Just hang them in that basket. It's airy, so it won't spoil," you replied. She felt quite satisfied. In the past, they always worried about every little coin, but now that the couple had earned quite a bit, they seemed to have lost that mindset. It was truly amazing. Old Wei was even more pleased. Before, Xiaoya said to follow your big brother's example, and it seems to be working well. Wei Xiaoya had said that the standard for respect was to follow Wei Xiaofeng. If you looked at it, it seemed like he had 3 sons. Wei Xiaofeng was much more generous, and Wei Xiaoya was keeping up. As for Xiao Yang, he was still studying. Huzi wasn't craving meat much anymore, probably because they were eating it more frequently at home now. "Grandma, Mom, I want to go play with Xiaoxing and Xiaoya. They like to play with Xingya and Dongzhu now, and don't play with me much anymore," Huzi said, feeling a bit wronged. After all, he was the brother of those 2 sisters. You chuckled, "Then go ahead. I'll go with you. I don't know if your aunt has gathered some herbs. I'll take some to ward off evil." The mother and son took a bundle of mugwort and calamus and headed to Wei Xiaoya's house. However, as soon as they entered the yard, they heard a man's voice, sounding quite excited. They hurried a few steps and saw it was Yang Li. "I hope I'm not being too forward, but I really want to clarify something. Little sister Xiaoan, back then my mother and I went to your house, and your parents said they wanted to keep you for a few more years so they wouldn't arrange a marriage yet. Is that really true? Or is it that you actually like my cousin?" went on. Yang Li also gathered his courage to say this. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a bit shy to look at Wei Xiaoan. Wei Xiaowan looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Even Wei Xiaoya found it strange that Yang Li had the guts to come and ask so directly. Mrs. Yu felt a bit anxious. Last night, her brother-in-law Xiaoyang came back looking upset and whispered a few things to their parents, but she didn't catch much. She only vaguely heard the Yang family mentioned. So that's what happened. Before Wei Xiaowan could speak, Wei Xiaoya, seeing her face turn red, spoke up for her. Yang Li, you are a guest, so please have some tea first. As for your question, you are both unmarried and without any marriage agreement. You are free to like whoever you want, right? Yang Li was momentarily speechless. He didn't even know how he had mustered the courage to rush over to the Wei family. Now he was starting to realize Wei Xiaoya, she is someone strong. He stammered, of course. It is free. I just wanted to ask for clarity. As Xiaozhuan's older sister, I can clearly tell you, Xiaowan is still young and should take her time to find a suitable partner. Neither you nor your cousin has her interest. You both should focus on your careers and studies. It has nothing to do with my sister. Wei Xiaoya spoke slowly, but with a sense of authority. Yang Li's face turned red as he nodded awkwardly and quickly turned to leave. Once he was gone, Mrs. Yu, still feeling uneasy, said, "What a bold boy." If others heard him shouting like that, they might think something was wrong with Xiaowan. Tears welled up in Wei Xiaozhuan's eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. It's okay, Xiaowan. In fact, it's not a big deal that Yang Li dared to ask. Although we didn't really like him. Of course, the Yang family has its own issues. I advise you not to think too much about it. We should focus on learning our skills and earning money. That's what truly matters. Wei Xiaoya gently reassured her, and Wei Xiaowan nodded repeatedly. Mrs. Yu felt puzzled. Is this not a big deal to her sister-in-law? Or has Xiaowan really developed feelings for Yangwen? But she kept her thoughts to herself and didn't express them. Wei Xiaoya looked at her sister-in-law. Why are you here again? You don't need to worry about such small matters. You quickly handed over the bundle of herbs. I thought since it's the Dragon Boat Festival today, you might not have gone to gather these herbs. Take some to hang on the door, and use the rest for a bath. It's very good. Wei Xiaoya accepted it. I already received some mugwort and other herbs, but I don't mind having more.
Thank you for thinking of me.
You smiled. The two of them were always close to their sister-in-law, but she didn't want to fall behind. Plus, with the secret matter they had stumbled upon, she felt more like family. You then comforted Wei Xiaojun. That's right, second sister, we shouldn't worry about these unfounded matters. I know that Yangwen wants to take the scholar exam, and his mother cares about it more than anything.
We shouldn't let ourselves be bothered by it.
Wei Xiaojun felt a bit wronged, but silently nodded. Wei Xiaoya didn't say more. In fact, these matters didn't seem significant to her. What does it matter? Strength and money are what truly count. Her reputation was built on money and hard work. In the village, no one dared to provoke her. Xiaoya, Tiger wants to play with Xing'er and Yuer, so I brought him along, you said. Wei Xiaoya looked at the children playing in the yard and smiled. That's fine. I'll keep an eye on them. Tiger can sleep here tonight. Yu was naturally pleased. She hoped her son could grow closer to his aunt. Feeling satisfied, Yu left, and Wei Xiaoya teased Wei Xiaojun. Xiaojun, there were some things I didn't get to say earlier with sister-in-law here. The Yang family really doesn't concern me anymore. There are too many issues. Besides, Yangwen hasn't handled things well. You're still young. You must choose a suitable husband and not settle. Wei Xiaojuan's sadness faded, and she couldn't help but smile. Older sister, only you would say that. I thought you saw me as a precious gem. Now even scholars are beneath me? Wei Xiaoya raised an eyebrow. Of course. My sister is a gem. What are scholars? The best way to handle this is to stay calm. Let them stir up trouble. We just won't pay attention. The truth will be clear. Wei Xiaojun naturally listened to her. Wei Xiaoya had her own reasoning. Whoever acts first loses. On the contrary, no matter how chaotic things get on the other side, if they remain steady, others won't speculate. Of course, if this were modern times, the approach would be different. With her temper, She would definitely want to publicly humiliate Yang's mother and son. But in this ancient time, it's better to hold back. She didn't want to see Xiaowan get hurt, nor did she want Xiaowan to take the blame for Yang Wen's scholar exam. What made Wei Xiaoya happy was that the watermelon was growing well and was already the size of a fist. Not only was she nervous about the watermelon, but everyone in the Wei family was also anxious. This was a treasure. Old Wei kept exclaiming, "I never expected you could grow watermelons and have so many fruits. No one in the village grows them, but I've seen others grow them. How can they produce so many?" Having farmed all his life, Old Wei was even a bit confused. Why were there so many fruits? Wei Xiaoya chuckled to herself. Maybe this half-acre can yield over 1,000 pounds. Old Wei waved his hands repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. Don't make wild claims. Why is it impossible? There are already over 100 fruits. If each watermelon weighs about 10 pounds, wouldn't that be over 1,000 pounds? Wei Xiaoya recalled the instructions and added, "As the weather gets warmer, we need to take care of the watermelons. We need to keep up with the water and fertilizer. Also, these young watermelons are delicate and should be slightly covered with straw to avoid sunburn." Old Wei volunteered, "I, your brother, and Xiaoyang will help you with this. I hope the watermelons grow well. Plus, since they grow quickly, I'm worried someone in the village might have bad intentions. I think we should build a watermelon shed and someone should keep watch at night." This surprised Wei Xiaoya. She didn't expect Old Wei to care so much. Old Wei seemed a bit shy. These are watermelons. Such precious fruits need to be looked after. Wei Xiaoya agreed and discussed the matters of weeding, pest control, watering, and fertilizing. To her surprise, that very day, Old Wei called Wei Xiaofeng to help build a watermelon shed. The shed wasn't big. It could only fit a bed and an old cabinet. Uncle Wei and Wei Xiaoshan also came to help. It was just half an acre, but there was still a lot to do. Next to the watermelon field, Wei Xiaoya had planted chili peppers, which were already blooming and bearing fruit. Old Wei then realized and quietly asked, "Are these the kind of peppers used for dishes?"
Exactly.
Old Wei almost broke into a cold sweat. We need to keep a close eye on these peppers and watermelons. They're worth a lot. He was worried about villagers stealing the watermelons and the precious chili peppers. If the chili peppers were stolen, the seeds would spread. Can we really keep an eye on them? Wei Xiaoya was a bit doubtful. Of course we need to keep a close watch. Your second uncle, and Xiao Feng and Xiao Shan have worked hard for a couple of months. We need to keep a close watch. Wei Xiaoya thought this was a bit exaggerated, but surprisingly, everyone else nodded in agreement.
All right then.
If you all keep an eye on the land for me, I will pay you for your work. I won't treat you unfairly. Wei Ershu was still not used to Wei Xiaoya's way of doing things. He wondered why everything had to be measured in money. But the others seemed accustomed to it and showed no change in expression. Wei Xiaoya felt satisfied with their understanding. One thing is one thing, and two is two. Exchanging labor for money is the easiest and most reasonable way. Until the fruits appeared, the villagers had no idea what was being grown in that patch of land, and they were amazed. The Wei family was quite resourceful. Everyone knew that watermelons were valuable, but growing delicious ones was not easy. Moreover, the yield was very low. If it weren't for the experienced farmer, no one would dare to try. Even the experienced farmer would think about growing crops that were safer. Wei Xiaoya's family was large and prosperous, so she didn't mind. After all, they had planted them. What made the villagers even more envious was that so many fruits had actually grown. From a distance, one could see little watermelons on the field. That was money. No wonder the Wei family took it so seriously. They even built a shed for the watermelons. Old Wei somehow brought a fierce dog, which barked loudly at night if there was any noise. Whether it was Old Wei, Wei Er, or Wei Xiaofeng and Wei Xiaoshan, someone was always watching over the watermelon field. Not only that, but in the afternoon, they would also water and fertilize the plants. They even hid the watermelons from the sun under the leaves. They were truly precious. The watermelons grew quickly and were ripe in less than a month. The villagers were amazed to find that each watermelon weighed over 10 pounds. Wei Xiaoya gathered the whole family and cut open a watermelon. With one slice, the juicy, bright red flesh was revealed, looking incredibly tempting. Taking a bite, the crisp texture and sweet juice filled her mouth instantly. It was sweet but not overwhelming, truly delightful. Even Wei Xiaoya was particularly satisfied. This was the taste of watermelon. Qingshi felt a bit pained. How many coins can we sell this watermelon for, and we're just eating it like this? We need to earn money, but we also have to enjoy it. If we only earn money and don't spend it, what fun is there? Wei Xiaoya replied confidently. This is truly thanks to my sister. I have never eaten such delicious watermelon before. To be honest, I've only had it once or twice. You was enjoying it so much that it felt sweet to her heart. Manhwa agreed, saying, I've never seen such a big and red watermelon. Both the watermelon and the chili peppers were safely on the ground, and Wei Xiaoya was very pleased. It was thanks to someone guarding them. Otherwise, who knows how many would have been stolen. I wonder how much we should sell this watermelon for? Wei Xiaoya realized from the original owner's memories that she had never eaten watermelon. However, you had some experience. I remember having a not-so-good one a few years ago, and it cost 35 coins per pound. Wei Xiaoya understood that this watermelon was indeed precious. Then I'll sell it for 50 coins per pound. That should work. We can take it directly to the county town. But I also want to see if Shiding Tower needs any. Wei Xiaofeng seemed confident because of the watermelons. Of course, they will need it. Such good watermelons will attract many customers. That day, the siblings drove a donkey cart with a dozen watermelons to Shiding Tower. Manager Li was very happy. Wei, I didn't expect you to have watermelons ready so soon. And why are they so big? Wei Xiaofeng quickly replied, these watermelons are not only big but also crunchy and sweet. Manager, this could bring you many customers. The fruit was sold by the piece. Manager Li immediately cut open a watermelon, and the bright red flesh surprised him. I've truly never seen such a good watermelon. He took a small piece for himself and shared some with Wei Xiaoya and her brother. Wei Xiaoya waved her hand. No need to give us any. We have enough to eat. Manager Li then gave it to the chef, who was also pleasantly surprised. This is really delicious. I've never had such good watermelon. Both only had a small piece, as the rest was meant to be sold for money. Manager Li directly asked, Wei, what price can you offer?
50 coins per pound.
Wei Xiaofeng was a bit worried, fearing Manager Li would think it was too expensive. But Manager Li immediately agreed. All right, I'll take all these watermelons. They settled the payment right there, a total of 15 watermelons, 210 pounds, amounting to 10 taels of silver and 500 coins. The siblings were all smiles. Wei Xiaofeng was even more surprised. Just a dozen watermelons brought in so much silver. The assistant respectfully brought the donkey cart over, and the two got back on the cart to head home. Wei Xiaoya was in a good mood, put away the 10 taels of silver, and casually gave 5 coins of change to Wei Xiaofeng. Big brother, take this to buy some meat to eat. Seeing Wei Xiaofeng hesitate a bit, she laughed again. This is just a small bonus. The real profit share will be given to you all together in a few days. Wei Xiaofeng awkwardly chuckled and quickly took the silver coin. He was just thinking that this girl was being too stingy. They had worked day and night for her for a month, and the watermelons were growing well and selling fast, yet she only gave him 5 coins? Fortunately, Wei Xiaoya mentioned that this was just a small bonus. He couldn't help but say, Xiaoya, you used to be closer to Xiaoyang and Xiaowan, which made me feel uncomfortable. Wei Xiaoya rolled her eyes silently in the car. Of course, they were good to me and protected me. Wei Xiaoshan awkwardly added, it's all because we are poor. It seemed that this girl couldn't get over that hurdle. But even if she felt unhappy, after her brother and sister-in-law submitted to her, she was willing to accept them, even if she wasn't overly enthusiastic. As long as everyone behaves and doesn't cause trouble, the Wei family will definitely have a good life. Hearing Wei Xiaoya say this, Wei Xiaofeng felt more reassured. As long as he didn't go against her and went along with her, she would still be willing to share some silver. All right, those with silver have a say. Although being called out like this by his sister was quite embarrassing. But who could deny that she was the real boss? The two siblings returned home in an empty cart, and the Wei family was overjoyed. So smooth. Mrs. Chung sighed. I know these watermelons are precious, but I didn't expect it to go so well. The manager really has an eye for talent, buying all the watermelons that were delayed. That's just a small amount. Tomorrow, we'll share some with Qingfeng Tower. Wei Xiaoya was a bit torn about whether to sell directly to Qingfeng Tower or rent a storefront to sell herself. If the price was right, selling everything to the restaurant would be the best option, making things much easier for her. We've already sold some watermelons today. Once I sell the ones I have left, I'll distribute the wages to everyone. As soon as Wei Xiaoya said this, everyone in the room laughed. She was generous, and despite Mrs. Cheng's concerned tone, she opened another watermelon. Wei Xiaowan also felt sorry. One watermelon costs several coins, and we just ate it like this. Of course we should eat. Next year, we'll plant more. Everyone carefully saved the watermelon seeds. Besides these, Wei Xiaoya had already seen several times more watermelon seeds than before from the system. Next year, there will be even more wealth. Besides leaving about 10 melons for her own family, Wei Xiaoya sent one to the village leader's family, one to Aunt Gao's family, one to Ai Chao's family, and 2 to Uncle Wei's family. She also asked Old Wei to take one back home. The village leader was surprised and said, Wei, you are so generous. How can I accept such a heavy gift? Wei smiled brightly. Come on, the sun is so strong today. I don't have good tea, but the well water is very sweet. Wu Meng pouted. She was dazzled by the watermelon and had to admit that Wei Xiaoya looked truly beautiful now. At the same time, she was secretly amazed by her brother, Wu Heng, standing beside her. He didn't realize that this once unremarkable woman now resembled a graceful flower bud ready to bloom. If it weren't for the 2 children beside her, one could easily mistake her for a girl in her teens. Her skin was fair and smooth, unlike the rough and dark skin of ordinary village women. Her almond-shaped eyes curved when she smiled. Wu Heng stole a glance at her, then turned his head away, his face slightly flushed. Wei Xiaoya exchanged a few polite words before leaving with her 2 children. The village leader's wife carefully held the melon, saying, Such a big melon must be worth quite a bit. Wei is really generous. Isn't it because she needs something from our family? Wu Meng scoffed. What does she need from us? Don't talk nonsense, the village leader replied, somewhat displeased. Wu Meng retorted, She wants to buy land and find workers. Doesn't she need you to help with that? And all the paperwork? The village leader sighed. What are you talking about? As the village leader, these are my responsibilities. She is just showing kindness. Every time she asks me for help, she brings a gift. You should be grateful instead of saying she needs us. Do you know how wealthy the Wei family is now? Seeing her father and daughter arguing, the village leader's wife quickly interrupted. Enough. I'll cool the watermelon with well water first, and we can eat it later when it's nice and cold. The village leader looked at his son, who was standing there in a daze, and said disapprovingly, Why are you just standing there? Either study or write an essay. You should also be helping your sister find a match. Those classmates of yours from good families, as long as they have good character, He wanted to say more, but his children hurriedly ran off, leaving him frustrated. When the villagers learned that Wei Xiaoya had given precious watermelons to close families, they were astonished. Isn't that the same as giving money? Yang's mother lay on the chair at home, fanning herself. It's not that I'm picky, but the Wei family even sent watermelons to the village head's house. After all, you and your brother are teachers for the Wei family. We should also receive one of those watermelons. I'm not really craving it, I just worry about what others think. They all know we aren't close to the Wei family. Yang Ting, feeling a bit helpless, replied, Mom, do you really think that after what happened, we're still close to Sister Xiaoyi? What does it matter if we're half teachers? Last time, Xiaoyang came to deliver gifts, and we heard how they talked about us behind our backs. Sister Xiao Yi told my brother that she neither liked him nor brother Wen. She just wished them both a bright future. Hearing this made Yang's mother very frustrated. But she couldn't clarify things. They clearly said they didn't notice her son or her nephew. Was that wrong? She was also worried that they would blame the Wei family for brother Wen's distraction from his studies. So now, even if Wei Xiaojun went to town, it was Wei Xiaofeng who personally accompanied her. Wei Xiaorong was studying in town, and Wei Xiaojun was learning a craft, which she seemed to have mastered. Having a donkey cart was convenient, and whenever the siblings drove it through the village, it drew envious looks from the villagers. They didn't even ride in ox carts anymore, practically putting up a sign saying "Stay away." What could she say to her own siblings? When Yongli returned home, he was very angry and blamed his mother for embarrassing him. So, the phrase, "Neither you nor your cousin have that intention," naturally reached the ears of the impatient second aunt of the Yang family. She felt frustrated too. Did they really look down on her son and nephew? But she couldn't ask why they were so proud of themselves. Not to mention that Wei Xiaoya was getting wealthier, and Wei Xiaojun's craft cost over 10 taels of silver to learn, and she was already making good money. The sisters had the means to look down on their own nephew, right? Of course, as for her own son, as long as brother Wen passed the scholar exam. Yang's mother sighed. All her hopes rested on brother Wen's success. Yang Ting also felt troubled. She continued to teach the two little girls, Xingyue, at the Wei family, and the Wei sisters were still very kind to her. However, that sense of closeness was gone, replaced by a polite distance. She did get to eat a piece of watermelon at the Wei house, which was exceptionally sweet and crunchy. It was truly a taste she had never experienced before. However, her own family was certainly not on the list of close friends. Wei Xiaoya, along with Wei Xiaofeng, headed straight to the county town with over 20 watermelons. Manager Zhao of Qingfeng Building was all smiles. "Madam Wei, I truly thank you. Every time there's fresh produce, you always think of me." "Of course. Manager Zhao treats me sincerely, so I must return the favor." Talking with Manager Zhao was simple. They weighed the watermelons and settled the payment. Wealthy diners, after enjoying a hearty meal or a late-night snack of spicy crayfish, would surely want some crisp, refreshing watermelon. They wouldn't care about the price of a fruit or how much a slice costs. Isn't money meant for enjoying good food and drink? Besides, this is what makes it respectable. If one couldn't enjoy the watermelon platter on the first day at Qingfeng Building, could they really consider themselves wealthy? They would feel embarrassed to mention it. The watermelon platters at both restaurants sold out quickly, and after a day or two, the staff voluntarily came to Wei Xiaoya's home to collect more watermelons. When Qingfeng Building saw Shiding Building daring to compete, they immediately said they wanted to buy all the watermelons. Xiao Si from Shiding Building, knowing this was a powerful restaurant from the county, felt a bit wronged. "Madam Wei, we've been cooperating for a long time. You can't leave me out, or I won't be able to report back." He was worried that all the watermelons might be taken away. Wei Xiaoya initially thought about selling the watermelons herself, but now they were all sold out by the third day. This was the best outcome, saving her from exhaustion. "Don't worry, you all have been my partners for a long time. I won't treat you unfairly," Wei Xiaoya reassured them. There were still about 120 watermelons left. Qingfeng Building received 80, and Shiding Building got 42. All three parties were satisfied and settled the accounts on the spot. After sending the two staff members out, Wei Xiaoya happily counted her earnings. This time, she made 85 taels and 400 won. Adding to the 20 or so taels she sold earlier, she earned over 100 taels from the watermelons. Selling crayfish these days had also brought in a good income. Wei Xiaoya looked at the numbers displayed in her system, which showed over 470 taels. Things were going well. She had a house, a car, land, and savings. Life was truly delightful. In just 2 or 3 days, all the watermelons from Wei Xiaoya's home were taken away by the restaurants in town. The villagers have become somewhat numb to the wealth that Wei Xiaoya has gained. It has become a habit. Of course, they are envious. Who would have thought she could grow such good watermelons? Wei Xiaoya planned to set up a couple of tables at home and invite close friends to celebrate her successful watermelon sales. It wasn't a holiday, but she bought a lot of good food, including chicken, duck, fish, and pork, as well as pig trotters and pork knuckles. She also prepared some light and refreshing dishes, including her homemade pickled vegetables and several cold salads. Fresh vegetables were plentiful, and with mushrooms and ham, she made a delicious 3-flavor soup. When she invited everyone to her home, she arranged the food and then relaxed in a lounge chair in the yard, fanning herself and watching the children play. The big kitchen was bustling with activity. Cheng, Yu, Aunt Gao, and others were all in high spirits. Once the hearty dishes were served, the atmosphere at home became lively. The kitchen was spacious enough for 2 tables, and with both front and back doors open, a cool breeze swept through, chasing away the heat. Aunt Gao, Wei Laotu and his wife, and Wei Ershu and his wife sat at one table, along with Wei Xiaofeng, Wei Xiaoshan, and Wei Xiaoya. The other women and children sat at another table with all dishes served in pairs, along with fruit wine and sweet wine.
Cheers.
Let's raise a glass to my successful watermelon sales, Wei Xiaoya said with enthusiasm, lifting her cup first. Everyone at both tables raised their cups. Even the children happily lifted their bowls of sweet wine. The precious watermelons sold so smoothly, truly a blessing. Wei Laotu took a sip of wine and smacked his lips. Wei Ershu agreed. Xiaoya never has any trouble with her work. She has the skills, and the blessings are with her. Wei Xiaoya smiled to herself, thinking that since she had crossed over with the help of a system, it could be considered a blessing too. Aunt Gao, enjoying the food and drink, wiped away tears. I truly feel that life is getting better. I have a good son-in-law, and my daughter Manhwa has a great husband. I no longer worry about life. Manhwa looked a bit uneasy. Mom, why bring up sad things on such a happy occasion? Wei Ershu also reassured her. My dear, having a daughter-in-law like Manhwa is the best. Dongzhu is also a wonderful child. You can rest easy. Aunt Gao nodded repeatedly. I'm just so happy that I'm overwhelmed with emotions. You don't need to worry. This is all joy. Cheng looked at Aunt Gao and her sister-in-law, both reflecting on how much better life is now. She couldn't help but think that her life has also improved. Although she wasn't wealthy, she realized she hadn't worried about money in a long time. Everyone happily enjoyed a nice meal, and then Wei Xiaoya began to distribute wages. The wages are for the work you all helped me with. The bonus is because the watermelon sales went well, and I want to share my happiness with everyone. So, the last month of work, Wei Laotu, Wei Xiaofeng, Wei Xiaoshan, and Uncle Wei all received 1 tael of silver as wages and a bonus of 2 taels. Those who helped her with the watermelons, like Manhwa, Aicao, and the Yu family, each received 301 for their work. Everyone was cheerful and clearly satisfied. In fact, Wei Xiaofeng and his wife, along with Manhwa and Aicao, had made quite a bit by helping Wei Xiaoya catch crayfish. But the wages they received were also very generous. Wei Laotu and Cheng had learned to be smarter now and no longer spoke about supporting their older brother. They realized that when they didn't bring it up, Wei Xiaoya was quite generous with them. But if they hinted at it, they would lose all benefits. There were 2 tables full of dishes with plenty left over, and everyone was happy to take some home. The table was still messy, and Yu and Manhwa planned to clean up before leaving, but Wei Xiaojun urged them, sisters-in-law, you should go home. I can handle this. Xiaojun was quite capable, and Wei Xiaoya had given her hand cream, so she took good care of her hands, making them very delicate. Aicao packed some food to take home for her grandparents. Grandpa Ai was very pleased, saying, now my Aicao has some dignity. Xiaoya's family holds small banquets and invites us. Aicao smiled. Of course. I have a bond with Sister Xiaoya from our hunting and herb-gathering trips. Grandpa Ai and his wife exchanged smiles, and Niu cautiously asked, Aicao, have you seen that young man from the Wei family, Xiaoyang? I've definitely seen him, but he's busy studying in town, coming and going at odd hours, so it's rare to run into him. Niu sincerely said, Aicao, your grandfather, and I think that Xiaoyang is a good young man. He is your sister Xiaoya's younger brother, and she cares for him. He's studying hard, and who knows when he might achieve great things. Even if he doesn't become a scholar, a hard-working and honest young man like him is someone we both admire. Aitsai chuckled, so you all have your hopes set on Xiaoyang. You've said he will be very successful in the future, so why would I expect anything more? The food in the old man's mouth seemed less tasty. He sighed heavily and was about to speak when Aitsai quickly interrupted. Oh, Grandpa, please don't worry. I know what you want to say, and it's just that you feel you've burdened me. Please don't say that. I don't think you've burdened me at all. You've worked hard to raise me, and now it's my turn to show you respect. Please don't say anything that makes me feel down. You should know that without you, I would be all alone in this vast world. The old man and Nyo stopped themselves from saying more. The granddaughter had already told them several times not to worry. But how could they not? They hoped she would marry a good man, have her own children, and enjoy family life. But life had improved a lot now. Aitsai had become more independent and strong, taking charge of the household. The old couple felt regret that a good young man like Wei Xiaoyang was not their grandson-in-law, but they also feared adding pressure to their granddaughter. They could only hold back and stay silent. What surprised the villagers was that the watermelons from Wei Xiaoya's family had been harvested, but old Wei was still guarding the greenhouse. It wasn't until Wei Xiaoya and the others harvested the chili peppers that everyone realized these were the small peppers she used for pickling. They had thought the small peppers would grow larger, but they were barely the size of a pinky finger and ready to be picked. Everyone felt foolish for only thinking about the value of the watermelons and not realizing that those small peppers were valuable too. But even if they knew, what could they do? They belonged to the Wei family. No wonder the Wei family was always thriving. In just a few days, Wei Xiaoya and the others finished processing all the chili peppers, putting them into jars. Just like with the watermelon seeds, Wei Xiaoya also shared some chili pepper seeds with close families. Old Wei was happily smiling at home. Ching teased, "Isn't this better than raising a few sons? These seeds are truly valuable. Next year, we should plant both watermelons and chili peppers." Old Wei remarked, "It really is better than having a few sons." They all wholeheartedly supported Wei Xiaoya's idea of farming crayfish. Everyone had grown accustomed to her ability to make money. Upon learning that Wei Xiaoya had bought 10 acres of connected rice fields specifically to raise crayfish, the villagers felt a sense of unease. Would the Wei family no longer need to collect their catches? Recently, it had indeed become harder to catch them. After all, everyone was fishing, and the crayfish had significantly decreased. No wonder the Wei family wanted to raise them themselves. Some villagers quietly discussed whether they should also dedicate an acre or two of rice fields to raise crayfish, since they could sell them to the Wei family. Selling directly to the restaurant was out of the question, as Shiding Tower did not accept them. The Wang brothers had caused trouble at Fulai Tower, leaving the villagers anxious and hesitant to pursue that idea. However, selling directly to the Wei family was a possibility, as she would always buy them. Yet, selling to her was only 3 coins per pound. Was it worth dedicating an acre of rice field for that? The villagers debated privately but ultimately did not dare to try. Farming relied on the weather, and the most important thing was the crops, not these other ventures. Although after harvesting rice and paying the land tax, there wasn't much food left for themselves, selling the rice could buy more grains. At least they could manage to get by. Raising crayfish? They feared that they might end up with nothing, while the crayfish market could also decline, leaving them empty-handed. Thus, the villagers could only watch as the Wei family energetically released many shrimp seedlings into the water. The smaller crayfish that were previously not accepted were now taken at 2 coins per pound. This undoubtedly provided the villagers with a source of income. Although it wasn't much, it was still a way to earn some money. Most people felt grateful, but some whispered, the Wei family buys shrimp seedlings for only 2 coins a pound. After raising them, they could sell to the restaurant for much more. Naturally, some retorted, then don't give her the chance to earn your money. This left the person speechless. After all, they could sell and make some coins, so why not? Others observed how Wei Xiaoye raised the crayfish, curious to see whether growing rice was more profitable than raising these little crayfish. They saw Wei Xiaoye throwing in a lot of water plants and duckweed into the rice fields, likely to let the crayfish feed on them. The water plants grew rapidly, and the crayfish couldn't eat them all. Of course, it wasn't just those water plants. The Wei family also regularly tossed in some feed. Leftover food was no surprise, and they happily threw in various grains. In the hot summer, they even tossed in plenty of pumpkin seeds and rice bran into the crayfish pond. Could it really be raised this way? Unexpectedly, the lobsters grew very quickly. In just a couple of months, those originally small lobsters had grown large. How many were produced? The Wei family certainly wouldn't say. But the two workers from the restaurants came daily with donkey carts to take the small lobsters away. Wei Xiaoye was quite satisfied. With 1 acre of lobster pond, she could produce at least 1,000 pounds. She continued to harvest and raise more. In doing so, she achieved her ecological cycle. Old Wei and Uncle Wei were quite dedicated to guarding the lobster pond. They built a shed next to it and took turns watching over it with Wei Xiaofeng and Wei Xiaoshan, along with their strong dogs. This was all money. Wei Xiaoye felt genuinely moved. As long as these people weren't trying to cheat her out of her earnings and were helping her make money, she didn't mind sharing a bit more. As August arrived, Wei Xiaoye had already made a profit from raising the lobsters, and the system showed she had over 680 taels of silver. This meant she had earned more than 200 taels in pure profit from selling lobsters in the past 2 months. This time, she was generous and gave Old Wei, Uncle Wei, Wei Xiaofeng, and Wei Xiaoshan each 5 taels as wages. She also gave 1 tael to each of the helpers, including Manhwa, Aicao Yushi, Xiaoxian, and Xiaojun. During busy times, the children were taken care of by Aunt Gao, so she also gave Aunt Gao 500 won. Aunt Gao repeatedly refused, saying her daughter and son-in-law had already received so much pay, and she felt embarrassed to take more. But Wei Xiaoye insisted she accept it. Aunt Gao often took care of 4 kids, and sometimes even Tiger would come to play, so this reward was deserved. Wei Xiaojun had developed her skills and worked in the shop, earning over 1 tael of silver a month. Wei Xiaoye knew this was already a high salary locally. Wei Xiaojun was very satisfied, and Chung was even worshipping the Buddha at home. She knew that with her daughter's solid skills learned over the past year, finding a match would be easier. Even if the family of her future husband didn't consider Wei Xiaoye's wealth, they would appreciate Wei Xiaojun's skills and earnings. As for the scholar Yang Wen, ever since Wei Xiaoyang sent rice dumplings, the family had been a bit upset. Therefore, the Yang brothers were no longer considered by her and Old Wei. What did it matter if he was a scholar? He hadn't done anything yet, and his demands were so high. Soon it was the end of August, and the results of the entrance exam were announced. Yang Wen, who had always been highly anticipated, failed. He remained just a student. The Wu family was also filled with sadness, as Wu Heng also only became a student. These were well-known scholars in the village, yet neither passed the exam to become a scholar. Yang's mother almost fainted, crying with eyes swollen like walnuts. "I can't believe it."
Why?
"My son worked so hard, and all the teachers praised him, saying he was so close."
Why?
Yang Ting also cried, but she knew she had to stay strong. Otherwise, her brother would be deeply hurt, and their mother would collapse, causing the family to fall apart. She quickly wiped her tears, comforting both her mother and brother. But Yang Wen ignored her, shutting the doors and windows tightly, lying on his bed, lost in thought. He suddenly wondered if he had boldly proposed to Xiao Wan back then. Would he have already been the future son-in-law of the Wei family? This was the first time he realized his own weakness. He remembered how, at Wei Xiao Wan's sister's house, when they talked about a woman's need for protection after marriage, the sisters clearly valued and appreciated him. Unfortunately, he was too timid to share his feelings with his mother or to stand up and stop his cousin when he went to propose. When his cousin was rejected, he felt a bit secretly pleased, even if he didn't want to admit it. He kept thinking that once he became a scholar, he could take charge and tell his mother about his desire to marry Xiaowan. But who knew there would be so many twists and turns leading to this situation? Xiaowan's sister made it clear that she was not interested in his cousin and also had no feelings for him. Yangwen felt like his heart was overgrown with weeds, all messy and tangled. But he knew he regretted it. Why didn't he pass? If he had, he would have had the courage to say he wanted to marry her. His mother had no idea how happy he felt when he coincidentally met Xiaowan and rode in the ox cart together. Xiaowan seemed even more graceful and beautiful, yet she was not shy at all. It seemed that studying skills in town and interacting with others had built her confidence, making her appear poised. She was no worse than the girls in the county. Would it ever be possible again? Listening to his mother's cries and his sister's comforting words, Yangwen felt a dull ache in his heart, yet he was also confused. Finally, when the noise outside quieted down, Yang Ting was surprised to see their mother perk up first. "What am I doing? Hurry up, wash your face, and start cooking. Your brother is exhausted from his exams and has faced another setback. We can't let anything else happen. Go comfort him and tell him that mother doesn't blame him and he should keep trying. I refuse to believe that if he didn't pass this time, he won't pass next time either. After all, your brother is still young and already a scholar, one of the best in our village and town." It was unclear whether Yang's mother was trying to comfort her daughter or herself, but she spoke for a long time. Indeed, her daughter felt encouraged, washed her face, and went to prepare the meal. Yang Ting was pleasantly surprised and hurried to comfort her brother. What she didn't expect was that Yangwen opened the door. Seeing her brother's vacant eyes and tired face, Yang Ting felt a pang of sympathy. "Brother, mother just said we all need to lift our spirits. If I had expressed my feelings back then and asked mother to propose to Wei's family, would the outcome be better now?"
Yang Wen as worked Yang Ting like a bombell.
But her brother continued, "I was too timid, which led to this situation. If I had been engaged to Xiaowan, even if I failed this time, I would." He wanted to say that he would feel more fulfilled and motivated. Yang Ting quickly interrupted, "Don't say that, brother. Don't create more trouble. Keep those thoughts to yourself and let them go." The siblings were in different states, one dejected and the other anxious, when their mother's voice rang out beside them. "All right, Wen, I will propose for you." Both Yang Wen and his sister were startled, seeing their mother standing by the window with a determined look. Yang Ting rubbed her forehead, wondering what was going on. Yang Wen felt a spark of hope and immediately joked, "Where could we propose? If I had passed the exam, then I would have the confidence to propose. When you must not belittle yourself. As the saying goes, winning and losing are common in battles. If you didn't pass this time, you can try again next time." Saying this, Yang's mother stepped forward and gently wiped her son's face with a damp cloth. "You must gather your spirits to honor your grandfather and father's hopes." Seeing her son seem a bit moved, she felt relieved. "By the way, why is the sun so harsh? It hasn't rained in almost a month, right? It's really getting dry." Though she felt anxious inside, she knew her children depended on her. No matter what, she had to stay strong for them. It hasn't rained for a long time, and the river in the village is almost dry, with the fields running out of water too. Even the water level in the well seems to have dropped a lot. But how does that compare to my son's situation? Not to mention my two younger brothers' families, who haven't even shown their faces after hearing that my son didn't pass the exam. But even if they did show up, what good would it do? Should I expect them to comfort me? What good is comfort? It's better if they just don't add to my troubles." While cooking, Yang's mother had many thoughts. If she could arrange a marriage with the Wei family at this time, her son's failure wouldn't seem so significant. Even if he didn't pass, who would care if he was connected to the well-respected Wei family? Others would only envy them. Old Wei was carrying water back and looked at the rising sun, wiping his sweat and grumbling, "This weather is terrible. It hasn't rained at all. The fields have no water, and there's no hope for this year's harvest." He worried about his rice fields and also about the small crayfish. 2 months ago, raising crayfish had brought in some money, but now, with the drought, they wouldn't survive without water. Isn't that the truth? It's so dry it feels like it's going to catch fire, a cheerful female voice replied. Old Wei turned to see it was the matchmaker, Ma. She was accompanied by Yang's mother and Yangwen. Old Wei's heart skipped a beat. He wondered what was happening now. Ching also noticed them and felt a jolt of concern. Today, little Wan was home. Would there be trouble? She hurried inside and whispered to Huzi, Huzi, quickly go to your aunt's house and ask her to come over. Just tell her the matchmaker and the Yang family are here. When Huzi saw his grandmother's serious expression, he knew something was up. He nodded and ran out. Wei Xiaoya saw the out-of-breath Huzi come to deliver the message and couldn't help but laugh. She quickly gave him some water and snacks. She took her 3 children and skillfully drove the donkey cart back to her family home. As soon as they entered the yard and secured the cart, they heard the matchmaker's cheerful voice. Little Wan, you are truly the pride of our village. I've looked around, and no one is as beautiful as you. You're quiet, hardworking, and well-mannered. Honestly, you look just like the daughters of wealthy families in town. Ching felt a bit proud and replied, You're just flattering her. She's just a child, not as great as you say. Little One really is that good. I've always thought highly of her. However, at that time, when Go was preparing for an exam, it seems the ancestors did not bless him. This time, when Go caught a cold, which affected his performance, leading to Yang's mother spoke with a somewhat low and lonely voice. The others in the room naturally comforted her, saying he would do better next time. As Wei Xiaoya entered the room, she saw this scene and noticed Yangwen looking a bit awkward nearby. Yangwen felt embarrassed because his mother told this lie for his sake. He wondered if others could see through the lie, but they were just being polite and not pointing it out. When he saw Wei Xiaoya, it felt like a ray of hope, and he quickly stood up and called out, Sister Xiaoya. Wei Xiaoya smiled and nodded at him, which truly comforted him. It seemed that Wei Xiaoya held no grudge against him. This situation might be easier to handle now. Wei Xiaowan learned that her sister had arrived and came out from the room. As soon as the matchmaker and Yang's mother saw Wei Xiaowan, they began to praise her enthusiastically. The matchmaker felt a bit awkward, remembering how she had praised Wei Xiaowan in front of Yang's second aunt last time. But now she had a different partner. Sister Xiaoya is here too, just in time. Today, I came with Aunt Ma to propose to Xiaowan. Xiaowan has grown up before our eyes, and you all know I think very highly of her, Yang's mother said with a smile. Wei Xiaoya smiled back and looked at Wei Xiaowan, only to see her sister subtly shake her head. She understood. Xiaowan, come help me. I have some things on the donkey cart that need to be taken to the kitchen. Cheng and you both knew this was a chance for the sisters to talk, so they didn't intrude. Once in the kitchen, Wei Xiaoya got straight to the point. What are your thoughts? You need to be clear and honest with me. Wei Xiaowan remained calm. Elder sister, I don't want to marry Yangwen. You actually don't want to marry him?
Why?
This surprised Wei Xiaoya. I know that if I say I don't want to marry him now, others will think it's because he didn't pass the exam.
But
even when I had some feelings for him before, he wasn't a scholar. I just feel like I don't have feelings for him anymore. Wei Xiaowan paused, facing her elder sister, feeling no need to hide. Later, I avoided him so much that I stopped taking the ox cart and always had my older brother or second brother take me to town on the donkey cart. So, my heart became calm. I think it's because I feel he lacks responsibility and is a bit timid, said Wei Xiaoya. Wei Xiaoyan agreed. He really is too gentle and not responsible enough. Although parents are very important, he doesn't seem to fight for himself. His indecisive attitude has caused many troubles. Fortunately, no one else knows about these troubles. Otherwise, they would link you and him together. But even if they did, we wouldn't be afraid. Wei Xiaojun felt deeply moved. Only her older sister cared so much about her feelings and thoughts. In their mother and sister-in-law's eyes, even though Yangwen didn't pass the exam this time, he was still a scholar. He came from a wealthy family, and he had a good character, making him a suitable match. Wei Xiaojun had mentioned that she thought he was a bit timid and lacked responsibility, which made Cheng unhappy. He is a son. Do you want him to be unfilial? He must listen to his mother, especially in front of a widowed mother. If he did whatever he wanted, I would have to think carefully about it. But her older sister thought differently. She felt that Yangwen hadn't even tried to assert himself and let his mother control him, which was disappointing. Moreover, his lack of effort made it seem like Wei Xiaojun was trying to climb up to his family. Now that he didn't pass the exam, he was lowering himself to ask for her hand. Not only was her sister a bit upset, but she also had her own feelings and dignity. Wei Xiaoya teased, "Are you sure you won't regret it? Aren't you afraid of missing out on this village and losing this opportunity?" "I truly don't regret it," Wei Xiaojun replied firmly. "That's good. Don't worry, leave it to me." Wei Xiaojun's response pleased Wei Xiaoya. This was how it should be. Even though they weren't modern women, dignity was still important. Besides, a scholar from a small village wasn't someone Wei Xiaoya took seriously. Plus, with a mother who caused a lot of trouble. She didn't want her sister to suffer after marrying him. The two sisters returned to the main room, where a joyful atmosphere filled the air. Even Yangwen seemed much brighter than before. The matchmaker smiled. "Wen is truly the star of our village, and Xiaojun is like a fairy. How about we set a wedding date?" Just as Chen was about to respond, Wei Xiaoya interrupted. "What date are we setting?" Yang's mother looked a bit embarrassed but still smiled. "Xiaoya, you must be joking. Of course, we are setting the wedding date." Chang and you were a bit anxious, but they knew that Wei Xiaoya wouldn't make baseless claims. She and her sister must have discussed this matter. To their surprise, they disagreed. "Aunt Yang, you must be joking. If others don't know, surely you do. Previously, Yangli came to my house and said some strange things. I told him that my sister, Xiaowan, has no interest in him or in Yangwen." Wei Xiaoya spoke frankly, and everyone in the room, except for Wei Xiaowan, looked uncomfortable. They had just been laughing and chatting, almost ready to set a date. But unexpectedly, Wei Xiaoya disagreed. Yangwen's face turned bright red. "Sister Xiaoya, there must be some misunderstanding. I admit that I couldn't come to propose earlier because of the upcoming exams. You don't need to say such pretty words. It's not that you couldn't come earlier, it's that you didn't want to propose before," Wei Xiaoya replied with a warm smile. "If you had come to propose earlier, it would have been easier to discuss." Yangwen became more flustered. "It's not that we didn't want to come, it was just that the exams were approaching." Yang's mother's expression darkened. "Xiaoya, your words are a bit unreasonable." Chen wanted to mediate but saw that Wei Xiaoya continued. "Everyone should stop pretending to be confused. Last time, Yang's aunt, you clearly said that you weren't considering Xiaowan. Am I wrong? This matter is simple. Since your family doesn't consider Xiaowan, she also doesn't consider your family." Yang's mother flushed. She didn't expect to be questioned by someone younger. But in front of everyone, she couldn't deny it. She had indeed said that, which led to the current situation. "Xiaoya, you can't hold on to such a small matter. I understand I said I liked Xiaowan, but I only said that because one was about to take his exams. You shouldn't take it so seriously." Yang's mother tried to calm her anger and spoke gently. She knew that times change, and if Wei Xiaoya wanted to make a point, let her. As long as it eased her anger, Xiaowan would still be willing to marry. So, she looked kindly at Wei Xiaowan. "Xiaowan, you're here too. What do you think?" Everyone in the room assumed Wei Xiaowan would agree. After all, it was a good match. Yangwen was also one of the best in the village. But unexpectedly, Wei Xiaowan replied firmly, "Thank you for your kindness, aunt, but I have no interest in the Yang family. It's not just that I'm not interested in Yangwen, but rather that I'm not interested in the Yang family." Wei Xiaojun's straightforward refusal left both Yangwen and his mother embarrassed. Yang's mother suddenly stood up, saying, "Then today, we have disturbed your peace." Yangwen, seeming determined, asked, "Xiaojun, can we talk?" "Let's talk here, in front of everyone. There's nothing between us that others can't hear," Wei Xiaojun replied confidently. This made Yangwen seem overly timid. Yang's mother was so angry that she almost pulled her son away immediately, but Yangwen stood firm. He gathered his courage and asked, "What if I proposed before my cousin? Would that make a difference? Or even if my cousin had already proposed once, if I brought it up after our chance meeting, would you accept that? Yang's mother immediately became furious. Are you saying you have feelings for each other? Wei Xiaoya shook her head and sighed for Yangwen. It was tough for a son with a mother like that. Yangwen didn't respond to his mother, but looked at Wei Xiaojun. Wei Xiaojun replied, "That's right. If you had genuinely wanted to marry me back then, I would have been willing. Since you are weighing the pros and cons, I don't want to be just a choice after your calculations. Aunt Yang, I can honestly tell you that we have no feelings for each other. We have hardly met. I had a little fondness before, but that has faded away." Wei Xiaojun had learned to read and write from Yang Ting and was showing some progress. When she spoke, she had a bit of the demeanor of a well-educated woman. Wei Xiaoya focused on Yang's mother's expression. My Xiaojun and Yangwen definitely do not have feelings for each other. She just thought it would be nice if you sought a marriage proposal, but now she is simply not interested in Yangwen. They say it's the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. Is it not the same in the Wei family? Yang's mother suddenly thought of this. Old Wei looked a bit awkward, but Chengshi gently added, "That's true, but we still want Xiaojun to choose her own husband." Yang's mother gritted her teeth and tugged at Yangwen's sleeve, signaling him to hurry and leave with her. The matchmaker clearly did not expect such an outcome. She thought this marriage was almost certain, but now there was an unexpected turn. Seeing the atmosphere between the Wei and Yang families grow cold, she quickly said a few polite words and left with Yang's mother and son. When someone left the yard, Cheng sighed, "I wanted Huzi to call you here to discuss marriage, but I didn't expect you to refuse." Wei Xiaoya laughed. "I'm glad I came. Otherwise, you would have made the decision without me. Elder sister, this is truly a good match. I'm afraid if we miss this opportunity, we won't find another." You still looked regretful. She genuinely thought the Yang family was quite good. Wei Xiaojun quickly said, "Mother, sister-in-law, I know you think the Yang family is great. But this decision is mine, and I won't regret it." She thought Wei Laotu and Wei Xiaofeng would disagree, but to her surprise, they showed no anger at all. Especially Wei Laotu, who smiled and said, "If you don't like them, then you don't like them. The Yang family's attitude is a bit too proud." Cheng quietly complained a bit, but he didn't take it to heart. He wanted to reassure his wife that their family was no longer the poor Wei family of the past. Besides, Xiaojun not only had her sister's support but also skills of her own. She earned more money than both men combined. She should marry into a wealthy and respectful family. The Yang family was just average. Of course, he didn't want to say this in front of Wei Xiaoya. Clearly, he lacked authority as a father. He also worried about how Wei Xiaoya would view him, thinking he was subtly pushing her to help her sister. He noticed that when he didn't say those things, Wei Xiaoya helped where she could. But if he used his role as a father to demand something, she completely ignored him. The news of Yang's mother, Yang Wen, and the matchmaker coming to propose to Wei Xiaojun quickly spread. No one needed to spread the word. Many people saw the three of them enter the Wei family yard. Unexpectedly, they were rejected. Seeing them happily enter and then leave with gloomy faces raised questions. Curious onlookers asked, what happened? Was the proposal unsuccessful? Yang's mother stubbornly replied, "What proposal? We just came to visit." Who visits with a matchmaker? People didn't believe her. When they connected this with Wei Xiaoya rushing back to her mother's house, they concluded it was all Wei Xiaoya's doing, preventing her sister from marrying into the Yang family. There were all sorts of opinions about this outcome. Yangwen is just a student, not a scholar. Wei Xiaoya has such high standards. That's not too high. How much money has Xiaoya earned? Even Wei Laoda and Wei Liar have saved quite a bit. So what? If it doesn't rain, no matter how much money we have, we will still suffer from drought. Regarding the Wei family's rejection of the Yang family's marriage proposal, the villagers were buzzing with discussion, divided into two camps. Some said it should have been rejected, while others disagreed. Naturally, they analyzed it from various angles. The Yang family returned home with very unhappy faces. Soon after, they saw Yang's second and third aunts coming over. Yang's mother knew that this matter could not be hidden. They were probably here to express their dissatisfaction, right? Sure enough, Yang's second aunt looked displeased. Sister-in-law, what have you done? You took Wen to propose to Wei Xiaojun. So what? The man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried. I can naturally go and propose. Yang's second aunt seemed momentarily speechless and took a while to respond. That's not how it works. You know, I already took Lear to propose before. How can it be like this? Wu family wasn't willing, right? Everyone was keeping it a secret, and others didn't know you had already proposed. I think Xiaojun is a good child, and since we know her background, it would be fine to settle this marriage. Yang's mother downplayed the issue, making it seem like Yang's second aunt was being unreasonable. How can it be like this? Two brothers went to propose to the same girl, and that's fine, but both were rejected. Yang's second aunt was subtly angry. Does the Wei family think they are so special? Yang's third aunt couldn't help but interject. If Wen passes the exam this time, the Wei family will surely agree. As soon as she said this, everyone looked unhappy. It was like adding insult to injury. Yang's mother sighed. To be honest, the Wei family really thinks highly of themselves. They said that even if Wen passes the exam, they have no intention of marrying into our Yang family. Yang's second aunt was indignant. They really think too highly of themselves. If Wen passes the exam, why would he still go to the Wei family to propose? Even Lear could find a good match. Yang Wen's face turned pale, and he hurriedly left. Yang's mother scolded. Don't poke at the child's wounds. He is already very upset about not passing the exam. I originally thought that settling a marriage would be good. Who knew it would be rejected? Yang's mother felt quite regretful. She truly did not expect her son to be turned down. Yang's third aunt muttered, Isn't it just because Wei Xiaoya has money now? After a moment of silence among the women, Yang's second aunt asked again, Then with the tuition being so expensive, sister-in-law, are you still supporting him? Of course, we will support him. My son is talented. He just has a bit of bad luck. If he studies hard, he will surely pass next year. Yang's mother felt frustrated. She didn't expect her two sisters-in-law to lose faith in her son when Aunt Yang thought for a moment, all right, let's support him. But I need to find a match for Li. If this dry spell continues, we might not have anything to harvest. What will we do about the taxes this year? All three women looked worried. In a good harvest year, after paying taxes, there would still be some left. But if there was nothing, how much would they have to pay? It wasn't just them. The villagers were anxious too. Wei Xiaoya had already bought 1,000 pounds of grain, storing 700 pounds at her space and 300 in the kitchen. She thought the drought would cause grain prices to soar. And it did. By the time others realized, they wanted to buy grain to store, but prices had already doubled. Even mixed grains were 10 coins a pound, while white rice had risen to 14 coins. The village fields had lost their vitality, and the shops in town were far from as busy as before. Why is it so expensive? How are we supposed to live? Faced with the villagers' anger, the shop assistant in town felt helpless. This is the market. Do you think rice is easy to get? If you don't buy today, it will be even more expensive tomorrow. The prices change daily. Being angry didn't help. People still needed to eat. Even if they couldn't get enough, they couldn't starve. Day by day, the drought continued, and grain prices kept rising. Villagers began to search the mountains for wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. Under the scorching sun, the rice fields cracked, revealing the harsh reality of the drought. The rice plants had turned yellow and weak from lack of water, dying from the drought. Even the vegetables in the ground were wilting. Seeing the dire situation, villagers harvested some vegetables early and stored them in a cellar to replace some of their grain. Wei Xiaoya's shrimp business had also stopped, as the shrimp ponds had dried up. The river had shrunk to a trickle, and even well water was hard to draw. Despair filled the villagers' eyes. However, Wei Xiaoya discovered that her space had upgraded. A spring had appeared. The spring water flowed slowly. It took at least half a day to fill a bucket. But it was much better than having nothing, especially during this drought. Wei Xiaoya quietly filled a bowl with water, marveling at its clarity. When she drank it, it was very sweet. It's even better than well water. With this spring water, she is food and can survive no matter what. The villagers are already lining up to get water, whether it's from the river or the well, as long as they can get some. But the sky shows no signs of rain. The price of grain has already exceeded 50 coins per pound. The shops in town have lost all business. Who would still visit? Everyone is just thinking about getting water, food, and staying alive. The Fula building has also closed down, and Su Mingyuan is listlessly enduring scolding. I think you're not thinking clearly, dreaming about marrying someone? The Yao family's son, Chu Chi, is about to take the exam and might soon become a scholar. If you can marry his sister, that would be quite an achievement. Not only does Su's father think this way, but so does Mrs.
Tian.
Look, we're closed now, and we have to go far to another village to get water. The Yao family is thinking of us and has sent extra water for us. Su Mingyuan lazily replied, Mother, is this little kindness worth remembering? We run a restaurant and we have enough food stored. Didn't I also send 200 pounds of rice to the Yao family? Exactly. If you didn't care about your future in-laws, why would you send them food? Mrs. Tian gently persuaded, Qingqing has always been filial to me. If you want to marry another girl, I won't agree. Yao Qingqing has always been arrogant, but Su's father and Mrs. Tian don't mind. No matter how proud she is, once she becomes a wife, won't she become obedient? Su's father impatiently said, It's settled then. In a few days, you'll get engaged. Otherwise, once Sichu becomes a scholar, discussing marriage will make it seem like our Su family is just flattering others. Su Mingyuan sneered inwardly. Isn't that just flattering? Isn't it all about the Yao family's wealth and status? Although life is tough, Su Mingyuan and Yao Qingqing are still getting engaged. Yao Qingqing is very satisfied, having gotten what she wanted. What can that divorced woman Wei compete with me? She doesn't even know why she cares so much about that woman named Wei. Maybe it's because she's beautiful? But no matter what, her marriage with Brother Mingyuan is now settled. In front of their parents, Brother Mingyuan is warm and affectionate, unlike his usual impatience. Isn't that good? Once her brother becomes a scholar, she will get married by the end of the year, and there will be continuous joyful events at home. Wei Xiaoye is still living a relatively calm life at home, unlike the villagers who are in despair. She has plenty of food, and the system can also buy it. The space now has a clear spring. She feels very secure inside. She sent 80 pounds of food to her family and her uncle's family, and 20 pounds to Aunt Gao's house. However, getting water in the village is becoming more troublesome. In her past life, she was used to tap water. As soon as she turned on the faucet, water would flow freely. Little did she know that in ancient times, there could be situations where water was unavailable. Not only is it hard to get water, but even drinking water has become a luxury. But the two little girls, Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu, know that when no one is around, their mother can always bring out some water. Although it might only be 2 buckets a day, it is enough for them. She originally thought that life would just be a bit tough, and they could wait for the rain to come. Who would have thought that someone almost died in the village? Suddenly, refugees arrived. There were quite a few of them, in groups of 30 or 40. They were in rags, looking thin and weak, clearly having suffered from long-term hunger and hardship. However, they were not friendly. They rushed into the village and started looting. The villagers were caught off guard as a group burst into their homes, and their food was quickly taken away. Of course, they did not dare to resist. Fighting back would only provoke the refugees' violence. Only Su Laosen fought back. His parents were not well, and the family relied on him to earn some money. When he saw the food that kept them alive being stolen, he couldn't just stand by. He naturally fought back and got into a scuffle with 2 refugees. Unexpectedly, a large group of refugees rushed over, beating him until he was barely conscious. In the end, not only was the food taken, but the Su family was left in despair, with nothing to eat and no money for medicine. The refugees stole many of the villagers' daily necessities and occupied the old, dilapidated ancestral hall in the village, starting a fire to cook. They all went to draw from the nearly dried-up river well, scaring the villagers, who huddled in their homes, tightly closing their doors, afraid to come out. Who knew that the refugees would suddenly arrive and catch the villagers off guard? The village chief was anxious. His house was made of blue bricks, and there were only 4 houses like that in the village. He didn't know when the refugees would come to rob them. The village chief's wife trembled and said, "What should we do? We need to quickly gather people to resist the refugees." "Do you think I don't know? How can we send a message? By the way, Wei sure has a donkey cart. If only she could go to the county office to report this, the county magistrate could send people to capture those wandering refugees. But even if there is a donkey cart, how could they get out?" Wei Xiaoya and her sister were huddled at home with their 2 children. Her courtyard wall was much stronger than the fences of other villagers. The front door was also sturdy and heavy, providing good protection. Wei Xiaojun was anxious. "Elder sister, what should we do? If they are well fed, they might come rushing in at any moment." With only women at home, it was easy to attract the attention of the refugees. Of course, even if there were men in the house, facing dozens of refugees would be like a small insect trying to stop a cart. Wei Xiaoya felt anxious too, but she kept her composure. "Don't worry, I bought several useful items before, and now they can be put to use." The 2 daughters stayed quietly, afraid of disturbing their mother and aunt. Following Wei Xiaoya's instructions, Wei Xiaojun set up the nearly transparent line carefully. This was a special fishing line. It was very strong and had great tensile strength. If it caught someone, it wouldn't break easily by hand. Wei Xiaojun tried pulling the line hard, and even though her hand hurt, the transparent line showed little change. "Elder sister, this is much better than the rough rope we used when hunting in the mountains." Wei Xiaojun seemed to calm down a bit. If the refugees dared to charge, at least they were somewhat prepared. Wei Xiaoya then took out a crossbow and handed it to Wei Xiaojun. "This is also specially made, easy to use. Just aim and press here." Not only was there a crossbow, but there were also 108 arrows. Each arrow was only about 8 inches long, but they were compact and effective. Wei Xiaojun touched them. "Elder sister, these are made of fine iron?" Iron was expensive, especially fine iron like this. Wei Xiaoya chuckled. "I don't know what material this is, but it's powerful enough. Don't worry, if someone really comes in, I have weapons." "Elder sister, where did you buy these weapons? How can ordinary people like us afford them?" "Don't ask too much." Wei Xiaoya thought for a moment and came up with an excuse. "The young Master Lu I saved gave them to me for protection." Wei Xiaojun understood at once. So it was a gift from young Master Lu, which made sense. He must have a significant background, especially since he had followers and was skilled in martial arts while being pursued. He surely had connections. The 2 sisters had made some plans. Wei Xiaojun sighed as she watched Wei Xiaoya boil water, saying, "Eldest sister, I don't know how hard you work to bring back this water. Let me go next time." "No need, don't worry. We just need to save some water to get by," Wei Xiaoya replied. The water came from a magical spring, not from her going out to fetch it. She used to go out to queue for water, but that was just to keep up appearances. With enough water and food at home, the 4 of them still had full meals. Unexpectedly, after they finished eating, they heard a commotion outside the courtyard. This is the house. The big house with blue bricks and tiles. This is the richest family in the village, right? Who knows how much food they have hidden? I heard there are only 2 beautiful young women and 2 little girls in there. The voices of the refugees outside were loud and reckless. Although there were women and children among them, they had suffered greatly on their journey from the south. At that moment, they felt not only despair but also anger. Anger at being displaced and anger that villagers in other places could still live peacefully. After a hearty meal, they felt strong enough to start looting. Wei Xiaojun was still scared. Her hand gripping the crossbow trembled slightly. But seeing her eldest sister's calm demeanor and the 2 nieces not crying, she tried to stay calm. "If they rush in, they'll trip over the fishing lines we've set up. Many will fall. You just need to shoot. The reason I gave you the crossbow is to help you practice your aim. Don't worry, I have a stick. If I poke them, it will feel like they've been struck by lightning," Wei Xiaoya said slowly. not panicking at all. Wei Xiaojun nodded eagerly. I have good eyesight. Aiming and pressing the trigger will be easy. Outside, the shouting continued, while inside, it was quiet. Lu Jinyu, accompanied by 2 subordinates, said seriously, Lord Li, this is urgent. I must get out of the city. If you don't open the city gates, I'll have to force my way out. County Magistrate Li sighed. Brother Lu, the gates cannot be opened. Refugees are gathering outside. If they flood into the county, the consequences will be unimaginable. He truly felt helpless. As the county magistrate, he was powerless against the refugees coming from the south. Even in his own jurisdiction, there was a severe drought, and he didn't know how long they could hold out. If the refugees rushed into the city, not fearing death, and started to burn, kill, and loot, he wouldn't have enough people to manage the chaos. Although he was a local official, he felt sympathy for the refugees. Unfortunately, he could only open the city gates and let them go north in search of a way to survive. I won't make things difficult for you, Lord Li. I will take 2 people out of the city and won't return for a while. I have important matters to attend to, Lu Jinyu said firmly, leading the 2 people outside. County Magistrate Li had no choice but to let them leave. Suddenly, the city gate opened, but only wide enough for a single horse to pass. The 3 riders quickly went through, and before the refugees outside could react, the gate closed behind them. Amid the angry shouts of the refugees, the 3 riders rushed towards Huan village. The refugees were shouting loudly and had managed to kick open the gate of Wei Xiaoya's yard. They looked at the impressive brick house with greedy eyes. About 20 of them thought to rush in and finish things quickly. However, just a few steps inside, someone suddenly cried out and fell to the ground. 7 or 8 people stumbled and fell as well, causing those behind them to panic and retreat in shock. The ones on the ground struggled to get up but kept getting tripped again. They could feel a rope tightening around their ankles but couldn't see it clearly. This is strange. Charge in and take down those 2 women. Exactly. Those tricksters deserve to die. Look at all these tricks. Ouch. Wei Xiaoya said coldly, leave my yard immediately, or be prepared to face the consequences. Her warning had no effect. Instead, it made the refugees laugh even harder. I've suffered so much to get here, and this woman dares to warn us? Before I die, I want to taste your fear. That's right. We've come from afar, facing countless hardships. We aren't afraid of a mere woman. They continued to mock her, but Wei Xiaoya calmly commanded, shoot. Wei Xiaowan, who was ready nearby, swallowed nervously but raised her crossbow, aiming at the loudest one. An arrow shot out and struck the man's thigh. He let out a terrible scream and fell. The refugees stepped back in fear, and those who had been tripped by the fishing line grew frantic, but the more they struggled, the more entangled they became. Keep shooting. Wei Xiaoya issued orders again, and Wei Xiaowan pressed down hard, but the shot missed. The arrow fell to the ground, and the refugees burst into laughter. Looks like luck has run out, huh? Quite intimidating, though. Let's go together. There must be a lot of food hidden inside. Let's go. In Wei Xiaoya's eyes, these people looked like zombies. She squinted and said, keep going, don't stop. After shooting 2 arrows, Wei Xiaowan became much more skilled. The crossbow was indeed useful. Just aim and press, no other skills needed. With 7 or 8 arrows shot out, 3 or 4 more people fell to the ground. Though no one died on the spot, it caused great panic among them. Charge together. They can't kill us directly. Let's take down these 2 women and seize the big houses. This encouraged others, and they bravely charged forward. Some clever ones picked up sticks to wave around, likely blocking the incoming arrows. Wei Xiaowan felt anxious and kept pressing the trigger, shooting arrows continuously. Wei Xiaoya reassured her, don't be afraid, I'm here. She pulled out an electric baton. I'll take them down first. Saying this, Wei Xiaoya rushed out, and the refugees felt a surge of hope, thinking this girl was desperate and fearless. However, when Wei Xiaoya reached them, she smiled strangely and jabbed the baton at them. As expected, they all screamed and fell down. The remaining 10 or so people were so scared that they retreated, only to trip over the invisible fishing line on the ground. Wei Xiaoya took the crossbow arrows from Wei Xiaowan, looking like a cold-hearted killer. "You want to kill us? You want to take my house?" Suddenly, a hurried shout rang out. "Madam Wei." Wei Xiaoya heard the sound of hooves and couldn't believe it. Was Lu Jinyu coming? It was indeed him. 3 riders quickly reached the gate, and Wei Xiaoya shouted, "Stop. I set traps on the ground." The 3 horses were pulled to a halt just in time. Lu Jinyu saw the chaos in the yard and felt his heart finally settle. Upon learning that refugees had already rushed in, he immediately wanted to protect Wei Xiaoya. But he was still a step too late. From a distance, seeing her yard wide open with a crowd inside, he felt his heart almost burst. Fortunately, it was the refugees who had fallen, not Wei Xiaoya and the children. Wei Xiaoya was doing well. She even smiled broadly and said, "Perfect. These refugees have invaded my home. Let's capture them all." Both the standing and fallen refugees looked terrified. "Are these people from the government?" Lu Jinyu said coldly, "Take them all away and throw them out." 2 subordinates received the order and quickly drove the people out. Lu Jinyu naturally saw the fallen refugees, some shot by arrows, others still limp. He was quite surprised. "Madam Wei, did you handle all of this?" "That's right, my sister and I took care of it," Wei Xiaoya said with a smile. Wei Xiaowan also expressed her gratitude. "Thanks to the crossbow arrows gifted by young Master Lu, it was a great help." Wei Xiaoya silently sighed. Was this little lie exposed right in front of Lu Jinyu? But Lu Jinyu clearly respected her and did not say much more. Until Wei Xiaowan hurried back inside to get water for the 3 of them, Lu Jinyu looked at Wei Xiaoya and asked, "May I see that crossbow arrow?" Wei Xiaoya readily handed it over. "I bought this for a high price and told my sister it was a gift from you." Fortunately, Lu Jinyu did not ask why she claimed it was from him. He thought it was quite normal for her to use him as an excuse. As she spoke, she demonstrated, "Look, it's that simple." Indeed, it's incredibly clever. This arrow, though short, is powerful. The tip is heavy, made of fine iron, and has great penetrating power. Lu Jinyu was knowledgeable, and once he had the arrow, he gave it a thorough review. "This operation is foolproof. I mean, even a fool can use it. I had my sister aim and shoot, and she did quite well." Wei Xiaoya was very pleased, feeling a sense of accomplishment in training a female warrior. Lu Jinyu laughed. "While others teach their sisters needlework, you teach yours to shoot arrows and defeat enemies." He thought Madame Wei's courage was truly remarkable. Wei Xiaowan brought the water, and after Lu Jinyu drank, he praised, "In these times of water scarcity, I didn't expect to find such sweet water in Huan village." Wei Xiaowan couldn't help but chime in, "It's all thanks to my elder sister who brought it back in large quantities." In fact, she also found it a bit strange. She felt this water tasted even better than before. Moreover, it seemed to last longer. Sometimes she thought there was only half a bucket, but after a while, she found there was still more than half. Lu Jinyu sighed, realizing that the people in Lingnan were living difficult lives. They had always suffered from harsh conditions, and this year they faced floods followed by severe drought. For an entire year, they had nothing to harvest. If they hadn't been forced into this situation, they wouldn't have become refugees. However, no matter the circumstances, harming innocent people was a sure way to bring trouble upon themselves. Chen Liang and Chen Ting drove all the refugees to Wei Xiaoya's yard, using the fishing lines provided by Wei Xiaoya to tie them up one by one. There may be more refugees at the old ancestral hall or attacking other villagers, Lu Jinyu said, calling his 2 subordinates and mounting his horse to search elsewhere. "Young Master Lu, they might be targeting wealthy families or the village head," Wei Xiaoya reminded him, thinking about how these people were drawn to the large brick houses. With the crossbow arrows given by Wei Xiaoya, Lu Jinyu headed straight for the village head's house. As Wei Xiaoya predicted, another group of refugees was attacking the village head's home, and the gate had already been kicked open. The village head's voice trembled. "Gentlemen, this is all the food I have left, and there are a few silver coins here too. Take the food and silver, and please leave.
Ha!
So you are the village head? No wonder you can afford such a big house and support scholars. One refugee mocked. Exactly, just a village head. Where did you get so much silver? Isn't it from exploiting the villagers? Another added. The village head smiled bitterly and pleaded, Gentlemen, I just inherited a few acres of land from my ancestors. I never exploited anyone. I can barely feed myself in this village. I don't want to hear your excuses. Brothers, let's go. About a dozen refugees rushed into the village head's house, searching every corner. The village head's wife and the Wu siblings, hiding in the woodshed, were soon found and cried out in fear. They were beaten without mercy by the refugees. As they were looting food and supplies, a sudden scream pierced the air, and one refugee fell to the ground. Soon, one after another, refugees began to drop. Two agile refugees rushed forward and grabbed the village head's wife and Wu Zheng, using them as shields. It was then they realized that those who had fallen were hit by arrows. The village head's wife trembled in fear, while Wu Meng nearly broke down, pleading, Please let me go, I don't want to die. Though Wu Heng felt weak, he quickly ran to his father's side, driven by sheer willpower. Two homeless men held hostages, one with a kitchen knife and the other with a hatchet, pressed against their necks. Don't move. If you do, I won't hold back.
Who are you?
If you come any closer, we'll kill them. That's right. If they die, it's your fault. The two men echoed each other, sensing the deadly aura from the newcomer. This wasn't just a threat. It was the presence of someone who had truly taken lives. The realization filled them with terror, and they pressed the knives harder against the women's necks. Wu Meng saw Lu Jinyu descend from above and was overwhelmed with joy. Brother Lu,
Please save me.
But as soon as she spoke, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, and blood began to flow. The man holding her had pressed the blade into her skin. Wu Meng cried out in pain, so frightened that she wet her skirt. The man sneered, You scaredy cat. You wet yourself. Hey, let us go, and we'll release them. Otherwise, one life for another, and we won't lose out. The man beside him, holding the other hostage, nodded. They were local bullies, and while they hadn't taken lives before, they had committed many wrongs. The villagers always avoided them, too afraid to speak out. Among the homeless, they were seen as leaders, relying on their boldness to commit evil. But this time, they knew they had met their match. If they could escape unharmed, they just wanted to leave this place quickly. Wu Meng felt both shame and embarrassment, but her desire to survive outweighed everything. She dared not speak again, only looking at Lu Jinyu with pleading eyes. Lu Jinyu said coldly, Let them go now, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, this will be your grave. The two men didn't believe him and pressed the knives harder against the hostages' necks, drawing blood. One man, excited, shouted, Prepare us 100 pounds of food, 20 taels of silver, and a cart. If there's no cart, a donkey cart will do, or even horses. They thought they had a good plan. If they couldn't escape with others, it would still be worth it for them to flee alone. But Lu Jinyu remained unmoved, and the two men, desperate, slashed the knives against the women's skin again. Wu Meng, with tears streaming down her face, pleaded, Brother Lu, agree to their demands. Please save us. Wu Lijing was flustered and said, Yes, 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 I promise you. I will prepare right away, but please don't harm anyone else. The bandits became smug and shouted, Get out. You have until the incense burns out to prepare. Otherwise, these two women will have to face our wrath. Lu Jinyu and Wu Lijing left the room to gather what the bandits demanded. If only one person were in danger, it would be easier to handle. With two people, it was impossible to ensure both could escape unharmed at the same time. One of the two women would surely be in danger. Chun Liang and Chen Ting heard Lu Jinyu whisper a few instructions and then stepped back. When Wu Lijing and his son returned with food, they looked troubled and said, We have enough food, but we don't have 20 taels of silver. I can't gather that much right now. The bandit shouted, This kid looks rich. You need to bring out the silver. Lu Jinyu narrowed his eyes and replied, Fine. I have 20 taels of silver. He pretended to be very angry, pulled out 2 silver ingots, and tossed them towards the 2 bandits. One bandit reached for the silver, but before he could touch it, he clutched his throat and fell to the ground. His eyes widened in shock, unable to make a sound. Wu Meng, now free, screamed and jumped away, seeing that the fallen bandit had an arrow sticking out of his neck. The other bandit, realizing the danger, raised his knife to attack Wu Lijing's wife. Just then, Chen Liang, who had been hiding by the kitchen door, sprang into action and kicked the bandit. Before the bandit could strike, another arrow shot out and struck him in the neck as well. Both bandits fell dead on the spot. Wu Lijing's family cried in relief, grateful to be alive after the ordeal. The remaining bandits, now frightened and disorganized, did not dare to fight the 3 skilled fighters. Lu Jinyu and the others easily subdued them and tied them up with fishing line. Wu Meng had changed her clothes and emerged, her eyes slightly puffy and her face still showing fear. Just a glance at her would evoke sympathy. Unfortunately, Lu Jinyu didn't even look at her. He clasped his fists in respect to Wu Lijing and took the bandits away. "Brother Lu, please wait," Wu Meng called out quickly. Seeing Lu Jinyu stop, she shyly said, "Today, I owe you my life, Brother Lu. I have no way to repay you, so I offer myself in gratitude." Wu Lijing's family was shocked. They never expected Wu Meng to say something so startling without consulting them first. But Wu Meng didn't care about that. This was her only chance, and she had to seize it. If Brother Lu is already married or has a fiancé, I am willing to serve him as a maid or a concubine, just to be by his side, Wu Meng said softly, bowing deeply. Lu Jinyu glanced at her but spoke to the village head. "I must take my leave now. I need to help Madame Wei." He didn't even respond to her and left with his companions. Wu Meng felt both embarrassed and angry, and tears fell. Madame Village Head quickly pulled her daughter into the bedroom, saying, "Are you out of your mind? Your father will be furious soon." Luckily, no villagers were around to see this, so there won't be any gossip. Wu Meng cried, "If gossip could make Brother Lu marry me or even take me as a concubine, I would accept it." Madame Village Head felt a sharp pain in her neck and a headache. She couldn't understand why, after just escaping a life-threatening situation, her daughter was thinking about this. Shouldn't she be grateful to have survived? Madame Village Head was frustrated but felt helpless with her daughter. After all this time, whether through punishment or restrictions, could she really control her daughter's thoughts? Lu Jinyu seemed to ignore the earlier incident and headed towards Wei Xiaoya. The refugees, now disarmed, were tied together with fishing line, and Lu Jinyu and his companions had used a special method to bind them, making escape impossible. "Sir, this line is really useful. It can't be broken," Chen Liang said with interest. "It's light, soft, strong, and also transparent," Chen Ting added. "Don't worry, if Madame Wei has any extra, she will share some with me," Lu Jinyu said confidently, a smile on his lips. The 2 subordinates exchanged glances, realizing their leader's intentions were clear. Wei Xiaoya and her sister were not surprised to see the 3 of them bringing a group of refugees. Wei Xiaowan felt a bit sad, saying, "Actually, they might have been pitiful people. Sister, we can't feel sorry for them right now. Just a moment ago, they wanted our lives." Wei Xiaoya quickly reminded her to stay focused. "Of course, I know that. I just think that they were living well in their hometown before being forced onto this path." Wei Xiaoya didn't feel sympathy for these people. Look at them. They all seem fierce. It's clear that kind and weak individuals wouldn't associate with them. "They have teamed up to commit many wrongdoings," said Lu Jinyu. Lu Jinyu agreed. These people cannot be spared. If the refugees are begging to fill their stomachs or trading labor for food, we can still feel sympathy. But their evil actions lead them to their own doom. The refugees, hearing their conversation, shouted fearlessly, "Please, sir, spare us. We had no choice. It was Zhang De, an heir, who forced us to steal food. Zhang De has already been shot by you. We promise to leave this village and won't disturb you again." In truth, Lu Jinyu felt helpless. Where could he take so many people? Would he gather them all and walk to the county town, delivering them to the county office? Not to mention, if the county office could even accommodate these idle people and feed them, the city gate was currently closed to them. The county magistrate had clearly stated that the gates would not be opened and they would not be allowed in. Wei Xiaoya, learning of the situation, could only sigh. It seems we can only drive them out of this village. The village head had arranged his family matters and hurried over. Seeing so many refugees, he felt a headache coming on. Wei, if we drive this group away, what will we do if another group comes to the village? Now, he placed his hopes on the two people in front of him. We were caught off guard by these refugees. Now that we are prepared, they won't stand a chance. Uncle, we need to organize people to start patrolling, Wei Xiaoya suggested. This idea was also shared by the village head. He looked hopefully at Lu Jinyu. I wonder if you have any official business, or if you could stay in the village a bit longer. Having these 3 skilled fighters in the village would be like having 3 powerful guardians. The refugees would not be their match. Lu Jinyu hesitated. He could not return to the county town now. It was fine. His previous duties were completed, and he was only helping Lord Li now. Lord Li had a close friendship with him, and he believed his superiors would not blame him. Lu Jinyu nodded. All right. I will stay in the village for a while to prevent any more disturbances from the refugees. The village head was overjoyed, feeling as if he had truly come back to life. A meeting was quickly held in the village to arrange patrols. Old Su, who had been beaten and was barely alive, finally had a doctor come to treat his injuries now that the refugees had been driven away. In the meantime, he had a high fever and kept mumbling nonsense, which frightened his parents so much that they knelt down to pray for help. When Wei Xiaoya learned about this, she gave Lu Jinyu some anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicine, telling him to find a chance to give it to Su Lao-san. Why don't you give it to him yourself? If you save his life, you'll be his benefactor, Lu Jinyu said. Wei Xiaoya shook her head. You saving him is the same. I don't want. She didn't want others to know about her amazing medicine. Fortunately, Lu Jinyu was understanding. Seeing that she didn't want to say more, he added, I understand you. It's wise to be careful. Wei Xiaoya smiled sweetly. He was such a warm-hearted person. Unbeknownst to her, when Lu Jinyu saw her smile like a spring breeze, his heart felt as if it were rippling like a calm lake. After he gave Su Laosan the medicine, his condition stabilized. His parents were so grateful that they wanted to kneel and thank Lu Jinyu. The young men in the village formed several patrol teams under the village head's organization to keep watch. If anything seemed off, they would immediately call for help and gather together. Wei Xiaoya bought several whistles from the system and distributed them to the villagers, so each patrol group could use the whistle as a signal. The whistles were made of brass and were very loud, capable of being heard from far away. Seeing that Lu Jinyu was a bit envious, she found it amusing and gave each of the 3 men one as well. Chun Liang and Chen Ting were very pleased. With the whistle, it would be very convenient to signal during urgent tasks. The village had also held a whistle, silently marveling at how wealthy the Wei family was. Such brass whistles were precious, and she had bought so many. With several patrol teams out and about, the villagers finally felt more at ease. The 3 men, all grown, stayed at Wei Xiaoya's house, which was not very convenient, so they moved to Aunt Gao's house. Aunt Gao shared a room with Xingya, and there were 2 other empty rooms with beds and bedding available. Chun Liang and Chen Ting helped fetch water. At this time, washing hair and bathing were not priorities. Water was very precious and was only used for cooking and drinking. Now, getting water required a lot of patience. They had to use a ladle to catch the slow stream, pouring it into a bucket. To fill half a bucket, it often took a good part of the day. The villagers were all anxious, fearing that the river might completely dry up one day. So, whenever they had time, they were busy fetching water. Lu Jinyu didn't understand the signs of nature, but he felt that if the drought continued, staying here would also be dangerous. Wei Nyangzi, you can take the child and come with me to the city. When the situation here improves, we can come back. Wei Xiaoya was a bit surprised. Isn't there enough water in the capital? Besides, the journey is long, and with this weather, traveling is exhausting. The county gate was already closed, and if they wanted to go to the capital, they would have to take a detour. The journey was indeed not short. Even by carriage, it would be tiring. Wei Xiaoya was reluctant to move. In fact, she had food and water. Lu Jinyu paused for a moment. If he went to the capital for official business, he might not have time to take care of Wei Xiaoya and the two children. As long as they were safe in the village, they could endure. They would get through it eventually. It's a pity I don't know how to find water sources. From a distance, the mountains look dry and yellow. I can't tell where there might be water. But the place where we rescued that villager had a pond. I wonder if there's still water there. Lu Jinyu recalled the valley where they had saved Ma's husband. Wei Xiaoya agreed. That place is very serene, shaded, with flowing water. Perhaps there is still water there. They both saw the desire to explore in each other's eyes. Having horses made it easier. They each rode one, and also brought Qinliang along. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the horses couldn't go up, so they tied them to a dead tree. At that moment, the mountain, which should have been lush, was instead dry and yellow. Wei Xiaoya could tell that even in such a deep mountain, the groundwater was insufficient for the trees. The three of them wore narrow-sleeved pants, which made movement easy. When they finally arrived at the valley, Wei Xiaoya felt very refreshed. It's been more than 2 months of drought, and finally, we see this refreshing sight. As they expected, the valley still had some greenery. There was even water in the pond. If the village well and small river ran dry, they could come here for water. Although the journey would be longer, they could still survive. They would surely hold on until the rainy days. I see some green trees here, especially this spot. Look, this is Golden Needle. Its presence means there is likely plenty of groundwater. Wei Xiaoya was excited to see the yellow flowers. These yellow flowers only grow in places with abundant groundwater. If there was truly a water shortage, digging here could yield groundwater. Wei Xiaoya felt reassured. She just wanted to stay in the village and live her rural life. She didn't want to be like those refugees, leaving their homes to wander. If the situation became very serious, even if she had food and water, how could she avoid being exposed? Even if she didn't want to leave, everyone else in the village had gone, leaving just her family, which surely brought many troubles. Lu Jinyu relaxed a bit and said, "Now Wei Nyangzi can stay peacefully in this village." "That's right, we can always survive." Lu Jinyu hesitated for a moment. Doesn't Wei Nyangzi want to see a bigger world? Like the capital city or the provincial city? Qinliang, nearby, seemed to hear nothing and quietly splashed some water from the pond to wash his face. Wei Xiaoya smiled. "Of course, I want to see the world. But not now. Although I have saved some money, I feel it's not enough. Once I have more money and my daughters are older, I will take them out to broaden their horizons. My daughters shouldn't be limited to this small village, only seeing this little piece of land and trivial matters." Lu Jinyu sincerely praised, "You are truly a good mother." After a moment of hesitation, he chuckled. "If you didn't mention your daughters all the time, others wouldn't even know you have a daughter." Qinliang had quietly moved further away, looking at the sky, the ground, and the trees. He was hinting that Wei Nyangzi looks young and beautiful, not at all like someone with a daughter. Women seem to like this kind of talk. Sure enough, Wei Xiaoya laughed happily. "Haha, it means I take good care of myself." Qinliang could hear Wei Xiaoya's laughter from afar and saw his master smiling in a way that seemed unworthy. He sighed quietly. So, his master must have grown tired of the dignified ladies from the capital and preferred this straightforward personality? He had never seen a woman like Wei Nyangzi, who was so unreserved. He also felt comfortable around such a woman. But if he wanted to marry, he still preferred someone gentler, someone who would see him as the center of her world. A woman like Wei Nyangzi would never see a man as the center. She could even hit people with a hammer. After a while, Qinliang realized he was getting distracted. What was he thinking? Even his master didn't know what the future with Wei Nyangzi would be like. There would definitely be challenges. Wei Xiaoya had no idea what Lu Jinyu's subordinate was thinking. She only felt that being in this valley, surrounded by green trees and the pond, lifted her spirits. Hey, actually, I want to wash my face and feet. As soon as Wei Xiaoya said this, she almost made Lu Jinyu lose his composure. I'll step aside for a moment. Lu Jinyu quickly took Chen Liang far away. Wei Xiaoya chuckled quietly. She saw the clear pond, with green trees and white clouds reflected in it. Truly a beautiful scene. The opening of the pond was small. Only when it was full did a little water flow out. Wei Xiaoya stood behind that small opening, happily washed her face, cleaned her hands, and took off her shoes and socks to wash her feet. She quietly took out a towel from her bag to dry off, then put on her shoes and socks, looking refreshed. I'm ready. You all come and cool off too, Wei Xiaoya called to them. Suddenly, she paused for a moment because she heard a notification from the system. Host, there is brown iron ore in this mountain. Really? How much is there? Wei Xiaoya was surprised. She didn't expect this mountain to be so rich in resources. The exact amount is unclear, but the system has detected a significant amount of iron ore. Wei Xiaoya glanced over, and the system had already marked the location. It was only about 1 or 2 kilometers away from where they were. When Lu Jinyu came over, he noticed Wei Xiaoya was staring at him intently and asked, "What's wrong?" Wei Xiaoya smiled slightly. It's nothing. She hadn't decided yet whether to tell him about the iron ore. Perhaps she could give him such a great gift in the future, or maybe she would keep it for herself. It would be a way to earn some credit and live a better life. After the three of them enjoyed the coolness for a while, they rode back. They also informed the village head about the water source at the pond. The village head was delighted. Although it was far, having water meant hope for survival. The village's patrol team was very useful. Strong villagers would chase away any small groups of refugees they found. If they spotted a larger group of refugees from a distance, they would quickly whistle and gather more people. Even if there were many refugees, seeing the vigilant villagers, they would only find another way to pass through, not daring to cause trouble. Days passed, and Lu Jinyu had to leave with his 2 subordinates. At this point, he felt more at ease. The village seemed relatively safe. Until the river completely dried up, the villagers began to go to the deep mountain pond for water. Wei Xiaoya's donkey cart was very useful. Although it couldn't go up the mountain, it could reach the foot of it. This greatly saved their energy in fetching water. To collect more water, Wei Xiaoya came up with a method to soak a quilt and bring it back. Although it couldn't be used for drinking, it was great for feeding donkeys and washing faces. Of course, that was just the surface reason. Wei Xiaoya had secretly bathed at midnight using water from a magical spring in her space. With a donkey cart, they could fetch several buckets of water at a time, bringing great convenience to a few nearby families. One day, Wei Xiaoya drove the donkey cart back with Manhwa after fetching water. Suddenly, they heard Manhwa scream. Wei Xiaoya looked and saw a ragged woman lying by the roadside. She scooped some water with her hands and poured it into the woman's mouth. Fortunately, the woman still had the ability to swallow and woke up after drinking some water.
Thank you for saving me, she said.
She was very thin, but her features were beautiful, and she spoke politely, unlike most village women. Manhwa signaled to Wei Xiaoya that this must be a refugee. Wei Xiaoya understood. When a life was at stake, it was natural to help. They lifted the woman onto the donkey cart and took her home. After drinking some rice porridge, the woman clearly felt better. Although still a bit weak, she could speak clearly. Thank you for your kindness. My name is Lu Yin and I am from Lingnan. My hometown has suffered great disasters, forcing me to head north in search of a way to survive. My fiancé is in the capital, preparing for next year's spring examination, Lu Yin said softly. The journey to the capital is very long. How will you, a weak woman, make it there? Wei Xiaoya felt worried for her. Lu Yin's eyes turned red. My parents and younger brother all died on the way. We had some silver, but it was all stolen. Her eyes were filled with anger and sadness. Wei Xiaoya sighed. It was truly difficult to save even one life in such desperate times. Many people have died on the road, some from hunger, some from thirst, some from illness, and others from violence. There are even stories of people resorting to cannibalism. If it weren't for my mother telling me before she died to find my fiancé and live well, I would have wanted to go with them, Lu Yin said. Even while crying, she remained very polite. Wei Xiaoye could tell that this woman came from a wealthy family. However, once disaster struck and she was forced to leave her home, it was easy for her money to be stolen. In a state of despair, people could do anything. A wealthy and polite family like this is often targeted by others. It is already fortunate for her to have come this far. Since you are not well, you can stay here and rest for now. Once this disaster passes, we can talk about going to the capital. Lu Yin was very grateful, bowing deeply to Wei Xiaoye and expressing her thanks. While taking care of her health, she refused to be idle. She competed with Wei Xiaowan to do housework, told stories to the two little girls, Xing and Yu, and taught them how to write. When she learned that the two girls already recognized many characters, she was not surprised. After getting to know them better, Wei Xiaoye discovered that Lu Yin's father was a scholar. Her fiancé's family was very poor, and because Lu Yin's father couldn't bear to see a good talent wasted, he took the time to nurture him. After the engagement was set, Lu Yin's father even provided a lot of silver, which could be seen as treating him like his own son. Wei Xiaoye felt relieved. With a fiancé who benefited from her family, she thought she wouldn't suffer much when she found him in the capital. Is your fiancé the only one in his family? Lu Yin shook her head. He has a mother and a younger sister, but they went to the capital early on. They said they were going to stay with his uncle, who runs a small business there. This way, his mother can take care of him. It's good they left early, otherwise, who knows what would have happened. Lu Yin was very grateful that her fiancé's family had escaped a disaster. That's good. I hope they treat you well, and you can live a good life. Lu Yin finally managed to smile, feeling some hope for her future. Although there was a severe drought with no rain for a long time, the officials still came to collect taxes. Every household was in despair. Oh heavens, are we not allowed to live? No harvest, and we still have to pay taxes. Not only that, but the taxes are even heavier. Isn't that true? Last year it was 1/12, but now it's 1/10. We can't survive like this. However, the officials were unyielding and only demanded payment. Families that had some savings were almost emptied out by these demands. Many families without savings were forced to sell their land or go into debt. The Wei family managed to get through. Wei Xiaoye had saved quite a bit, and because Wei Laotu and Wei Ersha's family helped her sell watermelons and catch crayfish, they also had some money. But several families in the village were selling their land. And it was difficult to sell because those who wanted to buy also had no money. Even the wealthy Sun family, who own 40 acres of land, feel the pressure from the high taxes this year. Several families looking to sell their land are eagerly waiting for buyers to raise money for taxes and food to get through the year. Under the hopeful gazes of those families, Wei Xiaoye successfully bought a total of 15 acres. Now she has 31 acres. The villagers began to see her financial strength in a new light. Although it wasn't old Wei himself who made the purchase, he accompanied her and couldn't stop smiling. Xiaoye, next year will surely be a good harvest. We need to work hard, he said. Wei Xiaoye smiled back, knowing that with so much land, they couldn't manage it all by themselves and would need to hire workers. While things were looking up for her, Wei Xiaoye ran into Wang Xiaomiao. Wang looked extremely thin, her eyes appearing larger than usual. Her limbs were slender, but she was noticeably pregnant. She stared at Wei Xiaoye and suddenly laughed. You must be a ghost. How else could you be doing so well? Women can't possibly thrive like this. Wei Xiaoye simply smiled, not wanting to argue. This only made Wang Xiaomiao angrier. However, Lu Yin couldn't hold back. She saw Wei Xiaoye as a sister, having saved her life and treated her kindly. She quickly defended her. Why can't women do well? Sister Xiaoye is kind and smart. She will continue to succeed. Wang Xiaomiao glared at Lu Yin. Who do you think you are to speak? This unfamiliar girl was beautiful and graceful, but Wang found her very unlikable. She is the scholar's daughter, from a wealthy family, and she is educated. What about you? Wei Xiaoya said simply, her words piercing Wang Xiaomiao's heart. Was everyone else happy while she suffered? She often faced beatings and had to work hard, all while being pregnant and unable to eat enough. Her family was struggling, and under her mother-in-law's orders, she had come to her parents' home to ask for food. If she couldn't get any, she would say it was a loan. After enduring a long drought, her family was nearly out of resources and couldn't even afford to eat. She never imagined that the Wei sisters, and even this scholar's daughter, seemed to be doing quite well. They looked clean and well-dressed, and most importantly, they clearly hadn't gone hungry. So, what if she is the scholar's daughter? You're just like the others, unwanted by men. Wang Xiaomiao said sharply, hoping to see embarrassment on their faces. But Wei Xiaoya smiled back at her. Yes, you have a man. That's impressive. Just make sure you stay sweet and loving until you grow old together. If you get hit, don't run away. If you're hungry, endure it. And when you work, put in all your effort like a donkey. After saying this, they walked past her without a second glance. Wang Xiaomiao was so angry she trembled. Wei Xiaoya's cruel blessing sent chills down her spine. Was she really going to spend her life with that man, enduring hardships forever? Suddenly, she shouted and rushed forward, wanting to grab Wei Xiaoya's hair and teach her a lesson. Hearing the shout, Wei Xiaoya sensed something was wrong and instinctively stepped aside. Wang Xiaomiao lost her balance and fell to the ground. Holding her belly, she screamed, "Help! Wei is trying to kill me. I'm in so much pain.
Please save me."
She was genuinely scared, feeling intense pain in her stomach. Wei Xiaojun and Lu Yin were startled. "Sister, what should we do?" Lu Yin hesitated. To her, a life was more important than anything. But this was Wei Xiaoya's personal matter, and besides, it was this crazy woman who had rushed at her and fell. How could she intervene? Fortunately, others nearby witnessed the scene. In fact, even if there were no witnesses, Wei Xiaoya would still be cold-hearted. Those who harm others will end up harming themselves, Wei Xiaoya scoffed. Since we are both women, I'll send someone to call your family. Whether they help you or not depends on your luck. Wang Xiaomiao was sweating from the pain. She wanted to ask Wei Xiaoya for help, knowing she had money, but she was too hurt to speak. She watched helplessly as Wei Xiaoya called over a woman. "Please run an errand for me and inform the Wang family about what happened. Tell them to come and help." As she spoke, she handed the woman a small piece of silver, worth about a coin. The woman, Mrs. Liu, was thrilled and replied, "I'll do it." We all saw it clearly. Wang Xiaomiao rushed at you and fell on her own. It has nothing to do with you. Seeing Wei Xiaoya smile, she knew her words pleased her. With that, she hurried off to inform the Wang family. Lu Posey clapped her thighs and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, my little Miao. My poor daughter. Hurry, let's go get your sister back. We need to call a doctor." He sure felt dizzy and replied, "Mom, where will we get the money to call a doctor?" Lu Posey angrily hit her a couple of times. "Is this how you act as a daughter-in-law? Do you really want to see your sister die?" Zhang Shi, being more clever, stayed silent. She did whatever Lu Posey asked, knowing she had no money anyway. Wang De and his brothers grumbled as they lifted a door plank to go get their sister. When they arrived, they found many villagers gathered around. Wang Xiaomiao was lying on the ground, sweating heavily and groaning. As soon as she saw her brothers, tears streamed down her face. "We must make Wei Xiaoya pay for this," Wang Sansong said angrily. "Actually, it's not Xiaoya's fault." Xiaomiao ran into her, Lu Sizey whispered. Since she had just received some money, she naturally wanted to defend Wei Xiaoya. You must have benefited somehow to speak up for the Wei family," Wang De bluntly pointed out. Lu Sizey was furious, asked the others. Many people saw what happened. The others murmured among themselves. They had no reason to help Wei Xiaoya, but they also couldn't lie and say she pushed Xiaomiao. They didn't want to make an enemy of her. The Wang brothers lifted Wang Xiaomiao onto the door plank, but hesitated when they reached their home. He sure, ignoring her mother-in-law's glare, said, "It seems Xiaomiao is about to give birth. It's not lucky for her to have a baby at her mother's house." Of course, I'm just reminding you. So don't blame me later for not warning you. You decide. He sure had learned to be a bit smarter. She had said her piece, and now it was up to Lu Posey to decide. But she wouldn't take the blame if things went wrong. Lu Posey wanted to carry her daughter inside, but after hearing her daughter-in-law, she hesitated. The other two daughters-in-law also stayed quiet. She felt even worse, upset that her daughters-in-law couldn't accept her daughter and that her daughter was suffering. Wang Xiaomiao looked at her parents and brothers in disbelief, unable to speak from the pain, only able to signal with her eyes. Lu Posey said with difficulty, "Let's take her to the woodshed." The woodshed had some dry straw and twigs, and Wang Xiaomiao lay on it, crying out in pain. "Hurry and call the midwife. She's about to give birth," Lu Posey instructed. "Mom, we need money for that." "How can we get someone without money?" Zhang said quietly. Lu Posey wished she could bite her daughter-in-law. "Can't you just beg her? If you kneel and ask, she will definitely come. This is a matter of life." Zhang huffed. "I can't do that. It's better if I stay here and watch my sister." "Mom, you have more influence, so you should go ask." Lu Posey hit Zhang lightly twice. "Are you going or not?" Zhang had no choice but to go out. But she didn't really intend to ask. After stepping outside, she hid in the shade of a withered tree by the river and rested for a while before returning. "Mom, I told you, but you don't believe me. Without money, how can they come?" Lu Posey had no choice but to go herself. Sure enough, the midwife was unwilling to go. "Sister Wang, this midwifery is a skill and a business. Without money, it's hard to help. The weather is terrible, and we can't even eat at home. How can I do a good deed? Ding sister, please have mercy. My little Meow, you watched her grow up, and you were the one who helped with her birth. How can you bear to see her like this?" Lu Posey pleaded, but the midwife remained unmoved. In the end, she took out a silver ring and handed it over. "We really have no money at home. This is for my wedding, given by my mother-in-law. I haven't even given it to my 3 daughters-in-law." The midwife looked at the ring with some disdain. "What is this worth?" But having something is better than nothing, so she agreed to go. He and her family had already prepared boiling water and sterilized scissors. Under the midwife's guidance, Wang Miao's cries grew more desperate. After 2 hours, a girl was finally born, weak like a little kitten. When Wang Miao learned it was a daughter, she closed her eyes and tears flowed down. Lu Posey held her granddaughter. "Look, this is your daughter. She was born over a month early, but thankfully she is healthy." Wang Miao was too tired to open her eyes. She only knew that her life would be even harder now. Giving birth at your family's home is urgent, but resting after childbirth isn't easy at your family's place, Sun Fengyang said. Both sisters-in-law had already spoken up, and if she kept quiet, he and Zhang would join forces to push her out even more. So, she had to step up in the matter of dealing with her sister-in-law. Sure enough, she received a scolding from Lu Posey. But it didn't matter. A little scolding was worth a piece of meat. Wang Xiaomiao felt hopeless, but she knew that returning to the Chu family to rest after giving birth would be worse than death. "Sisters-in-law, I will stay in this woodshed to rest. It's not too cold yet. I can manage." Wang Xiaomiao's submission did not earn her any kindness from her 3 sisters-in-law. Even her 3 brothers remained silent. She realized that in this family, only her mother still cared for her a little. "Dad, Mom, brothers, it's always Xiaoya's fault. She has plenty of money. Go ask her for some compensation." If she could get some compensation, her time resting would be a bit easier. Old Lu's eyes lit up. "That's right. This is always Xiaoya's doing. She's so wealthy. What's wrong with her giving a little for compensation?" After some discussion, old Lu took Wang Sansong and his wife to ask for the money. At Wei Xiaoya's home, Lu Yin felt uneasy. She worried that the pregnant woman might really face a terrible fate. When the Wang family came shouting at the door, Lu Yin was frightened. "Sister Xiaoya, what should we do?" "Don't be afraid. These people are just here to cause trouble and ask for money. I don't want to argue with them." Wei Xiaoya and her sister were already prepared for the Wang family's visit. The Wang family had suffered many times at Wei Xiaoya's hands, yet they only grew bolder.
Wei,
You heartless girl. No matter what, Xiao Miao is your sister-in-law. Do you really hate her so much that you want to harm her? Why did you push her? Old Lu shouted, trying to pin the blame on Wei Xiaoya right away.
oh,
Did Wang Xiaomiao say that? Or did you see it with your own eyes? I have witnesses. Just now, Wang Xiaomiao was jealous and tried to push me, but she fell instead. Trying to frame me won't work. Wei Xiaoya remained calm, standing in the yard and responding coldly. Oh my heavens! Open your eyes and see this wicked woman. She actually pushed a pregnant woman. Why haven't you dealt with her? She shouted, but suddenly fell silent. It wasn't that she didn't want to make noise anymore, but because she saw Wei Xiaoya take out a stick and look at her with a smile. The sight made her uneasy. She had felt the power of that stick before. Just a hit would feel like being struck by lightning. Why aren't you shouting now? Wei Xiaoya said with a smile, looking at them. You used to be Xiao Miao's sister-in-law. As women, you should help her a little. She's in such a bad situation now, and it's because of you that she had a premature birth. She nearly risked her life to deliver a daughter who wasn't even full term. And now she has to recover in the woodshed. Sun Fengyang spoke softly, and her words seemed to make some sense. Some people nearby nodded in agreement. After all, if it weren't for the argument with Wei Xiaoya, Xiao Miao wouldn't have fallen and given birth early. Wei Xiaoya laughed. If you want to be a good person, that's fine, but you don't need to drag me into this. I was scared by her. Who's going to compensate me? Besides, you all let her recover in the woodshed, and now you want to blame me? That's ridiculous. Can't even let your own daughter give birth in your house? How pitiful. Wei Xiaoya's sympathy was genuine, but it wasn't for Xiao Miao. It was for the situation of women in this time. Enough.
I've said what I needed to say.
Now leave my yard. Or else. Wang Sansong quickly shouted, Wei Xiaoya, how can you be so heartless? We were married for a night, and we have 2 daughters together. Xiao Miao is your sister-in-law. Before he could finish, he let out a loud scream. Wei Xiaoya shocked him several times with a stun gun, saying, Call out again?
Get out.
Lu Posey knew her son was facing torture, so she didn't dare say much. She ran far away and shouted, Wei Xiaoya, you will get what you deserve. There's no one as cruel as you in this world. Wei Xiaoya pretended to chase her, taking a couple of steps before Lu Posey ran off quickly. She then glared at Wang Sansong and his wife. Aren't you leaving yet? Wang Sansong and his wife hurriedly crawled away.
I really don't understand them.
They know they won't get anything good, but still keep coming back for more, Wei Xiaowan scoffed. They're just hoping I will have a change of heart and remember our so-called marital bond, or think I can be guilt-tripped into giving them some money to settle things. Wei Xiaoya didn't care, but her words stirred up a storm in Lu Yin's heart. Wei Xiaoya's behavior and attitude were far beyond what Lu Yin, as a scholar's daughter, could comprehend. She had always believed that women should be virtuous and loyal. I have to say, Wei Xiaoya has truly opened the door to a new world for her. Wei Xiaowan is already used to it, and even Xiaoxing and Xiaoya have been influenced. We don't start trouble, but we won't back down if someone bothers us. If someone messes with us, we can't let it go. Wei Xiaoya smiled and said, That's right. What's that saying? The 2 little girls replied together, Repay kindness with kindness, but how do we repay wrongs? Lu Yin recalled how difficult her journey had been to get here. Although she had witnessed robberies and even seen murders, she always thought that in those specific situations, people were no longer human but rather a pack of wild beasts, so humanity was out of the question. If people left that environment, they would return to their true nature. Now, she was living a peaceful life in this village, and in these small moments, she realized that living like Wei Xiaoya was truly enjoyable. Just then, Wei Xiaoya looked at her and said, Sister Lu Yin, when you get married, you should be strong too. You can't give everything to your husband's family without expecting anything in return. This naturally went against traditional views of women's behavior, but Lu Yin obediently replied, What you say makes sense. Old Lady Lu and Wang Sansong returned empty-handed, and the Wang family's hopes were dashed. Old Lady Lu scolded Wang Sansong. "You useless man, you are her real father."
Did you see?
In the main room, they were serving tea and snacks. The Wei family can treat a stranger so well, but they won't give a single coin to the father of their daughter. If you can stoop this low, you might as well find a piece of tofu to end it all. Even tofu costs money. Mother, spend some money to buy a piece of tofu. Our family is living on this thin porridge. It's worse than death. Wang Sansong still had a silly grin on his face. Old Lady Lu, furious, twisted his ear and gave it a hard turn. She was worried sick about how her daughter would manage after giving birth. Where would they find money or food for her to recover? Xiao Miao is already part of the Chu family. It doesn't make sense for her to stay at her mother's house after giving birth while her husband's family ignores her. They should at least bring some meat and grain, Mrs. He shouted loudly. Wang Xiaomiao paid no attention. She had come home to borrow food, and her family was actually expecting the Chu family to provide meat? The little girl beside her was crying from hunger, making Wang Xiaomiao restless. She had no choice but to struggle up and hold her daughter to feed her. However, to her surprise, there was no milk. Without milk, the little girl cried even louder. Wang Xiaomiao looked at the little girl and thought that it might be better to take her along and end it all. Suddenly, she heard her family discussing who should go to the Chu family to ask for money and food, and hope sparked within her. When Lu Posey came back to the woodshed, Wang Xiaomiao pleaded, "Mother, I want a divorce, Chu sure. Even if I have to be cast off, that's fine. What kind of life have I been living there? It's worse than what Wei Xiaoya experienced in our home." Lu Posey coughed, feeling displeased. "What are you saying? How can you compare your situation to Wei Xiaoya's? Mother, you all need to go to the Chu family to ask for money and food. If they don't give it, then we should make a big fuss, and I will divorce him. If not, just bring back a divorce paper. Isn't third sister able to sell some embroidered handkerchiefs for money? I can do that too now. I don't need you to spend much on me. I can support myself and even earn some extra food." Seeing her daughter's miserable expression, Lu Posey felt a pang of sympathy.
What are you talking about?
Who wants to divorce on their own? Do you think everyone is like the Wei family after a divorce? As soon as Lu Posey mentioned the Wei family, she felt unsatisfied herself. Why did she always compare to Wei Xiaoya? Why not compare to He Manhwa instead? In her eyes, He Manhwa was happier than Wei Xiaoya. Wei Xiaoya had money but no husband or children, while He Manhwa married a young man for the first time, and the Wei family treated her and her daughter with love. Lu Posey looked at her daughter, wondering if Xiao Miao could also find a good match for herself and her granddaughter. Just then, the baby started crying again. "Mother, what should we do? There's no milk. This girl is going to starve." Wang Xiaomiao was also very anxious. That night, they quickly gave Wang Xiaomiao some rice porridge and thankfully, it helped her produce a little milk. The next day, the Wang family discussed who should go to the Chu family to ask for money and food. He sure knew her husband was hard to deal with, so she spoke up, "Father, mother, my sister is at her family's having a baby and resting. This is unreasonable. Doesn't the Chu family know this? Mother, let's go boldly and either have them take my sister and her baby home or give us money and food." Old man Wang agreed. With 2 more mouths to feed, this thin porridge won't be enough. Xiaomiao still needs rice porridge. The Chu family should provide the food. Aren't they supposed to be a wealthy family in town? Why are they acting like this? We should go and talk to them properly, Zhang Shi added eagerly. She was so hungry that her eyes were turning green. The thought of this situation lasting a long time made her feel almost hopeless. Especially her son, Dog Dan, who used to have some flesh on his face but was now just skin and bones. After the Wang family discussed it, Old Man Wang, Lu Posey, and the couple Wang Da, and he went to the Chu family to seek justice. On the way, Lu Posey thought about how this was her daughter's first visit back home, and she couldn't help but feel angry. Not even a holiday gift, and she didn't come back for the visit. Now, she's about to give birth, and the Chu family lets our Xiao Miao come back home without any care, not even worrying about her safety, she complained. Old man Wang and Wang Do ignored her. They thought it was normal. He felt a bit sad, thinking that his mother-in-law was being unfair. His daughter-in-law rarely got to visit her family, and when she did, they worried she might bring something back. She felt confused. She was criticized by her sister-in-law for going back to eat at her family's house, but now she was upset about her sister-in-law visiting her family for a meal too. She didn't know what was wrong with her. With their family suddenly growing by 2 more mouths to feed, how could they afford it? This time, they walked to the Chu family instead of taking a bullock cart. The Chu family claimed to be in town, but it was actually a bit far from it, in a small, shabby courtyard. Lu Posey looked up at the courtyard and muttered, "This place is even smaller than ours. At least it's closer to town." Once inside, they saw a family that looked worn out. 2 daughters-in-law were busy knitting and embroidering. They were surprised to see these unexpected guests and quickly called for Wu Shi and Chu Shi to come out. Chu Shi's 2 younger brothers had gone to town early to look for work, hoping to earn a little money. Chu Shi couldn't work, so he was just staying at home. Wu Shi frowned. "I thought it was someone important, but it's just family. What brings you here?" Lu Posey was unhappy with her tone, feeling like they were being treated like beggars. They didn't even invite her in to sit down. "Family, son-in-law, I've come to share some good news," she said. Chu Shi's face was unclear. "What good news does my mother-in-law have?" Lu Posey held back her anger. "Xiao Miao has given birth to a daughter." What made her even angrier was that neither Wu Shi nor Chu Shi looked happy. What's there to celebrate about having a daughter? This little bow is quite impressive. But why did she give birth now? Isn't it still a month away? Wu said, lifting her eyelids. Could there be something suspicious? She rarely goes out. Mother-in-law, what do you mean? Are you doubting that Zhao is not a preterm birth? She accidentally fell, and that caused it. Lu's tone was filled with anger, and Wu didn't dare to provoke her. Look at what you're saying, mother-in-law.
I'm not doubting anything.
I just mentioned that Zhao doesn't go out much. But she comes back home and ends up in this situation. I need to address this. Mal is part of our Chu family, so how could this happen when she visits her family? Wu seemed to take the high ground and attacked Lu. He looked at Wu's old face and felt a wave of discomfort. Mother-in-law, you are the most reasonable one here. Since Mao is part of your Chu family, that makes things easier. There's no reason for a married woman to give birth at her parents' home. You should quickly bring Mao back home. Wu didn't expect the eldest daughter-in-law to silence her so quickly. But she was not one to back down. Ao is indeed part of my family, but she got hurt when she returned home. You need to provide some money and resources to help Bao and my poor granddaughter recover. Wu looked as if it was only natural, and Lu was nearly furious. At this moment, Lu could truly understand what Wang Mo meant by life is hard. How could life not be difficult when facing such a troublesome mother-in-law? Especially since she was the younger generation. Lu felt somewhat discouraged and thought maybe a divorce would be better. In this brief moment, she seriously considered her daughter's suggestion. Thanks to Wei Xiaoye and He Manhwa, people in the village no longer viewed divorce as a huge deal. After all, these two had set an example. What's wrong with a divorce? Aren't they living well? Wu was still insisting that the Wang family provide money and resources, leaving the Wang family confused. Wasn't this what they came to discuss? How did Wu get ahead of them? Old Wang stared at Chu Shi. Son-in-law, do you think the same way? My mother's opinion is naturally my opinion. Your family has much more land than ours. We only have an acre of vegetable garden, and our shop selling miscellaneous goods couldn't keep going and has closed. Now that Zhao has gotten into this situation, your family should at least take some responsibility. Chu Shi always seemed to be in a difficult situation, but when he spoke, he surprisingly sounded somewhat reasonable. This made the Wang family even angrier. Wang Dasong shouted, "Last time my brother and I came here, your family didn't even offer us a seat or a glass of water. Now my parents have come to visit, and they are your elders, yet we can't even get a glass of water. We stood here thirsty for ages. Is this how you treat your guests?" He thought he would see shame on their faces. But Chu Shi didn't care at all. "I must ask for your forgiveness, as my father-in-law and mother-in-law are not in good health. Please be understanding. To be honest, our family is very poor now, and we have to fetch water from a village 5 or 6 miles away. We must save what little we have. You came in demanding answers, so how could we offer you water? Chu Shi argued back, making the Wang family even more frustrated and thirsty. After much back and forth, they finally got to the main room and were given water. Each person received only a small half bowl, not a drop more. Lu Posey felt incredibly sad, realizing her daughter had been living like this. There's no reason in the world for a married daughter to return to her family to give birth, while her husband's family does nothing. Either you bring Xiao Miao and her child back, or you give us some money, meat, and grain. Our Wang family is also struggling to take care of them, Lu Posey said firmly. Wu Shi laughed. Mother-in-law, do you think Xiao Miao returned to her family for no reason? It's because we can't support her. You at least have land, but we have nothing to eat. Xiao Miao came back to ask for money and food. Who knew she would fall and give birth early? What? You let Xiao Miao come back to ask for money and food? He sure exclaimed. Our Wang family has no extra money or food. Don't even mention land. We have nothing and still owe a lot in taxes. We don't even know how we will get through this year. Is a married daughter no longer a daughter? If that's the case, let Xiao Miao cut ties with your family and be only a part of the Chu family from now on, Wu Shi said slowly, but her words were infuriating. Lu Posey realized that the Chu family was not only poor, but also unreasonable. If that's how you feel, then you might as well get a divorce. My daughter from the Wang family is back home, and anyway, your Chu family can't afford to keep her. What he didn't expect was for her mother-in-law to say such a thing. It seemed like a way to control the Chu family. But Chu sure took it seriously. If you want a divorce, fine. I'll give you a divorce paper. Just return the bride price. Wu also agreed. Exactly, I don't think much of Xiao Miao as a daughter-in-law, especially since she only gave birth to a girl. It's perfect for your Wang family to take her back. But that bride price must be returned. Are you even speaking like a decent person? My daughter married into your Chu family without complaining about your disability or your poor family. She worked hard for you and bore children. And now you just talk about divorce as if it's nothing? Old Wang was angry, standing up and raising his voice, startling the Chu family. Wu didn't expect the old man to suddenly react this way. She had always looked down on Wang Xiao Miao. If it weren't for her son's leg issue, she wouldn't have let Wang Xiao Miao in at all. She thought the Wang family needed them, but now they seem to be standing their ground. Didn't you just say you wanted a divorce or a divorce paper? Wu was quick to shift the blame to Lu. Lu wasn't pleased and wanted to say something, but old Wang glared at her, and she didn't dare to continue. He was relieved. If they kept talking like this, his sister-in-law might really think she would be divorced, leaving the mother and daughter to stay at her family home. Lu's eyes lit up. Oh, dear mother-in-law, we're just talking. The reason Xiao Miao had a premature birth is because of my former daughter-in-law's trouble. She got so upset that she fell. Seeing that Wu and her son were interested, Lu became more animated. You wouldn't believe it, my former daughter-in-law, Wei, is really lucky. Her family is doing well, probably worth 1,000 or 800 taels of silver. She built a big house and has dozens of acres of land, plus a donkey cart. While everyone else is struggling due to the drought, she's different. She not only eats white rice every meal, but her family and even her uncle's family benefit from her good fortune. Wu showed envy in her eyes. How can she live so well during such a disaster? If she's so wealthy, why did she become your former daughter-in-law? Isn't it because she got rich that she quickly left my poor son and our whole family? Lu Posey looked completely like a victim. It's fine that they abandoned us, but now my little Miao has suffered so much. We went to ask for an explanation, but we couldn't get any money. It's only fair that she compensates us. From what she has, she should at least give us 10 or 8 taels. As Lu Posey spoke passionately, tears glistened in her eyes. Wu Shi slapped her thigh. Isn't that right? Little Miao suffered because of that Wei family. My granddaughter, who is not even a month old, had to come out early from her mother's because of them. Mother-in-law, if you don't come to us, we will go to demand it. Lu Posey was secretly pleased. Her goal was achieved. The Chu family should go and find trouble with the Wei family. Let them fight among themselves. That would be perfect. Although the Wang family couldn't get money or food from the Chu family, if they were motivated to confront the Wei family, there would be a good show to watch. The Wang family returned empty-handed, cursing the Chu family all the way. Wang Xiaomiao said sadly, "I told you the Chu family is not good people. Now you believe me, right?"
Lu Posey sighed.
With a daughter and 3 daughters-in-law, she was in a tough spot. Every time she wanted to make rice porridge for her daughter or secretly cook an egg, she had to consider her daughters-in-law's feelings. Wei Xiaoya's family lived quite comfortably. Aside from having to fetch water from a distant pond and not being able to share vegetables and fruits with everyone, not much had changed. When the Chu family arrived, they saw several women either reading or doing needlework, looking peaceful and content, which was hard to believe. Was this during a severe drought? Everyone else was anxious about their next meal, yet the Wei family was living such a good life. Looking at the spacious courtyard, it was truly bright and open. The 5 large brick houses were impressive even in town. Not to mention the donkey cart in one corner, which had a clean and spacious pen. Even the donkey seemed quite comfortable. How could this Wei family bully their own daughter-in-law? Wei Xiaoya looked up and wondered who these people were. When she saw Chu Shi's broken leg and crutch, she suddenly realized. Were the Chu family here to support Wang Xiaomiao? Wei Xiaojun and Lu Yin were startled to see the group coming and quickly sent the 2 little girls inside. Wei Xiaoya frowned. "Who are you? What brings you to the Wei family?" Wu looked at Wei Xiaoya, who had a good appearance and some grace. It was clear that money could make a person look good. The Wei family, relying on their wealth, didn't even use respectful titles and asked questions directly. "Don't you know to greet your elders first? Is this how your parents taught you?" Wei Xiaoya laughed in anger. "It's true that you should greet your elders, but who are you to be considered one? Are you here to take advantage of us? My family doesn't have anything for you to take." Wu was so angry that her face trembled. She had come with 3 sons and 2 daughters-in-law. She was worried that if things got loud, they would be at a disadvantage due to their smaller number. Seeing the situation, Wei Xiaowan quietly slipped out to call for help. She gave a child some coins to fetch her parents and siblings, then went to call her uncle's family and Aicao. When she hurried back, she saw Wu throwing a fit. "It's all your fault, you abandoned woman. You caused my Xiaomiao to give birth early and almost die, and now she has a daughter. You just walk away without a care? How can there be such good fortune in the world?" Wei Xiaoya replied coldly, "Wang Xiaomiao scared me, but I let it go because she is pregnant. If you want to slander and extort me, you have the wrong person. Did you only listen to others stirring trouble and not hear about my reputation?" The Chu family didn't take Wei seriously. Chu's second son shouted, "Hurry up and pay us 10 taels of silver, and we'll let it go." Lu Yin gathered her courage. It was clearly Wang Xiaomiao who came at her and fell down herself. "How can you blame Sister Wei for that? Aren't you afraid we'll report you?"
Ha!
"You want to report us? Go ahead. I want to see how the magistrate will deal with you, you wicked woman." Wei Xiaoya said coldly, "I can talk to my donkey, and it understands me. But you don't understand human words. Since you can't understand, I won't bother speaking anymore. If you stay here, I might take action." The Chu family seemed to think it was a big joke and kept shouting. Wei Xiaosan and Aicao arrived quickly to support her. "You don't understand human words, and you want to fight? How dare you cause trouble in our village? Be careful, or you'll be sent back crawling." The commotion had spread throughout the village, and old lady Lu was at home laughing heartily. He smiled and said, "Mom, should we go take a look?" Lu glared at her. "You really are foolish, aren't you? If we go and things get rough, should we join in or not? Haven't we been beaten enough?" He didn't dare to speak up anymore. Wei was too scary. The Chu family didn't fear danger, so let them take the beating. When Wei's family arrived, many people were already gathered in Wei Xiaoya's yard to watch the commotion. Wei Xiaofeng shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble here? Are you out of your mind?" The Chu family felt a jolt. They didn't expect so many people from the Wei family. They thought she was just a wealthy woman who had been abandoned, easy to deal with. They had no idea she had so many supporters. Wei Xiaoya chuckled to herself. While she could easily handle these reckless Chu family members, she didn't mind her family stepping in to help. Wu and Chu Shi were a bit anxious. With so many people supporting Wei, their chances of getting money were slim. If you want money, you better think twice. We will give you a good beating. Before Wei Xiaoya could finish, Chu Err shouted, blinded by greed. This is outrageous. You not only hurt my sister-in-law, causing her to give birth early, but you won't even offer any compensation. I'll fight you, he shouted as he charged forward. He had been working in town for a long time, was quite strong, and had a good build. The crowd gasped as Chu Err was about to reach Wei Xiaoya, but she quickly raised her hand, and he let out a cry. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Xiaoya had already grabbed a hammer. With one precise swing, she struck Chu Err's arm, causing him to clutch it and step back. Wu was furious. How dare you hit someone? Even though Wang Xiaomiao isn't the best, marrying into your family is truly her punishment. Wei Xiaoya shook her head and raised the hammer again. Do you dare to come at me again? Wu urged her two daughters-in-law. Why aren't you going? Your husbands are being attacked. Yu and Wei Xiaojun immediately rushed to Wei Xiaoya's side and began to fight with the two daughters-in-law of the Chu family. Manhwa and Aicao saw this and didn't care about any rules. They all joined in. Seeing her daughters-in-law being beaten without a chance to fight back, Wu sat down on the ground and cried out, "Oh heavens, how can there be such a wicked woman in this world? You old hag, always talking about rules and principles. You're such a hypocrite." Wei Xiaoya scolded Wu Shi so harshly that she was left speechless. Although she didn't know what double standard meant, she understood that being called a dog was an insult. She quickly got up, ready to fight, but Wei Xiaoya grabbed her clothes and said, "Who encouraged you to come here? You should stay where you belong. You're so foolish and pitiful. Just leave." Chu Shi saw his mother being held and got anxious. "You wicked woman. Let my mother go. No wonder you were abandoned." He suddenly let out a cry as Wei Xiaoya kicked him, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Wei Xiaoya glared at him fiercely. "You useless coward. I saw Wang Xiaomiao is pregnant and looking so thin. It seems your family has been treating her terribly. What gives you the right to act tough in front of me? Do you think a coward like you won't get hit by me?" Realizing Wei Xiaoya's strength, Wu Shi quickly begged for mercy. But Wei Xiaoya ignored her pleas and kicked Chu Shi several times, stepping on his hand and grinding it down hard. Chu Shi never expected to be beaten, even with just one leg. This confused him. The sympathetic looks from others made him feel frustrated and mad. But the truth was, no one felt sorry for him. Wei Xiaoya treated him the same as anyone else and gave him a good beating, which he couldn't understand. "Are you wondering why I'm hitting you? It's because of you. You think you can come here and extort money like a coward? If you have the ability, go earn money yourself. Living off your mother and wife, and still trying to act tough? You even think about framing others?" Wei Xiaoya kept hitting him until he was bruised and begging for mercy before she finally let him go. The villagers had seen Wei Xiaoya's strength before, and every time she fought, they thought she was truly brave. The Wei family pushed the embarrassed Chu family out with determination. Wei Xiaoshan and Wei Xiaofeng also beat Chu Err and Chu Sand until they were bruised. The Chu family's wives were also left with messy hair and countless marks on their faces and bodies. Even Wu Shi herself was in a terrible state. She had always prided herself on being from a wealthy family, but she never expected to be beaten by these country folks. Seeing the villagers smiling at them, she felt humiliated, as if they were laughing at their misfortune. Fuming with anger, she put her hands on her hips and said, "Let's go to the Wang family and demand an explanation." The Wei family was numerous and fierce, but the Wang family was their own relatives. Where could they run? Chu Shi's eyes showed a fierce intent. He could hardly contain his inner rage and wanted to immediately give Wang Xiaomiao a good beating. The group marched to the Wang family home. Lu Posey spotted the disheveled state of the Chu family from a distance. Suppressing her joy, she put on a worried tone and greeted them at the door. "Oh dear, mother-in-law, son-in-law, what happened?" Although Wang Xiaomiao was somewhat prepared, she couldn't help but tremble at the sound of her voice. The mother-in-law and husband who often scolded and mistreated her were just a wall away in the courtyard. Wushi felt pain all over and quickly shouted, "Hurry and get us some water." Lu Posi's lips curled up slightly, almost unable to hide her satisfaction. Once in the kitchen, everyone received a small bowl of water. Wushi was not satisfied. "You can't even spare more water?" "Mother-in-law, bringing back a bucket of this water is really exhausting. We have to go deep into the mountains and climb several miles. By the way, the water in that pond seems to be running low. It's really worrying. Why hasn't it rained yet?" Lu Posi rambled on, but Wushi was too impatient to listen. "You urged us to go ask the Wei family for money, and look what happened. We all got beaten up. You need to bring money for us to buy medicine."
Huh.
"So you were beaten by the Wei family? I warned you that woman was tough. How could you be so careless? To be honest, my Wang family has suffered from her a few times too." Lu Posi pretended to know nothing, her face full of sympathy. "What are you pretending for? Didn't you want us to cause trouble to get money?" Wushi was very impatient. After being beaten and losing face, she couldn't hold back her anger. "Mother-in-law, you're mistaken. Wanting money was your own idea. You saw the Wei family's big house, their courtyard, and their donkey cart, and you thought about making a profit. My poor daughter, with my granddaughter, can't even have rice porridge or milk. They both look as thin as little cats, so pitiful." Lu Posi genuinely felt heartbroken. In her heart, she was quite pleased that Wei Xiaoyet had punished the Chu family. But thinking about their future life, she felt troubled. Chu Shi spoke up. "Mother, do you know where Xiaomiao and the child are?" Lu Posi's expression turned serious. "You know, it's considered unlucky for a married daughter to give birth at her mother's home. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Lu Posi swung a thick piece of wood and struck him the shoulder, waist, and back. The woodshed was small, and Chu Shi couldn't find his balance. In just a few hits, he was knocked to the ground. "You beast, do you usually hit my daughter like this? My daughter just had a baby for your family, and you dare to hit her stomach? What kind of worthless creature are you?" Lu Posi shouted angrily. Outside, her son and daughter-in-law quickly reacted and started fighting with the Chu family. The Chu family had just been through a battle and couldn't withstand the fierce attacks from the Wang family. Before long, they were all crying out in pain. Wang Xiaomiao was in tears. She knew that by taking this beating, she was set free. She had made the right bet. This was the last time she would take a hit from that beast. Watching Chu Shi being beaten by her mother brought her immense satisfaction. "How does it feel to be hit, Chu? Is it nice and enjoyable?" Wang Xiaomiao taunted. Chu Shi felt like he was about to explode but couldn't retaliate or even curse at her. His mother-in-law was still hitting him. The Chu family didn't expect to be beaten by their in-laws, which even attracted other villagers. Some pretended to advise, while others laughed out loud. Life was too hard, so they enjoyed the spectacle, knowing it wouldn't come back to haunt them. The chaos continued until the village chief arrived and scolded them all. The Chu family was bruised, and Wushi was so angry she nearly fainted. She felt a tightness in her chest and struggled to breathe. Finally, she managed to speak to the village chief. "Are you the village chief? Is this how you manage the village? Your villagers are attacking innocent people. You need to give me an explanation." Lu Posi immediately cried out, "Village chief, this is a family matter. This family of beasts dares to hit my daughter, who just had a baby. If they don't act like humans, we will teach them a lesson. I want to divorce your daughter." Wu Shi shouted repeatedly. Wang Xiaomiao finally heard words that relieved her. "My daughter is leaving your crippled son. Who do you think would want to marry into your family?" Fellow villagers, you may not know, but we were all tricked by the matchmaker. In the future, when your children seek partners, be sure to be careful. The woman from the Lu family said that the family in question was from the town, but in reality, they lived far from it and were even worse off than us, with only 1 acre of land. Did they think they had a shop? They had nothing. The whole family only did odd jobs in town. And they even dared to tell my poor pregnant daughter to go back home for money and food, and they hit my daughter Xiaomiao. Lu's mother was ranting, and the usually proud Mrs. Wu was so angry her face turned pale. Now we need to write a divorce letter to get rid of your useless son. He can't even stand properly, and dares to hit my daughter. Your whole family is a bunch of good-for-nothings. Lu's mother had made up her mind, and spoke without consulting old man Wang. The three sisters-in-law knew that with things escalating like this, Wang Xiaomiao could never go back to the Chu family. Forcing her to return might drive her to despair. Sure enough, Wang Xiaomiao shouted, "Mom, hurry and divorce him. Get them all out. If I have to go back to the Chu family, I'd rather die. Not just me, but my daughter too." Old man Wang then declared, "From now on, Chu Shi is no longer my son-in-law. Today, our Wang family cuts ties with your Chu family. What about the betrothal money? You need to return it." Mrs. Wu finally calmed down. She didn't care about the daughter-in-law anymore, but she wanted the money back. "How can you still ask for money? My daughter worked like a servant in your Chu family, and not asking for money is already being generous. A few coins aren't even enough for her medicine. That little girl is your Chu family's child. Take her away quickly." Lu's mother thought that as long as she could keep her daughter safe, they could worry about marriage later. If they had to take a burden with them, finding a match would be even harder. But Mrs. Wu and Chu Shi were unwilling. "That girl is from the Wang family. What does it have to do with us?" The Wang family was furious. Wang Xiaomiao, hearing the commotion outside, struggled to get up, disheveled and leaning against the doorframe. "Dad, Mom, hurry and write the divorce letter. Let them all leave. Don't worry, I can take care of my daughter." Wang Sansong remembered how Wei Xiaoya had dealt with him before, so he quickly asked a scholar to write the divorce letter. The three brothers held Chu Shi down and made him put his thumbprint. Mrs. Wu cried out, "You will face consequences. You dare to force my son to put his thumbprint. I will report you to the authorities. Go ahead and hurry so you don't get there after the office closes. If you go to the authorities, I will also tell them about your Chu family's disgraceful behavior. Let's see how the county magistrate judges you." Lu's mother was not afraid of her. The Chu family has no educated people and no money. Would the county magistrate be patient enough to listen to their nonsense? We didn't expect to suffer two big losses today and even lose his daughter-in-law. She trembled with anger. Fine, fine, fine. You Wang family, just wait. Wait all you want. Our Wang family can't be bothered by others, and we certainly won't be afraid of your Chu family. Unless you give up that broken courtyard, you can run away, but you can't escape the temple. You dare to boast here. We might just tear down your broken courtyard. Lu was smug. Do you think our Wang family is just this small? We have over 10 households in our clan. Just wait and see. Over 10 households in the clan. That was an exaggeration. But Lu didn't care. She just wanted to intimidate them. Seeing the Chu family's defeated expressions made her feel satisfied. The Wang family pushed the Chu family out, and Lu explained to the onlookers, "My little Miao suffered a big loss. Poor thing, I had no idea she endured so much hardship. If I had known earlier, I would have brought her back." In the crowd, some couldn't hold back and retorted, "Now you realize your daughter is suffering. Wasn't she mistreated when she was at your house?" Lu's face darkened. "We didn't mistreat her. She just didn't respect her elders." The crowd scoffed and dispersed. He sighed, realizing that this sister-in-law had brought a burden back to her family. Life would be even harder from now on. Wang Xiaomiao leaned against the broken door of the woodshed, unable to hide her joy. "Sisters, don't worry. Once I'm better, I can do more sewing and support myself and the little girl. I won't be a burden." She felt a pang of sadness. Although she had faced many hardships after marrying into the Chu family, she had learned a lot. She had picked up household chores and even sewing skills from the second daughter-in-law of the Chu family. If she had known it would take so much hardship to learn these skills, she would have preferred to learn them earlier. Then she wouldn't have had to marry into that den of wolves. She thought of Wei Xiaojun, her older sister, who had paved a good path for her with proper tailoring skills, which she couldn't compare to. She could earn a lot of money, right? Wang Xiaomiao couldn't help but feel envious. No matter what, she was now free. Even if she had to consider her sisters-in-law's feelings, it was still much better than being beaten and scolded in the Chu family. Wang Xiaomiao slowly lay down on her worn-out bedding, holding her frail daughter and kissing her cheek. From now on, I will protect you and raise you well. The commotion in the Wang family had come to a lively end. During this drought, the villagers discussed it briefly and soon lost interest. How could they feel happy? It still hadn't rained. The water level in the pond deep in the mountains seemed to have dropped quite a bit. Is there underground water where I saw the golden needles last time? Yes, host. About 6 or 7 meters down, there is underground water. Wei Xiaoye rolled her eyes, silently. Why didn't you say so earlier? The system replied, feeling wronged, host, you already have a spiritual spring and water to use. Besides, you didn't ask me. Wei Xiaoye grumbled to herself. The system was just a system. How could it understand human thoughts? She had a spiritual spring, so life could be quite comfortable, but she needed to keep it hidden. It couldn't be made public. If the villagers couldn't get even a little water, they would soon become refugees. The village had looked at Wei Xiaoye with curiosity. Wei, are you saying there's a place near the pond where we can dig a well? How do you know there will be water there? I saw golden needles over there last time. Where there are golden needles, there is bound to be underground water, and the water quality is quite good. The village head hesitated a bit. But the pond is water, and you and young Master Lu discovered it together. Just then, a sharp voice interrupted. Who would believe there's nothing between you and young Master Lu? You both always have to discover this and that together? The village head's expression changed, and he scolded. Why don't you go back to your own house? Don't embarrass yourself out here. Wu Meng was still very angry, but Wei Xiaoye smiled. Although my relationship with young Master Lu is purely one of kindness and friendship, even if there were something more, so what? Is that wrong? The Wu family was momentarily speechless, and Wu Meng struggled to find her voice. How can you? You are a divorced woman with 2 children. He obviously comes from a wealthy family. How can you have an affair with him? If I can't, then can you? Wei Xiaoye's sarcastic smile faded, her eyes cold. What gives you this sense of superiority? The identity of the village head's daughter? The age of an unmarried young lady? Or is it your skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and virtue? The faces of the village head's family turned pale. Wei Xiaoye's words were truly piercing. She slightly raised her chin and said, Whatever illusion you have, it has nothing to do with me. You can continue dreaming your big dreams. Just don't mistake your feelings for me. Whether I have an affair with him is none of your business. Besides, I already said. But he treats you differently. Wu Meng shouted back. Wei Xiaoye was both angry and amused. This person just wouldn't understand. So what? His different treatment of me has nothing to do with you. Who are you to him? Are you his wife, fiancé, or what? With each word Wei Xiaoye spoke, Wu Meng's face grew paler. After finishing, Wei Xiaoye didn't bother to say goodbye to the village leader and turned to leave. The village leader's wife called out a couple of times, but there was no response. Wu Heng stood by, stunned. He didn't expect Wei Xiaoye to be so sharp-tongued, but there was some truth in her words. Thinking about her proud demeanor earlier, she truly resembled an elegant orchid in a valley. He pondered that if young Master Lu liked someone, it was likely Wei Xiaoye, not his sister. Wu Meng ran into her room, covering her face, and collapsed onto her bed, crying. She didn't expect Wei Xiaoye to be so harsh, saying such hurtful things that pierced her heart. Her parents sighed, not offering the comfort they had before. The village leader's wife said awkwardly, Oh, Xiaoye's words were too harsh. Although what she said is true, she shouldn't have said it like that. I told you if you don't teach her, someone else will. Look at how reckless your daughter is. Don't think Wei Xiaoye will tolerate her shouting in front of her. This is still at home. If Menger behaves like this after she gets married, it will cause a lot of trouble. Though the village leader felt embarrassed, he still spoke fairly. The family sat in silence for a while, and then the village leader slapped his forehead. Oh, I let her leave just like that. Didn't she come to talk about the underground water? She caused such a scene. The village leader felt very frustrated. His daughter had run away, and now, for the sake of the village's hope for survival, he had to personally seek peace with Wei Xiaoya. Unbeknownst to him, as Wei Xiaoya walked home, her heart was not at peace either. Did Lu Jinyu really treat her so differently in the eyes of others? She smiled faintly. So, what if he treated her differently? Did it mean a future? No, it did not. Even if there is a so-called future, knowing that he comes from a distinguished background, does she really want to marry into his family, which is full of rules and expectations, and live a constrained life without freedom? Will she have to watch his family's expressions? Will she need to be virtuous and obedient? Even have to take on a concubine? Lost in these thoughts, Wei Xiaoya couldn't help but chuckle at herself, realizing how far-fetched her imagination was. She shook her head vigorously, pushing these strange ideas aside. After spending some more time at home, she saw the village head coming to visit. Wei Xiaoya felt a bit awkward about the visit. Although Wu Meng had offended her, the village head was a good person and had also suffered from her unjust treatment. When the village head saw that Wei's mother had even made him tea, he sighed, on a day like this, to still enjoy tea. Wei's family truly knows how to live. Uncle Village Head, I was reckless earlier, so I offer you this cup of tea as an apology. They exchanged smiles, and the earlier tension eased. They began discussing the underground water and the feasibility of digging a well. If it doesn't rain soon, that water pond won't last long. We should dig a well. Otherwise, life will become unbearable. The village had savings and food, but life was clearly tough, not to mention for the other villagers. After agreeing on the plan, the village had announced in the village that each household should send a man to dig the well. Some tried to avoid the work, but the village head firmly warned, if any household refuses to contribute, they won't be allowed to use the water. If anything happens to them, no one will help. This was a serious warning. Who would dare to provoke the anger of the whole village? Wei Xiaoya received a system notification, knowing that the underground water wasn't deep, only about 5 or 6 meters. With everyone taking turns, it could be done in a day. There were about 40 households in the village, which was quite good since most hadn't split up. In each household, there were often more than 10 people. Early in the morning, everyone grabbed their tools, axes, shovels, buckets, and gathered to head into the mountains. Wei Xiaoya led them to the spot where she had seen the golden needles, and sure enough, the bushes in that area were thriving. Seeing the greenery boosted the villagers' confidence. After dividing the tasks, the villagers began chopping, digging, and transporting soil in a busy and orderly manner. When the pit was dug more than a meter deep, Wei Xiaoya found it too troublesome to carry the mud and sand, so she directed the villagers to use a piece of roundwood to create a simple pulley with a handle. She was prepared and took out a rope as thick as her little finger from her backpack. With the pulley and rope, it became much easier to lift the mud and sand. Having many people helped, and since the soil in this area was relatively soft, they worked until noon and finally found a water source.
Wow.
There really is water, shouted a man digging in the pit, unable to contain his excitement. Everyone began to cheer, great. We have water. Although it was far from the village, they felt they could manage. Otherwise, seeing the water level in the pond drop, it wouldn't be long before it dried up, causing everyone to feel anxious. Now, with this new well and the water flowing out, the villagers were filled with joy. They no longer had to worry about the drought for a while. Even some villagers who had previously looked down on Wei Xiaoya expressed their gratitude. Before they knew it, it was late autumn. The results of the autumn examination were announced, and Yao Qingqing's brother, Yao Zichu, passed and became a scholar. Mr. Su was very happy at home, saying, "Did I not tell you? Your future brother-in-law is now a scholar. If he progresses further next year, his future is truly limitless." Su Mingyuan also received this news and felt a strong agreement with his father's words at that moment. In society, merchants, despite having money, still held a lower status. Their family could only be considered wealthy in the town, but in the county, they were nothing. Even though his uncle did business in the capital, it felt far away. Moreover, the prolonged drought had caused many shops in the town to close. The cost of goods was too high, and there were few customers, leading to significant losses. They decided to temporarily close to minimize losses. The Su family was anxious, but the news of Yao Zichu's success greatly relieved their worries. When Yao Qingqing visited with her maid, Su Mingyuan treated her much better. Yao Qingqing felt a mix of pride and disappointment, realizing that everyone was truly weighing the pros and cons. But so what? Even if they were weighing the benefits, she was still seen as a benefit rather than a burden. Naturally, she would be chosen. So, the Wei family must have also been seen as a benefit for Mingyuan. Her new and creative food ideas could have helped Philela make a lot of money. Thinking about this, Yao Qingqing felt much calmer. Even if the Wei family could have benefited Mingyuan back then, now they have easily parted ways and no longer keep in touch, right? With a hint of victorious joy, Yao Qingqing said, "Mingyuan, my brother is still in the capital. Since Philelu is closed now, why don't we go to the capital together?" Su Mingyuan thought for a moment and agreed. Staying in this town was really not pleasant. When Tianshi learned that her son wanted to travel, she quickly began to pack his things. "It's great for you and Qingqing to go to the capital to relax. You should also visit your uncle. After all, he is your real uncle. If there are any benefits, he will surely think of you." Tianshi murmured, but she sighed quietly in her heart. Their family was not very close to her brother's family. Her brother had a big business and a lot of money, but he had several sons, so there was little chance for this nephew. If her brother really took care of their family, he might help find a wealthy daughter for her son or a strong family for a marriage. Wouldn't her son then rise quickly? "Aunt, you don't need to prepare too many clothes for Mingyuan. We will buy new clothes when we get to the capital," Yao Qingqing said. Now that she was Su Mingyuan's fiancé, she could naturally help pack her fiancé's things. Tianshi smiled broadly. "Yes, Qingqing is so beautiful. You should buy some fashionable fabrics in the capital. Be sure to wear them for me to see. You will be unique in our town." Yao Qingqing was very pleased with her future mother-in-law's attitude. In the past, she had to please Tianshi, who often seemed a bit superior. Now, however, it felt like the roles had reversed, and Tianshi was trying to win her over a bit. It was thanks to her brother's success that she was also valued by her future in-laws. Yao Qingqing naturally thought they would share a carriage, but Tianshi considered it more carefully. "Since you both have luggage and servants, it's better to take separate carriages for comfort." Yao Qingqing understood that this was her future mother-in-law's concern about breaking etiquette and attracting criticism. That's fine. Although she wanted to sit together, it could harm their reputation. "Mingyuan, let's set off early tomorrow morning." In Hewan village, Lu Yin hesitated. "Sister Xiaoya, I've almost recovered now, and am thinking of heading north to find my brother He, hoping for a reunion." Wei Xiaoya felt a bit reluctant about this woman. After the falling out with the Yang family, Yang Ting could no longer come to teach Miss Xingyue and her sister. During this time, Lu Yin had been teaching them and had thoroughly covered the introductory reading materials. Moreover, her personality was nice, and she got along well with Wei Xiaoya. However, Wei Xiaoya knew that Lu Yin was just a passing figure in her life. She surely had her own life to lead. "I naturally support you in searching for your fiancé. Do you know the exact address?" Lu Yin quickly nodded. "I know it very well. Sister Xiaoya, I will write it down for you. If you come to the capital in the future, you can come find me." Saying this, she wrote down the address and handed it to Wei Xiaoya. Wei Xiaoya accepted it and smiled. "Perhaps one day I will come looking for you. The world is big, and I will definitely want to explore it. But you, a delicate woman, traveling such a long distance is quite dangerous. Recently, the water situation in the village has stabilized. I was thinking of taking the children and my sister to see the sights. Why don't you join us to the capital city, and then from there to the capital? I heard the capital city has a security agency, which is safer and more convenient. Don't worry, we get along well, and I will arrange for the agency to you." Lu Yin's eyes filled with tears. "Sister Xiaoya, you are like a second parent to me. I fear I will never be able to repay your kindness in this life. I just feel a connection with you and want to protect you. Not for any reward, Wei Xiaoya paused. I don't know what your fiancé is like. If you feel mistreated by him, you can always come back to Huan Village and teach me two girls. Wei Xiaoya had a lingering distrust of this unfamiliar man from this time. The woman's status was too low, and people's hearts could change easily. She worried that Lu Yin might suffer and that a beautiful woman could wither away. Therefore, she tried to provide her with an escape route. With that, she took out a pouch containing 10 taels of silver, all in small coins for easy use. Lu Yin quickly waved her hands. Sister Xiaoya, how can I accept your money? I know how hard it is to earn silver in the village. Even though her father was a scholar and taught at a school, earning silver was still easier compared to the farmers who struggled for a living. 10 taels of silver was a significant amount. Wei Xiaoya insisted on placing it in her hands. I worry that once you reach the capital, you'll be all alone and find it hard to get by. No matter what, keep this silver hidden and do not take it out. Since your fiancé's family has achieved success and has relatives to rely on, you should know that his income is already quite high. Therefore, you must keep this money safe and only spend it on yourself. Lu Yin nodded seriously. Although she wanted to say that her fiancé had always treated her very well and wouldn't be someone who would change for money, she understood that Wei Xiaoya genuinely wanted what was best for her, so she agreed. Wei Xiaoya had a plan too. At that moment, she had nothing much to do in the village, so she thought it would be nice to travel. It wasn't too cold right now, making it a perfect time to go out. The two girls were excited to hear they could go with their mother to the city. They jumped up with joy. Only Wei Xiaoyan felt a bit worried, saying, Elder sister, the city is too big and far away. I'm a little anxious. Wei Xiaoya chuckled. Don't worry, your sister has money. It's natural to feel anxious about unfamiliar places. But she had money, which gave her confidence and courage. This made Wei Xiaoyan happy too. Great. Since my elder sister has money, I will go with her to see the world. At that moment, she felt a strong sense of security from her elder sister. Not only did her sister have money, but she could also handle multiple challenges at once. Feeling relieved, she happily began to pack her bags. When she learned that Lu Yin would go to the city and then to the capital, she generously offered Lu Yin a new outfit. We're about the same size, and this outfit is one I haven't worn yet. I'm not sure if it will be in style in the capital, but the fabric is nice. Lu Yin quickly refused, saying, Xiaoyan, you already gave me clothes before. I can't accept this new outfit. It looks great on you, and the fabric is wonderful. Wei Xiaoyan was even happier with the compliment. Sister Lu Yin, please accept it. To be honest, my master said my skills have improved. You are beautiful, and wearing this outfit will surely impress your fiancé. Lu Yin still hesitated. She thought that after receiving so much kindness and money from Wei Xiaoya, she would definitely repay her when she had the chance. Little did she know that this young girl was so generous towards her. It's okay, Sister Lu Yin. You have taught me a lot and shared your knowledge. I've learned many lessons from studying with you. You're only a year older than me, so I can't really say I want to repay you, but our friendship is important. After much back and forth, Lu Yin finally accepted the outfit. This is a heartfelt message from Wei Xiaojun, and she hopes to impress brother He as she mentioned. In the future, when you come to the capital, you must come to find me. I hope by then, I will know the city well enough to be a good host and show you around. Lu Yin looks forward to her future life, wishing to be with brother He in the capital, and later focus on being a good wife and mother. Wei Xiaoya has packed her belongings and reminded her family to keep an eye on the house. When you learned that Wei Xiaojun could go to the city and see the world, she felt envious but didn't say anything unpleasant. She privately told Wei Xiaofeng, I am envious, but as a woman who has never traveled far, I am too scared to go. Once we save more money, I will go with Xiaoya. By then, she will know the city well, and I won't have to worry. Wei Xiaofeng found her husband's words amusing. Even if you go this time and spend some money, Xiaoya would probably be willing. She has plenty of money and is quite brave, so you should go with her. You shook her head. I guess I am just timid. I only dared to be bold at home. The thought of traveling far makes me very anxious. Wei Xiaofeng thought this was true. Even the idea of going to the capital made her feel uncertain. Tiger shouted from the side, "I'm not afraid. I want to go to the capital." "Hey, child, maybe next time. Your aunt said you should study hard and learn to read. If you do well, we'll take you next time," Yu quickly advised him. When he heard that it was his aunt's suggestion, Tiger stopped fussing. Now, Tiger is no longer learning to read at the Yang family, but is being taught by Wei Xiaoyang. Whenever Wei Xiaoyang has time, she makes sure Tiger learns to read. The whole family can see that Tiger is more sensible than before and is trying harder. However, it seems he is not particularly gifted. Wei Laotu didn't say it directly, but mentioned to Wei Xiaoyang privately not to be too strict with him. Just teaching him to read would be good enough. Wei Xiaoya locked all the doors and then set off with her group. Wei Xiaorong drove the donkey cart and took them to the county. "Elder sister, be careful while you are out." Thankfully, the refugees have taken a different route north. Otherwise, the road to the capital might not be safe. "You little one, how old are you to think you can be my brother?" Hearing her elder sister's relaxed tone, Wei Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. They're just going to the capital city. With such a capable older sister, nothing should go wrong, right? If the capital is fun, I might stay a few more days. At least a few days, or maybe 10 days to half a month. You don't have to worry. Wei Xiaoya reminded everyone again before taking the others to the carriage. They rented a large carriage that could fit everyone. It took 2 days to travel from the county town to the capital. In modern times, it would only take 2 or 3 hours by car. Wei Xiaoya felt helpless, but there was nothing she could do. This was the best mode of transportation available. Fortunately, there were many people chatting happily, so the time passed quickly. Finally, they arrived at the capital after 2 days. Following the driver's advice, Wei Xiaoya went directly to a clean and comfortable mid-range inn called Yinshuan. "Please give me 3 rooms." Seeing Lu Yin hesitate, Wei Xiaoya explained, "Let's settle in first, then we can look for the agency." Lu Yin felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "I was thinking that I might not stay in the capital long, so having an extra room would be a waste." Wei Xiaoya understood her concern. 1 room cost 300 coins, and she didn't want to waste money. "Don't worry, we've been on the carriage for 2 days and are exhausted. Let's rest well first. We can think about the rest later." Wei Xiaoya was quite satisfied with the inn. The rooms were spacious, and opening the window revealed the street outside. The beds were also quite large, so she could sleep comfortably with her 2 daughters. The little girl Xingyue was thoughtful. "Mom, let's sleep with Auntie, so you can rest better." Wei Xiaojun was happy to share a room with the 2 girls. Wei Xiaoya felt relieved. The 3 rooms were connected, and the soundproofing was decent, so they could hear any noise. After putting away their luggage and washing up, they all went downstairs for dinner. This inn offered both lodging and meals, which was very convenient. They were surprised to find that the capital had not suffered from drought. It had rained twice in the past month. Although the rain was light, people were still living happily. If there had been a drought, a room would likely cost more than 300 coins, and meals would be more expensive too. Wei Xiaoya felt a bit adventurous. "Lu Yin, why don't you stay with us in the capital for a couple more days before heading to the capital city?" The sisters Xingyue also pleaded with their teacher to stay with them, and Lu Yin affectionately agreed. "All right, since we are in this big city, we should explore it well." After dinner, they followed the innkeeper's suggestion and went to the night market. There was no curfew, and at night, the streets were brightly lit and bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Little Xing opened her mouth wide and said, "Mom, there are so many people here and so many lanterns. It's much bigger than our county town. Sister, we have our own money, so we can buy lots of fun and tasty things," Little Yu added excitedly. The sisters also had some pocket money, saving up around 1 or 2 silver coins from their New Year's gifts and other small earnings. Wei Xiaoya agreed. "That's right. You've saved up quite a bit, so now you can spend it freely." This made Lu Yin feel a bit moved. Xiaoya was really open-minded. She gave the kids money to use as they wished. Besides various foods and textiles, Wei Xiaoya was also attracted by other items at the night market. There were spices, paintings, stationery, porcelain, and more. She even saw stalls with ivory, rhino horn, and even cacti. The capital city really had a lot of these exotic goods. Lu Yin and Wei Xiaojun widened their eyes, feeling overwhelmed by everything to see. Little Xing and Little Yu each bought sugar figurines and clay dolls, while Wei Xiaojun bought pretty handkerchiefs and silk flowers. Lu Yin didn't buy anything. She was satisfied just looking and thought it was better to spend money wisely. Until they reached a corner where performers were showcasing their skills, cheering and clapping along with the crowd. Stilt walking, breaking stones on the chest, balancing bowls, and breathing fire kept Wei Xiaojun and the others captivated. A child was collecting tips with a dustpan, calling out, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you have money, please support us. If you enjoy the show, please cheer for us." Passers-by avoided him, and the tips weren't much. Xingyue was quite generous, tossing several copper coins into the dustpan. Wei Xiaojun and Lu Yin also dropped in a few coins. Wei Xiaoya reached for her pouch to give some copper coins, but when she touched her waist, she found it empty. Oh no, was there a thief? She wasn't too worried. There were only a few coins in the pouch, but it made her quite unhappy. Suddenly, a sharp female voice rang out, "You bold thief! How dare you steal here?" A woman in red swung her knife, startling everyone. The thief, looking nervous, had already run a short distance but got hit on the thigh. Everyone thought there would be blood, but the thief simply fell to the ground, dropping the pouch. It turned out the woman had struck with the back of her knife. She retrieved the pouch and handed it back to Wei Xiaoya, saying, "Be careful, these thieves are very bold." The fallen thief got up and was surprisingly bold. "You sell your skills, yet you dare to meddle in my business. Watch out for my boss behind me. He won't let you stay here." The woman in red quickly walked a few steps closer and struck him several times with the back of her knife. The thief cried out in pain and quickly fled. Wei Xiaoya felt a bit guilty. From what that thief said, they might come looking for trouble. "It's all my fault for involving you." The woman in red was about to respond when a man angrily shouted, "Hong Mian, how many times have I told you not to interfere in others' business? What good does it do you? You promised me last time, yet you went back on your word. Pay back your release fee and leave. We can't afford to keep you here." Hong Mian felt wronged and pleaded, "Boss, please don't send me away. Where would I go? Besides, I'm still far from gathering the release fee." The boss's face twitched with anger. "If I had known you were like this, I would never have taken you in. You're bringing trouble to our group." Wei Xiaoya felt bad. After all, Hong Mian was only trying to help her and was now being scolded. She worried that the thief's boldness might mean trouble for their group in this city. "How much is the release fee?" Wei Xiaoya quietly asked Hong Mian. Hong Mian looked troubled. "It's 16 taels of silver. My family is in trouble. My father can't even be buried properly, so I sold myself to this group and got 6 taels." At this point, Hong Mian's eyes turned red. "My family used to transport goods, but my father unfortunately passed away, and we lost everything. I had no choice but to do this to give my father a proper burial." Wei Xiaoya comforted her for a moment and then asked, "So you know about the transport companies in the city?" "Of course, I know. Many relatives have gone to other companies, and I'm familiar with them." When talking about the transport companies, Hong Mian's eyes lit up. "I'll cover your release fee, and you can come with me from now on." Wei Xiaoya was also seeking her opinion. She wasn't sure if Hong Mian wanted to stay here to perform or would prefer to follow her. She felt she could use a female bodyguard. Hong Mian looked surprised. "Lady, you don't think I'm unrefined? I see your skills. Why would I think that? However, my home is in the countryside, and I came to the city this time to bring my child for some fun." If Hong Mian didn't want to go to the countryside, Wei Xiaoya wouldn't force her. Red Cotton looked up and said, "Madam, if you buy my freedom, I will follow you and protect you and the other ladies." Wei Xiaoya liked her straightforward nature and immediately went to talk to the manager. However, the manager wanted to raise the price. Red Cotton became anxious and said, "Manager, I sold myself to this troupe for only 6 taels of silver. You said that if I wanted to buy my freedom, I would need to pay 16 taels. Why are you changing your mind now? You said it was buying your own freedom, and I was being kind. Now this lady is buying your freedom, so it can't just be 16 taels, the manager replied confidently. Manager, how can I save up 16 taels on my own? With our performances, I only earn 10 copper coins a day. It's hard to find someone willing to buy my freedom, and now you want to raise the price. Wei Xiaoya looked at the manager and said, I can consider 16 taels, but if you raise the price again, I won't buy it. The manager remained silent, seemingly weighing his options. Wei Xiaoya signaled for the others to leave, and Red Cotton instinctively took a couple of steps after them, looking disappointed at the manager. Living in this troupe was certainly difficult. There was no freedom or dignity, and the food was poor. Red Cotton looked at the cheerful Wei Xiaoya and thought she was a kind and straightforward lady, so she naturally wanted to follow her. However, just as they were about to leave, the manager cruelly raised the price. Manager, are you really going to raise the price? Everyone is leaving. Red Cotton exclaimed anxiously. Seeing that Wei Xiaoya was not stopping or looking back, the manager realized that even 16 taels might be too much. He became anxious too. Red Cotton was beautiful and charming, but she could easily offend people. He could make a good profit just by reselling her. Seeing that they were really leaving, he quickly called out to Red Cotton, Why are you just standing there? Go bring her back. Red Cotton hurried after them, feeling a bit embarrassed. Madam, please wait. The manager is willing to accept 16 taels now. Wei Xiaoya stopped as she wished and smiled, saying, I just didn't want to be taken advantage of. Red Cotton sighed in relief. She was genuinely worried that this lady would think 16 taels was too expensive. She quickly showcased her skills. Madam, I can drive a carriage, I know martial arts, and I can chop wood and carry water. I'm very strong. My appetite is normal. Hearing this, Wei Xiaoya laughed. It's fine, you're a martial artist, so eating a bit more is okay. Red Cotton chuckled, feeling completely at ease. In fact, her appetite is slightly larger than that of an average woman. After paying the silver, she received her contract back. From then on, Hongmian became Wei Xiaoya's companion. Seeing Xiaoxing and Xiaoya curiously looking at her, Hongmian smiled. Miss, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Wei Xiaoya stopped her, saying, In our home, we don't do that. Let's just treat each other like family. She knew that although Hongmian was of low status, she originally came from a bodyguard agency and was not sold into servitude from a young age. Hongmian replied seriously, The lady is kind, but there has always been a distinction between high and low status. You can command me, and I will be loyal.
Great.
Don't worry, I will definitely ask for your help. Wei Xiaoya smiled. However, if there's anything, feel free to tell me directly. I'm not someone who ignores advice. Hongmian's family lived on the outskirts of the city, and her father's bodyguard agency was located in the city, so she was very familiar with the area. Do you have anyone else at home? Hongmian sighed. I am my parents' only child. After my father passed away, my mother remarried. I just hope she is doing well. Though it was only a few words, the atmosphere became heavy. This touched on Hongmian's sadness, but she comforted everyone, saying, You don't need to worry about me. I understand my mother's situation. When my mother married my father, her family was not pleased, saying that a martial man is unstable. Hongmian, we plan to stay in the city for a few days. Since this is your territory, why don't you take us around? Hearing Wei Xiaoya say this, Hongmian brightened up again. Lady, I am the best person to accompany you. I know all the places well. You don't need to call me lady. Just call me Sister Xiaoya. Wei Xiaoya felt uncomfortable being called lady. Okay, Sister Xiaoya, Hongmian readily agreed. Wei Xiaoya then took Hongmian to the inn to settle in. Luyin offered to share a room with Hongmian, saying, Hongmian, this room is spacious, and the bed is comfortable. Why don't we stay together? Hongmian, being outgoing and cheerful, agreed right away. She had a small bundle with only 2 old clothes inside. Although they weren't patched, they were indeed worn and faded. Wei Xiaoya thought about taking her to buy some new clothes, but just as they reached the stairs, they heard a familiar female voice. Su urge. Is this and also your family's? Wei Xiaoya looked and saw that it was Yao Qingqing. Beside her were Su Mingyuan and Yao Zichu, along with two young men. At that moment, she clearly saw Wei Xiaoya and, after a moment of surprise, her expression turned proud. What a shameless person. Wei Xiaoya felt helpless, not expecting that the inn she was staying at belonged to the Su family. She sneered dismissively and continued walking with the others. Just as they were about to exit the inn, Yao Qingqing provocatively said, "The capital city is so big, with so many inns, yet you chose this one. Not only that, but you also planned your timing for a chance encounter. You really have many tricks up your sleeve." A girl from a low background trying to climb up the social ladder is truly desperate. Hong Mian observed Wei Xiaoya's expression. "Sister Xiaoya, is that girl provoking us?" Wei Xiaoya gave her a reassuring look. "Don't rush." Su Mingyuan and Yao Zichu had gently tugged at Yao Qingqing's sleeve several times, but she wouldn't stop talking. Wei Xiaoya found it amusing. If she wanted to stop her, there was no need for such theatrics. She turned around, her gaze sharp as she looked at Yao Qingqing. Yao Qingqing was startled, her shoulders flinching, but she quickly raised her chin and glared back at Wei Xiaoya. "Low background? Among scholars, farmers, and merchants. What is your background? How noble are you? The daughter of a merchant." Wei Xiaoya was not going to let them off easily. "Or should I say, Su Xiaodong, the son of a merchant. How noble are you?" Yao Qingqing didn't expect to be spoken to like that in public, her face turning red with anger. "It's you. You, a country bumpkin, dare to look down on us merchants. Besides, my brother is a successful scholar. Do you know what that means?" Yao Qingqing shouted uncontrollably, ignoring the surprised looks from other customers. Yao Zichu's face was also flushed as he bowed to Wei Xiaoya. "Madam Wei, please don't provoke my younger sister. She is young and doesn't understand. She is already eager to get married and still claims to be too young to understand. And your family's scholar status is quite laughable. Last time I taught you listen to both sides to be clear, listen to one side to be confused. Should I teach you again? Keep your heart like a ruler, your ambitions like a measure, calm like water, and upright like a rope. If you can't do these, what does it matter if you become a scholar or even an official?" Wei Xiaoya's sarcasm made Yao Zichu lower his head almost to his chest. He never expected to be lectured by this woman twice. Su Mingyuan was also surprised. He didn't realize Wei Xiaoya was educated and even teaching Yao Zichu how to behave. This future brother-in-law is currently the favorite of the whole family. In the Yao family, it's no surprise, but even in the uncle's house in the city, he is treated very well. His uncle, aunt, and cousins all hold him in high regard. However, this brother-in-law, who brings him some prestige, is being scolded by Wei Xiaoya and can't even defend himself? He wanted to say something in his defense but found himself at a loss for words. Yao Qingqing was even more speechless. She had never read any books and didn't know how to argue back. All she could say was, "You, a country bumpkin and a divorced woman, dare to lecture me, the eldest brother. Why not lecture you, daughter of a merchant? Or should I call you the fiancée of a merchant?" Wei Xiaoya knew exactly where Yao Qingqing was sensitive, so she pressed the issue. Since Yao Qingqing always tried to hit her where it hurt by calling her a country bumpkin and a divorced woman, Wei Xiaoya decided to turn it back on her. Yao Qingqing was furious, her hair almost standing on end as she pointed at Wei Xiaoya. "You lowly." Before she could finish, a figure in red rushed past, and a sharp slap echoed in the air. Hong Mian slapped Yao Qingqing's hand hard, making it visibly swell. Yao Qingqing winced in pain, quickly retracting her hand, unsure and too scared to cause a scene. "You, daughter of a merchant, have shown disrespect to my family's lady. This is just a small punishment. If you dare to be arrogant again, I won't let you off," Hong Mian scolded sternly. Yao Qingqing was angry but realized she didn't have a strong maid or servant to fight back. Wei Xiaoya smiled slyly. "Hong Mian, let's go. If Miss Yao is unhappy, I specialize in dealing with discontent. Seeing her sarcastic smile reminded Yao Qingqing of her mysterious weapon. Despite the commotion, neither Su Mingyuan nor his cousin spoke up, and even her own brother fell silent, making her feel wronged. As those people left the shop, she quickly turned to Su Mingyuan. Brother Mingyuan, it's clear that this Wei girl won't let go of us. We can't allow her to stay at this inn, right? Su Mingyuan's face showed some hesitation, but then he saw Wei Xiaoya and the others returning. Wei Xiaoya smiled brightly. I told you. The hearts of small-minded people are different from ours. Let's check out now. She was speaking to her sister and the girl in red, but it made the Su brothers and Yao Zichu feel uncomfortable. Yao Zichu explained, Madam Wei, you misunderstood. You can stay at this inn if you like. This city is so big. We don't have to stay at this inn. If I'm spending money, I want to enjoy it. She boldly sat downstairs waiting, while Wei Xiaojun and Hong Mian quickly gathered their belongings. Check out. Refund my deposit. Yao Qingqing couldn't stand her loud behavior and repeatedly told the waiter, Go check the rooms upstairs carefully. The merchant's daughter must be narrow-minded. Wei Xiaoya scoffed. Today has really opened my eyes. No wonder you can't enjoy that spicy crayfish. The waiter stood there, unsure of how to respond. Su Air waved his hand, signaling the waiter not to go upstairs, and smiled. So the famous spicy crayfish comes from Madam Wei? Yao Qingqing didn't expect Su Air, far away in the city, to know about spicy crayfish. Su Air, however, wore a big smile. My Su family also has a restaurant in the city. I often hear diners say that tasting spicy crayfish in your Yangji County is a real treat. I've been wanting to try it myself. If it weren't for the disaster, I would have gone to taste it by now. Su Mingyuan's expression darkened. He didn't expect the fame of spicy crayfish to be so widespread. It had even reached the city. If Madam Wei had been willing to cooperate with him back then, he could have opened a restaurant in the city, and it would surely be a hit. Su Mingyuan seemed lost in thought, not knowing what to think. But when he looked at Yao Qingqing, he frowned slightly. If it weren't for her stirring up trouble, he could have made a lot of money, maybe even impress his uncle. He could have brought his family from that town to this city. Wei Xiaoya glanced at Su Air and said, What a coincidence. If I were to find someone to partner with in this city, I definitely wouldn't choose someone from the Su family. I prefer to avoid trouble. The innkeeper had already refunded the deposit, and without looking back, Wei Xiaoya took the coins and left with her companions. Su Air turned his head and signaled to a clever waiter, who followed them from a distance. I'll have someone check where they are staying so we can make contact, Su Air explained briefly, then complained, Third brother, I don't know how you handle things. This is spicy crayfish. Many diners have praised it. If we could sell these spicy crayfish in the city, how could our restaurant not be successful? Su Mingyuan sighed. Second brother, there are too many issues involved, and I can't explain them all right now. I'll tell you more when I have time. Yao Qingqing felt her hand was swollen and painful, so she begged Yao Zichu to take her to the clinic. Brother, my hand hurts a lot. The maid by Wei's side knows martial arts. I don't even know if my bone is broken. Yao Zichu was startled and said, Let's hurry to the clinic. He remembered what had just happened and felt a bit ashamed. Seeing Yao Qingqing complain about Wei Xiaoya again, he couldn't help but scold her. Sister, I'm not saying this to be harsh, but you always pick fights. Remember this lesson today. With a martial arts maid by Wei's side, it will be even harder to deal with her in the future. He thought Wei Xiaoya was very difficult to get along with. She was like a porcupine or a fighting rooster. She would explode if provoked and teach the person a lesson. Yet, his sister had suffered several times and still didn't learn. When the siblings went to a nearby clinic, Su Air smiled meaningfully. Third brother, I see that Wei's lady is quite charming. Besides that maid in red, the other two women around her are also quite lovely. How did you offend her? Women are easy to please. Su Mingyuan disapproved of his cousin's frivolity. He knew that this cousin had 3 concubines in his household and was still flirting outside. If he weren't clever enough to help with the family business, their uncle wouldn't tolerate him. Even when his parents scolded him, he still smiled. Dad, Mom, I have such little interest. Can't you be a bit lenient? It won't cost much. Their uncle's business was large, with several restaurants and inns, and they had plenty of money. Over time, they truly stopped caring about his affairs. At that moment, Su-er was still chuckling. I think that way lady and her sister are more beautiful than this Yao girl. Third brother, your thinking is off. Spicy crayfish is a huge opportunity. If you can't marry her sister, why not take her as a concubine? Su Mingyuan laughed awkwardly. Second brother, you're mistaken. That way lady treats her sister like her own eye. She wouldn't let her become a concubine. Money can change hearts. That's because they haven't seen wealth. With my brother's character, looks, and wealth, being my concubine is much better than marrying a country bumpkin. Su-er was clearly very confident. Su Mingyuan thought for a moment and advised, Brother, that way lady has likely earned quite a bit of silver. I'm not saying she looks down on your wealth, but being a concubine is still considered lower status. Enough, let's not talk about that. I have my own plans. Su-er waved his hand impatiently. This cousin from the countryside was clearly naive. He had no idea about the pleasures of a wealthy young master in the city. Su Mingyuan sighed, hoping nothing would go wrong. Before long, the Yao siblings returned after getting treated, and the servant who had gone out with Wei Xiaoya also came back. He hesitated and glanced at the others, and Su-er impatiently asked, Just say it. Where did they stay? They stayed at the Uli Inn on the main street. The servant, being clever, leaned closer to Su-er and shared the specific room number. Su-er lightly tapped the servant's head with his folding fan. Clever. As long as he knew the location, that was enough. After Wei Xiaoya and the others settled their bags, Hongmian angrily said, Sister Xiaoya, I almost couldn't hold back and wanted to grab that sneaky guy and teach him a lesson for stepping on our toes. She stuck out her tongue. How dare he come and step on us? I really wish he wouldn't come back. Hongmian, your temper is too strong. Luyin couldn't help but laugh. Wishing someone wouldn't come back could land you in trouble. Hongmian felt a bit embarrassed. I was just saying. I recognized that guy as the servant from Yinshui residence. I wonder what they are planning. Whatever comes, we will handle it. We all need to stay alert, Wei Xiaoya thought, knowing only she and Hongmian had the skills, especially with her electric baton. However, she was also with two young girls, one of whom was a beautiful sister. She hadn't expected to be targeted while just visiting the city for fun. I originally wanted to keep Lu Yin here a few more days, but it seems that's not possible now. Tonight, let's all stay alert and sleep in the same room, listening for any noise from next door. Following Wei Xiaoya's instructions, everyone moved their bedding into her room and set up makeshift beds. Xiaoxing and Xiaoya weren't scared. They found it lively and were even happier to all be sleeping in one room. The city is bustling, even though night is falling. As the corridor outside grew quieter, Wei Xiaoya and Hongmian still couldn't sleep. Wei Xiaoya lay down while the two children beside her had already fallen asleep. Hongmian leaned against the door, listening to the sounds outside. Suddenly, she heard soft, sneaky noises. After a little while, the door next door creaked open. Wei Xiaoya immediately sat up and got out of bed, and Hongmian moved quickly. As soon as she opened the door, she rushed next door, and both of them pulled the door tight, shouting, Help! Help! There's a thief trying to steal. The staff inside and Su-er were startled. When they looked at the bed, it was empty. They realized they had fallen into a trap. Su-er hurriedly shouted, It's a misunderstanding. I went into the wrong room. A flurry of footsteps broke the quiet night. The inn staff heard the commotion and rushed to the room. Hongmian continued shouting, We need to report this. We caught the thief. Su-er and his companion were still shouting to explain, but soon they collapsed unconscious on the floor. The staff from the Uli Inn approached the door cautiously with lanterns and wooden sticks. Hongmian suddenly pushed the door open, and the two staff members swung their sticks, but hit nothing. When everyone looked inside with their lanterns, they indeed saw two men lying on the floor. Where are the thieves? Another male voice called out. Wei Xiaoya thought the voice sounded familiar. She squeezed to the door to take a look and smiled, realizing it was Chen Liang. Chen Liang noticed someone looking at him and turned back, pleasantly surprised. Wei, it's you. Are you okay? I'm fine, no worries. Luckily, we were prepared. The others in her room had also been awakened and were lying on the floor in their clothes. They all understood that this was clearly a setup to catch the thief. Chen Liang said angrily, "Wake them up." He quickly stepped forward, twisted the two men's hands behind their backs, and skillfully tied them up with fishing line. This fishing line was given by Wei. He then instructed the staff to splash water on the two to wake them up and turned to Wei Xiaoya. "Please wait a moment, I will go get the master." Wei Xiaoya was surprised. "What? Is young Master Lu here too?" "Yes, we heard the noise and he sent me to check." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Liang disappeared from sight. The red cotton fabric proudly kicked the two people who were awakened by the cold water. "You two thieves, how dare you plot against me?" Su Er was just waking up, first stunned, then suddenly shouted, "Why are you tying me up? I just had a little to drink, got drunk, and walked into the wrong room." "Is that so?" "The smoke is still here," Lu Jinyu said as he approached, signaling Chen Liang to hold the evidence. Wei Xiaoya looked over. Lu Jinyu was dressed in black, with a high nose and tightly closed lips, making him look sharp and handsome. She felt he resembled a leopard in the night. As she was boldly observing him, he turned his head slightly and looked back. His originally stern expression softened into a slight smile. "Wei lady, how have you been?" Only he knew his feelings. What started as an ordinary night suddenly felt like fireworks were going off. Wei Xiaoya smiled back. "I've been well." She didn't expect to see him again. What a coincidence. If they hadn't changed to this inn, they wouldn't have run into each other. Even if they had changed to this inn, they wouldn't have met without this incident. "You aren't following me, are you?" Wei Xiaoya joked lightly. Lu Jinyu looked innocent. "It's truly a coincidence. If I hadn't heard the noise and sent someone to check, I wouldn't have guessed it was you." Su Er shouted hoarsely, "Wei lady, it's all a misunderstanding." At that moment, Su Er looked extremely disheveled, with water dripping from his head and face, his clothes wrinkled and clinging to him like dried vegetables. He looked nothing like a young master. "All right, then tell me what kind of misunderstanding it is," Wei Xiaoya said, waiting for him to speak. Su Er struggled to find the words. Lu Jinyu coldly said, "Wei lady, there's no need to waste time with this. He should go straight to jail." Su Er realized that the stern-looking man in front of him must have some background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. He panicked and gently nudged the attendant beside him. "Wei lady, I just thought that your matter with my cousin shouldn't involve us. I'm here to apologize. I wanted to show my sincerity by inviting you to rest at my inn and waiving the room fee. It's all my attendant's fault for causing this misunderstanding." Wei Xiaoya laughed. "Your explanation means nothing. It depends on whether the officials believe you." Chen Liang grabbed both of them and kicked them. "Still trying to play tricks? Let's go." Lu Jinyu said softly, "I will go to the government office first to greet the magistrate and return later." Wei Xiaoya thought for a moment. "I'll go with you." She turned back to remind Hong Mian not to leave and to watch over the others. Hong Mian nodded. Although she didn't know Lu Jinyu's identity, she recognized that he was a friend of Wei's, so she felt reassured. Looking at Wei Xiaojun and Lu Yin, even the little ones, Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu, were not surprised that Wei was following Lu Jinyu. This only confirmed her thoughts. Along the way, Su Er continued to explain himself, but Chen Liang found him too noisy and tore off his sleeve to stuff in his mouth. Finally, they had some peace. At this point, the government office had already closed, but Lu Jinyu and the others went to the magistrate's residence. The doorman recognized Lu Jinyu and said, "Please wait, Master Lu." Once inside, Su Er became even more anxious. What was Lu Jinyu's identity? He could even enter the magistrate's residence? They knew that the magistrate was someone their family could not reach, and there was no way to offer gifts. The magistrate was already waiting in the hall, and upon seeing Lu Jinyu, he smiled. "Brother Lu, what brings you here at this late hour?" Su Er's heart sank further. The magistrate was treating this Lu as a brother. Could he really be going to jail? Lu Jinyu briefly explained the situation and then kicked Su Er's leg. Unable to stand, Su Er fell to the ground. wincing in pain. The magistrate laughed. What a situation. These two thieves trying to steal valuables should go to jail. We'll hold a trial tomorrow. Two strong guards took Su Er and his accomplice away. The magistrate glanced at Wei Xiaoya and then back at Lu Jinyu. These thieves dared to commit such acts. According to the law, they should be exiled. Although Wei Xiaoya was not familiar with the current laws, she knew that since the two had not succeeded, exile might be too harsh. Lu Jinyu smiled. This is my savior, so I value this matter greatly. Fortunately, my savior was not harmed. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be exile. I could take their lives if needed. However, I think they should pay more silver to compensate for my savior's emotional distress, which could offset the exile. A short detention would suffice. The magistrate laughed heartily. So this lady is my brother Lu's savior. Those two thieves certainly deserve punishment, and it should be severe. The two of them joked for a while, and when Lu Jinyu was about to leave, Lord Gao leaned in closer and whispered, "Brother, if you hear any news, remember your older brother. Don't worry. Lord Gao is honest and cares for the people, so there won't be any mistakes." Lord Gao patted his chest and said, "With your words, I feel at ease." He personally saw Lu Jinyu to the flower gate before parting. As Lu Jinyu and the others exited the estate, Wei Xiaoya looked at him curiously and asked, "What is Lord Lu's true identity?" "Even the governor calls you brother." Lu Jinyu smiled. "Since you asked, I won't hide it. We are responsible for secret surveillance, anti-corruption, and arresting officials and citizens." Wei Xiaoya was shocked. "You are part of the Jinyui? What is the Jinyui?" Lu Jinyu asked, looking confused. Wei Xiaoya realized this was a fictional dynasty, so the role might be similar to the Jinyui, but with a different name. Sure enough, Lu Jinyu added, "I am from the Wuda Division, currently at the 5th rank. The Wuda Division is not managed by the 3 offices. Our leader reports directly to the Emperor." Wei Xiaoya then understood why he had the confidence to protect her and why the county magistrate respected him, even calling him brother. "Is your line of work something people both fear and hate?" Wei Xiaoya asked cautiously. Lu Jinyu laughed. "Of course. However, when we take action, it's usually because we have some leads. We won't harm the innocent." He spoke lightly, but Wei Xiaoya knew that even if they didn't harm the innocent, they still needed to maintain good relations with those officials who were truly honest and cared for the people. "You don't need to look at me like that, thinking we are doing something wrong or abusing power. With us around, we can reduce injustices in the world. Our Wuda Division is very strict, loyal only to the Emperor, and does not get involved in power struggles." He smiled. "It's not as scary as you think." Wei Xiaoya rolled her eyes silently. "It's definitely scary. Otherwise, you wouldn't be getting chased. That time was my mistake. I had evidence, and of course, some people got desperate and tried to fight back. That corrupt official has already fallen from his 3rd rank and has been exiled." Wei Xiaoya finally understood. Noticing Chen Liang's anxious expression beside her, she couldn't help but laugh. "Chen Liang, is your face cramping? Is this something you can't talk about? Or is it your identity that can't be revealed?" Chen Liang felt a bit awkward. "Since you said you can talk to Lady Wei, then of course I can." Lu Jinyu shot him a glance, signaling him to be quiet. She knew how to handle things herself. Wei Xiaoya sighed. "I never expected to have connections with such a high-ranking official. No wonder you mentioned that scholar with the surname Yao, saying he should come to the capital first. Even if he does become an official, he will still be under your watch." She couldn't help but click her tongue, making Lu Jinyu laugh. The capital city was lively even at night, with many restaurants and tea houses still open, and people were constantly coming and going from brothels and gambling houses. Lu Jinyu felt very cheerful and took Wei Xiaoya to a tea house. "I noticed you had a woman in red by your side who seems to know some martial arts?" Wei Xiaoya explained the situation, and Lu Jinyu nodded. "I remember hearing about this. A few agencies from the capital were attacked and suffered a massacre. The case is still unsolved." Wei Xiaoya gained a new understanding of this time. It turned out that staying in the countryside was relatively safe. The biggest disputes were just minor arguments in the village, easily resolved with a fight or a few words. In a big city, in the imperial capital, Murders could happen from time to time. Having a maid like that around you makes me feel more at ease. I actually thought about helping you find a martial arts maid before, but it never worked out. I was worried that those female guards from wealthy families might bring you trouble. So, I wanted to find a woman with a good background and decent skills to protect you. Lu Jinyu spoke very naturally, not feeling like she was rambling at all. Wei Xiaoya felt a bit touched. Thank you for your concern. I didn't expect you to care so much. As you know, I mostly just move around the county and the countryside, and it's generally safe. Besides, I stay alert myself. You have some skills too, Lu Jinyu said, her eyes showing curiosity, but she didn't press further. She was sure that Wei Xiaoya was a local from Huan village and had never learned martial arts. Yet, she had skills, along with that amazing medicine and powerful weapons. Seeing Chun Liang sitting far away at another table, Wei Xiaoya playfully scolded, "Don't think that just because you told me your identity, I have to share some secret with you." "I don't have any secrets." Lu Jinyu chuckled. "I wouldn't dare. I was just overthinking. I know Lady Wei is as straightforward as a blank sheet of paper, with no secrets to speak of." "Well, I can't say I'm completely a blank sheet. People always have their experiences," Wei Xiaoya said, pretending to be wise. "If I were always like a blank slate, I wouldn't survive in Huan village." What she said was true. Wasn't that why the original owner left? Lu Jinyu understood she was referring to being bullied by her ex-husband's family, and anger quickly filled her eyes. "If you are unhappy, then let the Wang family suffer a big loss." Wei Xiaoya was startled. "You aren't thinking of doing something extreme to them, are you?" "That's not out of the question. Please don't. You have a bright future ahead. Don't think that way. Making them poor and unsuccessful is already punishment enough. In fact, just watching me get better and better is like stabbing them with an invisible knife." Lu Jinyu smiled. "I didn't expect you to understand people's hearts so well." Understanding people's hearts? It's simple. When neighbors get rich, it hurts more than being poor yourself. Not to mention, I was their daughter-in-law. Wei Xiaoya laughed at her own words. Lu Jinyu frowned slightly. He was not pleased to hear her refer to herself as the former daughter-in-law. The two stopped discussing that topic, and Lu Jinyu asked Wei Xiaoya how much silver she hoped to receive as compensation. Wei Xiaoya thought this was like a settlement payment in modern times and found it amusing. She figured she should at least get 100 taels for herself. Lu Jinyu said slowly, 2,000 taels, is that enough? Wei Xiaoya's eyes widened. Could she really get 2,000 taels? Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Do you think 2,000 taels is a lot? If he really got his way, it wouldn't just be 2,000 taels. Lu Jinyu frowned. He worried about what would happen if that guy succeeded, and he only found out afterward. It would be too late to do anything then. Wei Xiaoya imagined the situation and felt scared. They even use smoke to confuse us. Their intentions are serious. They followed us to this inn. They must know which room we are in. It seems their target is my sister. Thinking of this, Wei Xiaoya felt a wave of fear. She didn't want anything to happen to Wei Xiaowan. Regardless of who their target is, they just want to steal something valuable. I'm working with the restaurant in the county on that spicy crayfish dish. Su Er wants to get involved, but I've clearly rejected him. Lu Jinyu sneered. It seems this guy wants to target your sister first, trying to gain her trust before scheming for profit. Wei Xiaoya sighed. It's clear that life is tough for women. If you have something, others will want to take it from you. She thought that if Lu Jinyu hadn't been there today, she would have dealt with Su Er and that clerk by herself and gone to report them to the authorities. What would the governor decide? The Su family has money. Would they use it to escape punishment? Wei Xiaoya felt a bit pessimistic. Is the governor a good official? He's fairly decent. But if someone uses money to influence things and the matter isn't too serious, then a clear stream has no fish. It doesn't mean they will be let off, but the punishment will be lighter. This meant that if the Su family spent more money, they would get a lighter sentence. So, where is the fairness in that? If the Su family is willing to spend some money, they would be treated leniently. It's not that they wouldn't be punished, but since it was attempted crime, they would receive a lighter sentence. Wei Xiaoye recalled the famous case of the gourd monk judging the gourd case, and it seemed to be true here as well. However, she quickly smiled, so the governor's idea now is to give a heavy sentence and also make him pay me some compensation?
Exactly.
Does that make you feel better? Wei Xiaoye nodded. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to punish him properly. But if he doesn't suffer greatly, I'll find a chance to put a sack over his head and give him a good beating. Lu Jinyu laughed heartily. Wei Xiaoye said seriously, I really think that way. I should break one of his arms or legs. He can't be allowed to act so arrogantly. I admire your thinking. Lu Jinyu laughed again, but don't do anything dangerous. Let me handle it. Even if you face trouble later, if it's dangerous, don't act. Trust me, I can always help you get revenge. After all, he has a powerful background. Wei Xiaoye felt a bit dizzy. It finally felt real. She really had someone strong backing her.
All right.
If there's something I can't handle or someone I can't deal with, I'll save it for you to help me with. Lu Jinyu felt relieved. That's good. I can always help you solve things. After having some tea and snacks, Lu Jinyu took Wei Xiaoye back to the inn. There's nothing to worry about. You can sleep peacefully. I need to go to the office for a bit. Wei Xiaoye knew he was going to help her. Do you really have to go this late? Why not wait until tomorrow? It's better to handle things late at night, Lu Jinyu replied with a smile. Seeing the two leave, Hong Mian felt uneasy. Sister Xiaoyi, if you hadn't warned us, we might have fallen into someone else's trap. These lowlifes even use sleeping gas. I'm not afraid of a fair fight, but I fear these sneaky tricks. A fair fight is easy to avoid, but hidden attacks are hard to defend against. Luckily, I don't have many enemies, so don't worry. I also don't have much money, so not many people are after me. With that, Wei Xiaoyi calmly fell asleep on the bed. Hong Mian stayed alert for a while before going to Lu Yin's room. Su Er and his companion were thrown into a damp, cold prison that smelled musty, making them very scared. They couldn't figure out how to untie the ropes on their hands. Su Er squatted on the ground, while his companion, trying to endure the discomfort, finally managed to pull the rag out of Su Er's mouth. Su Er had been forced to keep his mouth wide open and now realized his jaw was hurting badly. They tried to untie the ropes on their hands, but it was useless. Su Er was even more anxious, convinced that Lu Jinyu had a special identity. Otherwise, how could they have ended up in such a situation? Feeling uncomfortable with their hands tied behind their backs, they pleaded with the guard, Sir, please help us cut these ropes. I have money. Seeing the potential reward, the guard brought scissors and freed their hands. Su Er moved his numb hands and took out a piece of silver weighing about 2 taels, handing it over. The guard's mood brightened after receiving the silver, and he chatted with them for a bit. Upon learning they were in trouble and might face 20 lashes and a year in prison, Su Er felt disheartened. If you have money or someone at home, get them to help quickly. Maybe the officials will be a bit lenient, the guard suggested, noticing Su Er's fine clothing, which must have cost several taels of silver. Sir, I am Su Er from Manhwa Alley. Please help me send a message to my family. I promise you will be rewarded, Su Er said, rummaging through his clothes and pulling out 5 taels of silver. Please, I ask you to make this trip for me. The guard's smile grew wider. He was having a lucky day. I can run an errand for you after my shift, but I can't guarantee the outcome, he replied. Su Er quickly assured him, Of course, I wouldn't waste your time. His companion, anxious, said, Young master, you must take me with you when you go out. I'm here to help you. Are you really going to ignore me? Stop whining. Su Er felt anxious and just wanted to say something to brush him off, hoping the man would quiet down. The man was angry inside, but appeared very respectful. If the young master abandoned him, he had nothing to fear. The cell was lit by 2 dim torches, and the dark, damp smell made Su Er, a wealthy young master, very uncomfortable. It was winter and it was very cold, but there were no blankets in the cell, only some straw. Su Er curled up in the corner, lost in thought. Suddenly, he felt something crawling up his leg. He jumped up, screaming, which scared the mouse away. He had intended to rest his eyes, but now he was too scared to sleep. He just hoped time would pass quickly until morning when his father could rescue him. How did things get to this point? He only wanted to steal a little but ended up in a cell. He had a young concubine from a poor family. He thought he could take advantage of the situation, claim her, and then offer some silver to win her over. Her parents would be grateful, as marrying her off would only bring a few taels of silver. He offered 20 taels, who wouldn't be satisfied. Her sister might be worth a bit more, maybe 30 taels, which should be enough, right? After all, he was a young master in the capital. The Wei family should be content. Su-er felt quite confused. But his confusion didn't last long as he heard the prison guard's eager voice. Someone was coming. In the dim torchlight, he finally saw clearly, and his pupils widened in shock. It was that young Master Lu. His black outfit blended into the darkness, making him appear even more dangerous and cold. "Who are you? What do you want?" Su-er managed to speak, but his teeth chattered uncontrollably, and his voice trembled. Lu Jinyu tilted his head slightly, and the guard who had just taken Su-er's silver quickly unlocked the cell door. As Su-er watched Lu Jinyu step into the cell, he suddenly felt that being locked up had given him some sense of safety. At that moment, he felt like prey. The hunter was the terrifying man in front of him. Lu Jinyu looked at the trembling Su-er and found it somewhat amusing. "So cowardly, yet you dare to try being a thief?" Su-er fell to his knees with a thud. "Please spare me, good sir. I won't dare again. I was blind to not recognize your greatness. I am willing to pay to settle this matter. Good sir, please name your price." Seeing Lu Jinyu only looking at him with sarcasm, he trembled and said, "I am willing to pay 500 taels. Yes, 500 taels. 500 taels? That might not be enough." Lu Jinyu stepped directly on his palm and ground it down hard, causing Su-er to scream in pain. "If you can't endure this, how will you face the red-hot iron in prison and the hooks that will pierce your bones?" These words sounded like a death sentence to Su-er. Before he could plead again, Lu Jinyu stepped down hard, and he heard the sound of his finger bones breaking. He didn't know how many fingers were broken. Su-er's screams echoed in the night, sending chills down the spines of the other prisoners, who huddled together in fear. Even Su-er's companion hid in a corner, hoping not to attract the attention of this terrifying figure. Su-er was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to shout 1,000 taels. "I will pay 1,000 taels. 1,500 taels. If I offer more, my father won't save me. 2,000 taels. I beg you to spare my life." Lu Jinyu knew he was speaking the truth. With his Su family's wealth, anything over 2,000 taels would likely mean they would rather let him die. "You are mistaken. This is the money you owe to Madame Wei, not the money for your father to save you. You must be punished for your crimes." Lu Jinyu rubbed his boots on the straw a few more times before leaving with Qin Liang. Su-er collapsed on the ground, murmuring, "I have survived."
Who is he?
The jailer was also shaken. He is someone who can speak directly to the emperor. Both Su-er and his companion turned pale. They had offended such a person? Early the next morning, the jailer went to the Su family to deliver the news. Su Dedong opened his eyes wide. "My son has already been imprisoned? Has he been tortured?" The jailer remained silent. Su Dedong's wife, Meng, quickly handed over 2 taels of silver. "Please, tell me everything." The jailer took the silver. "Your son committed a crime and offended a powerful figure. He has been punished, but he has broken a few fingers." Meng rolled her eyes and nearly fainted, while their eldest son quickly supported her. Su Dedong was in a panic. "Sir, how can we resolve this?" "There is no need to think about resolution. From what I heard from that powerful figure, punishment is certain. Young Master Su said in prison that he is willing to pay 2,000 taels to compensate Madame Wei." The jailer finished speaking and walked away slowly. Now that the matter had been brought up, it was up to them to decide what to do next. Meng was in tears, saying, "Who is this Wei lady that has appeared?" Su Mingyuan, scared and almost unable to breathe, mustered the courage to explain the conflict at the inn. "Uncle, Aunt, it's all my fault. I thought it was just a small verbal dispute, but my second brother has feelings for Wei's sister and thought if he could win her over, he could also get her recipe for spicy crayfish. That's how this mess started. The Yao siblings, who were also staying there, were just as shocked as Su Mingyuan and wished they could disappear. Unfortunately, there was no in the ground for them to hide in. Sure enough, Meng angrily said, so this trouble was caused by you, yet my family has to suffer for it? As a mother, she was too worried about her son to care about the details. In her eyes, it was all the trouble brought by this nephew from the countryside. Yao Zichu awkwardly stood up and said, Uncle Su, Aunt Su, Wei is not unreasonable. Why don't we try to talk to her privately first? What's the relationship between Wei and that important person? Su Dad asked in a deep voice. Are they engaged?
How could that be?
Uncle Su, Wei is a divorced woman with 2 children. There's no way she could be involved with someone important. She was just lucky to save his life. Hearing that Lu Jinyu was such an important person made Yao Qingqing feel terrible. She could never believe that Wei had really gotten close to Lu Jinyu. She thought Wei was not even worthy of being a concubine or a mistress. Su Dad slammed his hand on the table. Do you all have any sense? That person is his lifesaver. He is someone you can't mess with. Is this your first day knowing that? How dare you think about taking advantage of Wei? Yao Zichu and Su Mingyuan both remembered what Lu Jinyu had said during the Dragon Boat Festival. Let's talk after we get to the capital. They never imagined that Lu Jinyu really came from the capital and could influence the governor's decisions. Yao Zichu gently said, Uncle Su, let's first communicate with Wei. Maybe she won't hold this against us. Meng quickly agreed. Yes, she is a woman. If we give her some cosmetics and fine silk fabric, perhaps this matter will pass. By the way, where does she live? Let's hurry up, Meng said anxiously, calling her daughter-in-law Lu to prepare a generous gift. Lu quickly took a maid and rushed to get ready. When Lu returned, Meng glanced at the gifts and thought, this must be worth at least 200 taels of silver. She's just a countrywoman. These gifts might dazzle her. 200 taels was manageable, but if it were 2,000, it would feel like a piece of her heart was taken away. Lu silently grumbled. Upon learning that Wei Xiaoya and her group were staying at the Yuelian, Meng sighed. They had to visit a rival's and to meet such an important person? Yao Zichu and Su Mingyuan also thought of going together, as they were familiar and could speak more easily. Yao Qingqing wanted to join, but Yao Zichu quickly advised, you shouldn't go. It might make things worse. He realized that it was always his sister who caused trouble, and he didn't want her to meet Wei. The group split into 2 carriages and arrived at the Yuelian. The innkeeper recognized Meng and greeted her with a strange smile. Madam, what a rare visitor you are. Meng felt a bit embarrassed. A young relative came to our home, and I didn't want to disturb you, so they stayed at your esteemed inn. The innkeeper, looking amused, replied, Madam, please don't joke with me. Everyone knows about last night's incident. Young Master Su is probably already in jail. Meng felt dizzy. Was it such a big deal? Did everyone know? Tears almost escaped her eyes as she mumbled something and hurried upstairs. Wei Xiaoya was about to take her group downstairs for breakfast when she heard a knock on the door. Hong Mian, who was standing by, suspiciously opened it and saw several people. She quickly raised her hand to stop them. Who are you? What do you want? Yao Zichu bowed slightly. Miss, we met yesterday. Hong Mian scoffed. What do you want with my lady? If you have business, go to the government office and don't interrupt our meal. Meng felt furious. She never expected this countrywoman to be so arrogant. But she had to swallow her pride. Covering her nose with a handkerchief, she choked out, Madam Wei, I am Su Xingwei's mother. We just learned about last night's events. Please, have mercy and forgive us. All the blame is on my son. We came to apologize. As she spoke, she gestured for her daughter-in-law Lu to present the gifts. Wei Xiaojun could immediately tell they were of good quality. A fine piece of silk might cost 20 or 30 taels of silver. Not to mention there are several pieces, and the patterns are very beautiful. However, Wei Xiaoya didn't even look at it and coldly snorted. This matter breaks the law. It's not just about apologizing to me. Yao Zichu cupped his hands and said, Madam Wei, since we are both from the same hometown and know each other, please show mercy, and let Su urge go this time. Wei Xiaoya looked Yao Zichu up and down and laughed. Yao Zichu knew she was about to mock him again, and before she spoke, his face turned red. Sure enough, Wei Xiaoya wouldn't let his embarrassment go. She said casually, It seems that if you, Scholar Yao, are fortunate enough to become an official in the future, you would handle law violations with just an apology? Meng Shi tightly gripped her handkerchief, suppressing her anger. She bit her teeth and tears welled up in her eyes, filled with sadness. Madam Wei, my son is at fault, but please understand a mother's heart. He has already been punished. He is now in prison, and his fingers have been crushed. It must be so painful. Wei Xiaoya was a bit surprised. This was news to her. After returning last night, she had a good night's sleep and hadn't met with Lu Jinyu today. So, Lu Jinyu had indeed crushed several of Su Er's fingers. Meng Shi thought her pitiful appearance would evoke some sympathy from the young woman, but Wei Xiaoya just said dismissively, Oh, his fingers were crushed? I suppose when the governor judges him, a few broken bones won't lessen his punishment. Madam Wei, please state your demands, Su Mingyuan said with difficulty. We were only arguing verbally and didn't expect it to escalate this far. My brother has learned his lesson and paid a heavy price. Could you please show some mercy? Wei Xiaoya looked at them all. You all really are amusing, coming to plead with me. Do you think these gifts can buy me off? Su Er broke a few fingers, and I should overlook the fact that he tried to insult my sister with such despicable means? Su Mingyuan muttered. In the end, he didn't succeed. If he had succeeded, what would happen to my sister? Would she have to marry into your Su family? Or be taken into your family? Or should she spend her life with a flickering lamp and ancient Buddha, or even end her own life? Wei Xiaoya retorted sharply. Wei Xiaowan felt both angry and moved. Angry, she realized that people like her were seen as mere playthings by wealthy families. She felt touched that her older sister was there to protect her. She remembered her sister often saying that life was tough for women. Since she started learning a trade, she had begun to understand this less. It wasn't until her own marriage situation changed the way the Yang family treated her that she realized women were often judged based on their usefulness. Now, just going out for fun had attracted the attention of these wealthy families. It seemed so unfair. Should a woman without money or power be treated this way? Su Mingyuan was stunned into silence by Wei Xiaoya's series of questions. He felt dazed. Was this sharp woman really the same one who used to wear rough, old clothes and sell wild game? Why had she changed so much? She hardly seemed like a woman from the countryside. Wei Xiaoya stood up and said, Please don't bother me anymore. I have no intention of making peace. With such dirty thoughts, I will make sure he pays a heavy price. Mrs. Wei, all this trouble started because my sister wanted to show off her words. It was just a small argument. Yao Zichu had no choice but to explain, trying to downplay the situation. The trouble had begun with Yao Qingqing, and if he didn't act quickly, neither he nor his siblings, nor Su Mingyuan would be able to hold their heads high in front of the Su family. Wei Xiaoya scoffed. Exactly, it was just a small argument. So, I should just leave the Su families in and be fine with it? If I can't handle it, I should just hide? Is that how it works? I've already tried to avoid trouble, yet Su Er still resorts to these underhanded tactics. Do you really think your Su family can control everything? Meng's face turned pale. She had thought the same way. In this big city, facing a woman from the countryside, the Su family thought they could at least overshadow her. Little did they know, they had hit a hard wall. All right, I've said what I needed to say. We are going to have breakfast now, so please leave. As Wei Xiaoya spoke, they heard Lu Jinyu's voice from outside. Mrs. Wei, is there someone troublesome bothering you? Everyone inside was startled. Meng and the others knew he was an important person, and hearing his voice made them a bit fearful. Lu Jinyu stepped in and coldly scanned the room. The Meng family felt a strong pressure. Su Mingyuan and Yao Zichu then realized that this person had previously held back their presence in front of them. Meng was smiling nervously. Lord Lu, I am Su Er's mother. I came today to apologize to Madam Wei. Please, Lord Liu and Madam Wei, show us some mercy and let us go. Lu Jinyu scoffed. Get out. If you don't leave quickly, your son will suffer even more. Yao Zichu wanted to say something, but was suddenly pulled by the pale-faced Meng, and they stumbled out together. Wei Xiaoye signaled, and Hong Mian picked up the gifts, catching up with Lu and stuffing them into her arms before leaving. These heavy gifts returned, but Lu felt no joy. She knew very well that if this 1 or 200 taels of silver didn't get spent, they would end up spending several times that amount later. When Meng returned home, tears streamed down her face. This is too much. My poor son had several fingers crushed. Yet he can't compare to her sister, who was hardly hurt. I brought these heavy gifts, only to be slapped in the face. Is there such injustice in the world? Su Dadong angrily said. A mother spoils her child. It's because you act like this as a mother that your son has become so reckless. Now he a wall. Just consider that son lost. Su Xingbai and Lu remained silent. If their father truly thought that way, they could feel a bit happy. This large estate would be theirs in the future. But they knew this was just their father speaking out of anger. They would never give up on the second son. Father, how could this be my fault? The second son has talent in business. After he took over the inn, the business improved a lot. He enjoys eating, drinking, and having fun, but that's not a big deal. He also likes to attract women, but isn't that a mutual benefit? Look at the people in his room. Didn't they all receive silver to make their families happy? Meng had been frightened by Lu Jinyu outside, but now at home, facing her husband, she felt more confident. Trying to put all the blame on her? No way. Besides, she truly believed these were minor issues. She couldn't understand why things escalated to the point of imprisonment. It must be because the other party was an official. Su Er's fingers hung limply, causing him sharp pain. In prison, he sometimes felt despair, but at other times, he held on to hope, eagerly waiting for his family to come. It wasn't until late morning that he finally saw his parents and older brother. When Meng saw her son's miserable state, she immediately burst into tears. But she didn't dare to make too much noise. When she entered earlier, she had already spent a few taels of silver to bribe the jailer and was warned quite a bit. Su Er struggled to crawl over. Dad, Mom, you finally came? I'm about to die here. This place is terrible. It eats people without a trace. Hurry and get me out. Compensate that Mrs. Wei with 2,000 taels of silver and spend some more to bribe the governor. Move quickly, or I really will die here. Okay, my son, don't worry. We will definitely rescue you, Meng said, covering her mouth and crying. Su Xingbai was somewhat unhappy. Second brother, why did you bring such a disaster upon the family? How much silver will it take to get you out? Eldest brother, do you wish for me to die here so you can have the inheritance without competition? If you want to treat me this way, how will you deal with the fourth brother? Su Er's eyes widened in anger. He never expected that in such a miserable state, his own brother would still be thinking about money. All right, stop arguing. Don't you see where we are? Su Dad said, feeling a headache coming on. Xinghuai, we will get you out. Now tell me honestly, who did you offend? Su Er looked pale. A hunter was blinded by an eagle. How was I to know that a simple village woman had such powerful connections? Even the governor treats him like a brother. Su Xingbai scolded him further. You encountered such a big shot. This is truly the misfortune of our Su family. You must change your ways. If you continue to act recklessly, not only will we not have enough money to cover this mess, but you could also bring disaster upon us all. Su Er disregarded him. Eldest brother, don't think that just because you're standing outside this jail, you can step on me. Is the profit from your restaurant really that little? How much have you pocketed for yourself? Does big sister-in-law not know about your thin mistress? Seeing his brother's changing expression, Su Er finally felt a bit of relief. If you want to keep secrets, you must not do anything wrong. What right do you have to shout at me? If I fall, you won't have it easy either. Do you think that big shot only wants to punish me? If you keep provoking me, I might just drag you down with me to share this jail life. Su's dad looked darkly at both sons, but before he could say anything, the jailer came to urge them. Time's up, out you go. Su's heir hurriedly urged. Dad, Mom, you must save me. 2,000 taels of silver is nothing. I can earn it back for the family later. Also, you should be careful about what your brother whispers in your ear. Brother, if you dare to cause trouble, I will make sure you pay for it. The 3 members of the Su family were driven out by the guard, but Su's heir's words clearly reached their ears. Su Xingbai sighed. My younger brother has really lost his mind from being locked up. Is it your younger brother who has lost his mind? Or is it you who is not upright? This can be easily investigated. Su Dadong coldly stared at his eldest son until he turned away, feeling guilty. In the afternoon, after a busy day for the Su family, the verdict for Su Xinghuai was announced: 20 lashes and a year and a half of imprisonment, along with a compensation of 2,000 taels of silver to the victim, Madame Wei. Su Xinghuai did not expect to pay such a large sum and still receive this result, leaving him nearly in despair. The guard kindly comforted him. Su Xiaodong, you are still lucky. Not only did you keep your life, but you were not even exiled. I heard that the governor originally wanted to sentence you to exile.
Su Xingguai Shiver.
When he used money to harm others and ruined a young woman's reputation, he never understood the despair of others. Now, he was experiencing it firsthand. After some arrangements, Meng Shi was finally able to bring a doctor into the prison to treat his injuries. Seeing her son's miserable state, she could only wipe her tears and say, My son, just hold on for this year and a half. You will get through it. Your father and I will come to see you often. After Su's heir was whipped, his back was covered in painful wounds and blood. He groaned in pain. It's all Su Mingyuan's fault. He brought that pair of siblings, who are nothing but trouble. Don't worry. I will go back and drive them out, Meng Shi said, bringing along Su's heir's favorite concubine, Yushi, and directing her to organize the clothes and food they had brought. Su's heir suddenly stared at Yushi. Do you feel pleased seeing me like this today? Husband, seeing you in this state breaks my heart. How could I feel pleased? Yushi's eyes were filled with tears as she wiped them away, trying to hide the smile that was creeping onto her face. So, she wanted to ruin another young woman's reputation, right? She thought she could use her dirty tricks to destroy someone else's life? I heard this time, her target wasn't just a young woman, but also someone else's secret recipe. Did she really think everyone could be easily manipulated like her? Now she had kicked a hard rock and suffered a great loss. Yushi lowered her handkerchief, her face filled with sorrow. Husband, you must take care of yourself. My mother and I will come to see you whenever we have the chance.
Xue responded hesitantly.
In just a quarter of an hour, the jailer came to hurry everyone out, including the mother and son, as well as the doctor. Meng returned home with swollen eyes. Now that things were settled, her anxiety turned into anger. Mingyuan, it's nice that you brought your fiancé to see us, but I have many matters to deal with at home, so I won't keep you. Meng directly issued an order for them to leave. Su Mingyuan's face turned red with embarrassment as he lowered his head and said a few polite words, hoping his aunt would take care of herself. Yao Qingqing, feeling unfair, argued, Aunt, this is not Mingyuan's fault. It was Xinghuai's. Meng's eyes widened in anger. You, an unmarried girl, dared to follow the young man to his uncle's house. That's already strange enough, and now you're pointing fingers. If you hadn't come here, my son wouldn't have ended up in this situation. You can just leave without a care, while my son is suffering alone in that damp, moldy prison, surrounded by mosquitoes and rats. Leave quickly and don't come back. Whether you marry or break up, it has nothing to do with us. I'm saying this now. You don't even need to send an invitation. Meng spoke uncontrollably, and Yao Qingqing was left speechless. Though she grew up in the town, she had always been pampered and had faced little hardship, aside from a few encounters with Wei Xiaoya. She never expected the elder from the other side would treat her this way. Angry, she stood up and signaled her brother and Su Mingyuan to leave. Meng continued to instruct the maid, hurry up and bring their luggage. Yao Zichu felt embarrassed and couldn't believe he, a respectable scholar, was being thrown out. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, he felt frustrated. Why was this even his problem? He had to endure Wei Xiaoya's lessons, the ridicule from that important person, and now this woman's expulsion. But she was an elder, and he couldn't argue back. Even when she sent the maid for their luggage and urged them to leave quickly, he had no choice but to say, "Aunt Sue, I apologize for the disturbance." "I know it's a disturbance, so don't come back again." Meng replied coldly and left with her people. Yao Qingqing was furious, her chest heaving. All right. What a wonderful elder. It's no wonder that only merchants with a strong smell of money can't produce any scholars. She was speaking passionately when she suddenly remembered Su Mingyuan beside her and quickly fell silent. Su Mingyuan's expression darkened even more as he waved his sleeve and stepped out first. Yao Zichu felt overwhelmed, thinking, what is going on here? Wei Xiaoya received a banknote for 2,000 taels of silver. She looked at it again and said, "This is the first time I've seen such a large sum of money. Those wealthy people who lack compassion and want to use dirty tricks should pay the price." "Are you satisfied with 2,000 taels?" Lu Jinyu found it somewhat amusing. "I can't say I'm satisfied. After all, it's a matter of principle. Accepting the money doesn't mean I've made peace with him," Wei Xiaoya said seriously. "This is about a young woman's entire life. How can it be measured by just 2,000 taels?" After saying this, she sighed. Many young women are quickly married off after receiving just a few taels of betrothal money. Even if the family they marry into isn't ideal, who cares about the young woman's future? The few taels of betrothal money seem to be the only important thing. "I understand your feelings," Lu Jinyu suddenly said. "You feel it's unfair that this amount of money can buy a woman's life." Wei Xiaoya looked at him in surprise, her eyes showing some admiration. "Regardless, I owe you for handling this situation so well. I've received such a large sum of silver, so Lord Lu, you can put all the expenses on my tab. Meals, lodging, entertainment, and even if you want to buy something, I'll cover it all." Wei Xiaoya became cheerful again, feeling quite generous. Lu Jinyu initially wanted to refuse but quickly changed his mind. "That sounds great. I actually do need to get some new clothes." Wei Xiaoya was surprised that Lu Jinyu really intended to let her pay and paused before saying, "Then you can take the silver from me." "That wouldn't be right. It would seem like I'm taking advantage of you. Let's just enjoy a day of eating, drinking, and having fun, and you can cover it all." Just thinking about this situation made Lu Jinyu chuckle. Wei Xiaoya was feeling quite generous. "All right, everyone listen up. All food, drinks, and fun are on me. If you see anything you like, just let me buy it." After finishing breakfast, Wei Xiaoya took the group to a street lined with clothing shops. The capital city truly is a capital. This street is full of shops selling clothes and fabrics. Wei Xiaoya felt delighted inside. It really resembled a pedestrian street from later times. Luyin felt a bit awkward, thinking that she was an outsider and shouldn't let Wei Xiaoya spend money on her. But Wei Xiaoya pulled her into the store and said, "Shopkeeper, please find this girl a stylish outfit that is elegant and beautiful." She then whispered to Lu Yin with a smile, "You'll charm your brother he the moment you meet him." Lu Yin blushed and replied, "Sister Xiaoya, Sister One has already given me a new outfit, and it's really nice in both fabric and style. You really don't need to spend more." "It's no trouble," Wei Xiaoya said, calling over others to help her choose fabric. Lu Jinyu stood a bit away from the women at the store entrance, but his presence caught the shopkeeper's attention, who came over to assist him. "Sir, our second floor has even better selections. You should take a look." Lu Jinyu felt a bit shy. He never had to worry about his clothes at home. Even when he was out, it was always Chun Liang and the others who did the shopping for him. If there was enough time, he would ask the seamstress and tailor to make custom outfits for him. He realized he hadn't really browsed these shops before, but now he felt quite interested. He encouraged Wei Xiaoya, "Madam Wei, I've heard the clothes upstairs are even better. Should we go check them out?" Wei Xiaoya was naturally interested. Although the first floor was nice, she wanted to see more. The group quickly headed to the second floor. As the shopkeeper had said, The styles and fabric quality upstairs were indeed superior, leaving everyone in awe. The second floor was divided into sections for men and women. Lu Jinyu took Chen Liang to the men's section, and they each picked out outfits. The shop's tailor adjusted them on the spot to ensure a perfect fit. Wei Xiaoya eagerly chose a crimson satin for Miss Xingyue and let Wei Xiaojun and Lu Yin pick for themselves, not forgetting about the red cotton. Knowing that red cotton was simpler, she encouraged her to choose 2 pieces. Red cotton hesitated, saying, "Sister Xiaoya, you all can buy what you want. I prefer to keep it simple." "I told you, you don't need to save money for me," Wei Xiaoya insisted. Red Cotton then selected a stone blue cotton fabric, and Wei Xiaoya picked out a ready-made dress for her. "Sister Xiaoya, I know my place. I'm fine with coarse cloth," Red Cotton said quietly, seeing the expensive red cotton dress Wei Xiaoya had chosen. "I know you don't like tight clothes. This dress has narrow sleeves and a simple, pretty skirt. It looks quite chic. Try it on, and if it doesn't fit, we can adjust it right away." When Hong Mian saw the dress, she really liked it. However, she thought it was too expensive at 1 or 2 taels of silver. Wei Xiaoya knew that this dress was very different from the clothes in the countryside. There is truth in the saying, you get what you pay for. Wei Xiaojun was eager to learn, and when she encountered fabrics she didn't recognize, she would humbly ask the shop assistants for help. She truly liked the samples displayed and quietly remembered them. Wei Xiaoya noticed this and nodded silently, thinking her sister was thoughtful. With more practice, she might even be able to open her own tailor shop one day. Wei Xiaoya had her eye on a piece of lilac satin with cloud patterns and was about to ask the price when she saw Lu Jinyu speaking to the shopkeeper, saying, "Excuse me, could you please take a look at that one?" The shopkeeper smiled and brought out a lilac dress. Wei Xiaoya was surprised. Wasn't it the fabric she had just admired? It was already made into a dress. Lu Jinyu smiled and encouraged Wei Xiaoya to try it on. The shopkeeper added, "Madam, your fair skin and beauty make this lilac pleated dress truly suit you. Why not try it on? I'm sure you'll be pleased." Feeling tempted, Wei Xiaoya went to the fitting room to try it on. When she came out, all eyes were on her. Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu shouted together, "Mom, you look so beautiful." Lu Jinyu watched from a distance, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. The only thing that seemed a bit plain was her hairstyle. If she added a couple of white jade hairpins, it would look even more perfect. After a few glances, Lu Jinyu held back her thoughts and went downstairs with Chen Liang to wait. The shopkeeper exclaimed, "Madam, this dress seems to be custom-made for you. But the waist could be taken in a little more." Wei Xiaoya firmly rejected, "No need. It's fine as it is." She didn't want to wear something too fitted. She preferred to feel comfortable and at ease. The shopkeeper felt a bit disappointed, thinking the slim waist could have been showcased better. During the checkout, the shopkeeper smiled, noticing that they didn't look particularly wealthy, yet they were spending quite a lot. They had bought 5 or 6 ready-made dresses and several pieces of fabric. Just as Lu Jinyu was about to take out her purse, Wei Xiaoya stopped her, saying, "I said I would treat you, so please let me have this chance. I made a good profit." The shopkeeper was surprised, not expecting this woman to be the one paying. Wei Xiaoya, fearing a misunderstanding, explained, "Thanks to this gentleman's help, I made a good profit. I must give a little back, or I won't be able to rest easy." The shopkeeper smiled widely and said, "Ah, madam, you truly have a kind heart. This gentleman is lucky." Lu Jinyu did not refute her statement. Instead, she smiled slightly, which made the shopkeeper even more certain that this madam was the gentleman's beloved. However, she had just heard 2 little girls call her mother, which hinted at something deeper. A remarkable young man had taken an interest in the mother of those 2 girls. While confirming this gossip, the shopkeeper quickly calculated the total. It comes to 26 taels and 4 coins. Since we have a good connection, let's waive the 4 coins. Please come back and support us more next time. Wei Xiaoyuan and Lu Yin silently thought it was quite expensive and wished they hadn't bought anything. But Wei Xiaoya laughed boldly. "Next time I come to the capital, I will definitely visit again." At that moment, everyone was already wearing their new clothes. Wei Xiaoya noticed that Lu Jinyu, who had been dressed in black, was now wearing a light bamboo-colored satin robe with a white jade belt and a jade pendant. He looked just like a refined young gentleman. However, the total for the clothes was just over 20 taels, so this outfit must have only cost a few taels and wasn't too expensive. He was still trying to save money, but the outfit suited him very well. He looked great in it. Lu Jinyu felt secretly pleased, unable to hide his smile. It turned out that when he occasionally wore light-colored clothes, Wei Nyangzi would focus on him and take a good look. Indeed, she not only observed but also commented, "Young Master Lu, this outfit suits you very well. You have quite a scholarly air." Lu Jinyu smiled and said, "When I'm not training or on a mission, I usually dress like this." Chun Liang turned his face away so Wei Nyangzi wouldn't see his surprise. This was not how he usually dressed. He rarely put in this much effort. After buying the clothes, the group enjoyed a relaxed time eating and drinking. Wei Xiaoya felt like she had 3 bodyguards beside her: Hong Mian, Lu Jinyu, and Chun Liang. When she learned that Lu Yin was going to the capital with the agency, Hong Mian confidently said, "Sister Lu Yin, I will definitely find you a reliable agency." Wei Xiaoya joked, "Young Master Lu, you have connections. Can you help find a trustworthy agency for Sister Lu Yin?" "Of course, that's a small matter," he replied. Hong Mian fell silent, worried that the agency she found might not be as reliable and safe as the one young Master Lu could find. After all, her own father had encountered trouble while working for an agency. Wei Xiaoya realized she had misspoken. "Hong Mian, I was just joking. I know you must have reliable connections with a good agency." Hong Mian was both surprised and touched. She didn't expect the lady to care about a servant's feelings. It was clear that she didn't see her as an outsider. "Sister Xiaoya, I'm just a servant. You don't have to treat me so kindly." Wei Xiaoya gave her a reassuring look and smiled without saying anything. Lu Jinyu noticed the little oddity as well. Perhaps because Wei was from the countryside, she didn't have the usual sense of hierarchy with her new servant. When they arrived at the Fengyun agency, a strong man came out to greet them. "Is that you, Brother Lu? I didn't recognize you at first, but now I see it's really you." Wei Xiaoya let them chat while she went inside the agency to take a look around. The place looked impressive and seemed to be one of the better agencies in the city. When she came out, it was clear they had reached an agreement. "Just in time, we have a job to a family to the capital. This young lady can join them." It was hard to tell if it was a coincidence or not. The leader offered a very favorable price of only 8 taels of silver. Wei Xiaoya knew this was definitely a friendship price. When Lu Yin heard the price, she felt a little relieved. Otherwise, she worried about owing too much and not being able to repay it later. She silently noted all of Wei Xiaoya's kindness and hoped that when her fiancé succeeded, she could repay her. The next day, Lu Yin was set to travel north with the agency, making it her last day in the city. With a worry lifted, Wei Xiaoya felt more relaxed. The group followed Lu Jinyu and explored the city, and even Hong Mian was amazed. The next day, Wei Xiaoya and the others saw Lu Yin off at the Fengyun agency and felt relieved when they saw her get on the carriage. "Please write to me when it's convenient." They promised to keep in touch and said their goodbyes. At that time, letters sent by the post would eventually arrive, even if they were slow. Lu Jinyu joked, "I didn't expect you to form such a sisterly bond with this new acquaintance." Wei Xiaoya tilted her head and thought for a moment before smiling. "I saved her life. Both of your lives are in my hands." Lu Jinyu felt a stir in her heart but laughed heartily. "Saving her, by chance, is a good deed on my part. I admire her and hope she has a good life. By the way, since you are from the capital, she left me her address. If you return to the capital in the future, please check on her for me," Wei Xiaoya said casually. Lu Jinyu replied simply, "Sure. If I go back and have time, I will help you check on her." Wei Xiaoya felt more at ease. In a time when transportation and communication were not convenient, staying in touch and knowing each other's situation was quite troublesome. But if Lu Jinyu could look after Lu Yin, it would be a great help for her. "Have you been busy these past few days with us?" Lu Jinyu smiled. Actually, I'm not busy right now. I have some tasks lined up, but starting tomorrow, I will have work to do. Wei Xiaoya understood his special status and didn't ask further. I'm quite satisfied with this trip to the capital, Wei Xiaoya said with a big smile. I got to see the grand city, received a large sum of money, and Lu Yin found an agency to help her. Seeing Lu Jinyu still looking expectant, Wei Xiaoya added, Of course, I also had the wonderful surprise of meeting you. You've helped me so much.
I'm truly grateful.
No matter how much I've helped, it doesn't compare to you saving my life. So, you don't need to be grateful for anything I've done. Just treat me normally. Wei Xiaoya waved her hand. That won't do. In life, we can't take things for granted. Since they were leaving the next day, Lu Jinyu invited Wei Xiaoya for drinks one last time before they departed. As it was just the two of them drinking, others didn't join, and with Hong Mian watching over them, Wei Xiaoya felt very relaxed. In the tavern in the capital, Wei Xiaoya felt as if she had stepped into a period drama. The lanterns at the entrance, the old yet charming wooden tables and bamboo chairs, and the row of wine jars against the wall all added to the atmosphere. Their low yet clear conversation was accompanied by soft music. A thin old man in a worn blue shirt played the eru, adding to the tavern's ambience. Wei Xiaoya took a sip of the plum wine, delicious. It won't be too strong, right? It won't be, don't worry. I won't let you get drunk. Lu Jinyu truly meant that and added, if Wei Nyangzi drinks with others, she should also avoid getting drunk. Wei Xiaoya sighed, I didn't expect you to be so cautious, young Master Lu. Every profession has its challenges. Lu Jinyu laughed heartily. They certainly didn't dare to drink too much, fearing uncontrollable situations. He hoped Wei Xiaoya wouldn't get drunk, worried she might lose her senses and get into trouble. Please don't call me young Master Lu. It sounds strange. He originally wanted to say that she could just call him by his name. But Wei Xiaoya laughed and said, What else should I call you? Brother Lu? Lu Jinyu was speechless and quickly refused. That can't be right. You can just call me by my name. No way, that feels strange, Wei Xiaoya firmly rejected. They then moved past that topic and talked about other things. A few more people entered the tavern and sat at a nearby table. As soon as they came in, Wei Xiaoya sensed that Lu Jinyu was a bit tense. Let's go. Without much explanation, Lu Jinyu protectively led Wei Xiaoya to leave. Wei Xiaoya was still processing what was happening when she suddenly saw the newcomers become aggressive. Lu Jinyu was not panicked. He shouted, Chen Liang. Chen Liang and two other subordinates rushed in from the corner, and a fight broke out. Wei Xiaoya's heart raced. In this world, conflicts could escalate to violence so quickly. This fight was serious. Both sides drew weapons, and the clash was intense. Lu Jinyu stood in front of Wei Xiaoya, signaling her to escape. Seeing that Wei Xiaoya was important to Lu Jinyu, the attackers came to surround them. Lu Jinyu felt secretly frustrated. He didn't expect these people to act so recklessly and pursue them so quickly. If Wei Xiaoya got hurt because of him, he wouldn't forgive himself. Fortunately, those thugs working for corrupt officials were no match for them. In no time, they were subdued. Wei Xiaoya was still in shock. She was used to the roughhousing back in the countryside, but this kind of violence filled her with fear. After all, she had crossed over to this world, finally having money and a home, just wanting to live a peaceful life. Seeing the fear on Wei Xiaoya's face, Lu Jinyu felt bad. It's all my fault for dragging you into this. I'll take you home now. Wei Xiaoya didn't say anything polite and obediently followed him out of the tavern. Once in the carriage, Wei Xiaoya sat inside while Lu Jinyu sat outside, and there was a bit of silence between them. Wei Xiaoya broke the awkwardness, saying, Don't take today to heart. Just be careful in the future. Lu Jinyu's mood eased a bit, I know. They are certainly not our match. But we can't let our guard down. Wei Xiaoya then realized that his position truly was a dangerous one. It was clear that those who investigated corrupt officials didn't want to die either, and others would definitely want to fight back. Wei Xiaoya searched the system and found that there were stab-resistant clothes for sale. Moreover, these clothes were in an ancient style. They were quite expensive, costing 200 taels of silver. Wei Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but decided to buy them and store them away for now. Although it felt a bit painful to spend that much, she quickly forgot about it when she remembered that it was thanks to him that she had earned 2,000 taels of silver. After returning to the inn, Wei Xiaoya noticed he seemed a bit hesitant, so she said, "Please wait a moment, I have something to give you." Lu Jinyu, looking for a reason to talk more, brightened up at her words. After entering the room for a moment, Wei Xiaoya came back with a small bundle. "This is the stab-resistant clothing I bought. They say it can protect against cuts and stabs, but I'm not sure if it really is invulnerable." Lu Jinyu was shocked. "You actually managed to get something like this?" He almost asked how she obtained it, but knew that even if he did, she would only respond with something like, "It was a fortunate coincidence, obtained at a high price." So, he wisely kept quiet. He felt a bit scared, worried that his questions might lead to uncontrollable consequences. It was better to stay confused. Wei Xiaoya paused, sensing his hesitation and restraint. "Don't worry, it was obtained through proper means. This outfit is quite lightweight, and you can wear it underneath. It can also be washed." After a moment, she added, "It's not very expensive. The 2,000 taels you helped me get could buy 10 of these. But I could only buy this one." Lu Jinyu pushed the bundle back. "Wei Nyangzi, this is too precious. I can't accept it. You should keep it for your own protection." "I don't need it. I stay in the countryside and don't often need protection. But you have to go on missions sometimes, which can be very dangerous. I hope this outfit can help keep you safe." After thinking for a moment, Lu Jinyu accepted it. "Now I owe you even more, Wei Nyangzi." "Well, that's fine." He thought that if he couldn't repay her now, he could do so slowly later. This way, they could keep a connection. Of course, he would never dare to say such thoughts out loud. "We'll be leaving early tomorrow. You won't have to worry about us." Lu Jinyu frowned slightly. "How can that be? I will make arrangements for you in the morning. After breakfast, we will set off." They exchanged a few more pleasantries before heading back to their rooms. The next morning, as Wei Xiaoya and the others finished getting ready, they opened the door and saw Lu Jinyu waiting. He looked refreshed and said, "Madam Wei, I have arranged for a carriage and hired 2 bodyguards to ensure your safety." Wei Xiaoya was a bit surprised, actually. "There's no need to go to such lengths. It's necessary." After everyone finished breakfast downstairs, 2 carriages arrived. Each carriage had a driver and a bodyguard. Just before getting on the carriage, Lu Jinyu handed her a brocade box, saying, "The trip is a bit rushed, so I couldn't prepare well. This is a small gift I prepared." "Really? You don't have to be so polite," Wei Xiaoya said, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "You don't need to think of this as a favor." Lu Jinyu paused. "I usually don't do this, but this time, I wanted to." It wasn't a favor. Wei Xiaoya had to accept it. She wanted to open it right away to check if it was too expensive so she could refuse it. But Lu Jinyu smiled and stopped her, saying, "You shouldn't open a gift in front of others." "Don't worry, it's not expensive." Wei Xiaoya agreed that it was indeed inappropriate to open a gift in front of others, so she dropped the thought. After the carriage started, Wei Xiaoya began to open the brocade box. The carriage was spacious. She had one to herself while the other 4 shared another. To her surprise, inside was a beautiful satin, which made her exclaim in admiration. He said it wasn't expensive? This must cost at least 20 taels of silver. There were also 2 small boxes inside. One contained 2 identical rabbit jade pendants, which were extremely cute. Wei Xiaoya immediately realized these were gifts for his 2 daughters, as he had mentioned not being able to bring them the rabbit lanterns they longed for last time, so this time he made it up with rabbit jade pendants. She sighed softly. He said it wasn't expensive? The jade was smooth and clearly valuable. When she opened the other small box, it contained a white jade pendant, warm to the touch. The design was simple, round in shape. Wei Xiaoya played with it for a while, thinking that he might expect her to wear such an expensive jade pendant to match her outfit. Even though she was wealthy now, she still felt a bit uneasy about wearing such a large amount of wealth. But the jade, she found herself liking more and more. After admiring it for a while, she stored all 3 pieces of jade in her space. The carriage Lu Jinyu hired was not only expensive but also spacious and very stable. She could even lie down comfortably. Wei Xiaoya sighed, realizing that as long as there is money, life can still be quite comfortable. She could lie down and have a good nap. After getting up, there were still tea and snacks on the small table. Even if the carriage swayed, the tea wouldn't spill. The table had grooves made for the small teapot, keeping it secure. There were also some small items in the drawer, making everything very convenient. I wonder how much such a large carriage costs. With 2 bodyguards and the protection of Hongmian, Wei Xiaoya felt completely safe. When the 2 large carriages entered Hewan village, the villagers came to see what was happening. In fact, as soon as Wei Xiaoya entered the county town, she felt the festive atmosphere. Could it be raining? Indeed, it was. After several months, it was finally raining, and it was a heavy downpour. Although this was unusual for winter, it made everyone excited and nearly ecstatic. Finally, life was returning. When the villagers realized Wei Xiaoya had returned, they were no longer surprised by her carriage. It wasn't until they learned that she had hired 2 bodyguards and bought a skilled maid that they realized the Wei family was truly wealthy. Once the bodyguards completed their task, they returned with the carriage driver. When Wei Xiaoya was about to pay, the bodyguard quickly waved his hand, saying, "Master Lu has already paid." Even the carriage fare was covered. Wei Xiaoya didn't mind these small details. Lu Jinyu had always been so polite. Except for when she borrowed clothes for him and Chen Liang, he would never take advantage of her. Even so, he had given her an expensive gift in return. Having stayed in the capital for several days, plus the travel time, she had been away from home for almost 10 days. Once home, Wei Xiaowan helped open the windows for fresh air and was busy cleaning. Hongmian quickly went to help. Now that it had rained heavily, there was water in the well and river again. Hongmian followed Wei Xiaowan to fetch water, and the villagers watched them curiously. The Wei family had bought such a beautiful and capable maid. Just look at the fine cotton clothes the maid was wearing. Yang Mu and Yang Ting also went to fetch water, and happened to run into them. Wei Xiaowan only greeted them from a distance and didn't approach. Once they had drawn their water and left, she went to the well. Hongmian, being sharp, asked Sister Xiaowan, "Does this family not get along with ours?" Wei Xiaowan felt a bit awkward and vaguely replied, "We were engaged, but it didn't work out." Hongmian then understood and disdainfully said, "It seems they want to climb higher." Wei Xiaowan found it amusing. Hongmian was truly fiery and unconditionally protective of her own family. After the 2 of them carried the water away, Yang's mother set down the bucket far away and glanced at Wei Xiaojun, sighing. "I didn't expect the Wei family to even have maidservants now." Yang Ting, seeing her mother like this, felt a pang of sympathy. "Mother, let's focus on living our own lives and not worry about others." But we saw those 2 big horse-drawn carts. And there were bodyguards escorting them. The Wei family is no different from those wealthy families in the city, except they don't live there. Yang's mother seemed not to hear her daughter and continued to mutter to herself. She truly regretted it. Why did she underestimate Wei Xiaojun before? Now, the girl kept her distance, and even if she wanted to get close, it was impossible. She felt angry but couldn't express it. This year, they suffered a great disaster, not only reaping nothing but also having to pay so much land tax. They didn't even know where Yang Wen's school fees for next year would come from, not to mention the expensive writing supplies. Her 2 younger brothers were already complaining, and if they had to continue pooling money to send their son to school next year, they would hear a lot of gossip. Yang Wen also faced a double from failing the exam and the failed marriage proposal, and he fell ill. Now that he was better, he had no energy. He said he wanted to help the family and do more work. However, just a few days ago, while chopping wood on the mountain, he got several blisters on his hands. He struggled to carry the firewood home, but he didn't even manage to bring back half as much as the other young men. Yang's mother felt a bit lost. Hong Mian organized the gifts she bought in the city, preparing to deliver them to each family. Although she grew up in the city, Hong Mian was not at all spoiled. She followed Wei Xiaojun and quickly learned about the villagers, remembering them in general. especially the Wang family. She didn't expect her master had previously married such a useless man as Wang Sansong. Looking at Lu Pozi and Wang Laotu, she wondered if she should find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Wei Xiaojun knew Hong Mian had a fiery temper, so she told her about the times her family had caused a scene at the Wang family, making Hong Mian laugh heartily. If they dare to show any disrespect again, my fists will teach them a lesson. Hong Mian thought about Wang Sansong and Sun Fengniang and grew angrier. Just for that flirtatious woman, they dared to act like this. Wei Xiaojun advised, eldest sister said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. After you left their family, their lives have only gotten worse. As long as we live well, it's like stabbing them in the heart without even lifting a finger. That's true. But if they deserve a beating, they should get one. They better not cross my path. Hong Mian was still filled with righteous anger. She had never seen Wei Xiaoya hit anyone and thought she was a weak woman. The gifts Wei Xiaoya brought back from the city were mostly food and some wine. Cheng was reluctant to eat the exquisite snacks. However, you advised her, Mother, these snacks won't last long. Big sister said if we don't eat them in time, they'll go to waste. Cheng sighed. Such good things from the city, and they're for this old woman in the countryside. We can enjoy Xiaoya's good fortune and experience these city treats, Old Wei said without much concern. We've already eaten plenty of watermelons that cost a few coins each, so we shouldn't worry about this.
Chung thought that made sense.
As her eldest daughter said, money should be saved, but experiences should also be gained. Since they bought it, they should eat it. When Wei Xiaoya delivered snacks to Uncle Wei's house, Manhwa shyly shared some good news with her. It turned out she was pregnant. No wonder Uncle Wei's family was so cheerful. Father-in-law and mother-in-law told me to rest well and only cook. They don't want me to do anything else. Isn't that a bit too pampered? When I was pregnant with Dongzhu, I still worked in the fields. Wei Xiaoya playfully scolded, pregnant women are precious, so don't push yourself. Take care of your health. I have red dates and goji berries here. Eat them to nourish yourself. Manhwa accepted them without hesitation. She noticed Wei Xiaoya didn't say anything like wishing her a healthy baby boy, which relieved her. You don't know. Everyone says I should have a boy to give the Wei family a strong son. I'm a bit anxious. Wei Xiaoya reassured her, whether it's a boy or a girl, they are both your and my Xiaoshan's blood. Besides, you're healthy, so it's up to you how many you want to have. Manhwa nodded, feeling much lighter. I believe I'm strong enough. I might want to have 2 more. Wei Xiaoya understood that the idea of more children, more blessings was deeply rooted in people's minds. Since the couple had this thought, she wouldn't say much. You should relax too. I see Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei love Xiao Qian just as much. They are not the type to favor boys over girls. You don't need to worry. Manhwa indeed felt more relaxed. I want to add a boy to the Wei family, but I like both daughters and sons equally. Little Dongzhu came over, and Wei Xiaoya glanced at the little girl, noticing she didn't have any anxious expressions, which made her feel at ease. It was clear that this family continued to treat her well. Even though Manhwa was pregnant, it did not affect her. Although she had earned quite a bit of money, Wei Xiaoya could not sit still. She started making the spicy pickled vegetables again. Hongmian knew this was the family's way to make money, so she helped with the heavy work, but she avoided the secret tasks like making the sour sauce. Wei Xiaoya was very pleased with her sense of boundaries. In theory, her contract was in her hands, so she could not betray them. However, Hongmian still had this awareness. Hongmian quickly got used to life in Huan village. She had her own room. The daily tasks were not too much, and the family treated her well. She felt that life in the village was very relaxed and comfortable. The town was lively again. Although grain prices were still high, they had dropped a lot. The taverns were becoming busy once more. Su Mingyuan watched from his tavern as the manager and staff from the opposite tavern laughed and chatted with Wei Xiaoya and her servant, feeling a bit hesitant. After returning home, he did not dare to hide anything and told his parents everything. Mr. Su was extremely shocked. What? You got your second brother imprisoned, and he was whipped dozens of times. And had to pay 2,000 taels. 2,000 taels. He clutched his chest, unable to believe it. Mrs. Tian was also very upset, but she was even more afraid of her son bearing this responsibility. Sir, how can we blame Mingyuan for this? It was clearly that Wei woman who enchanted a powerful person and deliberately targeted our Su family. That child, Xinghuai, could have avoided trouble but chose to provoke the wrong person, and now he has gotten himself into a tough situation. Are you still going to defend this ungrateful child? It's all. He wanted to say it was their son's fault for choosing an unworthy fiancé. However, this fiancé had not even entered the door yet, and the engagement was forced by him. It's all your lack of guidance. Your fiancé is outspoken and competitive. Couldn't you stop her? If you don't manage her well now, once she enters the family, won't she turn our Su family upside down? Mr. Su and Mrs. Tian were both distressed over the 2,000 taels. In front of that amount, even Yao Qingqing's scholar brother didn't seem so appealing anymore. Now, our eldest brother will surely blame us. We must go apologize. What an ungrateful child. Completely useless. It's a shame our family chef was specially brought from the capital by your uncle. The more Mr. Su thought about it, the angrier he became. He had originally planned to save more money to open a tavern in the capital. His older brother should help him, because they are family. If he stays in this town, he will only become an old man who eats and drinks without worries. What's the point of that? Who knew his son would cause such big trouble? Su Mingyuan felt powerless to defend himself and said softly, "Now my uncle and aunt blame me. My aunt kicked us out without my uncle saying a word. She even said our family is not welcome anymore. She said I don't need to send invitations for my wedding. That's too much. In the end, it's her son who caused this mess. Why should it involve us? If it does, it's only because our Mingyuan knows that troublesome person Wei." Tian spoke up to defend her son. Mr. Su grew more frustrated and said, "Be quiet, ignorant woman. Do you think that Wei is just an ordinary woman? If she were, our business wouldn't be suffering so much. She has taken our business. If she were ordinary, why would Xinghuai end up in prison and have to pay her 2,000 taels of silver?" The more Tian listened, the more annoyed she became, and then she thought of an idea. But she couldn't share it with these two men. She needed to discuss it with her future daughter-in-law first. Meanwhile, the Yao family was also shocked by the news. Even though they were wealthy, 2,000 taels of silver was still far more than they had. Plus, their son, who was already a scholar, had been kicked out by Su's aunt. Yao Qingqing's mother, Ms. Pan, could hardly accept this. "We're not going to go through with this marriage. Do they really think the Su family is so great? They're just merchants, not worthy of our son. Their son broke the law and went to prison. How does that concern my son?" Originally, the Yao family was willing to connect with the Su family because Yao Qingqing liked Su Mingyuan, and Su's family was quite wealthy in the city. Officials and merchants often worked together. If their son became successful and needed money, the son-in-law's family would definitely help. Little did they know, before the marriage even happened, their daughter was insulted and their son was kicked out. What a disgrace. When Yao Qingqing heard the words break off the engagement, she refused. "Mother, I don't want to break off the engagement. I want to marry brother Mingyuan. This is all that Wei's fault." She used her charm to get close to that important person, causing all these problems. Originally, Su's second brother thought that his sister was very lucky. The sisters were just simple country girls, and being noticed by Su's second brother and becoming a minor wife in the big house was already a great honor for them. Seeing that Mrs. Pan agreed, she continued to persuade. Now she is quite proud, having taken 2,000 taels of silver from Su's second brother's family. That's a lot of money. I don't want to let this go easily. Besides, brother, a respectable scholar has been taught a lesson by that simple girl 3 times. I've seen it happen 3 times. Mrs. Pan was furious to hear that her son had been repeatedly humiliated. While the mother and daughter were talking, a servant came to report that Mrs. Tian had arrived. Yao Qingqing quickly went to greet her, making sure to signal her mother not to mention anything about breaking off the engagement. As soon as Mrs. Tian saw Yao Qingqing, She rushed over and grabbed her hand, saying, "My dear, you must have really suffered." Seeing Mrs. Tian's attitude, Mrs. Pan felt a bit calmer. After all, Mrs. Tian genuinely cared for her daughter. Yao Qingqing, looking very understanding, replied, "I'm not the one suffering. It's my brother Mingyuan who is affected. It's not your fault at all." "It's all that scheming woman Wei's fault," Mrs. Tian said angrily. "My sister-in-law, your brother Mingyuan's aunt, is quite petty. This matter has nothing to do with you. As an elder, she shouldn't take her anger out on you. For my sake, please don't be upset. Your uncle Su will be going to the city soon. Brothers can resolve small misunderstandings easily." With her future mother-in-law's reassurance, Yao Qingqing was no longer upset. She subtly hinted to her mother that she was valued by her mother-in-law. Mrs. Pan picked up on her daughter's hint and felt calmer, so she began to chat and laugh with Mrs. Tian again. "Speaking of this, I still can't shake off my anger. Qingqing, ever since you first mentioned that Wei is a scheming woman, I've really come to dislike her." As soon as Wei was mentioned, the three women found a strong common topic. Yao Qingqing felt a bit wronged. "See, as soon as I bring it up, both you and Aunt understand how I feel. My brother is like a block of wood, always saying it's my fault. Brother Mingyuan just wants to stay out of it and not get involved. They can't see that Wei is just a scheming woman." Mrs. Pan was also angry, recalling how she had sent strong servants to help her daughter stand up for herself, but they had all been pushed back. Fortunately, her mother-in-law was on her daughter's side. Three women excitedly discussed how to teach Wei a lesson and came up with a plan. Wei Xiaoye was enjoying the sun in the yard, watching some children play happily. Suddenly, a donkey cart arrived and stopped at the gate. She thought it was a worker from the tavern and didn't pay much attention. To her surprise, two women jumped off the cart and rushed toward her, shouting, "Wei, it's all my nephew's fault. He caused trouble that affected you." Another younger woman screamed, "Wei, it's my fault too. I shouldn't have spoken badly about you. I realize my mistake now." In the sunlight, the two women, dressed in flashy clothes, were quite a sight. Wei Xiaoye squinted for a moment before recognizing them as Tian and Yao Qingqing. They kept shouting but didn't come closer, drawing the villagers to watch. Tian exaggerated. "It's all my nephew's fault. He thought he could take your sister as a concubine just because he has some money. He has several taverns and inns in the city, but he used dirty tricks. He even used sleeping gas at night. Because of his wrong actions, he ended up in prison and had to pay you 2,000 taels." Tian was animated but spoke clearly. The villagers were in an uproar. They heard key phrases like concubine, dirty tricks, sleeping gas, and 2,000 taels. Wei Xiaoye received 2,000 taels? No wonder she rented 2 big carts and hired guards for her return. No wonder she bought a beautiful maid skilled in martial arts. It was all because she got the money from Wei Xiaojun. The villagers looked at Wei Xiaoye with envy, disdain, and shock. She pointed at Tian and Yao Qingqing and simply said, "Get them." Hong Mian rushed forward, and amidst the villagers' gasps, this woman in red moved quickly, striking the 2 women who cried out in pain. Hong Mian was furious. Even though they were women, she didn't hold back, landing every punch and kick with force. Tian thought that by shouting loudly in the village, she could ruin Wei's reputation and expose her 2,000 taels, allowing them to escape quickly. Little did she know that things wouldn't go as she imagined. Before she could jump back onto the cart, she was already being chased. The woman in the red dress seemed like a fierce warrior, not acting like a lady at all. In an instant, both Tian and Yao Qingqing were bruised and bleeding. This was just what people could see. The injuries on their bodies were hidden, but they felt pain all over, as if their bones were broken. The 2 looked terrified. This was a bandit. Everyone realized that Hong Mian was not just for show. She was truly skilled in combat. It didn't matter that the opponents were 2 women. Even their maid and coachman rushed in, only to be taken down by Hong Mian in just a few moves. The coachman was a strong man, but he was no match for her. Tian was in so much pain that she began to plead, "Madam Wei, I came to apologize. Please stop hitting me or I might die. Hong Mian coldly stared at them and asked Wei Xiaoya, Sister Xiaoya, should we break one of their legs or both of their arms? Everyone was stunned.
Yao Qingqing skrämmed. No, no, no.
I didn't want to come here. My aunt encouraged me to come. She said it would ruin your sister's reputation and make the villagers jealous of your money, so you couldn't live in the village anymore. Tian stared blankly at her future daughter-in-law, shocked that she would sell her out over such a matter. Wei Xiaoya slowly walked toward them, seeing them huddled together in despair, and sneered, You want to ruin our reputation? You want us to suffer in the village? Tian quickly shifted the blame. Madam Wei, I have no grudge against you. My son admires you very much. It was all her idea in front of me. Otherwise, you would have been seeking cooperation with us at Fulu. Yes, all those wild game and vegetables of yours were meant for our partnership. Marrying the wrong daughter-in-law can ruin 3 generations. I was blind and didn't see clearly. I thought she would be a good daughter-in-law. I was deceived.
Aunt.
Do you really think I wanted to marry into your family? The Su family is just a merchant family. They are not worthy of my brother. My brother is a scholar. My uncle is a 6th-rank official in the court. What status does your Su family have? Just a bit of silver. It's clear that your nephew used dirty tricks to try to drug my sister. But she was prepared and wasn't even in the room. In her anger, Yao Qingqing spoke without thinking. When she realized she had offended her future mother-in-law and helped Wei Xiaoya clear her name, she quickly shut her mouth. Wei Xiaoya said loudly, Everyone, listen carefully. They tried to frame my family Shaoan. We were prepared and caught them on the spot, sending them to the authorities. That woman's ill-intentioned nephew was sentenced to 1.5 years in prison, received 20 lashes, and had to pay me 2,000 taels of silver. The crowd gasped. There really were 2,000 taels of silver. But so what? Who would dare to target her? They had seen the wealthy young men in this city, who ended up in prison, received lashes, and were fined so much money. Today, you came here to cause trouble, and I showed mercy by only giving you a beating. It was just a small warning. If you dare to use any tricks again, I won't hesitate to send you to prison. Wei Xiaoya spoke clearly and firmly. She smiled and said, I believe you know what I mean. Ask yourselves, if I wanted to send you to prison, could I do it? Tian and Yao Qingqing both shivered. If she could send someone to the authorities, she might be able to send them to the county office as well. Hong Mian said loudly, Even if I don't send you to prison, I will make sure to teach you a lesson every time I see you. Don't think that just because my lady is gentle, you can bully her. The crowd murmured. Wei Xiaoya gentle? What a joke. Tian and Yao Qingqing exchanged a few flattering words and hurriedly climbed onto the donkey cart. Once they were far away, Tian said coldly, So, you think our Su family is so insignificant? Just a merchant? Not worthy of your official family? Yao Qingqing had been a bit timid, but hearing Tian's words, she felt braver.
So, what does Aunt mean?
Are you saying I pushed you to cause trouble? You're putting all the blame on me. It's a pity that the Wei family doesn't even look at my brother Mingyuan. Only I see his worth. Tian's nose flared in anger. Was this the same future daughter-in-law who usually tried to please her? Now, before even marrying into the family, she spoke to her like this? There was even a hint of disdain for her own son in her tone. From what Qingqing is saying, it seems you look down on my Mingyuan.
Then,
let's discuss the marriage later. Tian didn't dare to be too harsh. She just wanted to give the girl a little scare. Yao Qingqing sneered and covered her face with a handkerchief, pretending to cry. This is so unfair. Clearly, it was Aunt who encouraged me to cause trouble, and I ended up getting beaten, yet you blame me. And now you say we'll discuss the marriage later. My father and brother won't just watch me get bullied. Tian was stunned. She didn't expect the girl to start crying like that. She even felt like she couldn't compete with her anymore. Was she really going to marry her as a daughter-in-law in the future? Tian felt both angry and hurt, but also confused. The two of them returned home with bruised faces, and the sight shocked Mr. Su and his son. What happened? Tian, filled with sorrow, explained everything in detail. I just couldn't stand it. I wanted to ruin their reputation so they couldn't live in the village anymore. I wanted those thieves to think about her money and steal from her. But that skilled maid of hers beat us up like this. Mr. Su was still in shock and couldn't find the words, only muttering, "Foolish, crazy. You've lost your mind." When Tian angrily recounted her argument with Yao Qingqing, Mr. Su and his son were even more stunned. "I'm not saying this lightly, Mingyuan, but it seems your fiancé is not suitable. If she acts like this before marriage, how will she be afterward? Relying on her scholar brother, what can we do about her?" Tian truly began to reconsider this future daughter-in-law. Su Mingyuan scoffed, "I told you before, there are no feelings between us. It was all your pressure. Now that her brother has succeeded, you insist I marry her. And now that we're engaged, you say she's difficult. Should we break the engagement now?" Mr. Su pointed angrily at the mother and son. "You both need to calm down. How much trouble do you want to cause? Can't we just live peacefully? How do we break off this engagement? If we do, who will you marry instead?" Su Mingyuan felt incredibly tired. He didn't even understand why so much was happening around him. He just wanted to earn more money and live a more carefree life. "Forget it, you decide whether to break the engagement or not. Anyway, you won't respect my wishes. Whether I marry or not, it's all the same." After saying this, Su Mingyuan turned and left. Wei Xiaoya's maid chased away the two troublemakers, but other villagers still gathered to watch. Even though they knew Wei Xiaoya really had 2,000 taels of silver, some still stubbornly questioned her. Wei Xiaoya felt helpless. The money is real. But whether I have it or not, life is still the same. How could it be the same? 2,000 taels of silver could buy a big house in the county and allow for a carefree life. The richest person in the town may not be her, but Wei Xiaoya is undoubtedly the richest in the village. Who could be richer than her? Wei Xiaoya felt a bit helpless. The foolish Tian family had indeed brought her some trouble. She had 2,000 taels of silver, and this news spread throughout the village, so everyone who hadn't seen the excitement knew about it. The Wang family, looking thin and haggard, was stunned. Old Lu felt so angry that her chest hurt. 2,000 taels. How can anyone spend that much? You couldn't spend it in a lifetime. Why can't it be spent? If she doesn't farm and buys a house in the city, she could run out of money pretty quickly just living off it. Wang Dasong disagreed with his mother. Wang Erzong counted on his fingers. Even if a house costs 1,000 taels and she spends 1 tael a month on food, that's only 12 taels a year. How long would it take to run out? Do you think the city is like our countryside? 1 tael a month for food is not enough. Zhang disagreed. The Wang family excitedly discussed how long 2,000 taels could last. Old Lu grabbed Wang Sansong's ear. "Wei doesn't even have a son, but you are the father of those 2 girls. She's your ex-wife. What's hers is yours. Go and ask for some money. Just 100 taels would be good." No one took her seriously. At first, they had dreamed of getting some benefit, but after being taught a lesson by Wei Xiaoya several times, they dared not think that way again. Wei Xiaoya was not an ordinary person. She wouldn't care about old feelings at all. Old Wei and others heard the news too, and a villager teased, "Old Wei, you're her real father. You didn't know your daughter has 2,000 taels?" They naturally didn't know. But Old Wei smiled broadly. "Oh, where did you get that idea?" On the day Xiaoya returned, she told us, and we were shocked. We told her to keep it a secret, but that woman spilled the beans. No money brings worries, and having money brings worries too. The villagers didn't expect Wei Xiaoya to tell her parents about the silver. They had wanted to stir up trouble but felt a bit awkward now and could only agree. Having money brings worries, worrying about how to hide it and how to spend it. After the villagers left, Old Wei patted his chest, and the family exchanged glances. 2,000 taels. You sure felt like she was finally able to speak after holding back for so long. 2,000 taels. I never even dared to think about it. Old Wei walked around the house several times, feeling restless, and then said with surprise, "Well, we won't have to worry about making money anymore." However, no one else agreed with him. Clearly, everyone knew Wei Xiaoya's temperament. It was impossible to expect her to give away money without a reason. She was respectful, but would only give about the same amount as Wei Xiaofeng. She was generous, but expected her family to earn it through hard work. Giving money freely? That was out of the question. Dad, Mom, do you think that now that our big sister has so much money, she will stay in our village? In Yusher's mind, if she had that much money, she would buy a big house in town, hire several maids, and live a wonderful life as the lady of the house. Xiaoya's new brick house in the village is so nice, with a donkey cart and dozens of acres of land, plus a hill. She probably doesn't want to go to town, Qing said. Besides, living in the village is comfortable and easy. She only grows a few vegetables on her rented land. The Wei family couldn't contain their excitement and went to Wei Xiaoya's house together. When Wei Xiaoya saw her whole family come over, she knew why they were there. Well, I do have money. After spring next year, I plan to raise crayfish. I'm also thinking of planting watermelons and chili peppers. Those can make money.
Just work hard with me.
She had money, but she wouldn't just hand it out. Making money together with her family was fine. Wei Xiaoya made her intentions clear. Having suffered losses several times, Wei Xiaofeng no longer dared to speak out of turn and could only agree with his money-making sister. Then after spring, we'll plant watermelons and those chili peppers with Xiaoya. If anyone is selling land, we should buy or rent it if we can. Let's plant more at once to earn more money. Wei Xiaoya was quite interested in making money in the village and living a relaxed life. With her response, the Wei family felt satisfied. Although this year had been tough due to disasters and taxes, the Wei family still had some money left thanks to Wei Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I was thinking that since it's the off-season for farming, maybe we should build a house. We're still a bit short on money. Could I borrow some from you? The whole family looked at Wei Xiaoya nervously, fearing she would refuse without hesitation. Little did she know, she said seriously, since it's a loan for me. What's the problem? I was thinking, since brother and Xiaoyang will eventually separate, have you two decided who you'll live with? Wei Xiaoyang didn't expect his older sister to bring up the topic of separation so directly. Wei Xiaofeng felt a bit awkward. Although Xiaoyang and I sometimes argue, we are still brothers and I care about him. Besides, in the past, it was because I had no money and was narrow-minded. How many families in the village have separated? Brothers should work together. That's what really matters. Mrs. You pressed her lips together, but didn't speak up. Of course, she wanted a separation. Right now, her younger brother was single, which was fine, but once he got married and had children, a big family might be lively, but would also have its challenges. She could only hope for Wei Xiaoya. Sure enough, the older sister did not disappoint her. It's normal for branches to grow from a tree. Besides honoring our parents, we also need to work for our own families. I think since we're building a house, our parents should decide who they'll live with, and we should separate the household. Chung felt a bit uncomfortable. Xiaoyang isn't even engaged yet. Why the rush? We should talk about separation after he gets married. That's what really matters. This was her youngest son. Why would she be in a hurry to separate him? Then let's do this. You all build a house thinking of a small courtyard, right? Parents can live in the main house, and the side rooms can be for the older brother and Xiaoyang. This way, whether we separate or not in the future, it will be convenient. If they were to separate, they could directly allocate a row of side rooms, which would count as private property. This makes it clear and straightforward. Mrs. Yu immediately agreed. I think that's a great idea. Since we're building a house, let's do it right and build a nice courtyard. She had long envied the older sister's big courtyard and never expected that one day she could live in such a nice house. Just thinking about her family living in a row of side rooms, even if they added 2 more children later, everyone could have their own room. It was like a dream come true. Wei Xiaoyang hesitantly said, building such a grand courtyard must cost a lot of money. Wei Xiaofeng almost couldn't help but say his brother was foolish. His older sister was the richest person in the village. She had thousands of silver coins. Would she really care about a courtyard in the village? Besides, their father had already mentioned it was a temporary loan, and next year they would still be raising crayfish and planting watermelons with Xiaoyi. That was all money. There was no need to worry about the house money. Sure enough, Wei Xiaoya smiled and said, Xiaoyang, you don't need to worry. Now that Grandpa should have some silver, I can lend him some more. Next year, selling those crayfish and watermelons will be no problem at all. Surely, spring won't bring another disaster, right? Old Wei's eyes lit up with joy. Xiaofeng and his wife have handed in quite a bit of silver this year, and with the wages you gave us, I have a total of 16 taels. And that's after paying taxes. If we didn't have to pay that land tax, oh, where would we be? I'm thinking, to build a grand courtyard house, we need about 50 taels of silver. I need to borrow over 30 taels of silver. All right, I'll lend you 40 taels of silver. Xiaoyang, grind the ink and prepare a loan note. Having guessed Wei Xiaoya's way of doing things, Old Wei and the others didn't change their expressions when they heard about the loan note. As Wei Xiaoyang ground the ink, he felt a bit of pressure. He looked at his family in the room and found it a bit amazing. Borrowing 40 taels just like that? In the past, even borrowing 4 taels or even 4 coins felt like it would take everything from the family. Now, they had such courage? Wei Xiaoya readily took out 40 taels of silver, and Wei Xiaoyang finished writing the loan note. Old Wei, Wei Xiaofeng, and Wei Xiaoyang all signed their names and pressed their fingerprints. Wei Xiaoya carefully stored the loan note away. The Wei family happily returned home, and when they reached the fork in the road, Old Wei felt a bit proud. I need to go visit your second uncle to discuss the house-building matter. He's good at managing things, so we should ask for his help. Wei Xiaofeng naturally went along. Dad, even though he's our second uncle, he still needs to make money. If you ask him for help, he will expect payment. And you little rascal, have something to say? Old Wei shot him a disapproving glance. You've learned Xiaoya's way of doing things perfectly. Wei Xiaofeng laughed. In the future, when our second uncle builds a new house, he will need us to work too, right? That payment will be for us as well. It's all clear. No one will lose out or take advantage. When second Uncle Wei learned that his older brother was building a house, he genuinely felt envious. Second brother, you and Xiaoshan should work hard too. I'll build my house first, and next year, you can build yours. Our Wei family will stand out in the village. Old Wei hoped for his brother to do well, as long as he didn't do better than himself. He wished him well but didn't want him to surpass his own success. Second Uncle Wei smiled. Let's hope so. This year, although there were disasters, I still have some money left. Next year, if I work hard, I can build a big house with blue bricks and tiles. He is very content. Not long ago, he was worried about his son losing that job, but unexpectedly, things have gone smoothly since then. His son has already married, and his daughter-in-law is expecting a baby. When the grandson is born, if they can build a new house next year, what is there to worry about? Of course, with the grandson, they need to save more money, and there's also the matter of Xiao Xian's marriage. Lost in thought, Uncle Wei sighed softly. Old Wei comforted him, saying, Brother, what do you have to worry about? Our family's life will keep getting better. He also talked about the division of the family as proposed by Wei Xiaoya, discussing how to build the new house and how to divide things later. Uncle Wei nodded along. Although Xiaoyang isn't married yet, it will happen soon, right? As the family grows, the two brothers can have their own spaces and futures. The brothers began discussing various details about building the new house, such as how many workers to hire and how much material to buy, getting more excited as they talked. Old Wei is going to build a new house, a big courtyard, a blue brick and tile house. No one found this surprising. His daughter has several thousand taels of silver. When some people learned that this money was not a gift from Wei Xiaoya but a loan to her parents, they were astonished. A few dozen taels of silver is nothing compared to several thousand taels. It's surprising that they keep such clear accounts. Truly, it shows a lack of kindness among the wealthy. But no one dared to speak about it in front of Wei Xiaoya. They only whispered behind her back. Wang Sansong naturally heard this news and scoffed, still hoping to get a bit of her money. Even her own father, she doesn't want to give any silver to. Wang Xiaomiao, holding her little daughter, no longer feels hatred towards Wei Xiaoya. Since the Chu family suffered a big loss at Wei Xiaoya's home, she has even felt a bit grateful towards her. Hearing her brother speak like this made her feel disdain. But she also knows she is living under someone else's roof, so even if she feels disdain, she doesn't say it out loud. Old Lu, after Wang Xiaomiao finished her month of rest, let the mother and daughter move back to the house they lived in before marriage. Originally, that house was occupied by Wang Dazhong's son, Taizhu, who now has to move out and is quite unhappy about it. But Wang Xiaomiao doesn't just take advantage. She does a lot of work at home, and when she has free time, she does needlework, earning more copper coins than Sun Fengyang. Since her milk supply is low, she works hard to earn money to buy goat's milk for her daughter. The He and Zhang families were still murmuring about how a little girl was worth such special treatment, being raised like a precious gem. But Wang Xiaomiao ignored their chatter. Aside from giving a portion of her food expenses, she spent every bit of her small coins on her daughter. She realized that only those who gave her life and those she gave life to were truly connected to her and cared for her. She didn't expect anything from others. When she learned that Wei Xiaoya had received a lot of silver, she remained unfazed. It felt too distant from her. However, when she found out that Wei Xiaoya had bought a shop in town and had her sister Wei Xiaowan manage it, she felt a wave of sadness. It turned out that with money, her family could truly enjoy life alongside her. When Wei Xiaowan heard about her sister's plan, she was anxious. "Sister, I don't have the ability to run a shop."
I'm scared.
"Why are you scared? You have developed your skills and broadened your horizons. When you returned from the capital last time, you made 2 trendy outfits, and even your master praised you highly." Wei Xiaoya encouraged her sister. Wei Xiaowan blushed a little. "My master said she hasn't been to the capital in a long time, but she often goes to the county town. She's worried about missing out on new styles or patterns." She felt shy admitting that her master praised her talent for the new outfits she made. "Exactly. We have seen the world, so why be scared? It's just a small clothing shop in town. Let's open it together," Wei Xiaoya teased her with a smile. Under her sister's persuasion, Wei Xiaowan felt tempted. Who wouldn't want to be a shopkeeper? To her surprise, Wei Xiaoya not only bought a shop but also the small courtyard behind it. The shop was in a good location, with a storefront in the front, 2 bedrooms in the back, and a kitchen. There was even a courtyard. The environment was really nice. Wei Xiaoya liked it immediately. The shop and courtyard cost a total of 130 taels of silver. She bought it to run a business, and also to have a place to stay with her daughter in town. However, she was a bit worried about leaving Xiaowan alone there, so she suggested that Xiaowan return to the village by evening. Xiaowan had no objections. She didn't want to be alone in town either. She just wanted to live a fulfilling life like before, coming in the morning and returning in the evening. The difference now was that she was no longer an apprentice, but was now the shopkeeper. "I am the owner, and you are my hired shopkeeper. If business goes well, we can hire more people. Do you want to receive a salary directly, or would you prefer a base salary plus commission?" After Wei Xiaoya explained, Wei Xiaowan understood the difference. The pay offered by her older sister was quite tempting, 2 taels of silver a month. The base salary was 1 tael, and the commission would depend on sales. Wei Xiaowan thought for a moment and chose the latter. Wei Xiaoya smiled and said, "That's the way to go. We should challenge ourselves." A few days later, Wei Xiaoya's clothing shop opened. The store was cleaned and decorated as much as possible. Unlike traditional shops that piled fabric on the counter for customers to choose from, they hung it on the walls. The fabrics and finished clothes were displayed clearly. What surprised Wei Xiaowan was that Wei Xiaoya had even made a modest model to showcase the clothing samples, making them look almost like they were worn by a real person. Wei Xiaoya found it amusing. This was a very conservative model, just a rough outline, definitely not revealing. Yet, it still made the young girl blush. The shop was quite spacious, with the front displaying samples and fabrics, while the back room was for trying on clothes. Wei Xiaowan was amazed to see a tall glass mirror that reflected the whole body. She didn't know where her sister had bought it, but she realized that even a small mirror could be very expensive, let alone one that tall. It was so clear, far better than a bronze mirror. The investment in the clothing shop was significant, with an initial stock costing 80 taels of silver. Wei Xiaoya positioned the shop as a mid-range option, mainly offering fine cotton fabric, along with some silk and satin. There were no coarse fabrics available. Customers could buy fabric or finished clothes, and those with higher demands could place custom orders. The shop's name was quite elegant, Cloud Imagining Clothing. Wei Xiaowan loved this name. Even clouds wanted beautiful clothes, so how much more would women who love beauty? Sure enough, when the shop opened, business boomed. On the first day, Wei Xiaowan sold 5 taels of silver worth of goods. She was stunned. Although this amount was sales revenue, not pure profit, she calculated that the profit was nearly 2 taels of silver. It was indeed busy. Even with her sister helping, the shop was crowded. Hong Mian watched closely, worried that someone might take advantage of the situation. Every woman who went to the fitting room gasped at the full-length glass mirror. Most of them had never seen such a clear mirror before. Wei Xiaoya and her sister both have great taste and often give excellent outfit suggestions. Many women buy the clothes on the spot after seeing their combinations. Wei Xiaowan even brought some items from her master's shop to offer more choices. Her master was very happy, as she would earn a share too, and she made quite a bit from it. Initially, she was worried and unhappy about her apprentice opening a shop, thinking it might hurt her business. However, she was pleasantly surprised that her apprentice remembered her and wanted to earn money together. She realized she had been too narrow-minded. Seeing her bright and cheerful sister in the crowd, Wei Xiaoya felt a sense of pride, thinking, "My sister has grown up." When she first met Xiaowan, she was such a shy and insecure girl. But back then, Xiaowan also cared for her sister, stood up for her, and even fought against the Wang family. While recording in the ledger, Xiaowan smiled and said, "Elder sister, I'm glad I learned to read and do math with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even understand this ledger, let alone keep track of it." Wei Xiaoya felt satisfied and replied, "Now you see the benefits of studying, right?" Once the shop opened, business was good. With winter approaching, many women wanted warm and stylish cotton clothes. Xiaowan was very busy, so she called her good friend Aitsao to help. Aitsao didn't know much about clothing, but she was eager to learn. Wei Xiaoya first made sure she memorized various fabrics and prices, then prepared a set of sales pitches for her. Aitsao was amazed, saying, "Sister Xiaoya, for fuller figures, you say they are full of blessings, and for slimmer ones, you say they look elegant. For fair skin, you say any color suits them, and for darker skin, you say they have great charm."
Who wouldn't be tempted by that?
Wei Xiaoya laughed. "You can't just flatter. You need to give genuine advice. You should learn about color matching too. For example, for darker skin, never recommend peach pink or bright green." Aitsao felt like she had discovered a new world and worked hard to learn. She had only known how to work in the village, but now she realized that beautiful clothes had their reasons. She always thought this was something far away, not realizing it was so close to her. Wei Xiaowan encouraged her, "Aitsao, I also started with nothing. Look, I learned along the way, right? As long as you are bold and careful and study well, you will definitely learn it. Mastering a skill takes time. The salesperson's skills and charm can be improved quickly." Besides, Wei Xiaoya organized a modern set of sales pitches that immediately connect with customers. AI Chow learned for just 2 days and became quite skilled. Even at home, Grandpa AI and Mrs. Neo noticed the change. Now AI Chow is much smoother with her words. "Exactly. I was worried she wouldn't keep up, but it seems she can handle the tasks at the shop in town." The couple was very excited. They naturally hoped AI Chow could have an easier life. Selling goods at the shop, just talking can earn money. Much easier than doing hard labor in the village, right? It's clean and respectable. Not to mention, after just a few days of work, she received a reward, a set of light blue cotton winter clothes. The top and skirt looked really nice. Mrs. Neo's eyes filled with tears as she saw her granddaughter wearing clothes that seemed meant for town girls. Her granddaughter was so beautiful. The Wei family shop was thriving, and Grandpa Wei's yard was starting to be built. He offered wages of 50 coins a day for skilled workers and 28 for helpers, not including meals. Many people came, eager to find work during the farming off-season. Grandpa Wei felt a sense of pride he had never experienced before. He could now choose who to hire, like a landlord. Some even approached him privately. "Old Wei, we've known each other since childhood. Don't forget your old friends now that your family is doing well." In truth, their relationship was just average. Grandpa Wei chuckled. "Of course. We've been friends since we were kids. You used to bully me a lot." Old Lu felt a bit awkward. "What are you talking about? We've always been good friends, teaming up against Tainyo." Grandpa Wei eyed him suspiciously. Was he being sarcastic? He clearly had a good relationship with Tainyo. "To be honest, Old Wei, I really need this job. My rice jar is almost empty. If it weren't this serious, I wouldn't ask you like this. You know me, I care too much about my pride." Hearing this, Grandpa Wei felt both satisfied and a bit uncomfortable. After all, this was an old friend he had played with as a child. Even if old Lu had looked down on him before, seeing him humble now made Grandpa Wei feel uneasy. "All right, just come tomorrow. Your eldest son can work too, so bring him along." With old Wei's approval, old Lu was overjoyed. "Of course, both my sons are willing to work hard. By the way, what do you think of my second son?" Old Wei raised an eyebrow. "Are you only focused on your family? What about others? But honestly, you should take it easy. Let your two sons come instead. They haven't split the family yet, so whatever they earn will still go to you." Old Lu thought for a moment and agreed. "You know, my two sons work well. If I weren't this age, all three of us could do the work. My eldest is a skilled worker, no doubt about that. The second one is younger, so I won't push him too hard. He can just do some lighter tasks." After chatting and laughing for a bit, they decided on Lu's two sons. Many others were looking for Uncle Wei too. Uncle Wei was good at organizing, so he picked two from his friends, and the rest were strong and capable young workers. This time, with his brother building a house, the pay was good and many people were needed. Even Aunt Wei said, "Last time when little Yi built that yard, you helped her organize it and you gained a lot of goodwill in the village. Now your brother is building a house, and you're helping again. It shows that you really have a good reputation." Uncle Wei felt a bit proud. Of course. Who in the village doesn't say, "I have a good family reputation and am honest"? Dongzhu chimed in. "Grandpa has a good family reputation and is honest." The whole family laughed heartily. Aunt Wei hugged Dongzhu. "My little Dongzhu is so clever with her words." Manhwa, with a slight belly, felt content and satisfied with life. What neither Old Wei nor Uncle Wei expected was that their sister had come. Actually, their sister didn't live far away, just on the other side of town, about 10 miles from Huan village. But they rarely visited each other. They only saw each other during the New Year. This time, not only did Aunt Wei come, but she also brought her daughter Zhao Yunyi. "Brother, I heard from others that you're building a big house. It sounds impressive. By the way, we're siblings and you didn't even tell me?" Aunt Wei's tone had a hint of complaint mixed with affection, which surprised both brothers. It's worth noting that she had married well and was quite assertive in her husband's family. She had always looked down on her two brothers, thinking their families were too poor to rely on. So, why was she acting differently now? Aunt Wei ignored their surprised faces and complained, "Our little Yi is doing so well now, but you, big brother, kept it a secret. It turns out that the one collecting the mud is our little Yi. In my village, there aren't many mud. If I had known it was Xiao Feng helping little Yi, I would have made sure to get a few more pounds for my family." She felt regretful thinking about it. In her village, there weren't many mud, and when someone started collecting them, everyone rushed to gather what they could. She didn't even go to see, so how could she know that her nephew was the one collecting them? Knowing that her village didn't have many mud and that her nephew only came once, she had no idea that this profitable business was run by her own family. During the New Year, she saw her two older brothers wearing new clothes, but she thought they were just trying to show off. After all, they had been poor for so many years, so it was understandable to buy nice clothes to make a good impression. Little did she know, they had really struck it rich. Thinking about this made her very upset. How could her own brothers get rich and keep it hidden? If it weren't for Wei daughter Wei Xiaoye becoming famous in town, She wouldn't have believed it when the villagers told her that her niece had caught the attention of a wealthy family in town. After some inquiries, she confirmed that her family had indeed become wealthy. Old Wei saw the resentment on his sister's face and felt no joy at all. He might show off to others, but he knew her well enough to understand that she was always chasing after wealth, so showing off to her was pointless. I'm not building this house with my own money. It's Xiaoya who lent me the money. I haven't hidden this from you. You can ask around. Where would I get so much money to build a courtyard? Old Wei thought this would clear up any misunderstandings his sister had, but Aunt Wei clapped her hands. That's right. I know it's Xiaoya who got rich. She leaned in closer. I heard Xiaoya has thousands of taels of silver now. Where did you hear such nonsense? Old Wei quickly waved his hands. Don't lie to me, big brother. Wasn't Xiaoya divorced? And she has 2 daughters. Why would she have so much silver? You're her father. Why don't you take the silver and save it? Xiao Feng and Xiaoyang will need to have good fortunes in the future. Aunt Wei's eyes sparkled, as if she was already certain of her victory. Xiaoyang isn't engaged yet, and I've always cared for him. Look, Xiaoyang and our Yun and I are a perfect match, aren't they? Old Wei suddenly realized that she had this idea. She was encouraging him to take little Ye's money and marry her daughter to their son Yang. What a clever plan. Old Wei smiled bitterly. Sister, you can talk about this idea in front of me, but please don't mention it to little Yi. Aunt Wei's eyes widened like bells. Why not? I am a true elder. She can't go against me. I've always thought little Yi had a good character. Has she really become disobedient? That can't be. Look, she was just divorced by the Wang family. But maybe it's for the best. If she hadn't been divorced, wouldn't that have benefited the Wang family? That's our Wei family's money. Just then, Cheng, who was bringing in tea and snacks, overheard her sister-in-law and felt unhappy. Sister, please don't say such things. Little Ye's temper is not what you think. She wasn't divorced. She chose to end things with that Wang. Little Yi has supported her family a lot, and her money is for her own use. We are very content with what we have. Aunt Wei was quite displeased. She had always looked down on this timid sister-in-law. In the past, her 2 brothers sometimes borrowed money from her, but they never really borrowed much, just a little. Yet, in front of her, they always acted nice. Who would have thought that this sister-in-law would now speak ill of her? So I ask, sister-in-law, where is your authority as a mother? Who is little Yi? She is your own daughter. Why does she keep so much money for herself? She has 2 brothers and a big nephew. When Yang gets married, he will bring more nephews to our Wei family. Shouldn't she think about them instead of just herself and those 2 girls? Anyway, whether she divorced or was divorced, why did she bring those 2 girls out? They belong to the Wang family and should stay there. Aunt Wei spoke confidently. Suddenly, Zhao Yun and I beside her interjected, Mom, it's not just little Yi who is capable. Even little Wan is managing a clothing shop in town. I heard there's a full-length mirror made of some fancy glass that shows everything clearly, even a single white hair. I haven't seen it yet. I'm a bit scared to go without any money. What's there to be scared of? You're her cousin. Little Wan is a shop manager now? That's impressive. Can the shopkeeper earn 1 or 2 silver coins a month? Aunt Wei was surprised that her niece from her family was so capable. What was wrong with the owner? Why didn't he let her niece Yun and I go? She thought this and couldn't help but say, by the way, my Yun and I has also learned to embroider and understands fabrics. I think if Xiao Wan can be the shopkeeper, Yun and I can too. Let Xiao Wan talk to the owner. Cheng felt frustrated looking at her sister-in-law, who seemed to take everything for granted. She remembered when she first married and hadn't separated from the family, her sister-in-law was the one in charge and never showed her any respect. Even now, with her own daughters Xiao Yi and Xiao Wan being so capable, her sister-in-law still ordered her around. Why was that? Cheng, who had always been cautious, felt a surge of anger and replied, My Xiao Wan has spent over 10 silver coins and worked hard for more than a year to learn her craft. That's why she can be the shopkeeper. And not only did she learn the craft, but she also learned to read and even some arithmetic. She can use an abacus and keep accounts. Seeing her sister-in-law's increasingly surprised expression, Chung felt a sense of satisfaction, ignoring Old Wei's hints, and continued, "Besides, the clothing shop is run by Xiao Yi. She is the owner." On the opening day, the two sisters were so busy they didn't even have time for lunch. "The owner is Xiao Yi, and the shopkeeper is Xiaoan?" Aunt Wei exclaimed. "Oh, that's wonderful. This is a great opportunity for my Yun and I to learn too." Old Wei thought, "Oh no, this is bad." Who knew his wife would suddenly show off? It was like being stuck with a sticky plaster that couldn't be removed. Chung smiled and said, "But that might not work. Even when we work for Xiao Yi, we get paid. Wherever Yun and I goes to learn, it will likely cost over 10 silver coins for her to learn." Aunt Wei was furious. "Sister-in-law, do you even care about family ties when you say that? We are family. Are you saying that now that Xiao Yi is successful, you and your husband want to ask me for money? Remember the times you borrowed silver from me? Didn't we tighten our belts to lend it to you?" Old Wei's face turned a deep shade of red. He had to admit he had borrowed from his sister, but it was just a few times, and not much. Plus, he had always paid it back on time. Every time we borrow some money, we have to watch our words and listen to gossip. Old Wei feels very frustrated. "Sister, I don't like hearing that either. We have borrowed money from you a few times, and each time it was only a small amount, never more than 3 coins. Is that really something to worry about? Besides, haven't we always paid you back on time? My son and I have done so much work for your family." The more he spoke, the more he felt he was at a disadvantage. If he could find a small job, he could earn 20 or 30 coins a day. Why should he be in such a position that he had to work for his sister for free? They borrowed a little money, paid it back, and did so much work. Aunt Wei was about to make a scene, but Yun and I tugged at her sleeve, and she understood. This was a reminder not to act impulsively and ruin things. "Brother, doesn't this show that we are family? Would an outsider lend you money? Would an outsider work for us?" Aunt Wei was flexible and brought the relationship back. "It's precisely because we are family that I say these heartfelt words. Don't think I have any bad intentions." Zhao Yun and I was different from her mother. While her mother spoke, she focused on the tea and pastries in front of her. Who drinks tea like a commoner? It was impossible for her to enjoy it. Even if she happened to pick some tea leaves on the mountain, they would have to be dried and sold in town for some oil and salt. But this tea was refreshing and sweet, completely different from the slightly bitter taste of the leaves she picked. She wondered what kind of good tea this was and how much it cost. As for the pastries, it was her first time trying them. They weren't overly sweet but perfectly balanced, just the right amount of sweetness. Truly high quality. She quietly glanced at her Aunt Cheng, who had always seemed dull and gray in her memory, but now she looked several years younger. Her face was no longer haggard. Her skin seemed to have brightened. The corners of her mouth, which used to look a bit downturned and bitter, now appeared completely uplifted. Her smile was warm, her hair shone, and her thin cotton jacket looked light and warm. You can tell at a glance if someone is living well. Zhao Yun and I quietly thought to herself. Initially, she had heard that her uncle's family had become wealthy and didn't believe it. But now, seeing it for herself, it was indeed true. Zhao Yun and I looked at her old, faded clothes and felt a different kind of thought as she arrived at her uncle's house, which she had initially dismissed. While the two families were chatting, a cheerful voice called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Chen was very happy and called out, "Come in, Xiaoyang." Wei Xiaoyang stepped into the living room and paused when he saw the guests. "Why aren't you greeting them? This is your aunt and your cousin Yun and I." Wei Xiaoyang obediently greeted them. It had been a few years since he last visited his aunt's house, so he didn't immediately recognize Wei Gupe and Zhao Yun and I. He had grown tall and strong, with a bright smile and clear eyes, which made Zhao Yun and I blush. She felt very pleased now. Initially, she was a bit reluctant about her mother bringing her to her uncle's house, thinking that if they were really wealthy, she could just make do. But seeing her cousin now, she felt her mother truly cared for her. Wei Gupe also looked over her nephew with satisfaction. Where did Xiaoyang come back from? It doesn't look like he was working. Cheng felt a bit proud. Our Xiaoyang just returned from the school in town. The teacher, who is usually serious, has been very pleased with him and praised him several times. Xiaoyang said he wanted to help at home since we are going to build a house soon, though he really should focus on his studies. Chen continued, Xiaoyi once said that a scholar mentioned, learning is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to drop back.
Our whole family keeps that in mind.
As Chung spoke, Wei Gupe and her daughter looked increasingly surprised. Xiaoyang was studying at the school in town? He didn't even need to come back to help with the house? Xiaoyang felt a bit shy. Mom, I can still help a little when I come back from school. I shouldn't waste my strength. Zhao Yun and I stood up. Xiaoyang, I see some sweat on your face. You should wipe it off. She offered him her handkerchief. Xiaoyang was taken aback, and the whole family was surprised. He stepped back a few paces. I'll go wash my face. Wei Gupe signaled to her daughter, and Zhao Yun and I understood. And I also want to wash my hands. Chung regretted showing off earlier. She shouldn't have been so eager to boast. Now, the thoughts of the two women were clearly visible. She quickly stood up. I'll take you both. Zhao Yunyi silently pouted. Her aunt was truly a bother. She only wanted to meet her cousin Xiaoyang privately, but her aunt was being so protective. Although she felt a bit annoyed, she didn't show it and kept a sweet demeanor. Xiaoyang had just washed his face and looked refreshed when he saw his mother bringing his cousin over. He quickly stepped aside and said, Mom, is big brother and sister-in-law still helping uncle with the materials? I'll go over too. He hurried away. Chung laughed quietly, thinking her son was clever to avoid his cousin. She didn't think much of her niece. Not only did she notice the change in her niece's attitude, but she also remembered how, during their visits to her sister-in-law's house, the niece never respected them. Now, wanting to take advantage? Not a chance. What surprised her more was that her sister-in-law had moved in with her daughter. You felt a bit awkward and said, Aunt, Cousin Yunyi, we are about to build a house, and it's noisy here. It's not a good place to stay. You're such a thoughtful child. It's fine. I'm just visiting my family. Would I complain? But my Yunyi doesn't have any clean clothes. Aunt Wei felt frustrated. She had already hinted, but you didn't respond. She didn't even say to bring some clothes to change. Zhao Yunyi, however, felt happy and said, Mom, you help at Uncle's house. I'll go check on sisters Xiao Yi and Xiao Wan. When I come back, I'll handle the kitchen work. You quickly replied, Oh, Xiao Yi and Xiao Wan are very busy. I'll find you a dress. It's almost new, and we're about the same size. Don't dislike it. She was also feeling upset. These two really didn't care about the trouble they might cause for Xiao Yi and her sister. If Xiao Yi got angry, she feared she would face the consequences too. But Zhao Yunyi ignored her. Sister-in-law, your dress is still almost new. Don't waste it on me. I'm just going to the town to take a look. She didn't listen to Yu's pleas and ran off. Sisters Wei Xiaoya and Wei Xiaowan were busy in their shop when a girl with single eyelids and small eyes approached and linked her arm with Xiaoya's. Xiaoya. It's really you. I almost didn't recognize you. Xiaoya was a bit confused, wondering who this was. Before she could think, the girl exclaimed, Wow. These fabrics are so beautiful. What kind of satin is this? I've never seen such embroidery. Xiaowan also looked puzzled. Zhao Yun and I saw the expressions on her cousins' faces and smiled, covering her mouth. I am Yun and I, your cousin. My mother is your aunt. Wei Xiaowan came to her senses and suddenly realized. This was her aunt's daughter, whom she had only met once or twice as a child. Now that they were older, she looked quite different, making it hard to recognize her at first. Zhao Yun and I was very affectionate. Now you remember, right? You all really should come to my house to play. We only played together when we were little. Wei Xiaoyi also recalled from the original owner's memories that their aunt had always looked down on their family. Old Wei was quite domineering at home, always trying to maintain his authority as the head of the family. However, when he went to borrow money from their aunt, he was very submissive and honest. Wei Xiaoyi chuckled to herself. This family was certainly under someone's control, but who controlled whom had nothing to do with her. Trying to use family ties to take advantage of them wouldn't work. Looking at Zhao Yunyi's excited expression, Even though she was wearing coarse fabric, she was eyeing the silk and satin with great interest. Yun and I still have business to attend to. Why don't you head back for now, and we can catch up properly tonight. Zhao Yun and I waved her hand. Sister Xiaoyi, you all keep busy. Don't mind me. I just want to take a look. Wei Xiaoyi reminded her. These silks are quite expensive, so be careful. We worry about being careless and damaging them. Zhao Yun and I pouted, thinking this was a jab at her, implying her hands were rough and might ruin the fabric. She looked at her fingers. There were a few calluses, but surely the fabric wasn't that delicate? Zhao Yun and I was flipping through various fabrics when she saw customers coming out of the inner room, showcasing their outfits to friends. She felt extremely envious. Taking advantage of a moment, she grabbed a set of clothes and dashed into the inner room without a second thought. Wei Xiaowan quickly stepped forward to retrieve it, but Zhao Yun and I swiftly closed the door, blocking her outside. Big sister, I have a bad feeling about this cousin. She seems a bit off and might try to take advantage. Wei Xiaowan, having interacted with more people and situations, was no longer as naive as before. Don't rush. If she tries to take advantage, we can just kick her out. Wei Xiaoyi frowned. It seemed she hadn't been angry for a while, and today might be the day to express her frustration. Zhao Yun and I happily put on the outfit and admired herself in the clear glass mirror. Wow, I can look this beautiful. It really is true that clothes make the person. After admiring herself for a while, she heard Wei Xiaoyi calling from outside, Cousin, hurry up. A customer wants to try on some clothes. Zhao Yun and I opened the door and smiled. Xiaoyi, look how beautiful this outfit is. She stepped aside to let the waiting woman in and started to walk out. Wei Xiaoyi grabbed her, saying, Hey, cousin, this outfit isn't cheap. It costs 3 taels of silver. Are you planning to buy it? Zhao Yun and I widened her eyes. Xiaoyi, you're my dear cousin. You're asking me for money for this outfit? You remember every penny you spend, yet you want to be so generous with others? Do you think I can just give away an outfit that costs 3 taels of silver? I can't afford that, Wei Xiaoyi replied coldly. Don't think you can ruin my clothes and still get them for free. If that happens, I'll make sure to get that money back, even if it means tearing down your house. Zhao Yun and I was shocked to see her once timid cousin acting this way. She exclaimed, Your father and brother used to borrow money from my family all the time. We helped your family so much. And now you can't even spare this outfit? I know it's hard for a woman who's been abandoned, but you can't forget kindness. She thought Wei Xiaoyi would panic and let her go, but instead, Wei Xiaoyi just tilted her head and softly said, Slap her. Hong Mian, who had been waiting, couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward, slapping Zhao Yun and I twice on the face. Zhao Yun and I was stunned. In disbelief, she covered her face, but Hong Mian pushed her toward the inner room, saying, Quickly take off that outfit and put it away. Otherwise, I won't be as patient as my lady. Zhao Yun and I had never experienced anything like this. Why did it escalate to violence over a disagreement? Seeing Hong Mian's fierce expression, she didn't dare to resist and hurried to change back into her own clothes. As she rushed out the door, she shouted, Wei Xiaoyi, don't think you're special just because you opened a shop. You're just a discarded woman. Seeing Hong Mian chasing after her, she didn't finish her sentence and ran away for her life. Wei Xiaoyi laughed at the scene and, noticing the surprised customers, reassured them, I'm not discarded. I divorced my husband. Without his family dragging me down, I can run my shop and live well. Most of the people who come to buy fabric are young wives or young women, not the older ladies who would lecture her for such rebellious comments. Instead, they just laughed and said, It makes sense for Wei to be the owner. She has guts. They clearly saw that it was that troublesome cousin who wanted to take the expensive clothes for free and was angrily attacking. How could she think of this owner as her cousin? After watching the commotion, they returned to discussing fabrics. Zhao Yun and I was very upset and sat in the cart, tears in her eyes. Before anyone could ask, she cried and explained what happened, causing the women in the cart to sigh. Oh, dear, Wei Xiaoyi is not easy to deal with. Ever since she divorced Wang Sansong, Her temper has been terrible. Who would dare to argue with her? Zhao Yunni's miserable appearance drew sympathy from several women. Some were curious and asked, "How much was the outfit you liked?" Zhao Yun and I cried, "How would I know how much silver it costs? But even if it's expensive, I'm her cousin, right? My uncle's family used to borrow silver from us often." A few women, not fully understanding, supported her, saying that the Wei family has money now and has forgotten their old friends and relatives. Xiaoyi may have a bad temper, but she never takes advantage of others. Remember when she collected cicadas? She helped people in our village earn money too. Some defended Wei Xiaoyi. The others realized that whispering like this might reach Wei Xiaoyi's ears. If she ever needed help again, they would be left out. They quickly changed their tone and began to speak in favor of Wei Xiaoyi. Zhao Yun and I was surprised by their sudden shift and angrily said, "No matter what, my family has helped my uncle's family before. They are building a big house now and have money, but they shouldn't forget their kindness." Little did she know, this statement silenced the women. Their husbands were counting on this work to earn some money. Even if the Wei family was building a big courtyard, not everyone would be needed. With limited spots, they couldn't risk supporting an outsider cousin and jeopardizing their own livelihoods. Zhao Yun and I was frustrated. After finally returning to the Wei family, she saw her mother and burst into tears. Aunt Wei was shocked. "Yun and I, what happened? Did someone upset you?" Zhao Yun and I sobbed and recounted the events, leaving Uncle Wei and Chengshi stunned. She was slapped twice by Wei Xiaoyi's maid. Mrs. Wei quickly tried to mediate. It must be that the shop was very busy at that time. "Cousin, how much does that outfit cost?" Xiaoyi is not someone who gets angry easily. "I don't care how much it costs." Aunt Wei shouted, "This is my dear cousin." She kindly tried to get close to her, and instead, she hit her. Is there such a thing in this world? "Sister, please don't be upset. Xiaoyi really isn't someone who hits others for no reason." Mrs. Chung hurriedly tried to calm her down. She always had a reason when she hit someone. Aunt Wei was not willing to listen, shouting loudly and attracting the attention of the workers nearby. "Everyone, come and judge this. This is my dear brother. I brought my daughter back to visit, to see my brother and sister-in-law and my nieces. But my amazing niece Xiaoyi actually hit her cousin. All because my Yun and I wanted to wear a dress. Isn't she the owner of the clothing shop? It's just a dress. What's the big deal? I wouldn't even want to hit my daughter, yet this cousin actually hit her and slapped her." Aunt Wei stood with her hands on her hips, stamping her feet and shouting, feeling deeply wronged. Seeing the crowd gathering, Aunt Wei became even more energized. What is a dress worth? She is the owner and has thousands of silver. Can't she give her cousin a dress? By the way, my brother's family is wealthy now, but what about before? They used to come to my house to take advantage. Old Man Wei's face turned purple. He didn't expect her to use such words. "What nonsense are you talking about? I borrowed money from your family a few times, and I always returned it promptly. I only borrowed 2 or 3 coins each time. Xiao Feng and I have done a lot of work for you. Can you really say your brother took advantage of you?" This sister was quite spoiled at home, being the cherished daughter of his mother in her old age. So, before she got married, she was quite domineering at home. But he didn't expect that, given his current status in the village, this sister would still embarrass him in public. Suddenly, Wei Xiaoyang asked, "How much does that dress cost? What material is it?" Xiaoyan and I was surprised that her cousin Xiaoyang would ask such a question and felt even more wronged. "I don't know what material it is or how much it costs." "I'll tell everyone what material it is and how much it costs. It's satin, and it costs over 3 taels of silver," came a clear voice. Everyone turned to see it was Ai Chao, a girl from the Ai family. She continued loudly, "As everyone knows, I am currently helping at Xiao Ye's shop. Today, my cousin from my aunt's house came to the shop and immediately wanted to leave, wearing a very expensive outfit. Sister Xiao Yi asked her to take it off, but she refused and started shouting, claiming that the Wei family borrowed money from hers and that they were taking advantage of her. She even said that Sister Xiao Yi was an unwanted woman. That's when Sister Xiao Yi had Hong Mian cover her mouth. Zhao Yun and I wanted to argue, but Wei Xiaoyang shouted, "Is that how you speak about my sister? She wasn't abandoned. She left someone else. And you think you can just take a dress worth 3 taels of silver for free? What about your dignity? If you have no shame, you can do anything. It's truly disgraceful." Zhao Yunni's eyes turned red, and she stomped her foot, saying, "Cousin Xiaoyang, how can you say that about me? Sister Xiao Yi has thousands of taels of silver. Can't she spare me a dress worth 3 taels?" Her sense of entitlement made everyone gasp. She wanted to claim a dress worth 3 taels as her own. "What my sister has is none of your business. My father borrowed money from your family, but it was a loan, and loans are meant to be repaid. It's not about taking advantage or claiming your family's money without returning it. Even when we built our house, we borrowed money from my sister and repaid it." Wei Xiaoyang showed no mercy to Zhao Yun and I and ignored her tears. He only knew that his sister was being bullied by this girl. "Ai Chao, is my sister really upset?" Ai Chao shook her head. Sister Xiaoyi thought that maybe this cousin returned feeling wronged, so she asked me to come and comfort her. Although she was trying to teach her cousin a lesson, the cousin should appreciate it. I didn't expect to hear such twisted words when I returned, so I must clarify things. It must be said that since Ai Chao started working in the shop and met more customers, she has become a bit more perceptive. Her words were so convincing that everyone present felt that Wei Xiaoyi was reasonable. How could this cousin think she could take a dress worth 3 taels for free? Wei Xiaoyi even wanted Ai Chao to comfort her. "Is there such a thing in the world? That dress is worth 3 taels. You think you can just take it? To be honest, aside from my winter coat, I've never worn anything worth even 3 qian of silver in my life. 3 qian can buy a piece of fine cotton fabric. That's already quite decent. And you still want a dress worth 3 taels?" What surprised old man Wei was that the villagers spoke up for him. It's important to note that he wasn't very well liked. Aunt Wei clapped her hands and said, "You people are really sycophants. Just because you got a job helping my brother, you blindly support him without distinguishing right from wrong? Aunt, it's really inconvenient for us to host you. Look at how busy and chaotic it is here, with so much work to do. We don't want you two to feel unhappy. Let's visit another time." Ms. Yu couldn't take it anymore and directly asked them to leave. Old Man Wei and Ms. Chung felt relieved. It was thanks to this daughter-in-law that they couldn't say such a thing themselves. Aunt Wei pointed her finger, almost poking Ms. Yu on the forehead. "What business is it of yours, Little Feng's wife? You're just a junior. Do you understand what it means to respect your elders? I come to my brother's house and I have to watch your face? I'm staying here today. Can I come back to my family to eat a few meals and stay for a few days?" Ms. Yu felt a headache coming on. A few days more? Fortunately, Wei Xiaoyang was sharp. "Aunt, since things have come to this, it's not appropriate for you to stay at my house. My cousin is already a grown woman, and our old house isn't big enough.
Fine, fine.
You little rascals are all trying to chase us away. Whether we can stay or not is not up to you. It's up to my brother. Besides, if the old house is uncomfortable, Xiao Ye's yard has several rooms. We can stay there." Aunt Wei was determined to stay with her daughter. Now that her family was wealthy, why shouldn't she benefit? Zhao Yunni also picked up on her mother's hint and thought the same. Her uncle's family was among the best in the village. She wanted to marry someone from the town or county, but unfortunately, no one was introducing her. If she could marry cousin Xiaoyang, her uncle and aunt wouldn't mistreat her, would they? If they treated her poorly, her mother would definitely make a fuss. "Since it's not comfortable here, I'll go stay with Sister Xiaoyi. When they come back from work, I can cook for them." Zhao Yunni pretended to be considerate. Ms. Chung was truly anxious. "Sister, we really can't decide this. We can't interfere with Xiao Ye's matters. She just opened her shop, so she takes the kids to town. By evening, when her sisters return, it might not be easy to host you. What do we need to be hosted for? We are their aunts. Sister-in-law, we are family, so let's not speak as if we are strangers. Today, Xiao Yi hit Yun and I, and this matter cannot just be ignored. If she sincerely apologizes and makes amends, then we can move on. Otherwise, I will not let this go. Aunt Wei was very agitated. She really wanted to confront that rebellious niece. Chun was not too worried about Xiaoyi. Her concern was that Xiaoyi might blame their family, and even her sister-in-law and her daughter couldn't stop it. But she, usually soft-spoken, couldn't bring herself to shout at her arrogant sister-in-law in front of everyone. You felt the same way. As a younger generation, she feared being labeled as disrespectful. This made her even more uncomfortable. The people from Uncle Wei's family also rushed over. After hearing what happened, Aunt Wei advised, "Sister, let's calm down. You came to visit your brother's family, which shows you care about family ties. If you keep arguing, you might ruin those ties." Aunt Wei scoffed, "Sister-in-law, have you recovered well because you got rich and took good medicine? Now you have the energy to lecture me. I think Xiao Qian is the more likable one. She may not speak, but at least she doesn't create such a fuss." Aunt Wei's words made her sister-in-law tremble with anger, and Xiao Qian couldn't help but tear up. Encouraged by Xiao Yi and Manhwa, she had finally mustered the courage to come out, only to be insulted by her own aunt. "Aunt, my mother spoke to you kindly, and you call that a lecture? Besides, Xiao Qian is likable. She wouldn't cause trouble like you two, crying and making a scene." Manhwa couldn't hold back her anger. Since her mother was a bit weak and Xiao Qian was timid, she had to step up to protect them. Aunt Wei jumped up even more angrily. "Oh my. Who is this? My good niece-in-law, he? You really are something. You brought a burden and married my nephew, Chusheng. You're quite the schemer. Since you married into this family, you should behave and learn from my good sister-in-law, who is always humble and doesn't seek the spotlight." Uncle Wei's family was also very upset. This aunt certainly didn't act like an elder. She opened her mouth only to provoke everyone. She couldn't do anything to her. She couldn't hit or scold her. She wanted to say a few sharp words back, but she couldn't outsmart her. "You all keep doing your thing, my daughter, and I will stay here. We'll go rest at Xiaoya's place in a bit." Aunt Wei confidently gave her orders and lay down on the lounge chair with her daughter. She looked just like the head of the household. You had no choice but to swallow her anger and cook. With these two staying put, she had to serve them well. The Wei family's quality of life was quite good now, with plenty of fish and meat, and they cooked rich dishes that made Aunt Wei and her daughter eat 3 bowls of rice. Zhao Yun and I noticed Wei Xiaoyang looking at her in surprise and felt a bit embarrassed, explaining, "Cousin Xiaoyang, it's just that I've had a poor appetite these past few days, and after feeling wrong today, I suddenly felt hungry." You silently rolled her eyes. Tiger, without any subtlety, shouted, "Cousin, your appetite is really good. You ate more than both my aunts combined." Zhao Yunni's face turned red with embarrassment, and she shot a furious glare at Tiger. Wei Xiaoyang frowned. "What do you mean you felt wrong today? If anyone should feel wronged, it's my older sister. You embarrassed her in front of everyone. How is she supposed to do business now?" Zhao Yun and I wanted to argue but ended up burping loudly, making Tiger laugh heartily. Aunt Wei was displeased. "You brat. She's your aunt. Don't you know to respect your elders?" Tiger made a face and ran off. "Aunt, my big aunt is really tough. She's beaten people many times. I advise you not to mess with her." Aunt Wei was furious, but Tiger had already run far away, and she couldn't get him to listen. Yu and Chen quietly turned their faces away, trying not to laugh. "All right, it's almost dark. Xiao Yi and her sister should be back by now. Let's go over." Aunt Wei called for her daughter to get up, and Yu quickly led the way. Only she knew that leading the way was just an excuse. She really wanted to see the excitement. On the way, Aunt Wei complained, "Even though they live in the same village, it's still so far. Didn't Xiao Yi buy a donkey cart? Why didn't she come to pick us up?" You had to respond, "Xiao Yi and Xiao Wen go to the shop every day. The donkey cart is out early and back late. If they knew we were coming, they should have come to get us." Aunt Wei didn't care about that, and complained again. The 3 arrived at Wei Xiaoya's house. The sky was getting dark, but they could still see how grand the courtyard was. Aunt Wei looked regretful and said, It's such a pity that she is managing such a big courtyard with just 2 little girls. Yusha rolled her eyes, feeling puzzled herself. She used to think that her sister-in-law was wasting resources by building such a large house with just 2 daughters. Now, hearing her aunt say this, she felt disdain. Why can't a woman raise 2 daughters and live this way? Not only could her sister-in-law build a big courtyard in the village, but if she wanted, she could also buy a nice house on the street in town or the county. Aunt Wei entered the courtyard and shouted, "Xiao Yi,
Xiao Huan.
come out and explain why you treated Yun and I this way today and even hit her in public. You thought I wouldn't notice since I wasn't there and you teamed up to bully her, right?" Xiaowen felt a bit flustered and said, "Elder sister, Aunt is here to cause trouble. What are you afraid of?" "Xiao Yi, you two can't do anything? I'll handle this," Hong Mian said angrily.
Wie Xiao Ye lafet, alright.
"It's up to you." Aunt Wei scolded in the courtyard, but when no one came out to greet her, she became even more furious. "Is this how you treat your elder? My 2 dear nieces? Your own aunt comes, and you don't even come out to welcome me?" Aunt Wei still had a strong voice, but Zhao Yun and I, who had already suffered, felt uneasy. The 3 of them went straight into the house. Seeing that the kitchen and living room had several lamps lit, Aunt Wei felt a pang of heartache. This is a bit of money being wasted. How much oil does it take to burn all these lamps? Sisters Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu asked, "Aunt, our mother lit these lamps because she was worried it would be too dark for our eyes." Aunt Wei glanced at the sisters, but focused on the paper and ink on the table. "Oh dear, such fine paper and ink, and you're letting 2 little girls play with them? This costs a lot of money. It would be better to save it for Xiao Yang and Hu Zi's education." Zhao Yun and I widened her eyes, finding it hard to believe. What ordinary family has such expensive writing supplies? Her cousin had carelessly spread stacks of paper on the table for the 2 little girls to play with. Xiao Xing defended, "We're not just playing. We're learning to draw and practicing our writing. What can little girls learn about drawing and writing?" Aunt Wei waved her hands. "Isn't your mother running a shop? You 2 sisters should learn sewing early. You could help with the shop and make more clothes."
You don't need to worry about that, Aunt.
"After all, the silver is mine, and I can spend it however I want. My daughters are also mine. They can play and draw as they wish, and I just want them to be happy." Wei Xiaoya spoke coldly and dismissively, which made Aunt Wei very angry. "As your aunt, I am trying to teach you kindly, and this is how you respond?
No wonder.
No wonder I was sent away, right? Yes, this way I can take my thousands of taels of silver and my 2 daughters and live however we want. Life is truly comfortable." Wei Xiaoya's casual attitude made Aunt Wei's face turn red, and others struggled to hold back their laughter. Zhao Yunyi said sadly, "Sister Xiaoya, we are cousins. My mother is your aunt. She is only trying to help you. Why do you look down on us?" "Cousin, let me be honest with you. I really don't think much of you. You love to take advantage and play the victim. I prefer straightforward people. You don't need to come here to try to change me. My sister and I have worked hard all day and just want to rest. I'm sorry, but I can't see you out." Mrs. Yu didn't expect her sister-in-law to be so direct in sending them away. She almost laughed out loud. Wei Xiaoya then looked at her sister-in-law. "Please take them back." Aunt Wei clapped her hands and put her hands on her hips. "You're sending us away? You think just because you have some silver, you can look down on us? I am your aunt, and when I come to your home, you don't even offer us hospitality?" She looked around and saw several exquisite snacks and drinks on the table. Not only were Wei Xiaoya and her sister dressed beautifully, with jade and silver hairpins, but the 2 little girls, Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu, were also very pretty. Such a good life. But as soon as they saw her and her daughter, they wanted to send them away. Did they think they were just here to take advantage? Did they think they were beggars? The more Aunt Wei thought about it, the angrier she became. "I kindly brought Yunyi here to see you too, and this is how you treat us? You don't even offer us a seat, a drink, or a snack, and you want us to leave right away? We won't go. We'll stay here for the next few days." "Aunt, but we don't have any rooms at home." "My aunt and Aunt Hongmian need to stay too," Xiao Xing replied seriously. "You little girl, what do you know? With so many rooms, you're telling me there's no space? Is this a servant? Fine. Even the servants have rooms, but I, your aunt, don't have a place to stay? Is this how you treat my Yunny? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. The bright red cotton dress was almost blinding to Grandma Wei's eyes.
Why?
Even a servant girl could wear something so nice? She herself didn't care about appearances, but her daughter was stuck in rags and couldn't even get a decent outfit? Grandma Wei felt a bitter anger rising inside her. She raised her hand to slap the girl in red, shouting, "How dare you hit my daughter? You, a lowly servant, dare to touch my daughter." But before her hand could reach the girl had already grabbed her wrist tightly. Grandma Wei felt as if her wrist was caught in a vice, unable to move, and it hurt terribly. The girl smiled and said, "Old lady, who told you to act up here? Want to hit me? I am the lady's servant. The lady can teach me a lesson, but who are you? Let go of me. You are just a servant of the Wei family. How dare you hit a member of the family?" Grandma Wei was both shocked and angry. This girl was beyond her expectations. How could she dare to hit a family member? Which family member are you? I'm just a servant. Don't flatter yourself. The girl forcefully shook Grandma Wei's hand off. Zhao Yunny gasped, "Mother, your wrist is bruised." Grandma Wei looked and saw her wrist was indeed purple.
Xiaoye.
Is this how you treat your elders? Allowing your servant to hit your own aunt? Wei Xiaoye showed no shame or discomfort, simply replied coolly, "Then why should my aunt come here to cause trouble? I don't welcome you. Is it because you have a little money that you look down on your aunt? Even without money, I wouldn't look down on you. If you want to act tough, go to my father. I won't entertain you here." The girl stepped forward with a half smile. "Do you understand? My lady doesn't want to entertain you, so please leave quickly. Otherwise, I might get rough." Zhao Yunny was furious. "You are my cousin. How can you let a servant treat us this way? Is this how you treat guests? If you considered me a cousin, you wouldn't be causing trouble in my shop, trying to ruin my reputation and business. Enough talking. Please leave." The girl grabbed one of them and forcefully dragged them out, ignoring their shouting. "You sure?" Behind them, quietly smiled at Wei Xiaoye. "You really have courage, sister. We are all under her control. Speaking of which, it seems that my aunt and cousin have taken a liking to Xiaoyang." Wei Xiaoye suddenly understood. No wonder they always want to stay here. "Sister-in-law, when you go back, tell Xiaoyang to stay at Xiaofeng's place for a few days to avoid unnecessary trouble." You nodded, not wanting a sister-in-law like Zhao Yunny. At that moment, they decided to cut off the problem before it could grow. The three of them returned to the Wei family. You listened as the mother and daughter scolded Wei Xiaoye all the way, but she remained silent. After all, if she spoke up, their anger would surely turn toward her. Back at the Wei house, no one was surprised. Everyone expected it. Aunt Wei slapped her thigh. "Big brother, if you still consider me your sister, you need to show some authority as a father and discipline Xiaoye. How can there be such a disrespectful younger generation? I never expected her to not only hit her cousin but also chase away her own aunt. You ignored how her in-laws tried to mediate and quietly went to Xiaoyang, telling him to go to his second uncle's house." Wei Xiaoyang felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect the mother and daughter to target him as well. He could hardly believe it. You laughed. What's so hard to believe? Our family is quite popular these days. Upon hearing that Wei Xiaoyang was going to his second uncle's house, Cheng sighed in relief. Aunt Wei was surprised. "Why do you want to stay at your second uncle's house?" Cheng quickly explained. "We need to free up a room, right? Xiaoyang, when you go to your second uncle's, make sure to help out a bit." Wei Xiaoyang agreed and walked away with long strides. Aunt Wei felt uneasy. She knew the mother and daughter were wary of them, fearing that any words exchanged between Xiaoyang and Yunny could make the marriage a certainty. When Aunt Wei saw Xiaoyang arrive, she sensed something was off. "Xiaoyang, you need to be careful. Even though she's your cousin, keep some distance. Don't give anyone a reason to talk." Wei Xiaoyang blushed. "I will be careful, Aunt. You should find a nice, sensible girl. Don't settle for less," Manhwa teased. She quickly tidied up her room and changed the bedding to clean ones. Aunt Wei helped out, feeling grateful that they had earned some money this year and could buy new bedding for the house. Otherwise, there's no way to change things now. The next morning, Wei Xiaoyong remembered what his mother said and thought about helping his second uncle's family fetch water. But Wei Xiaoshan was clearly diligent and had already fetched the water. We're family, so no need to be polite. Let's eat breakfast quickly and get to work. Breakfast included steamed buns, porridge with mixed grains, and 2 plates of side dishes. Wei wanted to give Wei Xiaoyong 2 boiled eggs, but he quickly declined. Eat up, aunt. You have plenty at home. Your sister Manhwa is pregnant, so I prepare these eggs every day. Sure enough, there was an egg custard in front of Manhwa. The eggs from home were no longer sold at the market. They were all for her and Dongzhu. Sometimes, Manhwa felt embarrassed and wanted to give some to Xiaoxian, but Xiaoxian understood and insisted on giving them back. Xiaoyong quickly divided the 2 eggs between Wei Xiaoxian and Dongzhu. I don't need the eggs. You 2 eat. In fact, he had been eating quite a few eggs at home lately. His mother and sister-in-law had become much more generous than before. Occasionally, they would buy some meat, and the whole family didn't crave it as much as they used to. Most people in the village were struggling more than ever due to disasters, but the Wei family was doing well. However, Wei Xiaoxian handed the eggs back to Xiaoyong, who passed them again. Xiaoxian, you're too thin. You need to eat more. Wei aunt smiled. It's nice to see family caring for Xiaoxian. Unlike her aunt yesterday, who was so harsh. Seeing Xiaoxian looking a bit sad, Wei Xiaoyong thought for a moment. Xiaoxian, no one is perfect. There's a saying that gold isn't completely pure, and neither are people. Even gold has imperfections, so how can we, as ordinary people, be flawless? Everyone has their faults. So we shouldn't punish ourselves for others' mistakes. We all see how your aunt is. She's harsh with everyone. Don't take it to heart. Xiaoyong has learned a lot from school and speaks differently now. Xiaoxian, remember what your brother says. We used to think you were a delicate girl, and your mother and I wanted to protect you, but now I realize you need to be strong too. Wei uncle sighed and spoke earnestly. Wei Xiaoxian seriously gestured, I understand. I feel a bit upset, but I won't blame myself for it. I did nothing wrong. Exactly. If you can think that way, I'm relieved. Wei Xiaoshan also felt at ease. He cared deeply for his sister, but didn't know how to comfort her. She used to be very sad, but in the past year, she has become much brighter. Yesterday, however, her aunt made a comment that worried him. He feared she might fall back into sadness. Thankfully, his sister has really grown up. What he didn't know was that Wei Xiaoxian was also encouraged by the changes she saw in the other women around her. Her sister, Xiaoyi, had privately said, Look at me and your sister-in-law, Manhwa. We may seem pitiful to others, but so what? As long as we are happy, the opinions and criticisms of others can't hurt us at all. So, don't pay attention to what others think. If they say something unpleasant, just think of it as nonsense. The most important thing in this world is to be true to yourself, and secondly, to treat your family with sincerity. Why should we care about the opinions of unimportant people? When Xiaoyi said this, the 2 little girls, Xiaoxing and Xiaoya, were nearby and laughed happily. Wei Xiaoxian was deeply moved by her words. Indeed, even the 2 little girls have become so cheerful and confident. She is already grown up, so why can't she understand these things? Looking at Xiaoyi, Xiaowan, her sister-in-law Manhwa, and even Aicao, they have all changed so much. They also face the strange comments from the villagers, but they live happily and confidently. After that moment, Wei Xiaoxian began to see things more clearly. If she worries too much, it doesn't matter to others. Only her loving family would feel sad with her. After that, she practiced sewing with Wei Xiaowan and learned to read with Wei Xiaoyong without any slack. Now, she can even embroider handkerchiefs and make some money. Even if she doesn't earn a lot, her sense of achievement is unmatched. If my aunt says that, there's nothing I can do. But I can pretend I didn't hear her, ignore her, and not let it bother me. Wei Xiaoxian signed with her hands. Aunt Wei looked at her daughter with relief. Xiaoxian has really grown up. I won't have to worry about her and your father anymore. After the family finished breakfast, they went to help with the Wei family. Wei Xiaorong wanted to help, but since Grandpa Wei didn't really need him, he was still encouraged to go to town to study. So, Wei Xiaorong went to pick up Xiao Yi and drove the donkey cart together to town. Wei Gupa was waiting for Wei Xiaoyang to come over, hoping to bring her daughter and him closer. However, when she learned he went straight to town, she felt frustrated. Was he clearly avoiding them? She wasn't scary. Zhao Yunyi was also very disappointed. She never expected that the cousin she looked down on would now avoid her like a snake. As she watched everyone busy and complimenting her uncle and aunt, she couldn't help but think that money truly reflects a person's status. The timid look her uncle used to have was long gone. Now he was smiling widely. Chung, and you were a bit worried. The mother and daughter treated their home like a hotel, doing nothing and giving orders. Fortunately, Xiaoyang was clever and knew to stay out of the way. However, Aunt Wei didn't care about that. During lunch, she directly said, "Big brother, Xiaoyang and my Yunyi are cousins and know each other well. I really like this boy and wanted to be my son-in-law. I believe he and everyone will treat Yunyi well. I would feel at ease if Yunyi married Xiaoyang." Zhao Yunyi lowered her head, her face as red as a sunset. Old Wei felt a bit choked up. Receiving a hint from his wife, he could only vaguely say, "No rush, no rush. Xiaoyang is still studying, and we are not in a hurry. He's a boy, so there's no rush. What's wrong with studying? My Yunyi is still young. It's better to wait a year or two. Let's arrange the engagement first." Aunt Wei was not willing to back down. Chung naturally didn't want to hastily give her son away. She couldn't care less about her domineering sister-in-law and said directly, "That's not possible. Xiaoyang has already told us that he wants to choose the girl he likes."
What?
Marriage is a big deal. How can a young man decide for himself? It has always been the parents' decision and the matchmaker's words. I've never heard of letting the young man decide. Aunt Wei shouted, clearly unhappy with Cheng's refusal, and turned to Old Wei. "Big brother, can't you make a decision on this?" Old Wei felt embarrassed. Wasn't his sister questioning his authority as the head of the family? How could I not make a decision? It's just, according to what Xiaoyang said, we should respect his wishes. Aunt Wei didn't care about that. She clapped her hands. As long as you can make a decision, I was worried you couldn't. Then it's settled. Let's choose a good day for the engagement. Zhao Yunyi didn't expect her mother to be so assertive and easily settle her marriage. But Aunt Ching stood up. "No. I disagree. We should respect the parents' wishes. My daughter-in-law has another choice." Wai Gu Po's triangular eyes suddenly widened, as if she wanted to eat someone. "Cheng Shi, are you trying to decide for my brother and me? What right do you have to talk big here? Xiaoyang is the son-in-law I chose, and my brother and I agree, so what does it have to do with you? This is my son. How can it not concern me?" Cheng Shi was furious. As a mother, how could her son's marriage not be her business? She turned away Lao Tu and said angrily, "Are you that afraid of your sister? You're supposed to be the older brother. Are you really going to use your son's marriage to curry favor with her?" Wei Lao Tu's face turned a deep red, and he scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Big brother, I really didn't expect you to be controlled by a woman. Who is in charge of the Wei family now? Are you just a figurehead with no real authority?" Wai Gu Po was fanning the flames, and seeing her older brother's growing anger, she felt a sense of satisfaction. It would be best if he acted now and gave that clueless sister-in-law a good lesson. Before Wei Lao Tu could respond, Cheng Shi shouted, "What kind of situation is your Zhao family in? Is it also controlled by this woman? I don't even know what position my brother-in-law holds. We are from your mother's side, but I've never seen a family where the younger sister comes back home and points fingers at the sister-in-law. If you're unhappy, go back to your Zhao family. It's impossible for my son to marry your daughter." Everyone was stunned. They had never seen Cheng Shi so angry, and now she was shouting such things. Zhao Yun and I saw her aunt directly say that she couldn't enter the house and felt both angry and wronged, bursting into tears. "I spit. Do you think I want my Yun and I to marry Xiaoyang because I like you? I just like my own nephew. Don't flatter yourself. Wai Gupa was so angry that she smashed a bowl. She had already eaten her fill, and since others were still eating, she couldn't hold back and swept everything off the table, sending dishes and soup flying everywhere. It was a complete mess. Wei Xiaofeng couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Aunt, if you're going to go crazy, do it back at the Zhao family. This is the Wei family. You are married now and part of the Zhao family, so don't come here and cause a scene. We're still trying to eat. As for Xiaoyang, if he doesn't want to marry Yin and I, why are you trying to force it? Can't you see Xiaoyang avoiding you? He doesn't even want to come back and see you. What right does he have to avoid us? He's just a kid. What does he understand? It's all your mother's doing. I said it before, a sister-in-law who doesn't act like one, doing such disgraceful things." Aunt Wei was polite to her brother and nephew, but her anger was directed at her sister-in-law. Cheng sneered, knowing full well that they thought she was an easy target to bully. If she had no status in this family, then this younger sister-in-law had really stirred things up. "You supported her. Aunt, my mother is right. Married daughters shouldn't meddle in their parents' homes. As for Xiao Yang's marriage, he doesn't want it, and my mother doesn't want it either. Isn't that clear? You can't just force a girl into a marriage. Let's clear the table. I'll handle it. Aunt, please take my cousin back. My uncle doesn't want this." Huzi shouted before running off, making Aunt Wei so angry that she wanted to grab him and give him a good talking to. Huzi was furious too. He hadn't finished his meal, and a piece of meat was swept to the floor by that annoying aunt. Yu chuckled quietly, proud of her thoughtful son. Seeing Huzi run out yelling, Aunt Wei was anxious, and Zhao Yunyi was worried. "Mom, that thoughtless kid ran out yelling about something that isn't even true, making it known to everyone. If they were to announce a marriage, it would be one thing, but Huzi wasn't saying that. He was saying his uncle didn't want it." Old Wei was in a tough spot. "Sister, this situation is really awkward. You should take Yunyi back and forget about the marriage. Xiaoyang is still studying. Although our Wei family has never produced a scholar, who knows? Maybe Xiaoyang can do it? Our ancestors should be bringing some good fortune." Aunt Wei was so angry she couldn't speak clearly. "Oh, so you all think Xiaoyang can become a scholar, and that's why you look down on my Yunyi? Let me tell you, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and rats are born to dig holes. With your kind of thinking, how could you ever produce a scholar?" Old Wei and Cheng's expressions changed suddenly. Initially, they only hoped Xiaoyang could recognize some characters, but now the conditions seemed better. Xiaoyi had sent Xiaoyang to the town school, and even the teacher praised him. Why wouldn't it work? What did they mean by saying rats are born to dig holes? As an aunt, shouldn't she wish for her nephew to do well instead of getting discouraged and believing he can't succeed? Old Wei was furious. "Get out. Don't come back to my house again." "So, what if I don't like your daughter?" "I don't like her. Whether she passes or not, I still don't like her. Just look at how you raised her. She's just as arrogant and selfish as you, very unpleasant." Zhao Yunyi was shocked by her uncle's words, tears streaming down her face. Aunt Wei angrily pulled her daughter. "Let's go. I want to see if your family can really soar high. You look down on us? When you borrowed money from my family, did you say you looked down on us? You relied on your divorced daughter to get some silver, and now you look down on me." While she was still complaining, Old Wei grabbed a broom and swung it at them. The mother and daughter screamed and jumped outside. "Get out. Don't come to my house again." Old Wei waved the broom and shouted, attracting some workers who came to watch. Seeing people arrive, Aunt Wei began to perform, expressing her grievances about being looked down upon by her brother and sister-in-law, claiming they now had some silver and forgot about family ties. Cheng and Yu hesitated. This was family business, and it wasn't right to let others watch. But Old Wei waved his hand. "Say whatever you want. I don't want her daughter. I won't let Xiaoyang marry her. Just leave and don't come back." Aunt Wei was shocked. She didn't expect her brother to be so harsh and say he looked down on his own daughter in front of others. Zhao Yunyi, crying, clutched her mother's sleeve. "Mom, let's go. I can't stay here any longer." But Aunt Wei slapped Zhao Yunyi's arm. "It's all your fault for being useless. You've embarrassed me. she grumbled as they walked away. Thankfully, she was married in another village. Otherwise, this incident would ruin her reputation because of her brother and sister-in-law. On their way, the mother and daughter complained to each other. Aunt Wei blamed her daughter for being incapable and bringing her shame. Zhao Yunyi felt wronged. After this trip, I got nothing and was even hit. You're the elder, and you couldn't stand up for me. Instead, you blame me. She remembered the beautiful clothes that Wei Xiaoya and her sisters wore, feeling even more upset. Such fabric, even her friends didn't have when they got married. Yet this was just her cousin's everyday outfit. If she could have clothes like that, no, even if they were just simple cotton ones, it would make her look decent. She felt a bit regretful, thinking that if she had worn cotton clothes in her shop back then, perhaps her wealthy cousin would have been more generous. Looking at her angry mother, she realized for the first time that being so domineering wouldn't help them achieve their goals. If others didn't indulge them, what could they do? Little did she know, Chung was greatly relieved. She never expected to successfully send the arrogant mother and daughter away. She thought it would be difficult and that they would bother her for a long time. It turned out, just as Xiaoyi said, if others are willing to make things hard for you, you shouldn't feel shy about pushing back. As long as you are bold enough to retaliate, you don't have to suffer too much. With this threat resolved, Chung felt happy and relaxed. She certainly didn't want her youngest son to marry Zhao Yunyi. Even if Xiao Yang didn't go to school, she wouldn't want that. Not to mention, Xiao Yang was now the hope of the whole family. With only a month or two until the new year, the cotton jackets at the clothing shop were selling particularly well. Elder sister, we have already partnered with my master shop, and now the tailors are working the cotton jackets. We need to restock quickly, Wei Xiaowan said, smiling widely. She didn't expect her sister's shop to become so popular in town. It must be said that both she and her sister had a good eye for materials, which were very much in demand. Some people bought fabric and cotton to make their own, while others bought ready-made clothes. Wei Xiaoyi secretly laughed, as some of the fabric was exactly what the system had, so she bought it to resell. The goods in the system had beautiful colors, good quality, and were priced much lower than in the county town. So, she mixed and matched her supplies. Seeing her sister so ambitious, Wei Xiaoyi felt confident too, thinking about making a good profit from winter clothes before the new year. However, when she went to the county town to get supplies this time, she encountered something strange. The supplier looked evasive and said, "Wei lady, I have no stock left." Wei Xiaoyi was puzzled. Your business is doing that well? You have run out of cotton? There was a big customer who bought several £1,000s all at once. Clearing out the stock, the supplier replied. Wei Xiaoyi was a bit skeptical. Cotton was a valuable item. How could several £1,000s be sold out so quickly? If it was all gone now, wouldn't they be out of business for a month or two? Since you don't have any cotton to sell, I'll look elsewhere. Even if it's not available in this county, we can buy it in the capital city, and the round trip will only take about 3 or 4 days. Wei Xiaoya said this while glancing at the supplier's expression. She noticed he looked a bit uneasy. However, she didn't want to engage in too much conversation with him, as she didn't rely solely on him for cooperation. At this moment, time was urgent, and his sudden delay in supplying her goods seemed aimed at reducing her profits significantly. Wei Xiaoya went to Qingfeng Building and asked manager Zhao if there were any other suppliers of cotton. She needed good quality at reasonable prices. Manager Zhao indeed found her another supplier, Manager Wu, but he had limited stock. Seeing that Manager Wu had around 100 pounds of cotton, she thought it would be enough. Cotton was naturally not cheap, costing about 121 per pound. To make a cotton coat in winter, even with coarse cotton fabric, it would require around 6 or 7 coins. If fine cotton fabric was used, it would be even more expensive, over 1 tael of silver. As a result, families in the village usually wore their cotton coats for many years. Even if the cotton inside had clumped and wasn't very warm, they still wore that old coat in winter. In contrast, wealthier families in town could afford to use more expensive fabrics. Thus, cotton coats and quilts were quite valuable. She felt that 100 pounds of cotton would be sufficient because there was silk cotton available in the system. Silk cotton is relatively inexpensive in modern times, and some cotton clothing or quilts are filled with silk cotton, making them both light and warm.